3 years in the pirate world. You have transformed from a powerless novice into a formidable second-rate warrior, mastering the three forms of hockey. Yet, in this realm where the strong abound, your meager strength is insufficient to carve out a destiny in an era dominated by the likes of Roger and Rocks. Thus, with your inherent limitations, you gamble your future on the Roger Pirates. This moment. The Roger Pirates have just been established, and you stand before Roger. Hello, I am Joel D. Roger. He introduces himself, radiating youthful exuberance. As you gaze up at his remarkably youthful face, a sense of despondence washes over you. By the time Luffy makes his appearance, you envision yourself as a 60-year-old man. The spirited young boy is quite enthusiastic. Roger bursts into laughter and leaps off the ship. You fixate on his rugged visage and, inspired by a sudden thought, blurt out, "May I inquire your age, esteemed sir?" An abrupt silence envelopes the air. Roger stares blankly at Rayleigh, seemingly perplexed by your inquiry. Rayleigh adjusts his glasses and clarifies, "Captain, I believe he is asking about your age." "Huh, I'm 19 years old," Roger proclaims proudly, thumping his chest. "Do I not appear quite mature? I shall conquer these seas." Your expression falters at the thought of a 19-year-old pirate king just setting sail. What a predicament you find yourself in addressing this uncle. You turn to Rayleigh and say, "I am merely 22. The future king of the underworld is momentarily taken aback. Oh, I truly appear that aged?" Roger muses, absent-mindedly digging at his nose. Rayleigh seems unfazed by this, yet your curiosity prompts you to ask, "Isn't it peculiar encountering a solitary child on the island?" Roger erupts in a hearty laughter. "Not at all. The sea beckons everyone to navigate its vastness, does it not?" You ponder your aspirations for the future. Do you wish to become the Pirate King? Roger and Rayleigh exchange knowing glances before bursting into uproarious laughter. The title of Pirate King is indeed amusing, Roger exclaims, wiping tears of mirth from his eyes. "Then it's settled. We shall become the Pirate King. I aspire to be the freest person upon these vast oceans." Just as you are about to continue speaking, you are abruptly silenced by both Roger and Rayleigh. "That's enough, Raider. Would you like to join our ship? The adventure is only just beginning. Do you not think sailing alone would render life rather dull?" You gaze at the nonchalant duo. Is it truly that mundane? You ponder. The Roger Pirates, indeed. "Hey, Roger, let's have a duel." You suddenly rise, your eyes sparkling with anticipation. Before you stands the future Pirate King, and to forego a battle would be an affront to your transmigration. You envision yourself overpowering the Pirate King. But why is Roger already at sea? After all, he is a user of a logia fruit that moment. Roger is savoring the last morsel of barbecued meat. "Hey, what did you say?" He responds, mouth full. "I said Raider." Mist begins to envelop the surroundings. "Old man, don't you dare steal my thunder," you assert, glaring at Roger, who is still distracted. "Hey, focus." You insist, veins throbbing on your forehead. "I am quite serious about this challenge." Rayleigh leisurely sips a coconut nearby. "Captain," he's throwing down the gauntlet. Roger suddenly springs to life, realization dawning upon him. "So you want to fight, do you? Why didn't you say so?" You flash a toothy grin, revealing your determination. "I just did, you rascal." The next moment, a chill ran down your spine. Although Roger remained motionless in place, an intangible sense of oppression caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Roger, with a beaming smile, struck a peculiar pose. The adversary in your heart. Could it be that you are this formidable right from your entrance? Had you mentioned this earlier, I would have refrained from crafting a title. You immediately transformed, your body enveloped in mist thick enough to obscure your form. Mist Shadow, Kidney Dragon, 7 clones emerged simultaneously from various directions. A gasp escaped Roger's lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then, with a sudden thud, a straightforward punch landed squarely on the wealthy figure, sending him tumbling down. All illusions dissipated in an instant. "Hey, buddy, what a coincidence." "You've embarrassed me," you remarked, "but do not forget the current prowess of Rayleigh, who could disrupt your observation with his hockey, making your predicament even more evident." "Hey, how did you see through it?" You knelt on the ground, retching slightly. Roger tilted his head. "I didn't see through it. I merely listened. I sense you should be in this position." Rayleigh interjected. "The captain's intuition has always been remarkably accurate. Is it the ability to hear the voices of all things?" Struggling to your feet, you abruptly pressed your hands to the ground. Thousand needle technique. Countless mist needles erupted from the earth, yet Roger danced gracefully through the needle rain. humming an off-key tune. Now it's my turn. He suddenly lunged forward, his fist slicing through the air with a whistling sound. You hastily transformed, only to hear Roger exclaim, "Got you." His hockey-imbued hand firmly grasped the nape of your neck. In that moment, you felt as helpless as a salted fish, and life suddenly seemed devoid of hope. So soon? Roger mused. Well, then let us host a banquet. By the campfire under the night sky, you finally accepted reality. Roger, sated and relaxed, reclined on the beach, suddenly sitting up. Rayleigh, you are quite an interesting fellow. How about joining my ship? He wrapped an arm around your neck. You can embark on wild adventures across the sea right now. Rayleigh quipped. The captain set sail without even preparing. Roger leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling. And now we have an additional little pirate aboard. Isn't that even more exciting? Our crew now boasts 3 members. Rayleigh shook his head in resignation. I believe, Roger, that you are not fit to care for a child. Roger scratched his head and then chuckled. But Rick, our adventures will undoubtedly be more thrilling than if you ventured alone. He suddenly stood up, pointing toward the sky. Now that's my brother. Roger's nautical style is indeed impressive. You observed the merriment between the two, and a thought struck you perhaps this era, unknown to you, would indeed be more fascinating than anticipated. All right, my captain, consider this logic truly the charm of the Pirate King. Such charisma. Alas, the next day, regret washed over you. The audience, dear friends, knows well that when Roger and Rayleigh first set sail, they possessed but a small sailboat. Even now, as you approach the tender age of 4, navigating would be a challenge. What difference does it make from setting out in a wooden barrel? Darn it, Roger boasted, patting the ship's hull. How magnificent it is, isn't it? This is Rayleigh's ship. You couldn't help but retort, not the captain. Can we truly set sail like this? In despair, you counted the number of souls aboard the vessel and glanced at its weight capacity, arriving at a dreadful conclusion. Currently, there are 3 of us, yet this boat can accommodate a maximum of 25 individuals. Ha ha ha! Roger laughed heartily as he leapt onto the ship, causing it to tilt precariously at a 30-degree angle. Do not fret, Rayleigh has calculated everything, he assured. Simply reduce our food supply by half, carry only 3 days' worth of fresh water, and discard the spare oars. Isn't that tantamount to suicide? You exclaimed in frustration, tugging at your hair. Rayleigh calmly adjusted his glasses. According to my calculations, with our current load, we can withstand approximately 6 hours in a state of calm. You suddenly sensed that he was not as eager to set sail as he appeared. Ultimately, the 3 of you acquiesced to this plan, hoping that with Roger, the destined child, there would be no significant issues. Roger stood at the bow, exuberantly shouting into the crashing waves, "This is fantastic. This is the essence of the sea." Rayleigh, maintaining control, remarked, "Captain, we have veered off course." "Veered where?" "I have no idea," Rayleigh admitted nonchalantly, "for I lack a chart for these waters." You weakly raised your head. "Shouldn't we consider turning back?" The reason for your weakness was that you had never set foot on a ship before, and the motion had left you feeling queasy. Before you could finish your sentence, a towering wave surged forth 3 meters high. The small vessel groaned under the strain, and a tether snapped with a loud crack. "The rope has broken." Roger pointed at the swaying mast. You transformed into a state of panic, shouting, "What do we do? What do we do?" The freshwater barrel was swept away. Rayleigh observed the wooden barrel tumble into the sea, and, just as the ship began to disintegrate, a sudden realization struck you. Wait, I am a capable user. Suppressing the discomfort of navigating the ship, you summoned all your strength to activate the fog fruit's powers, compressing the mist beneath the vessel. A misty platform emerged, buoying the ship. While it could not lift the vessel into the air, the fog significantly alleviated its weight, stabilizing the small boat considerably and raising the waterline by several inches. Roger's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is an ingenious application. Just as the mist began to wane, a medium-sized merchant ship appeared on the horizon, its sails adorned with an unfamiliar emblem of a trading company. "We are saved," you exclaimed, waving your arms in exhilaration. However, both Roger and Rayleigh exchanged rare glances of concern. "What is that?" they inquired. "Thought a slave trader," Roger replied grimly. The merchant vessel had altered its course, heading directly toward you. On the deck stood several burly men wielding weapons, preparing for battle. Roger unsheathed his cutlass, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "Just what we need, a new ship." Glancing at your 4-year-old stature and then at the fully armed giants across the way, you thought, "I have only been aboard for 3 hours. Welcome to the life of a pirate." Roger laughed heartily as he charged forward. At the moment the small boat was about to collide with the merchant ship, he leapt into the air. Rayleigh patted your shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, the captain excels at commandeering vessels. As the sounds of battle and cries of anguish echoed from above, you sighed, realizing that following these two madmen would likely prove to be more exhilarating than mere survival. On a deserted island. Rayleigh, isn't he supposed to be reliable? What is happening now? Family help. From the ship came the fierce shouts. Damn the slave traders. May they face the judgment of justice. Boys, attack. The path ahead appears increasingly bleak. There is no recourse after all. It was he who consented to board the ship. A dense fog envelopes the area, and the pirates are falling, bloodied and defeated. Adjusting the acid-base balance may hold little significance for the formidable, as they possess the hockey to shield themselves. Yet, when it comes to dealing with mere foot soldiers, it proves exceedingly effective. Regardless of circumstances, the organs remain the most vulnerable parts of the human body. Those who frequently alter their acid-base equilibrium understand its corrosive nature. The methods employed cannot be deemed merciful, but such individuals deserve the utmost punishment. Traffickers of human lives deserve no mercy. Before long, Roger and his companions seized control of the entire vessel. Upon entering the hold, one is struck by the sheer number of captives. Among them are not only humans, but also various other races, including merfolk. It seems that the trade of races has been ongoing for quite some time. With a gentle voice, you address the imprisoned slaves. We are the Roger pirates. You are free now. Trust us. However, no response is elicited from any of them. Regardless of their race, only a numbing apathy resides in their eyes. Witnessing such despondency ignites a nameless fury within you. Having emerged from a world where all are equal, you understand that the society of the Pirate King should not be like this. Stand up. Do you wish to live your lives as other slaves? You demand. Rise, you wretches. Your hair has come undone after the recent scuffle, hastily tied with mere strands of grass. Donning Rayleigh's attire and sporting long, straight black hair, you present yourself as a dashing young gentleman, exuding an air of trustworthiness. Children naturally disarm defenses, especially when they possess an appealing visage. Yet now, that face is twisted with rage. Should one be relegated to slavery simply for being captured? This cursed world, these accursed celestial dragons. Ironically, while cleaning the deck, you encountered a naval colonial grotesque alliance between officials and criminals. How absurd! You declare I have slaughtered pigs on this island for 8 months, and now my heart is chillingly cold. Above all, traffickers of human lives deserve death. The waves crash against the hull of the Roger Jackson, reverberating with muffled thuds upon the deck. Thankfully, this vessel is a canvas ship, allowing the three of you to manage its navigation, albeit with difficulty. You inquire about the fate of the slaves, and the response is clear. They are to be handed over to our just navy. They dock at the naval base, releasing the captives before fleeing. After all, they are pirates. Although currently, neither Roger nor Rayleigh bears a bounty, you finally comprehend the strength of the Roger pirates. Whose benevolent kin sets sail? It is none other than Commodore Huang Jibby. Both individuals are known to be Commodore Huang Jibby. It is widely acknowledged that in the realm of adventurous tales, the enemy's strength escalates in a tiered fashion. What a sight! The villains from the initial arc confront the returning heroes of the Running Man. A sense of pride swells within you as you realize you have grasped the thick thighs of the Pirate King. Could it be that you belong to the second generation of the strong? Thoughts of the Pirate King's right hand, the Dark King Rayleigh, and the illustrious right hand swirl in your mind, filling you with exhilaration. Family members, pounding away, bare-chested and drenched in sweat. Fists entwined with a thin layer of dark hockey relentlessly struck against the iron post before him. His fingertips had long since been worn to the point of bleeding, mingling with sweat that dripped onto the deck. Yet, the surface of the iron post bore only shallow impressions. It was still insufficient. He gasped for breath, gazing at his trembling hands. The hockey could not be sustained for even half a minute. Not far away, Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, sipping his drink, his gaze sharp as an eagle's behind his glasses. If you continue to practice like this, you'll ruin your hands. But I must train, he retorted through gritted teeth. I don't want to be defenseless when I encounter a formidable foe next time. Rayleigh sighed, approaching and placing a firm hand on his shoulder. The issue lies not with the hockey, but with your body. He pinched the muscle of his arm. Your stamina is indeed remarkable, yet the density of your muscles and the strength of your bones are far from adequate. While your progress in muscle and skeletal training is impressive, it's akin to pouring molten iron into a fragile bamboo the container is too weak to bear even the greatest of strengths that he fell silent, knowing Rayleigh spoke the truth. For the past few months, regardless of how hard he trained, his haki remained at a rudimentary level. Every attempt to forcibly elevate his physical capabilities resulted in failure. Thus, I am destined to be a half-baked fighter, he muttered, staring at his palm, his voice laced with dissatisfaction. Roger, sitting cross-legged on the ground, grinned widely. What thoughts are brewing in that head of yours? Dreaming of becoming the world's strongest at 4 years old, and now aiming to dominate the seas. Such audacity. He playfully flicked the top of his head. Your body is still developing, you risk ruining yourself. I've never seen a genius like you F4, he added. What are you in such a hurry for? Are you racing to save the world? After a playful nose pick, he continued, who says strength can only come from haki? He pointed to his chest. How far have you developed your misfruit? I don't want to see you making such disgusting gestures after a nose pick, he growled, revealing his shark-like teeth. I can create illusions to disrupt observation haki and corrode enemies with fog. You're being too conservative. Suddenly, Roger sprang to his feet, gesturing wildly. I've seen a magma fruit user turn an entire island into a volcano not a kainu. What about your mist? Can it shroud the entire sea? Can it induce unconsciousness with a single breath? Or is your mist not corrosive? Envelop your enemies and make them vanish. Rayleigh also wore a knowing smile. Imagine this, little Rit. When your strength increases, sheer power will merely be the threshold to meet you. Otherwise, even you won't be able to enter the fog. Coupled with your ability to create illusions and conceal your presence from observation haki, you will transform into a specter amidst the mist. Just envision it dealing with you would be quite the challenge. As long as they cannot disperse your fog, you will remain virtually invincible. He swallowed hard, the enticing image Rayleigh painted proving irresistible. It was far more intricately drawn than anything his former superior had ever conceived. He yearned for that sensation of standing before others, impervious to their attempts to overcome him. The following morning, he stood at the bow of the ship, eyes closed as he embraced the sea breeze. Since his body could not yet support a stronger haki, he resolved to strengthen the mist instead. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and a dense, white fog surged forth, enveloping the entire ship in an instant. But this time, the mist did not dissipate. It writhed and twisted as if it possessed a life of its own, gradually coalescing into countless minute droplets of water. The respiratory nerve paralysis spread. Several seagulls on the deck, caught in the act of pilfering, suddenly went rigid, plummeting to the ground with a thud. Roger's eyes widened in shock. What have you done? I adjusted the composition of the mist. You replied, a smirk gracing your lips. I infused it with trace amounts of neurotoxin. Those who inhale it will experience muscle paralysis. Yet it is not lethal. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Rayleigh's eyes. Fascinating. If combined with your sword techniques, you could incapacitate your foes before they even perceive the threat. Moreover, you tightened your fist, as the mist suddenly compressed within your palm, transforming into a translucent longsword. Though it lacked the fortitude of haki, with a swift motion, the distant wooden planks were instantaneously cleaved into splinters. Bear in mind, the future Roger and Rayleigh are not merely masters of martial arts, but also formidable swordsmen. However, upon glancing at the scene, you burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, little Rit, what are you doing? Observing the relentless duo, you felt an unusual flush of embarrassment. Addressing Roger and Rayleigh, you exclaimed, I'm just 4 years old. Isn't it normal not to have learned? What are you two laughing at? Roger guffawed. Would you like me to teach you? Wiping away tears of mirth. He suddenly drew his sword. An ace executed a flying slash. You stood there astonished, realizing that a single sword strike to the sea was no jest. Wasn't that just a precursor to Roger's signature move? The divine arm? Sheathing his sword, Roger ruffled your hair. Do not be constrained. Your essence lies in the ethereal realm. He gestured to the blade in your hand. Why confine yourself to mere forms? Rest assured, I shall find you a powerful sword in due time. Have you not noticed that after condensing your blade, your essence has become more refined? Rayleigh interjected. Yet, the foundational stances must still be mastered. Starting tomorrow, you shall practice swinging your sword 1,000 times each day. You felt deeply appreciative of the benefits of being a second-generation prodigy. The reason you could condense your weapon was due to witnessing Admiral Kizuru's Amit-Sukami sword and Admiral Akiji's weapon in the original narrative. However, you overlooked one crucial detail. Kizaru and Akiji do not require expansive terrain, even if their mist can shift with them. One might ponder, Rit, if you envelop the area in mist, I can simply retreat, can't I? Such naivety would be met with dismissal. I can shroud the entire island in fog. Tell me, would you not be fearful? Moreover, even with your current capabilities, as long as the opponent's strength does not vastly exceed yours, their mist will not simply disperse. Coupled with monstrous stamina, should you desire, it can be maintained indefinitely, akin to a passive skill with boundless energy. Yet, the awkward reality remains. You can indeed ensnare individuals within your mist, but your strength is limited. When faced with a formidable opponent, you must still flee. As the saying goes, a wise elder in the home is like a treasure, drawing from their experiences. They can incisively identify your missteps as you navigate your path. Now, you have two youthful mentors. In the years ahead, Rayleigh's expertise pales in comparison to Kaido's trifecta. 2 weeks later, a pirate ship flying the Jolly Roger obstructed your path. It was the Bone Crusher pirates. From the lookout, you shouted, "Bone Crusher Hank, with a bounty of 980,000. After fainting, you must collect yourself. You have spent 1,000 berries to acquire a stack of pirate bounties that have gained notoriety upon the seas. On the information deck, a towering man, nearly 3 meters tall, brandishes a spiked club. The name Roger is not one I am familiar with. Hand over the treasure, and I may grant you a swift death." Roger scratched his nose. "Rayleigh, it's your turn today. I have no desire to move. Let the young one give it a try. He has been particularly vigorous of late, and I can hardly keep up with his sparring." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "Let us see how Rhett's strength measures up." You took a deep breath and approached the bow of the ship. "Are there no other capable individuals aboard your vessel?" Hank let out a hearty laugh. "With a single swing, I ken how tiresome and distracting this is. A lifeless prison to eliminate traitors, 100 meters shrouded in thick mist." Suddenly, Hank realized his voice had vanished. Even the sound of his spiked club cutting through the air was inaudible. More alarmingly, a stinging sensation began to spread across his skin as the mist permeated his pores. Cursed, he wildly swung his weapon, yet struck nothing. Hank suddenly fell to his knees, screaming in agony. His eyes and airways felt as if engulfed in flames. You stood at the ship's bow, your 4-year-old frame appearing diminutive before the giant. With a sigh, you mused, "Do you know? In comics, characters like you are mere experience fodder for the protagonists. What does it feel like to have your senses of sight, sound, and touch stripped away?" Your youthful voice danced through the fog. "By the way, the current pH of this mist is—" Hank, in a frenzy, rolled his bloodshot eyes but could only discern a vague, dark shadow moving within the white fog. The shadow flickered at times to the left and then appeared atop the mast, like a specter in a mist. You reveled in the sensation of freely navigating your domain, your resolve to grow stronger intensifying. He would not allow his life to be dictated by others. He aimed to stand atop the pinnacle of the world. Hank, in a fit of rage, swung his spiked club, shouting for the pesky little brat to reveal himself. You may not comprehend what a pH of 10 signifies. Your voice dripped with compassion. The ignorance is truly daunting. Suddenly, Hank felt an excruciating pain in his eyes, followed by a burning sensation in his airways. He collapsed, emitting a silent scream as the acidic power of the mist eroded his mucous membranes. Hank's cries of despair were absorbed by the fog, transforming into a soundless hopelessness. As the mist dissipated, only lifeless bodies remained upon the deck. In the distance, a small boat hastily departed. You noticed but did not intervene. After all, who could say what Ren's formidable reputation was worth? Roger whistled. "I suppose the bounty will rise now." Rayleigh nodded in satisfaction. Utilizing fruit abilities to compensate for a lack of Hakia, commendable strategy. At the South Blue Navy's 77th branch base, Colonel Grusshorn strode into the conference room. Before the conference table, over 10 naval officers stood in unison, saluting, yet their expressions were unusually grave. "Take your seats," Colonel Gruss commanded, slamming documents onto the table. The metallic clang echoed sharply, demanding attention. Who can tell me? His single eye swept over each individual present. How could a mere 4-year-old be capable of annihilating the Bonebreaker pirates within a mere 3 minutes? This was a crew of 3. How could such a nascent pirate group possess such formidable strength? Why had I not heard of them before? This constitutes a grave dereliction of duty on our part. Major Morris, the intelligence officer, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, trembling as he opened the dossier. According to our intelligence operatives' observations, the battle was accompanied by a thick mist. We have temporarily designated him with the codename Phantom Fire in the mist, suspected to be a natural fog fruit user. He pressed a button, and on the projection, a hazy image emerged, revealing a diminutive figure shrouded in fog upon the sea. It was evident that the pirates in the image were suffering greatly, while the small figure flickered in and out of visibility within the mist. The intelligence officer continued his report. Upon returning to the Bonebreaker pirates' ship, we discovered that their treasures and provisions had been completely looted. The pirates' mouths, noses, and eyes were corroded, with the deterioration having reached the brain. The most severely affected organ was the lungs, necessitating a reassessment of the threat level. Colonel Gruss of the South Seas 77th Division slammed his fist on the table, roaring in anger. Transmit this information back to headquarters immediately. That little devil who moves effortlessly through the fog is nothing short of a ghost. The staff quivered as they sketched the newly drawn bounty poster for the elusive little Rick, with a reward of 3 million berries. The features were noted: black hair, crimson eyes, accompanied by dense fog, and possessing treacherous methods. 3 days later, the bounty notice for the Roger pirates drifted across the seas. Ha ha ha. Little Rick, have you seen your bounty notice? Roger guffawed, slapping his thigh. 3 million berries for a 4-year-old. That's truly terrifying. Rick pursed his lips, gazing at the blurry silhouette of himself on the bounty poster, along with the glaringly exaggerated proclamation. Unable to restrain himself, he remarked, "The Navy's photography skills are abysmal. I look so handsome, yet they capture me like a wretched ghost. Can't they take a clearer picture? When I walk down the street, no one even recognizes me. What good is a high bounty, really?" Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and smiled slightly. "Not bad. Much better than white mist." Of course, Rate was a bit unwilling. "Crimson Mist sounds really classy. What the hell, Navy? Don't let me catch you. If I do, it won't just be a little pain." Rate glanced at Roger and Rayleigh's bounties, then shrank his head back. "What the heck? One is 150 million, the other is 100 million. Compared to that, his 3 million seems reasonable." He was initially proud of his bounty, but then Roger suddenly leaned over, wrapped an arm around Rate's neck, and asked with a grin, "Hey kid, why do you announce your pH value when you're killing someone?" Rate rolled his eyes. "Don't ask. It sounds cooler when I shout it out. Come on, this is a shonen manga. It's a shonen manga. If I don't shout the names of my moves, it won't be exciting, so ridiculous. It really makes one want to laugh." Roger and Rayleigh didn't think Rate's methods were cruel. Come on, this is the pirate world. It's a survival of the fittest here. Only such methods are worthy of survival. Let's see what this era has to offer. When you want to kill me, what methods I use to kill you is none of your business. Once I kill you, your reputation, status, and wealth all belong to me. This is what being a pirate is all about. Chapter 7. Roger's Pirate Crew Fragment 1. I have a question for everyone. In the vast and endless sea, there's a small boat carrying 3 people, aimlessly drifting on the water. To put it nicely, they're adventuring on the sea. But isn't this just a group of sea bums? To break it down further, what would 2 strong older brothers and a talented 4-year-old little brother do when they have nothing to do? The answer is written here. In the early morning, the sea surface of the South Sea glimmers, and the boat gently sways with the waves. On the deck, a black-haired, red-eyed little boy named Rhett is lying on the ground, panting as he does push-ups. Sweat drips down his cheeks and falls onto the wooden planks. His arms feel like they're about to turn into noodles, trembling from the high intensity of the workout. Rhett is really tired. He doesn't want to train anymore. Being hit by Rayleigh's fist hurts too much. 199, 200 huff finally done. Just as he was about to collapse and rest, a big foot suddenly stepped on his back. "Oh, isn't this little Rhett? Who told you to stop? Didn't you say yesterday that you wanted to roam the seas freely?" Rhett struggled to lift his head and saw Rayleigh pushing up his glasses, looking down at him from above. "Brother Rayleigh, I'm only 4 years old, so what if you're 4? Didn't you ask me a few days ago if I was always like this half-hearted? Besides, Roger told me he used to chase wild beasts around when he was a kid. He was a savage. I'm a normal person." "Oh, so you mean you're weaker than Roger?" Rhett's mouth twitched. "Provocation. I'm a youth of the new century. I've already seen through your trick, old Rayleigh. Who do you look down on?" Rayleigh twitched his mouth. He was only 20 years old and had seen through Rhett's foul mouth. When Rhett needed something from him, he'd call him Brother Rayleigh. Otherwise, he'd call him Uncle Rayleigh. And when he was looking for trouble, he'd call him Old Rayleigh. Good, let us do another 200. Anyway, you want to get tired, so let us start." The old man looked pleased. "It's just 200, right?" Looking at Rhett's grimacing face, Rayleigh walked away satisfied. "Finally done. while Rhett was lying on the deck resting. Haha, little Rhett, today I'll teach you hockey. Roger laughed heartily as he patted Rhett's shoulder, nearly knocking him into the deck. Rhett couldn't take it anymore. What are you two doing, training police dogs? Are you both free, taking turns? Captain, are you sure you want to teach now? He can't even hold a sword steady. Rayleigh sighed from the side. What does it matter? I think his physical strength is enough. This kid can use all 3 types of hockey. He couldn't use it before because his physical strength wasn't enough, but now he can barely manage. Hockey must be practiced from a young age. Rhett rubbed his numb shoulders, feeling both excited and scared, unable to imagine what kind of twisted training awaited him. First, armament hockey is the most direct reflection of physical strength. You have to imagine your fist is harder than steel. Roger demonstrated by smashing his fist down onto the deck. Boom! The wooden planks cracked open with a large hole. How did shouts it? Come, give it a try. Rhett pulled on Roger's pant leg, shouting, Do you know how expensive it is to repair a ship, you bastard? Don't ask, just know you can't reach it. Rhett could only create some mist to block the hole. Although it didn't do much, at least it looked better. Don't worry, we'll definitely have our own ship in the future. All right, you try. Rhett took a deep breath, mimicking Roger's actions, covering his palm with armament hockey and swinging his fist hard. Smack. His hand swelled up. Ouch, pain. Roger laughed heartily, not bad. Again, Rhett revealed a shark-toothed grin. You think I didn't see you putting armament hockey on the piece of deck I just hit? Roger adjusted his straw hat. Oh, you caught me. Of course, until you can smash through the wood. What kind of training method is this from Carp? You didn't teach it, did you, bastard? Compared to Roger's rough method, Rayleigh's training was more systematic, but was by no means easy. Days passed in this brutal yet systematic life. The sound effects of a high-end performance. The scorching sun baked the beach, and the waves crashed against the rocks. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, excitedly shouting, Hey, Rayleigh, there's an island ahead. Let us go check it out. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, Captain, our supplies are sufficient. There's no need to waste time. Besides, we're saving money for a new ship. We can't waste money anymore. Adventure can't be called wasting time. Roger laughed heartily and jumped off the ship. Who knows, there might be treasure on the island. If not, we could just capture someone traveling with us to exchange for a bounty. Rhett lay on the edge of the boat, weakly complaining. Captain, you said the same thing last time, and we only found a nest of crabs that bite, although they did taste good. This time is different, Roger assured, patting his chest, then picked Rhett up and tucked him under his arm. Let us go. I'll show you what real adventure is. Adventure is supposed to be more interesting like this, right? Rhett struggled in vain and could only resign himself to being dragged onto the island. The 3 of them passed through a dense jungle, with Roger leading the way, cutting through the vines blocking their path with a saber. Suddenly, he stopped, sniffing. Smells like roasted meat. Rayleigh frowned. How can there be people on such a deserted island? Rhett's observation, Hockey vaguely sensed life ahead. But the other party seemed to be deliberately hiding their presence, appearing faint. Let's go take a look. Roger eagerly rushed forward. After passing through a thicket, they saw an open space with a bonfire burning, roasting an unknown beast. Sitting next to the fire was a black-haired man wearing sunglasses, with 2 short axes at his waist. He was leisurely gnawing on the roasted meat, seemingly unfazed by the appearance of the 3. Hey, were you washed ashore here by the current too? The man looked up and smiled widely. Roger's eyes lit up. Are you a pirate too? I can sense that your strength is quite extraordinary. We might get along well. The man shrugged. My name is Spinger Jabba. I was on a merchant ship, but ended up in a shipwreck and drifted here. Rayleigh scrutinized him, his gaze sharp. Your aura doesn't seem like that of a weakling. Jabba smiled. Not denying it. What about you? You don't look like ordinary people either. I've never seen a pirate with a child before. Roger laughed heartily, sitting down beside the fire, grabbing a piece of roasted meat and taking a bite. I'm Gold. Roger, and these are my partners, Rayleigh and Rhett. We're pirates. Jabba raised an eyebrow. Pirates? Just the 3 of you? The sea is very dangerous. Rhett couldn't help but interject. Don't underestimate us. We're very strong. Because Rhett knew that Rayleigh would be the right-hand man of the future pirate king. He rarely respected others, but he really looked up to Jabba. Funny face. Jabba looked at Rhett with interest. Kid, how old are you? 4? 5? Rhett's forehead twitched. He didn't argue with someone who just called him a kid. So what if I'm 4? Scarlet Mist. Don't you look at the bounty order? Jabba was taken aback for a moment, then burst out laughing. Interesting. It's my first time seeing such a young pirate. Roger, while chewing on meat, mumbled, Jabba, do you want to join us? Jabba wiped his mouth, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. What is your goal? Roger swallowed the roasted meat, stood up, and boldly pointed to the sky. To become the freest person on the sea. Jabba fell silent for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. All right, just for that sentence. I'm in. Truly, this is a passionate comic with no 3 insurances and 1 fund. No pension, just a sentence of I acknowledge your dream. Igniting Rate's spirit. Is this the sea demon, Joe LD? Roger? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. Welcome aboard. Rate looked at the 3 drinking men, feeling a sense of security. Chapter 8. Uncle Jabba's teas in the early morning, sunlight spilled onto the deck, and the cries of seagulls mingled with the sound of crashing waves. Rit lay sprawled on the deck, flipping over like a salted fish, mumbling, 5 more minutes of sleep. Bang! A foot mercilessly stomped on his stomach. Get up for training, kid. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, while Rit groaned, clutching his belly. Old man Rayleigh. If I'm not up to exercise now, it's all your fault. I was working hard to complete your training tasks yesterday. You're really making my life difficult. Oh. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize you had such good recovery skills. Maybe you really can save the world at 4 years old. As he spoke, he cracked his knuckles. Rit gritted his teeth and instantly sprang up. I'm up. You said it. Let's do this. After training, Rit lay on the deck, looking like a dried, salted fish. Roger walked over, squatting beside him, and asked with a grin, how's it going? Tired? Rit rolled his eyes. Captain, what do you think? You two are taking turns torturing me. I suspect you're just bored. Roger laughed heartily. How could that be? We're training the future great pirate. Only with strength can you roam the seas, kid. Training? Rit's mouth twitched. You're clearly just playing a nurturing game. Nurturing game? What is that? Roger tilted his head. Rit sighed. Forget it. I can't explain it to you. Sometimes Rit felt he was being overly dramatic. With one-on-one training from the world's top pirate crew, he felt he wasn't truly tired, but physical fatigue would accumulate, and it was really uncomfortable. Not wanting to think about it. He reminded himself that he had plenty of time to get stronger. This is a hot-blooded manga, and he didn't have any family enemies to avenge. No rebirth story where his wife ran off with his best friend. None of those glitch plots. Shaking off the whimsical thoughts in his head, Rit liked to find something to do. Hey, Uncle Jabba, let us have a fight. Rit stood at the stern, hands in his pockets, his black hair blown messily by the sea breeze, his red eyes sparkling with eagerness. Rit thought to himself, Uncle Jabba, give up your left-hand position. Today, Rit, will take your place. Today I'll switch to the left hand, and tomorrow I'll be the pirate king. Ha ha ha. Jabba was polishing his dual axes and looked up at the sound, grinning widely. Kid, are you sure? At such a young age, you have a bounty of 3 million. I won't go easy on you just because you're a child. Just what I wanted. Rit smirked, just right to test my new technique. Roger sat cross-legged on the mast, excitedly shouting, Kuahaha. How about a bet, Rayleigh? Who do you think will win? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Let us say it's 3-7. In 3 minutes, Rit will fly 7 times. Then I bet on Jabba. Roger chuckled, tossing a peanut into his mouth. Hey, Roger, Rayleigh, what do you mean by that? Rit exploded. I'm the one you trained. ISNT it embarrassing if I can't win? Not at all. That's your problem if you're weak. It has nothing to do with me. Roger's face was full of smiles, clearly teasing Rit. Jabba stood up. Kid, are you ready? Race track, Kashi. Battle begins. Rit took the initiative, waving his hands. Fog realm. Silent prison. Dense fog instantly enveloped the entire ship, visibility dropping to 0. Jabba's figure was completely swallowed by the white mist, and even the sound of his footsteps was absorbed by the fog, creating an eerie silence. Interfering with vision and hearing, Jabba stood still, narrowing his eyes slightly. Not a bad tactic, but it won't work on an old hand. He suddenly bent down, crossing his fists and swinging. Clang! The sound of metal clashing erupted as Rit's weaponized wooden sword was precisely blocked. Wah! Rit's pupils shrank, quickly leaping back to create distance. How did you see through that? Jabba grinned. Instinct. TSK, observation hockey? Rit gritted his teeth. No, you weren't even using hockey seriously. Ha ha. After so many years at sea, I rely on more than just hockey. Jabba laughed heartily, suddenly dashing forward, the axe blade slicing through the air. Rit hurriedly elementalized, the fog dissipating and then condensing, narrowly avoiding the strike. Don't dodge, kid. Jabba's assault didn't let up, his fists raining down like a storm, forcing Rit to retreat continuously. Foghidun, Murdish. Rit shouted, suddenly splitting into 7 clones in the mist, charging at Jabba from different directions. Jabba paused his axe, scanning the surroundings. Illusion? Guess which one is real? 7 Rits spoke simultaneously, their voices overlapping. Jabba snorted coldly, suddenly closing his eyes. His ears twitching, the third one on the left. Bang! The back of the axe struck the real Rit hard, sending him flying, and all the illusion shattered. Damn! How did you find out? Rit got up, clutching his shoulder. You're not even pretending. Jabba shook his arm, laughing. The fog can obscure vision. But you can't hide your breathing rhythm from me. Who told you to breathe heavily? I can't help it. If you could hide your breath and heartbeat, that would indeed be tricky. Rit gritted his teeth. Then let us try this move again. Fog erosion. Acid fog domain. As Jabba's skin touched the fog, a slight burning sensation immediately hit him. Corrosive? Jabba frowned, quickly covering his arms with haki. Kid, this move is quite sneaky. No one cares about sneaky on the battlefield. Rit grinned, suddenly pressing his hands together. Fog burst. High-pressure cutting. Swish. The fog instantly compressed into countless fine blade-like lines, slicing towards Jabba from all directions. Jabba's eyes sharpened, grabbing his dual axes and roaring, furious axe, tornado, boom! A violent axe wind exploded around him, forcefully dispersing all the fog blades. The fog on the deck was completely blown away, and sunlight poured down again. Rit panted heavily, kneeling on one knee. Is this even possible? Jabba walked over, shouldering his axes and ruffling Rit's hair. Not bad. You almost got hit. Rit slumped on the ground, pouting, but in the end, I still lost quite badly. I at least wanted to last a few more moves. Ha ha ha. Don't be discouraged. Roger jumped down, wrapping his arms around both of them. Jabba is a monster who can spar with Rayleigh, and it's already impressive that you forced him to use his weapon. Rit certainly wasn't too disheartened. Losing was normal. The main thing was that he wanted to see what shortcomings he still had. This battle revealed Rit's fundamental problem. He lacked powerful offensive means. Fog hidden. Mirage couldn't completely mask his aura, and the lethality of his moves didn't reach the level for combat. Without discovering more potent poisons or stronger corrosives, Rit currently belonged to the category of having particularly strong area of effect attacks, but being weak in one-on-one fights. Once encountering someone whose haki and observation haki far surpassed him, Rit would simply stare wide-eyed. At lunchtime, Jabba fished a few fish from the sea, skillfully cleaned them, and set them on the fire to grill. Rit leaned over, staring eagerly at the fish meat. Uncle Jabba, your cooking skills are pretty good. Among the three on the ship, none could cook. Being able to grill them was already the limit. Jabba grinned. Of course, when I drifted at sea before, if I couldn't cook, I would have starved to death. Roger, smelling the aroma, came over, reaching out to grab a fish. Kuahaha, let me try first. Smack. Jabba hit his hand with chopsticks. Not done yet. What's the rush? Roger retracted his hand with a pitiful expression. Jabba, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Jabba rolled his eyes. Cut that out. We've only known each other for 2 days. Ritter was sneaking a laugh beside them, only to be picked up by Roger. Hey kid, what are you laughing at? Go get the wine from the warehouse. Ritter struggled. I'm only 4. You're making me get wine? Aren't you supposed to take care of little kids? Rayleigh calmly added, what kind of rules do pirates follow? At night, the 4 sat around on the deck, with a dazzling starry sky overhead. Roger raised a bottle of wine, drunkenly shouting, to freedom, to adventure. Cheers! Cheers! Jabba and Rayleigh laughed as they clinked their cups. Ritter held his juice cup, mumbling quietly, a bunch of drunks. Roger pulled him in, his eyes hazy with drink, and asked, Kid, what's your dream? Ritter thought for a moment, then grinned. I want to be the kind of person who can go wherever I want in this world, and wherever I go, they have to give me face. Roger was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, rubbing his head vigorously. Good. Ambitious. Chapter 9. The only way to save money is by robbery. Kid, that's not how you hold a sword. Roger said, hands on his hips, looking helplessly at Ryder. Ryder was hugging a wide-bladed wooden sword that was almost as tall as he was, with the tip dragging on the ground, making a scraping sound. But I think the big sword looks cool. Ryder pouted. With one swing, I can cleave both the enemy and their ship in half. Ryder felt that real men should wield big swords. Roger facepalmed. You're only 4 years old. Do you want to fling yourself away with such a big sword? Rayleigh, leisurely drinking nearby, chimed in. It requires a lot of physical strength, kid. If you want to use a heavy sword, your strength training needs to double. Roger. Jabba burst out laughing. Let him try anyway. If he falls, it'll just hurt him. Just wait until he swings that sword and send himself flying. Haha. Ryder shot Jabba a glare. Jabba, just you wait. Once I master this, you're the first one I'm going to chop. Sure, I'll be waiting. Jabba grinned, patting the axes at his waist. First, you need to grip the sword steadily. Roger handed his sword to Ryder. Try this. Ryder took the sword, swung it a couple of times, and frowned. It's too light. It doesn't feel right. Roger sighed. You can't even swing a sword properly, and you want to use a big sword? Ryder pouted. But big swords have presence. Look at those legendary sword masters. Aren't they all sweeping through armies with giant swords? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. The sword masters you're talking about are mostly ones you've made up, right? Every famous swordsman has their own signature blade, and it seems like none of them are heavy blades. Roger helplessly said, all right, then let's start with the basics. Swing a sword 1,000 times. Ryder? These things weren't very important. 2 years passed like this. But what mattered was that the 4 of them in Roger's pirate crew still didn't have their own ship, which was not acceptable. Ryder practiced swinging his wooden sword for a few months. The group was busy robbing pirates and taking down the navy, killing all the pirates and leaving no treasure behind. 6-year-old Ryder applied to go into battle. Captain, that ship seems like a good target for us. Ryder leaned against the ship's railing, mist swirling around his fingertips. His crimson eyes calmly scanning the pirate ship in the distance with a skull flag flying. The Blood Axe Pirates, with a total bounty of 47 million berries. Roger laughed heartily, slapping the ship's wheel. Haha, little Ryder is looking more and more like a pirate. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, calculating very accurately. This bounty is just enough to buy a ship. Since we're buying our own ship, we should get the best one. 200 million should be enough. The author thinks that during that time, 200 million berries could buy a lot of things. If this is wrong, it can be changed. Jabba grinned, the axe blade reflecting a cold light. Finally, some decent prey. Ryder gently adjusted his cuffs, the white mist swirling around him. Am I going to set the stage now? No way. The 3 of them said in unison. Ryder raised an eyebrow. Huh? Why not? Roger put an arm around his shoulder. Kid, today is the day to test your swordsmanship. Rayleigh smiled and added, let us see the ghost in the mist without using your powers. You need to rely on your own strength without using your fruit abilities. Jabba shook his axe. If you perform poorly. Got it. Then I'll do 500 push-ups extra. Ryder elegantly drew out the big wooden sword, the armament color wrapping around the sword and dissipating. Watch closely, everyone. I'm about to perform. As the small boat approached, the goons of the Blood Axe Pirates burst into laughter. For people dare to rob us? And there's a kid dressed like a noble, with long black hair and dressed in white, perhaps related to the mist fruit, creating some water mist effects. Oh my. It looked so ethereal. Ryder really liked it. He lightly leaped onto the enemy ship, one-handedly twirling the wooden sword in a beautiful flourish. Ladies and gentlemen, let me correct 2 points. The sword tip suddenly stopped 3 inches from Pirate's nose. First, we are here to collect the bounty. Second, he sidestepped a swinging curved blade, the wooden sword accurately slashing the pirate's throat. Dressing appropriately doesn't mean I lack the ability to send you all to hell. The pirate's weapons clattered to the ground. Your observation skills have improved quite a bit. Rayleigh praised amidst the chaos. Ryder's lips curled up, his mist-like steps dancing on the deck. Every swing of his sword carried a gust of wind full of power. When 3 pirates lunged at him simultaneously, he suddenly crouched, the wooden sword carving out a crescent arc. Mist moon. 3 stars connection. 3 pirates clutched their throats and knelt on the ground. Nice one, Jabba, but your moves are too flashy. You don't understand. It's all about style. Ryder chuckled lightly. Suddenly his expression turned serious, and he horizontally blocked with the wooden sword. Clang. He blocked the giant axe coming from behind. The Blood Axe Captain's south menacing face was close enough to touch. Kid, you. Shoo. Ryder put a finger to his lips, a flash of red light flickering in his crimson eyes. You're too loud. If it were usual, the mist would have already spread around the Blood Axe Captain, beginning to erode him. But there was no way, since their captain didn't allow it. The wooden sword covered in armament color struck horizontally. This move had no technique, just a pure display of strength, showcasing violent aesthetics. The Blood Axe Captain's axe shattered, and, as the giant fell, his head and body separated. Ryder had already sheathed his sword and stepped back, brushing off non-existent dust. Today, Ryder felt pretty good about himself, mainly because he felt like he had put on a show for himself. Just imagine the top 3 big shots of the future world's pirate crew watching you show off. How exhilarating. Jabba counted the berries and suddenly looked up. We finally have enough money, hooray. Ryder was still posing at the bow, and upon hearing that they had enough money, he scampered over. Finally, they could have their own ship. The ships they had stolen were either weird-smelling or in terrible shape. Ryder truly couldn't stand it anymore. At the South Sea Navy branch, Colonel Gruss looked at the latest bounty notice from headquarters, his forehead veins bulging. Straw Hat Roger, bounty of 200 million berries. The original text didn't specify, so I added this. Dark King Rayleigh, bounty of 150 million berries. Axe Master Jabba, bounty of 98 million berries. Crimson Mist Rider, bounty of 50 million berries. These lunatics. Gruss slammed the bounty notice on the table. In just 3 months, their bounty had increased 3 times. How many pirate crews and naval ships did they rob? The staff officer trembled as he replied. Report, Colonel. There are already 17 confirmed. It's fine. Headquarters has already sent a brigadier over. They won't be able to escape for long. Keep a close eye on them and don't lose track. The world's largest news agency, Morgan's, with the bird fruit in seagull form, a personal setting that Morgan's is his father, announced, big news, big news. Is there about to be a king of the seas? Chapter 10. Root. I will strike in the form of shells you never know which will arrive first, the new ship or Carp. At this time, Carp is as old as Rayleigh, right in his prime, having already reached the rank of Rear Admiral. But don't get me wrong, being a Rear Admiral doesn't mean he's weak. He's a formidable old man, even in his old age. Can Carp's Rear Admiral level be compared to an ordinary Rear Admiral? Looking into my eyes, and answer me. This is the man who chased Roger all over the sea in his youth. Roger stands at the bow of the captured battleship, docking at an island to rest. Cool, ha 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 ha. Rayleigh, this ship is quite impressive, right? Rayleigh adjusts his glasses. Captain, the Navy's warships are naturally a bit better. Jabba is prying open a barrel of wine with an axe. Who cares? Let's have a feast first. Root runs over with a smug grin. Bad news. The Navy has sent a Rear Admiral to chase us. The deck falls silent. Roger digs in his ear. What's the Rear Admiral's name? Carp. It said he can sink an island with one punch. Rick can't help but be excited. It's impossible not to be. Family, this is the first line. Roger's life has always been shadowed by Carp. He runs, gets chased, and can't fly away. This is the front line, folks. A fast-moving warship is cutting through the waves. The doghead figurehead shining in the sunlight. That is, Jabba squints. Rit suddenly feels a chill run down his spine. Why? Does this ship give me such a great sense of oppression? A little voice in Rit's heart screams. It's coming. It's coming. The Pirate King and the Navy hero's first meeting is here, and I've seen it. Rit's inner monologue, crazy thoughts racing. Oh my God. It's a living young Carp. Those muscles. That doghead ship. That nose-picking posture. I've seen a scene that even the One Piece manga's Chapter 0 wouldn't dare to draw. Wahaha! Rit suddenly imagines a scene. Carp is forming a Rasengan in his hands, shouting at Roger, while Roger holds a Chidori, shouting at Carp. Vortex Carp and Uchiha Roger's secret that must be spoken of. Just as Rit's mind is racing, he hears his captain calling him. Little Rit, why didn't you shout to go up first today? That's not like you. I might be feeling a bit unwell. Captain, you go ahead. Rit scratches his head, pretending to have a stomachache. Me? Take down Carp? You mean a kid like me should take down the peak future Navy hero Carp? Do I look like a fool to you? Cool, ha 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 ha. Little Rit actually has a stomachache. Roger laughs heartily and rubs Rit's head. You're not scared, are you? Rit's forehead veins pop. Who's scared? I'm just strategically conserving my strength. Rayleigh adjusts his glasses. Oh. Then who was shouting yesterday? I want to take on 10 Navy Rear Admirals. That's not the same. Rit jumps up. That Carp before he could finish. A sudden sound of cannonballs piercing the air came from afar. The 4 of them looked up simultaneously to see 3 black cannonballs flying towards them in a triangular formation. Rit recognized this must be Carp's signature cannonball throw, but suddenly Roger lifted Rit over his head. Little Rit, it's time to showcase your strategy. Wait. Roger, what are you? Rit hadn't reacted before he was thrown like a baseball towards the cannonballs. He flails in the air, instinctively wrapping himself in mist, drawing his wooden sword in midair. He channels his hockey. I slash, slash, slash. Boom! The 3 cannonballs exploded in the mist, sending Rit flying from the shockwave, crashing into the beach like a meteor, his 2 little legs twitching out of the sand. Cough, cough. I hate you, damn Roger. A muffled curse came from the sandpile. Well done. Roger gave a thumbs up. By this time, the warship had already docked. A burly man draped in a navy coat descended gracefully, his justice cloak fluttering. Gold. Roger. Carp's fists crackle with tension. I am Carp, and I will bring you to justice. He suddenly noticed the wriggling figure in the sand. Just as Rit struggled to pull his head out, he locked eyes with Carp. The air suddenly went quiet. Carp's eyes widened. Are pirate crews still hiring child labor? You are the child labor. Your whole family is child laborers. Rit jumped up, sand sticking to his head. I'm a notorious Scarlet Mist with a bounty of 50 million. You're chasing Roger's pirate crew, and you don't even recognize anyone from the crew? Do you look down on me, you bastard? Carp's expression shifted from shock to confusion, finally settling on a strange excitement. Interesting. Kid, do you want to join the Navy? Free food and lodging, plus no? Root interrupted firmly. Carp scratched his head. Oh, you don't want it? What a pity. He suddenly realized. I'm here to catch people. Bringing you back to be a Navy officer works too. Iron Fist, Meteor. Root was stunned. Wait, buddy, when you were young? Didn't you just take people by force when they said no? My God. Carp's black hockey fist came crashing down with a whoosh. Root's hair stood on end in fear, and he instantly transformed into mist. Mist technique, playing dead. A loud shout came from a mist. Uncle Rayleigh, help. This old man is serious. Rayleigh helplessly drew his sword to block Carp. Captain, our little guy's mouth is as powerful as ever. But Roger laughed so hard he nearly fell over. Coo-ha-ha-ha. ISNT, this quite spirited. Carp's fist suddenly turned, smashing toward Roger, who was watching the fun. First, I'll deal with you, you bastard who leads the kid astray. God's avoidance. The shockwave from the clash of the two figures flipped half the beach. Root seized the opportunity to roll to Jabba's feet. Jabba bro, hurry and use your invincible dual axes to think of a way. Jabba calmly bit his cigarette. What are you afraid of? You're a Logia user. But that S Carp. Root frantically gestured. He fights Logia users like he S playing with his son. In front of him, it's like he S just playing around. As if to prove this point. Carp's laughter echoed from afar. The kid is right. He grabbed the sword chi unleashed by Rayleigh with his bare hands and threw it back at Roger like a boomerang. Root, damn it, that S cheating. Can sword chi be thrown back? You're not even pretending, are you? Damn author, look at this. Root crouched down, covering his head. It's over, this old man is cheating. Jabba suddenly grabbed Root by the scruff of his neck. Let us go. I'll take you to a good place. 10 minutes later, in the Navy ship's kitchen. This is the good place you were talking about. Root stared, holding a whole roasted turkey in disbelief. Jabba had already pried open a barrel of wine. You need to eat well to have the strength to run away. The ship's cabin suddenly shook violently, dust falling from the ceiling. Carp's roar could be faintly heard. Roger, pay for the mast of my warship. Root paused mid-bite of his turkey leg. Shootin' tea, we go help. Relax, Jabba poured him a glass of juice. Our captain can't possibly lose so easily. That makes sense. After the two had eaten enough, they cleared away the fallen Navy soldiers. Don't get me wrong, Root didn't kill anyone. They were all knocked out with hockey. Right now, Carp's ship doesn't have particularly strong people, so it can be said that Carp's combat power is at a cliff-like low. In the future, when Carp becomes a rear admiral and has Bogart and the passionate young Kazan on board, it should be much harder to fight. Chapter 11. Gentle Master Tom. They had nearly finished eating when they emptied Carp's warship and set sail. Carp naturally saw Roger's ship take off, but was blocked by Rayleigh and Roger together, knowing that sending other Marines to stop them would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. Carp didn't expect a newly formed pirate crew to have such strength. Seizing the opportunity, Roger used his technique, got a void, and the three of them split apart. Rayleigh and Roger jumped onto the ship using the recoil force. Carp certainly wouldn't let them escape so easily. Roger swung out a second god of void, parting the sea, causing the waves to surge, and Carp's warship rocked precariously, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The crew on deck had already been knocked out by Rayt and Jabba. Carp quickly returned to his own deck to stabilize the warship, watching as Roger's ship sailed further away, shouting at the receding Roger, I will definitely arrest you. Roger pirates. Roger laughed heartily. I'll be waiting for you, Carp. After shaking off Carp and sailing on the sea for a while, they realized that the ship they had stolen was already quite old, and with the impact of the battle, even without being directly hit, it was falling apart quickly. Captain, at this rate, we'll have to swim before we even reach Water 7, Rayleigh said, pushing up his glasses and looking at the cracks on the deck where water was seeping in. Roger laughed heartily, no problem. Rayt, use your ability to help out. Rayt sighed and waved his hands. Miss C, floating platform. His fruit ability filled in the gaps like glue, and dense mist rose from the bottom of the ship. Guided by the mist, the sea currents became calmer, and their speed increased significantly. Jabba whistled. Hey kid, that's a good move. Rayt proudly lifted his chin, of course. This pirate crew would have capsized without me sooner or later. Who knew this move I developed when I first set sail would come in handy so often? Rayt was particularly thinking about the Oro Jackson in a hushed tone, with its smooth, dark red hull, built with Adam wood as the keel, and its deep red accents that were understated yet showed sophistication. What are you waiting for? Come to Water 7 and find Master Tom to quickly place your order. Roger laughed as he pulled him up. Kuahaha. Looks like we need to find a professional to repair the ship. Let's go to Water 7 and try our luck. When this patched-up pirate ship sailed into the port of Water 7, the entire city was stunned. Isn't that a naval battleship? Why are the people on deck having a banquet? That guy in the straw hat. Could it be the recently wanted Roger with a bounty of 200 million? Roger jumped off the ship and took a deep breath, The smell of the shipbuilding city. Rayleigh silently calculated the belly in his wallet, hoping the fees wouldn't be too high. Hey, ship repair guy, who's the best shipwright here? At first, the shipwright was quite nervous, but upon hearing the question, he confidently replied, that must be Master Tom. He is the best in Water 7. Shipbuilding in Water 7 never discriminates. This is the common rule, so he wasn't afraid of offending Mr. Tom. For a shipwright, being asked to build a ship is the highest honor. A ship is the foundation of sailing, and asking for help signifies entrusting one's future to that person. At the entrance of Tom's workshop, the fisherman Tom was chewing on a cigar, his muscular arms crossed over his chest, scrutinizing the unexpected guests. So you guys stole a Navy ship? You got guts. Tom's voice was low and powerful, with a hint of scrutiny. Roger grinned, scratching his head nonchalantly. We prefer to say we borrowed it. I heard you can build the best ship in the world. Tom squinted his eyes and exhaled a smoke ring of, the best ship in the world? That depends on whether you have the qualifications. As soon as he finished speaking, Tom suddenly threw a punch at Roger, the wind from his fist howling with incredible force. However, Roger simply sidestepped slightly, easily dodging it, still wearing that carefree smile. Oh, nice reaction. Tom grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and then made another sweeping attack. Roger laughed heartily as he jumped away, the two chasing each other around the shipyard, with shavings flying everywhere. The shipwrights stopped their work, dumbfounded by this sudden interview. Hey, Mr. Tom, we are sincerely here to ask for a ship. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, sighing helplessly. How about this 200 million? Is it enough? Let's talk. If you want me, Tom, to build a ship, first let me see what you can do. Tom shouted again, lunging at Roger. Ray stood by, his mouth twitching. What a strange way to interview. Finally, after chasing each other for over 10 minutes, Tom stopped, panting and wiping the sweat from his forehead, laughing heartily. Not bad. I appreciate you. Roger also stopped, grinning as he extended his hand. So, about our ship. Tom snorted, still holding the cigar, and turned to walk deeper into the workshop. Come with me, kids, I'll show you my greatest design. But just as he finished speaking, Tom glared at Roger fiercely. You won't let him down, will you, kid? Roger put away his playful demeanor and seriously assured Tom. Don't worry, I will make the ship's name resound across the seas. Ha 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 ha. This ship won't be cheap, but 200 million should barely be enough. Inside the huge dock, several half-finished ships were docked, with wood, tools, and design plans scattered everywhere. Tom walked over to a large blueprint, pointing at the design on it. This is the ship I've been conceptualizing recently. Name not yet decided. It will be the strongest ship in the world. Its keel will be a whole piece of atom wood, and you need to find it yourselves. If you don't have atom wood, the other designs won't provide enough support and won't be worthy of the strongest ship. Ray's eyes widened. Oro Jackson. Internally, no way. Isn't this the future Pirate King's ship? Roger excitedly leaned forward. Awesome. When can this ship be ready? Tom glanced at him. What's the rush? Building a ship is no child's play, and I still don't have atom wood. You need to find the materials I need. If you do, I can build it for you for free. Ray's eyes widened. Free? He knew Oro Jackson was built by Tom, but didn't expect it to be for free, and the Sea Enchantress continued to exert her power. Tom laughed heartily. What's so surprising about that? Building it and making its name known across the seas is my dream. I know you Roger pirates don't kill innocents and have your own sense of justice. Sometimes you really don't seem like a bunch of pirates. Tom's old habit kicked in again as he tugged at Rate's clothes. Did you understand, kid? Rate swallowed hard. Got it, Uncle Tom. Chapter 12. Being recognized by you really makes me embarrassed. In front of the Roger pirates were two choices. One was to choose an ordinary ship at their own expense, and the other was to find a piece of atom wood large enough to make a keel from the Oro Jackson for free. Ray was also very curious about how Roger and the others managed to obtain such a large piece of atom wood. One should know that a keel is not small. In the original storyline, Frankie spent so much money to collect a small piece of atom wood, which shows its preciousness. Uncle Tom brought a message that this time, the treasure ship Heaven's Gold was carrying a piece of atom wood large enough to make a keel. But it was uncertain whether the Roger pirates had the courage to go for it. Without hesitation, they decided to act. Sometimes, Rit had to acknowledge that fate truly existed. It is said that the weather at sea is changeable, especially in the New World weather in the original storyline. As the Heaven's Gold ship entered this sea, Osik folk signed on the Urus. On the small boat, shrouded in thick fog, the four held their breath. Rayleigh put down the binoculars. the lenses reflecting the scene of a warship's deck. Uniforms in pure white, but they weren't standing guard seriously. Instead, they were chatting and watching a show in groups. Dozens of battered figures were curled up in an iron cage, their leg irons grinding out stark white bones, and on the blood-stained deck, a Navy soldier was rubbing fresh blood with the sole of his boot, humming a tune. The sound of whips came from the ship's cabin. The Celestial Dragons didn't care about the lives of slaves at all, as long as the Celestial Dragons didn't specifically request a slave. These Navy soldiers wouldn't care about their lives. It was merely a means for the nobility to try to please the Celestial Dragons. One slave's finger was brutally pulled off by iron pliers, and a Navy officer laughed as he poured salt water on the wound. "Captain," Rayleigh turned to Roger, indicating that if they only robbed the Atom Wood as planned, these people might survive. A hidden murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Roger's original plan was to seize the Atom Wood and leave their pirate crew's reputation intact, quietly transporting the Atom Wood back to the Seven Seas capital, drawing the wrath of the world government. These people had the protection of the Navy, so they were likely to survive. But then again, any Navy soldier with a sense of justice would be unwilling to escort Heaven's Gold when faced with the sight of those crying and begging slaves. Undoubtedly, their sense of justice would waver, so the Navy wouldn't send their future talents to do such work. Most of them were as corrupt as those seen just now. This could no longer be considered the Navy. What was the difference from pirates? Seeing this scene, the shadow of the straw hat covered Roger's eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Whoosh! Roger suddenly drew his sword, the blade reflecting his humorless eyes. "Kill." Not a single one left. Rayleigh slightly nodded, the lenses flashing cold light. "Jabba, clear the deck. You should be able to handle that." Jabba's eyes already held uncontainable rage. "I've been waiting for this." Rit took a deep breath, and his mist began to gradually merge with the surrounding white fog. "Truly a wise decision, Captain." Roger patted Rit's head, his voice light as a sigh. "Kid, remember, some sins cannot be washed clean by the sea." Strange, why did it suddenly become foggy? A Navy soldier frowned and waved his hand through the fog in front of him. The fog grew thicker, its color deepening. "This isn't right. This fog is toxic." Someone covered their mouth and nose, but it was already too late. Soldiers began to fall one after another, their eyelids heavy, limbs numb. Those who were poisoned had essentially no chance of survival, only awaiting the pain of their own corruption. The communication, din mushy, was eroded by the fog, all perishing. Fog prison, silent cage. Rit stood on the distant small boat, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The ensuing battle was no longer something he could participate in. He knew his own limits. No one had ever hijacked Heaven's Gold in 800 years, truly. You lot have become complacent. Visibility was less than 3 meters. The Navy soldiers and the world government C-0 stumbled about the deck like headless flies, the sounds of random gunfire and chaotic shouting rising and falling. "Maintain formation, back to back," just as a Navy colonel finished shouting the order. He suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck. Jabba's figure flickered in the fog, dual axes carving out graceful arcs of death. Whoever speaks first dies first. Over there, 20 sharpshooters fired simultaneously, lead bullets passing through a shadow. It was a mere illusion. Jabba's figure suddenly appeared among them, axes crossing in a cross, blood splattering. When the last sharpshooter fell, Jabba also sheathed his weapons, spitting, "Tch, I was still so serious, letting Rit create an illusion for me. A bunch of trash." The leading agent raised his hand to signal, and 5 team members immediately dispersed, forming a defensive formation back-to-back. Their observation hockey was fully activated, attempting to catch any minute movements. The dark King Rayleigh of the Roger Pirates. A low voice came from beneath the mask. "I didn't expect to meet you here." There was no response, only the rustling of the flowing fog, like the whispers of death. Suddenly, the agent on the far right stiffened, a thin line of blood appearing on his throat. He widened his eyes, not even able to make a sound before collapsing heavily. "Damn it, where is he?" The remaining 4 quickly tightened their formation, but in the next moment, another shadow flashed by. The second agent's arms were severed at the shoulders, blood splattering onto his companions' masks. He staggered back, only to collide with Rayleigh, who had appeared behind him without them noticing. "Your speed is too slow." Before his words fell, Rayleigh's short knife had pierced the heart of the third agent, and with a reverse strike, he accurately slashed the fourth agent's carotid artery. The last C-0 agent finally saw Rayleigh's movements, but it was too late. Rayleigh's knife, tip gently touched his forehead, a drop of blood slowly sliding down. "Being recognized by you lot really makes me feel embarrassed." Crack! The mask shattered, and the agent fell onto his back. Roger's figure leaped into the air. the black and red conqueror's haki coiling around his sword ace. God, avoidance. Buzz. A dazzling blade of light tore through the sky where the blade passed. The fixture for the atom would silently shattered, and the enormous log slid towards the sea, splashing up towering waves. The shock wave of the slash swept across the deck, causing all Navy soldiers to have their eardrums burst, blood streaming from their 7 orifices as they fell to the ground, not even having time to scream. Under the pressure of the Conqueror's haki, the atom would emit a groan of unbearable burden, and the hull of the ship carrying Heaven's Gold began to slowly sink. Seawater rushing wildly into the cracks. Roger's lips curled up, the blade turning, the Conqueror's haki gathering once more. How about another slash? Boom! The second slash fell, completely splitting the warship in half, creating a chasm-like gorge on the sea surface that could not close for a long time. Perhaps after dealing with the trash, his mood had improved. We have captured the Atomwood. Hawkmon voiceover. Chapter 13, Who is the sturdiest baby when Roger and the others brought the treasure tree atom back to Water 7. They quietly entered the city through a hidden port left by Tom and directly entered Tom's workshop, with a massive trunk almost filled the entire space. Tom rushed over as soon as he got the news, and when he saw the intact treasure tree atom exuding an ancient aura, he was stunned. Roger laughed heartily. Not bad, right, Tom? Tom's eyes widened in shock, sparkling with fiery light, completely ignoring Roger. He quickly stepped forward, carefully caressing the rough yet resilient texture of the treasure tree atom, pressing his face against it. Who is the sturdiest baby? Tom rubbed his face against it. Who is the sturdiest keel? Stop rubbing, Uncle Tom, or you'll make your face bleed. Rate couldn't bear to watch any longer, as he saw Tom's mouth start to twitch uncontrollably, then slowly rise into an incredibly radiant smile. His body trembled slightly, as if he were suppressing an indescribable excitement. It's no wonder Tom was so excited. The treasure tree atom was a divine material for shipbuilding, and no shipwright could resist it. Suddenly, Tom seemed to remember something and abruptly looked up at Roger and the others, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. You really did it. Tom's voice was a bit choked, but filled with excitement and joy. This is truly the treasure tree atom. With it, I can build the sturdiest ship. Uncle Tom, is your reflex arc too long? Rate rolled his eyes, but Tom completely ignored Rate's comment, turning back to gaze affectionately at the treasure tree atom. At that moment, it seemed like stars were twinkling in Tom's eyes, and a happy expression flowed from the corners of his mouth. Even a glistening tear slipped down his cheek. Seeing Tom so excited, Roger couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Tom, your expression seems even happier than ours. Haha, of course I'm happy. Tom wiped the corner of his mouth, turning around with a proud smile on his face. This is the greatest moment of my shipbuilding career. Thanks to you, I have the opportunity to personally craft such a legendary ship. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and smiled. Then let's look forward to the birth of the ship. Tom nodded vigorously, grabbing Rayleigh, Jabba, Roger, and Rate. 123, let's go. None of the 4 resisted, their little eyes filled with great confusion as Tom turned around. Come back in half a year to get the ship. He didn't give anyone a chance to refuse as the door slammed shut. Rate looked at Captain Roger, who looked at First Mate Rayleigh, who glanced at Jabba, and Jabba looked back at Rate. What should we do now? Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba all turned to look at Rate, who was confused. Jabba cleared his throat. Little Rate, don't you think you're too weak right now? Rate had a bad premonition. Roger laughed heartily. Anyway, we have half a year, Rate. It's time for special training. Next, you need to learn the 6 styles, the use of heavy swords, the development of your fruit abilities, and further training of the 3-color haki, Rayleigh stated calmly, delivering the cold facts. Rate protested, family. The sky is falling. While Rate was experiencing joyful training, what were the 5 elders doing? Of course, they were having a little meeting. The 5 elders sat around a table, the candlelight flickering, the atmosphere as heavy as iron. The treasure tree atom was lost. The C0 was completely wiped out. Yet they hadn't even seen a shadow of the enemy. The old man with the sword had pale knuckles. The people we sent out to investigate found only sea kings around. The financial martial god said, "Are we going to publicly announce that we were robbed by fish?" "Seal the news," the blonde elder decisively stated. "Handle it as an abnormal maritime disaster. Change the transport ship's story to having encountered an underwater volcanic eruption. It was an accident. Our ship has already been hijacked. This is a disgrace. Increase the manpower for the search. But this matter must not spread. The dignity of the world government must not be violated." The financial martial god added, "It seems we've been slack over the years. Suppress this matter and execute all those in the know." The five elders were really angry, unable to find anyone. A bunch of useless people couldn't even send out a message before dying. Rate thought, if I let you send it out, will I still have a place to stand? Agreed. X 4 time past 3 months. Let us turn the camera back to Rate. Rate lay on the rooftop, bored, swinging his legs, playing with a rough wooden sword, something Rayleigh had whittled for him a couple of days ago. This thing is so light. It has no feel at all. He pouted, swinging it casually, and the wooden sword snapped in half with a crack. Recently, his strength had increased significantly, making it hard to control. Jabba was in the yard polishing his axe when he saw this and scoffed. Kid, you don't play with swords like that. I didn't mean to. Rate exploded. This was too brittle. Rayleigh walked out of the room, holding a sea chart. There's an island near Water 7 where a very powerful blacksmith is said to be in seclusion. Rate suddenly sat up straight, his red eyes shining slightly. A blacksmith. Could it be powerful swords there? Jabba raised an eyebrow. What? The little brat is interested in swords? Rate clenched his fists, his expression unusually serious. I want a real sword, not a toy, not a stick, but a sword that can cut through waves. Roger laughed heartily, leaping down from the mast, giving Rate a heavy slap on the back. Ambitious. Then let us go check out the island. Roger and the others borrowed a ship from the dock and set off. That night, Rate lay on the deck, gazing at the starry sky. The waves gently lapped against the hull, creating a rhythmic sound. Rate looked at the stars on the deck, unable to sleep. Can't sleep? Rayleigh approached and sat beside him. Rate flicked over and said gloomily, Rayleigh, what kind of sword is worthy of the future phantom in a mist? Rayleigh chuckled softly. The sword isn't important. What matters is the one wielding it. Rate pouted. That's too klitsch. You're not going to lecture me with some grand philosophy, are you? But that's the truth. Rayleigh gazed at the distant sea horizon. Those great sword masters, the black swords, aside from the quality of the sword itself, they all use their haki to nurture it into a black blade. A good sword will only allow you to exert greater power in battle, but your swordsmanship remains the same as with an ordinary sword. In short, it's just a lump of iron. Rate fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, what if the sword I find is particularly heavy, particularly large, and I can't lift it? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the lenses reflecting the moonlight, then grow stronger until you can lift it. You want to play with heavy swords? So don't fear it. Train until you can pick it up. The next morning, the ship docked. As the four stepped onto the pier, they heard commotion coming from the tavern. Did you hear? The old blacksmith's final work is finally complete. Chapter 14. Have you ever fought for someone in your life? Pushing open the wooden door of the forge, a wave of heat hit him. An old blacksmith with white hair was hammering a piece of glowing metal, sparks flying. Guests, feel free to look around. I no longer take custom orders. If you like it, buy it. If not, it doesn't matter, the old blacksmith said without looking up. Ritter's gaze was immediately drawn to a giant sword hanging on the wall. A pitch-black, double-handed sword with a blade about 9 inches wide. This sword. Ritter's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but walk over. Finally, the old blacksmith looked up and fixed his gaze on Ritter. Kid, that sword is not a toy. Go play outside. Ritter protested. I'm not here to play. I'm serious. I really want a heavy sword as a weapon. Roger leaned over, whistling softly. Oh, this sword is interesting. The old blacksmith snorted. This is my proudest work, named Black Tide. The material was something I stumbled upon in my youth. Ordinary people can't even lift it. Hearing about its weight, Ritter swallowed hard but refused to back down. Let me give it a try. The old blacksmith sneered. Sure, if you can lift it. I'll give it to you. Ritter took a deep breath and gripped the sword's hilt. Ugh. So heavy. The sword didn't budge. Jabba laughed heartily. Kid, give it up. You can't even lift the sword with your small frame. Rayleigh frowned. This sword's weight is indeed not suitable for a child. But Roger stroked his chin. Deep in thought, Ritter, try using your armament haki. The old blacksmith's eyes lit up. This 5 or 6-year-old child could actually use armament haki. Ritter was taken aback, but then nodded. He closed his eyes, channeling all his strength as the armament haki slowly wrapped around his arms. Ha! Black Tide was finally lifted, but Ritter's arms began to shake. The old blacksmith squinted. Interesting, kid. Roger grinned. So, old man, is the sword as now? The old blacksmith was silent for a moment, then sighed. Fine. This sword is gathering dust here. Since you can lift it, take it with you. Ritter's eyes widened in surprise. Really? The old blacksmith turned and walked toward the furnace, waving his hand behind him. Remember, a sword is a weapon, but also a partner. Don't let down. Its name is Black Tide. Can you make it famous across the seas? Ritter began to understand why Captain Roger had so solemnly assured Uncle Tom. It was a promise between men. Ritter held Black Tide close, looking firmly at the old blacksmith. I will make this sword renowned across the seas. This is my promise. Ha ha ha, I believe you. Now go, I'm retiring. This is my proudest work, and also my final piece. I'll be watching you always. With black tide now his, Ritter strapped it to his back. He had to quickly adapt to its weight. He ran 10 laps around water 7 with black tide strapped to him. What should have been a leisurely distance felt exceptionally far. Even with Ritter's monstrous stamina, he was drenched in sweat. At nearly 6 years old, even in the world of One Piece where muscle density is high, Ritter weighed only around 60 pounds. This giant sword was indeed heavy for him. If it were anyone else, black tide would have been far too heavy to even lift, let alone fight with or live normally while carrying it. But Ritter was not discouraged. He believed that when he could wield black tide as if it were an extension of his body, his lethality would increase. Didn't he see how Lola turned Luffy into Nightmare Luffy? That weapon required 8 battle-hardened pirates to lift it together, and it couldn't be much heavier than this. Ritter's feet sank deeply into the ground of Water 7's dock. This sword, taller than he was, felt like a small mountain pressing down on him. He knew that his predecessors who had traveled through dimensions all had monstrous physiques. They could easily handle 3 to 4 meters at the age of 4 or 5. Why was he still such a little shrimp? Circle 9. Ritter gasped, his vision going dark. Even with the protection of armament hockey, the ropes helping him hold black tide were digging into his shoulders. It's worth noting that Ritter could keep armament hockey active despite its low intensity. Jabba leaned against the railing by the shore, munching on an apple. Kid, do you want me to help you hold it for a bit? Take a break. The sword isn't going anywhere. And no. Need. Ritter managed to squeeze out the words through gritted teeth, forcing his leaden legs to move again. This is a promise between two men. Rayleigh observed from above, his eyes thoughtful behind his glasses. He noticed that although Ritter's steps were heavy, each stride was precise. This kid was using observation hockey to control every bit of muscle power with accuracy. With such fine control, he chuckled. With such precision in manipulation and observation, what do you need a giant sword for? In reality, Ritter had carefully considered using a giant sword. If he were to use a rapier or a western sword, he could certainly control them with finesse. The drawback of a heavy sword was the physical stamina it consumed and the slow movements required, which demanded a high level of physical fitness from the user. He never worried about stamina. He could compensate for slow movements with the mist fruit. In a fair fight, Ritter believed that if he wasn't facing a swordsman specializing in physical prowess, no one could withstand his strike. You might ask, isn't swordsmanship supposed to be relentless? I'm a user of the mist fruit. You want me to face him head on? If I don't knock him down with black tide, it would be impressive restraint on my part, abandoning personal strength for a low-key and cunning life. Bang! At the end of the 10th lap, Ritter finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, sword and all. Black tide hit the ground with a dull thud, startling nearby seagulls into flight. Roger laughed heartily as he pulled Ritter up. Kuahaha! You managed to run the whole distance on your first day. Not bad. It's not. Ritter slumped in the captain's arms, unable to lift a finger. The last half lap was crawling. The old blacksmith stood at the port, his pipe flickering uncertainly. He watched the little one struggle to get up and lift the giant sword again, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Hey, kid, the old blacksmith suddenly called out. Do you know why I call black tide? Ritter looked up, his sweaty little face surprised to see the old blacksmith here. The tide may seem slow, but it can smooth the hardest rocks. The old blacksmith exhaled a smoke ring. A heavy sword is blunt, and great skill is unrefined. How could I entrust it to a little brat like you based on just a few words? I had to come see for myself. Kid, do well. Stinky old man. Just wait. I'll make my name known across the seas. In the days that followed, in the courtyard where Ritter stayed, in the early morning mist, Ritter practiced the most basic chopping movements. Under the scorching noon sun, he hung black tide upside down from the mast doing sit-ups. In the deep night moonlight, he used his hockey to nurture black tide. Ritter had never worked so hard before. It turned out that the promise between two men was the best stimulant. The false beauty trap sent you women, but the real beauty trap is, I can't do it anymore. Take my dreams and see the outside world for me. I believe in you. Chapter 15, Green Bubble. Collecting debts. 200. As Rate was training day after day, Rayleigh suddenly pulled him to the stern of the ship. Try this. Floating on the sea were 10 specially made reef stones, each engraved with a number. Use the black tide to smash them in order. You cannot break any stone that comes after the number you just smashed. For example, if you smash 1, 2, you cannot smash any stone after 2. Keep in mind that this is by the sea, and the waves continuously crash against Rate's shins. Rate quickly felt overwhelmed. The ocean is the nemesis of all devil fruit users. Rayleigh watched Rate. This not only trains your control over your strength, but also improves your resistance to seawater. No powerful devil fruit user loses their combat ability upon contact with seawater. If seawater were that powerful, would we still need sea stone? So what you need to do is resist the seawater and precisely smash the stones. As Rate entered the seawater, he realized he had underestimated the challenge. Just having his ankles in the water made him feel weak, and the floating reef stones swayed in his vision. The black tide felt incredibly heavy in his hand, and the most deadly thing was the seemingly gentle waves. Each wave was sapping his strength. Within 10 seconds of entering the seawater, Rate hadn't even made a single swing. The black tide dragged him down into the water, making things even worse. His armament haki was washed away in disarray. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. No one would save him. Rate would become the first person to drown in seawater that barely reached his ankles. Rayleigh rescued Rate after a month, and just as Rate was spitting out seawater, he heard his first mate say, "That'll be 100 berries." Rate was surprised that his serious first mate would charge him 100 berries. But since it was a small amount, he didn't mind. Thus, in this cycle of training and collecting debts, as the sun set, Rayleigh said, "Here, you're 18. 900 berries. I will definitely succeed tomorrow." After a day of training, Rate felt that he had significantly improved his resistance to seawater. Indeed, Rate and team managed to swing his sword even once that day. The next day, back at the familiar spot, Rate stared at the floating reef stones. His resolve stronger than yesterday. "I'm gonna swing my sword today." He clenched his fists to motivate himself. Rayleigh leaned against the reef, leisurely sipping coffee. "Just a reminder, the rescue fee has gone up today, 200 berries per attempt." "Rate?" Jabba chimed in, "Inflation. Roger lauga fartili." "Huh, go for it, Rate. I believe in you." Rate showed his shark-like teeth. "Uncle Rayleigh is watching my safety. Are you two just here to watch me make a fool of myself? You bastards." Roger couldn't stop laughing. "I don't know why, but watching you grow stronger gives me an inexplicable sense of accomplishment, just like..." Jabba interjected, "Like watching your son grow up and succeed." "You bastard, Jabba. I got on the ship before you. I'm your senior." Jabba waved his hand dismissively. "I've never seen a senior who lags behind their junior." "Little Rate, keep it up. We're counting on you to protect us." This infuriated Rate, and he secretly motivated himself to show these guys what he was made of. This time, he was clever. After reflecting on his failures from yesterday, he activated his armament haki to cover his entire body before entering the water. This would effectively reduce seawater's erosion on him, and at least prevent him from becoming completely powerless. Next, he covered himself with a layer of compressed mist. Although this would be dispersed instantly by the seawater, it didn't matter. It would give him 0.5 seconds to adjust. Enough time to adapt to the transition from air to seawater. Finally, he needed to hold his breath to prevent waves from splashing in his face and choking him with seawater. Rate clearly felt he could stay in the seawater longer. "Okay, now to swing my sword and shatter the reef stones. Let us shock that group of old-timers outside." The cool night is filled with your thoughts. The resistance of the black tide in the water was immense, and combined with its weight, it was no joke. "I am the future king, Misty Ghost Rate." He gripped the black tide with both hands and swung it forward with all his might. Splash! As the blade met the water's surface, he was thrown forward by the weight of the black tide, and his face slammed into the sea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Here, insert a meme that captures your excitement. Rayleigh, green bubble. Collecting debts. 200. Rate returned to his small room. "Today I spent 20,000 berries. What a fruitful day." Through continuous training and paying fees, Rate finally found the trick. He stopped using brute force against the waves and adjusted his posture according to the wave's momentum. He concentrated his haki in his wrists, using observation haki to assist, increasing his explosive power while reducing sustained consumption. Boom! This time, the tip of the black tide finally shattered the first reef stone, and the shockwave shattered the second, third, and fourth stones as well. The momentum was so great that Rate couldn't stop in time. Rayleigh nodded slightly. "Not bad. Keep it up." Rate collapsed on the deck, soaked but smiling. "Tomorrow, I will definitely be able to smash it." And so, 3 months later, with a dramatic sound effect, Miss Sword, Black Tide, Rate unleashed his full power, and the blade of the black tide finally precisely split the first reef stone, the residual wave abruptly stopping at the second reef stone. Rayleigh qualified. Rate excitedly raised the black tide, but immediately sank again. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Rayleigh, that LLB 30,000 berries. Rate scratched his head. "Brother Rayleigh, can you let me owe you this? I'll pay you back as soon as I have money next time." Indeed, Rate's little savings had been depleted. Although Rate made fewer mistakes in the days to come, Rayleigh kept raising the price by 100 every day, and in the end, It was all about watching Rate happily shout out the prices. Rate's little savings finally disappeared today, and next came Rate's graduation exam. The three fathers chose a gigantic Sea King for Rate. Just as Rate found it, the Sea King smashed a pirate ship with its tail. If this had happened 3 or 4 months ago, Rate would have had no way to deal with such a large Sea King. The reason was simple. He couldn't break its defenses. As soon as this creature entered the sea, it would escape from his mist field and could not be poisoned. Chapter 16 set sail. Oro Jackson, the sea surface trembled. Rit stood at the bow of the small boat he had purchased, having borrowed money for it. As he felt that this little boat would likely not survive this test, he gripped the hilt of Black Tide with both hands. The great sword dragged diagonally across the deck. Little brat, it's not too late to turn back now, Rayleigh asked calmly. Roger Jabba stood on another small boat behind him, providing support for Rit. Rit did not answer. His knuckles trembled slightly with excitement. Suddenly, the waves exploded. A dog-headed Sea King leaped out of the water, sending torrents of seawater pouring onto the deck like a torrential rain. Rit moved. His actions were slow. At least, they appeared that way. There was no flashy jump, no dazzling dominance, just simply lifting Black Tide off the deck. The Sea King opened its massive mouth, its shadow engulfing the entire bow of the boat. It intended to swallow Rit whole with its enormous size. Rit swung Black Tide fiercely, the great sword striking the Sea King's jaw with a dull thud. Bang! With a muffled sound, the monster's head was knocked to one side, a few broken fangs flying out. Rit felt exhilarated. Who would dare call him Little Rit now? But this was just the beginning. The Sea King, in pain, swung its massive tail, creating a giant wave aimed at Rit's small sailboat. You destroy my boat, then you won't live either. In the moment before the giant wave crashed down, he gripped his sword with both hands, delivering a powerful upward slash that split the incoming wave in two. Before the seawater had fully fallen, Rit had already leaped up with the momentum. Black Tide traced a heavy arc in his hands, crashing down onto the Sea King's left eye. With a splat, the dog-headed Sea King let out a deafening roar. Thrashing wildly, Rit was thrown away but adjusted his position in midair, and Black Tide struck the scales on the monster's back. Sparks flew as the hard scales dented under the blow. Again, Rit spat out the blood from his mouth and charged at the Sea King once more. This time, he changed his strategy, no longer aiming for a single fatal blow, but instead using Black Tide for a series of heavy strikes. Left slash, right cut, right cut, right cut. Each strike was plain and unembellished, yet carried astonishing destructive power. The blade of Black Tide turned slightly red from the high-speed friction, and the Sea King's scales began to crack under the continuous assault. Finally, after the 17th heavy strike, the Sea King's movements noticeably slowed. Rit seized the opportunity, using all his strength to lift Black Tide high, then brought it down with the force of a mountain. Thud! This strike directly split open the Sea King's skull. The massive body of the Sea King stiffened for a moment before slowly sinking into the sea, creating huge splashes. Rit hoisted Black Tide onto his shoulder and jumped onto Rayleigh's small boat, which visibly sank deeper into the water. At any time, in any place, the repair shipyard would arrive just in time. Fog Sea floating platform. After using his ability, Rit let out a sigh of relief. His arms trembled uncontrollably, his palms bloodied and bruised, and every muscle in his body protested against the excessive use. Rayleigh walked over, looked at the sinking corpse of the Sea King, and then at Rit's hands. How do you feel? Rayleigh asked. I feel great, Rit replied, his eyes filled with excitement. 6 months had passed in a flash, and Rit's special training during this time had helped him grow significantly. He had made remarkable progress not only in martial arts and the use of haki, but also improved in speed, strength, and all 3 types of haki to varying degrees. He had learned the 6 forms: iron, shave, and moonwalk, essentially reaching the strength of a Navy elite colonel. The thought of a 7-year-old colonel seemed absurd. The morning mist had not yet dissipated when the sounds of hammering echoed from the docks of Tom's shipyard. As Rit and the others dragged the great sword Black Tide into the dock, Tom, with a cigar in his mouth, was personally conducting the final adjustments. Just in time. Little brat, come see your new home. Rit looked up, his breath catching. Oro Jackson was quietly docked on the ship platform, bathed in morning light and adorned with a golden edge. It was even more magnificent than he remembered, with smooth lines that seemed capable of slicing through any storm. Entering the bottom of the ship's cabin, the quality of Adam the treasure tree was indeed extraordinary. Rayleigh had somehow appeared behind Rit, his eyes behind the glasses sparkling with satisfaction. Roger took a step forward. Kuaha, this is worthy of our Roger pirate ship. Tom was enjoying the compliments when he suddenly shouted, Damn, Roger, don't touch anything. The railing paint isn't dry yet. Roger jumped down, a bit disgruntled. Sorry, Uncle. Ha ha. But Uncle Tom was not willing to let him off, scolding Roger into a corner of the ship. Feeling relieved, he turned to Rit. Hey, little brat. How about you test the hardness of your black tide against the new ship? Before Rit could react, Tom suddenly pushed him, and Rit barely lifted off the ground before being set back down. Uncle Tom cleared his throat. Try swinging a sword with all your might. Uncle Tom, aren't you a warrior? It's actually difficult for me to throw it to you. Rit felt a bit worried, recalling how emotional he had become at the farewell to Mary. Didn't you say the keel is the most important part of the ship? Tom looked at Rit with disdain. Are you underestimating Adam, the treasure tree, known as the toughest wood, or overestimating your own strength? Natural disasters at sea, tsunamis, or tornadoes, none will be weaker than you. Rit thought for a moment and realized that if he could easily cut through Adam, the treasure tree, he would have already dominated the seas. Rit leaped into the air, drawing black tide. The great sword traced a heavy arc in mid-air, clang. It looked wooden, yet produced a deafening metallic clash. Black tide was deflected, and there was no mark on the keel where it had struck. How about that? With my special treatment, combined with the hardness of the wood, Tom said proudly, stroking his beard. My craftsmanship is not. His words were cut short, because Rit was stroking the hull and suddenly noticed a line of small words carved into the keel. Dubbed voice, Rit read word by word. To the future pirate king and his crew, Tom. Hey, who told you to read that out loud? Tom's face turned red as he chased after Rit. Roger stood at the bow, laughing heartily, the sea breeze making his red cape flutter. Set sail, mates. Let the world hear our voice. Under the watchful eyes of the residents of Water 7, Oro Jackson slowly sailed out of the dock. The sunlight pierced through the morning mist, coating the dark ship with flowing gold edges. Rit stood at the stern, watching the island grow smaller, suddenly recalling himself dragging black tide across the beach 6 months ago. What are you thinking about? Jabba patted his shoulder. Rit smiled and hoisted black tide onto his shoulder. I was wondering if I could split the waves with a single sword when I encounter a sea king next time. Rayleigh, appearing behind them at some point, said, First, pay off the boat fees you owe. That ship was clearly shattered by the sea king. You should go find him. Shut up, little brat. Practice swinging your sword 3,000 more times. Yes. Chapter 17, Whitebeard. Do you know what home is? With a high-level transition sound effect, the past decade has passed joyfully during Carp's chase. Rit has also become a handsome young man. I want to specify age here since I haven't found the exact time when Whitebeard boarded. Let's update the bounties. Roger 1. 5 billion, Rayleigh 1. 2 billion, Jabba 1. 1 billion, Rit 900 million. This is considering that the Roger pirates haven't done any earth-shattering deeds, and bounties were generally not high during that period. Roger and Rayleigh are undoubtedly at the admiral level, and Rit feels that Roger is far beyond that level, as his captain can fight Carp back and forth. As both of their strengths gradually increase, the scenes become more grand. Rit has also mastered the advanced use of haki, including Conqueror's haki, flowing cherry blossom, and has become skillful through practice. Rit has entered the admiral level of power. He feels embarrassed for the predecessors of time travel, thinking that if it were other time travelers, they would have wrapped up their stories long ago. Rit has no choice. The god of death didn't grant him exceptional talent. He doesn't possess that kind of innate ability that allows one to master skills with just a glance. Now, Rit can confidently say that in a one-on-one battle against an admiral, he could completely outlast them due to his monstrous stamina, which is practically a bug. As his strength increases, his body gradually expands, and he now hardly feels tired. When he was younger, he was afraid of muscle strains affecting his future foundation, but now he has no such concerns. It's worth mentioning that his fruit still hasn't awakened after such a long time. Rit plays with the red mist in his hand. It could be other colors, but he thinks red looks cooler. Most importantly, his mist, in addition to the previously mastered abilities of corrosion, refraction, and shielding enhancement, has developed many new techniques in combination with his black tide. Rit smiles. It seems I'm really looking forward to the adventures ahead. Rit still keeps his long black hair straight and always wears a warm smile on his face. Black tide rests behind him, and the blood mist swirls around him, creating a stark contrast. During this time, many companions have joined Roger's ship, including some characters from the manga. Among them, the one who impresses Rit the most is a guy named Elio, wearing a white top hat, a pink-green pattern shirt, and having blue hair. No matter how Rit looks at him, he resembles the village chief of Windmill Village more and more. There's also Sandbell, a fishman, and Bulmelin, among others, whose strengths are significantly less than Roger's 4, but but still not weak, as ordinary people cannot be compared to monsters. After exercising, Rit lies on the deck of the Oro Jackson, and a seagull brings him some bounties. The bounty for the rebel rocks is 35 billion berries. Rit instantly feels awake. Rocks, who is currently subtly being called the Pirate Overlord, is known for his peak strength upon debut. He couldn't hold back during the God Valley incident. Rit truly feels that Rocks is the son of the world. He has struggled at sea for over a decade to reach the admiral level, while others burst onto the scene with absurd combat power, now aiming to overturn the world. Rit lies on the deck, lazily basking in the sun, with Black Tide casually leaning beside him. Suddenly, he raises an eyebrow, sensing a powerful aura approaching with his observation hockey. He sits up slightly, looking towards the bow of the ship. Boom! A tall figure lands heavily on the deck, causing the entire Oro Jackson to tremble slightly. Golden beard shining in the sunlight, the young Edward Newgate carries the kanji with one hand, his gaze sweeping across the people on the deck before finally landing on Roger. You are Roger? Roger grins, his eyes sparkling with excitement under his straw hat. Kuahaha, that's me. And you are? Edward Newgate. Newgate says in a deep voice, I've heard of your reputation. I'm here to test it. Rit's mouth twitches. He had expected Rocks to come, but he didn't think the first one to come would be Newgate. Before Roger could speak, Rit stands up, the Black Tide, sword clanging as it embeds into the deck, blood mist slowly swirling around him. Hey, Newgate, Rit smiles. If you want to challenge our captain, you have to get past me first. Newgate glances at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. Kid, are you sure? Let's find out. Besides, you don't seem much older than me. At this moment, Newgate looks quite spirited. As his words fall, Rit's figure suddenly disappears, the blood mist enveloping the surroundings and blocking Newgate's vision as the Black Tide sword sweeps in with a dull whooshing sound. Clang! The kanji firmly blocks the Black Tide, and in that instant of collision, the air erupts into a wave of pressure, causing the wooden boards on the deck to splinter. A flicker of surprise flashes in Newgate's eyes, not bad strength. Rit grins. It's not over yet. Blood Tide of the Mist God. The blood mist on the Black Tide sword erupts suddenly, transforming into countless fine blood blades, stabbing towards Newgate like a torrential rain. Newgate snorts coldly, and with a sudden tremor of the kanji, the power of the tremor fruit erupts instantly. Crack! The space shatters like a mirror, and the blood blades are shattered by the shockwave, a terrifying wave of impact rushing towards Rit. Rit's pupils constrict, and he blocks with Black Tide, unleashing all his armed hockey. Boom! He is knocked back several steps, the deck beneath him cracking deeply, but the smile on his face grows more excited. Bring it on. The two instantly become entangled in battle, the sounds of Black Tide and kanji clashing resonating like thunder across the sea, causing the Oro Jackson to sway slightly. As the blood mist gradually dissipates, Rit realizes that if he truly wanted to harm Newgate with the mist, he has ways to damage his organs. But there is no need to go to such lengths in a spar, so he lets the mist fade. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba stand nearby, watching with great interest. This kid, he's made considerable progress, Jabba remarks, stroking his chin. Hard to say, they're both holding back. Rayleigh pushes up his glasses, noting that their fruit abilities haven't been fully unleashed. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes of fighting, Newgate suddenly shakes his arms. The tremor force wrapped around kanji erupts. Spacequake. Boom! Rit's Black Tide is forcefully pushed away, and he is sent flying, flipping in the air before landing steadily. He shakes his numb arms and smiles. Impressive. I lost. Newgate retracts kanji and says lightly, You're not bad. Rid of the scarlet mist, but you're not in the mist. I've heard your mist is quite ominous. Roger laughs heartily as he walks forward. Kuahaha. Newgate, how about joining my pirate crew? Newgate glances at him, shaking his head. No, I have my own goals. Oh. Roger raises an eyebrow. What goals? Home, Newgate calmly states. During my time at sea, I haven't found a place that belongs to me. I don't even know what home is. Roger is taken aback for a moment, then bursts into laughter. Interesting. Then next time we meet, we'll be rivals. Newgate's mouth curves up slightly. By then, don't lose too badly. With that, he leaps back onto a small ship and sails away. Jabba walks to the side of the ship, watching Newgate's retreating figure, murmuring, This guy will definitely be a monster in the future. Roger pats his shoulder. Quah, that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Ret smiled and nodded. Yes, Captain. The sea breeze blew as the Oro Jackson continued to sail. Ret gazed at the distant horizon, feeling a fierce determination ignite within him. Rocks, Whitebeard. This era is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 18. A loud boom in the sky Carp makes a dazzling entrance. It was another beautiful day when suddenly a sharp sound cut through the tranquility of the sea. Enemy attack. It's Carp's warship, shouted a crew member from the lookout tower. Rick couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes, just casually wave his hand. A scarlet mist automatically rose, forming a thin barrier at the stern of the ship. Hiss! The specially made cannonball thrown by Carp rusted and peeled away at an observable speed upon contact with the blood mist. The gunpowder inside hadn't even ignited before it turned into rust powder, scattering on the surface of the sea. Ha ha ha! Carp, sussy bilida. Jabba laughed heartily at the edge of the ship. Carp on the warship in the distance paid little attention. You little brat. Just like that. Oro Roger ran ahead, while Carp's warship pursued from behind. When they reached an island, the Oro Jackson stopped, and Carp's warship also landed on the island. Carp strode straight towards Roger. Rot, a new recruit just aboard Carp's ship, trembled with his gun in hand. He had always admired Vice Admiral Carp, and this was his first time sailing with him. He wanted to contribute, and just as he got off the ship to charge alongside Carp, he was pulled back by an old soldier. Ra was very angry. Vice Admiral Carp was charging. Why were they cowering behind? He felt ashamed to be associated with such cowards. The old soldier shook his head and pointed with his chin to the opposite side, where the Roger pirate crew members were saying, "Let's place bets, Captain. How long will this fight last?" 3 days. I'll bet 3 days. I think at least half a month. Ritz saw the sailors looking at them and walked over to the Navy side with the betting board. Ot was furious, bastats. Are you pirates insulting the Navy? You're insulting the justice in my heart. 500 berries for 3 days. 1,000, I think it'll take 5 days. Looking at the seniors who had taken good care of him during this time, he was filled with disbelief. They were pirates who had killed Navy members. How could they act like this? The old sailor glanced at him. Sometimes, don't deceive yourself into believing it. It's fine for ordinary sailors not to know, but you, an elite sailor, haven till you realize that the Roger pirate crew who killed Navy members are all scum? Moreover, Mr. Carp hasn't decided the outcome yet. Do you really think you can end the battle? Saying this, he patted Rot's shoulder. Didn't you see that the Roger pirate crew hasn't moved either? Our involvement in this battle is optional. It's only after Mr. Carp defeats Roger that we will take action. This is also the tacit rule agreed upon by Roger and Carp. Otherwise, with Carp's frequency of chasing Roger, the casualties on both sides would be too many. And they're not a particularly evil pirate crew, so there is no need for that. Jabba and Bogard exchanged glances and walked into the forest together. Rip preferred to call it Fate C. Although in the end, Carp became Roger's father, which is really amusing. The beach of the deserted island gleamed with glaring white light under the scorching sun. Carp moved his shoulders, and the Navy cloak rustled in the sea breeze. This time it won't be as easy as last time, Roger. Roger laughed heartily and drew ace. Kuhaha. You say the same thing every time. Before the words fell, both disappeared from their spots at the same time. Boom! A deafening explosion created a giant pit with a diameter of 30 meters in the sand. Carp's fist collided with Roger's sword, and black-red, lightning-like hockey burst out in all directions, instantly carbonizing the nearest palm trees. Rit had to raise his arm to shield himself from the flying sand and stones. He squinted and saw the ground beneath their feet cracking like a spider web. Too slow. Carp suddenly changed tactics, his left fist slicing through the air straight for Roger's abdomen. Roger sidestepped to evade, the blade grazing Carp's arm and sparking a shower of sparks. Their movements were so fast that they were almost invisible. Only the continuous sound of metal clashing could be heard. The coastline was constantly changing shape amid the fierce battle. Carp smashed a heavy punch into the sea, and the giant wave, empowered by his hockey, transformed into countless water bullets. Roger laughed and swung his sword, cleaving the water curtain in half, with the aftermath cutting a 100-meter-long ravine in the distant sea. Meteor fist. Carp suddenly leaped into the air, his fist striking out an almost imperceptible speed. Each punch left a comet-like tail, turning the entire beach into a sea of flames. Roger's figure darted through the barrage, the blade light weaving an impenetrable net. Watching the battle, Elio suddenly frowned. That Carp guy is much more serious than last time. Rit counted the stunned fish floating to the surface, the 73rd one. Dinner should be enough tonight. The center of the battlefield suddenly fell silent for a moment. Carp stood on a rock, tearing off his tattered shirt, revealing his scarred, muscular body. Roger was also covered in wounds, but his iconic straw hat was unharmed, and his smile grew even brighter. The two stared at each other from 50 meters apart, the air seemingly frozen. Seriously fight? Roger tilted his head. Of course. Carp grinned. The next moment, the entire island shook violently. Two monsters. After a long time, when the sun set dyed the sea red, The two figures finally separated. Carp's left eye was swollen shut, and Roger's right eye was bruised. A draw? Roger panted and asked. In your dreams. Carp spat out a mouthful of blood foam. I can still fight for 3 days and nights. Boom! On the beach of the deserted island, the aftermath of the battle between Roger and Carp still trembled the earth. On the other side of the coastline, however, an unbelievable scene unfolded. At this time, Jabba and Bogart circumvented the battlefield of the two, carrying several wild beasts back to the shore. Let's have a feast, Navy soldiers and members of the Roger pirate crew happily gathered around the bonfire, the air filled with the aroma of barbecued meat. Hey, Navy guy, this piece of meat is ready, you try it first. Jabba grinned and handed a skewer of grilled fish to the nearby Navy soldier. Thank you, thank you. The young Navy soldier took a bite, and his eyes instantly lit up. Wow. This is our ship's secret sauce. You definitely don't have this back at your place. Jabba proudly shook the seasoning bottle in his hand. Not far away, Rayleigh was sitting on a flat rock playing chess with a Navy officer. The pieces on the chessboard were held in place by their hockey, not budging an inch despite the howling sea breeze. General, Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the corners of his mouth curling up. The Navy officer stared at the board, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Wait, that move doesn't count. I didn't see it clearly. Rayleigh chuckled lightly. Fine, I'll let you take that back. Then I'll move here. General, I owe you 100 berries. Chapter 19. The boss fights to the death. What does that have to do with us soldiers? On the other side, Ritter was using blood mist to set up a makeshift outdoor kitchen, with Navy chefs assisting him. Previously, it had always been Ritter assisting, but it seemed the Pirate King's cooking methods were limited to roasting meat, and Ritter could no longer stand it. He took out the delicacies of the Dragon Kingdom, and with just a little effort, established his position as head chef. The scarlet mist rolled skillfully in his hands, and he could even control the heat precisely. Mr. Ritter, is this red mist really not toxic? A new Navy cook asked cautiously. He had heard that Mr. Ritter's mist could melt people. Was it really okay to do this? Ritter smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, it just looks red. It's not toxic. As he spoke, he flicked his fingers, and the blood mist wrapped around a handful of spices, evenly sprinkling it on the roasted meat, and the aroma burst forth instantly. Wow! The Navy soldiers exclaimed in unison. Sambaru and several Navy soldiers popped their heads up from the sea, holding a few lively fish. Today's catch is pretty good. Watching the fisherman easily jump ashore and skillfully handle the seafood, he smiled. Want to try the fishman's sashimi? Sambaru grinned, revealing sharp teeth, guaranteeing freshness. The Navy naturally gathered around. We've already experienced Mr. Sambaru's knife skills. Really, when I go back home and want to eat sashimi, I can't find anyone who cuts it as deliciously as Mr. Sambaru. Then I'm truly honored. Don't worry, we caught a lot of fish today. I'll make sushi for everyone later. Hooray! Elio sat nearby, lightly plucking the strings of a zither, and melodious music echoed on the beach. A few young Navy soldiers unconsciously nodded along to the rhythm, and some even began to hum softly. Hey, you guys are Navy. Navy Lot reminded, red-faced, feeling a bit embarrassed after eating the pirates' roasted meat. What does it matter? Jabba laughed heartily, patting him on the shoulder. Music doesn't distinguish between justice and evil. On the other side of the beach, several Navy soldiers were gathered around Bloomerine, curiously examining the strange equipment on her. What is this? A soldier asked, pointing at the device on her waist. Oh, this? Bloomerine explained with a smile. It's a climate regulator. I modified myself. It can control the wind direction in a small area. That's amazing, the Navy soldiers exclaimed. Ritter watched this absurd yet harmonious scene and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. If the world government sees this, they might go crazy. Raleigh had somehow walked up beside him, holding a cup of sake. Kapu's troops have always been like this. They chase us not out of hatred, just because of their positions. Just then, a loud bang echoed from a distance. The aftermath of the battle between Roger and Kapu had collapsed the cliff. Everyone looked up briefly, then tacitly continued with their own tasks. Ritter shook his head with a smile and turned back to handle the ingredients. Mr. Ritter, a youthful voice piped up. Ritter looked down and saw a Navy apprentice who looked to be only 7 years old. He probably couldn't even be called Navy, as there were age restrictions. He was likely a talented young person Kapu had spotted. The little soldier was staring longingly at the roast meat in Ritter's hands. Want to eat? Ritter raised an eyebrow. The little Navy soldier nodded vigorously. Ritter smiled, using the blood mist to wrap up a perfectly roasted piece of meat and handed it over. Be careful, it's hot. Thank you. The little Navy soldier took the meat and eagerly took a bite, his eyes squinting with happiness. Raleigh watched this scene and said softly, Sometimes I wonder what this world would be like without opposing positions. Ritter looked toward the two still engaged in fierce battle in the distance, then glanced at the strange, peaceful scene before him and softly replied, "Probably just like this." 6 days later, the sea was dyed golden. The food on the grill was replaced round after round, and barrels of sake were emptied one after another. When the last ray of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, the sounds of battle finally ceased. Bruised and battered, Roger and Kapu walked back, draped over each other, both covered in injuries but wearing satisfied smiles. "I am starving," Roger shouted as he rushed towards the grill. Kapu snatched a whole roasted leg of lamb just finished by the Navy cooks. "This is mine." After the feast, Kapu stood on the battleship's gangway, turned back to glare at Roger, who was gnawing on a fishbone, and gritted his teeth. "Next time, I'll definitely throw you into impel down." Roger, with his mouth full of food, laughed indistinctly. "Ha, you've said that many times already." Kapu clicked his tongue and turned to leave, but suddenly stopped. Reaching into his pocket, his expression changed drastically. "Roger!" He turned back and shouted angrily, "Where's my senbei?" Roger blinked innocently and shrugged. "What senbei?" "I don't know. Maybe you left on the ship. Ha. But the bulging package in his pocket completely betrayed him. Kapu's forehead veins bulged, his fists cracking ominously. But in the end, he only grunted heavily and turned around to jump onto the battleship. "Set sail," he ordered angrily. The Navy soldiers hurriedly pulled up the anchor, and the battleship slowly sailed away. Ritter stood by the ship's railing, watching the gradually receding battleship. Suddenly noticing the Navy soldiers on the deck were secretly waving at them. The young Navy apprentice even shouted with red eyes, "Mr. Ritter, next time, I'll treat you to the Navy's special barbecue sauce." Ritter couldn't help but laugh and wave back, but he didn't respond. Raleigh stood beside him, gazing at the departing battleship, and softly said, "Kapu soldiers are indeed all cut from the same cloth. I have to say, this is Kapu. Ha. Sambero was counting today's spoils. A few sets of Navy uniforms to be used as rags, a box of seasonings snatched up on the way." Elio was plucking his zither strings, humming an improvised tune. The Navy and pirates grilling fish together. Tomorrow's newspaper headline ridiculous. Snow leopard, shut up. Ritter wasn't worried because he had already killed all the seagulls close to this island, which is why the world government hadn't sensed anything amiss all these years. After all, the fights were real, and the injuries were real. Roger beamed as he approached, pulling out half a pack of senbei from his pocket. Come, everyone gets a share. Kapu is really stingy. Even half a pack of senbei he has to ask me for. Ritter looked at the joyful crowd. This is how it should be. This damned world, and those damned celestial dragons. Chapter 20. The little lion comes to clock in. An unknown fleet appears ahead. The flag is a golden lion head. Roger poked his head out of the cabin, his straw hat askew. A new pirate crew? Rayleigh put down the newspaper in his hand and frowned slightly. "I haven't heard of them." Jabba, carrying an axe, walked to the bow of the ship and squinted. "Looks like they're here to pick a fight." In the distance, 5 warships formed a formation on the horizon. At the forefront, on the flagship, a golden-haired man stood proudly at the bow, with 2 swords crossed over his shoulder, his wild smile revealing unabashed ambition. Ha. His laughter echoed over the waves. "That broken ship in front is the so-called Roger Pirates, right?" Ritter stood up, a loved one captured, going alone to the enemy's stronghold guarded by many, single-handedly confronting the top leaders of sinister forces, unable to win after exhausting everything and being sealed, unwilling to accept it. He severed his own legs to break the seal and ventured into the sea, just to fulfill the wish of that time. "It's you, isn't it, Haji Lion?" Roger wasn't angry. Instead, he waved his hand eagerly. "Yo, a newcomer? Want to throw a banquet?" The Golden Lion, Shiki, at this time, had not yet joined the Rocks Pirates. He was just a recent adventurer, but already a supernova famous in the South Sea. He stood on the ship's railing, looking down at Roger. "Stop pretending. I'm here today to step on your head and let the whole world know I, Golden Lion Shiki, will be the new king of the pirate world." Roger blinked. The new king? Go ahead. I'm not stopping you." "Kuahaha." Jabba laughed heartily. "Captain, this guy is so arrogant." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. "Bounty of 280 million. User of the float fruit. Recently destroyed 3 Navy branches. He has some skills." Ritter watched the Golden Lion approach aggressively. "Fight. We're still waiting for him to serve us a 3-course meal. Can he compare to Whitebeard?" He didn't go all out against Whitebeard. Scarlet mist spread, instantly engulfing the entire enemy ship. The pirates on deck were terrified to find their voices had disappeared. It wasn't that they couldn't hear, but their throats couldn't make any sound at all. The mist crept into their nostrils, coiling around their skin like countless tiny venomous snakes, slowly corroding their flesh and breaking down their will. Ah! A pirate officer with a bounty of 70 million stared wide-eyed as he watched his palm rot away in the mist, flesh peeling off to reveal stark white bones. He wanted to scream, but could only cough up blood. Ritter's figure emerged from the mist, the black-tied great sword dragging behind him. The sword tip scraping across the deck, producing a nauseating friction sound. His movements were slow, so slow that every enemy could see his steps. See his long black hair flowing in the mist, see the gentle smile on his lips. But strangely, no one could touch him. A sniper pulled the trigger, damn it. Just a trick? Take this bullet. The bullet indeed struck Ritter, but it only pierced the residual shadow of the mist. This was Ritter's twisted amusement. He would leave an afterimage on the trajectory of his movements, the person long gone. A pirate who had eaten the bird fruit transformed into a giant bird, trying to disperse the thick fog, flapping its wings to create a hurricane. But the mist remained unmoved. Fog sword style, annihilation. The bird fruit user fell asleep, armed Haki gradually fading away, lying in Ritter's mist. And this sleep would last a lifetime. Monster, monster. Finally, someone broke down, dropping their weapon and turned to flee. Ritter raised his hand lightly. Fog erosion, heart-piercing. The mist suddenly condensed into bloodlines as thin as hair, stabbing into the back of the fleeing person, piercing through to the front. That person stumbled 2 steps, looked down at the blood hole that suddenly appeared in their chest, and slowly knelt down. When the last enemy fell, Ritter stood in the center of the deck, littered with corpses, the black-tied great sword untainted by blood. The mist began to flow back, retreating like a receding tide into his body, revealing a clear sky. In just a few seconds, the Golden Lion pirates were nearly wiped out, leaving only Shiki. Golden Lion Shiki was furious. My 3 pirate ships were my 3 large ships. I've been at sea for so many days, looking for so many people, and you killed them all in just a few seconds. Shiki's pupils suddenly contracted, his golden hair dancing wildly in the wind. The twin sword Sakura and Deadwood instantly unsheathed. The sword edges entwined with violent Haki, causing the deck beneath him to crack due to his rage. Damn it! His roar shattered the surrounding waves. He leaped suddenly. The flagship beneath him began to rise into the air due to the float fruit's power. The ship's body twisted and deformed, transforming into countless sharp metal fragments, pouring down like a torrential rain towards the Roger pirates. Lion, 1,000 cuts! The golden slashes roared like a wild lion, tearing through the air, each sword aura capable of splitting a warship, overwhelming and slashing towards Roger's Oro Jackson. However, hey, don't be so angry. Roger's figure abruptly appeared in midair, his straw hat fluttering in the wind. He grinned widely, his famous sword ace enveloped in dark Haki, and swung it fiercely. God avoid. Boom! The 2 conquerors' Haki clashed. The skies suddenly split open with a pitch-black rift. The sea surface was violently pressed down into a huge pit, and the surrounding seawater rushed back madly, forming towering waves. Shiki's slashes were forcibly dispersed. His body was knocked back dozens of meters, his feet creating sonic booms in the air as he barely stabilized himself. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. Roger had so easily neutralized his full-force attack? Ha ha ha! Interesting. Shiki grinned, but his smile already bore a hint of madness. Roger, you are indeed not just a name. Ritter returned to the ship and saw this scene. Goo goo, the gears of fate had begun to turn. I must say, our captain really is charm, making young men want to follow him for a lifetime. Roger landed back on the deck, still smiling, but his eyes had turned serious. Shiki, your ambition is good, but don't rush to send yourself to your death. Send myself to my death. Shiki's anger was reignited. He suddenly raised his hand, and the remaining 2 ships also rose into the air, crashing down toward the Oro Jackson. I'll show you today who the real king is. Just as Shiki was about to launch his next offensive, Roger's figure appeared like a ghost behind him. Youth, don't be too arrogant. Shiki turned around suddenly, but it was too late. Swish! Blood splattered. A deep wound that exposed bone was slashed open on Shiki's chest. He let out a muffled grunt, his body crashing like a cannonball into the sea, kicking up huge waves. The sea gradually calmed, leaving only the floating wreckage of the ships and the unconscious Golden Lion. Roger sighed, scratching his head. Did I go a bit too hard? Ritter stood at the stern, looking at the floating Golden Lion in the distance, a slight smile on his lips. Oh dear, he just lost. What will happen to his family status now? Roger laughed heartily, waving his hand. Let us go. Continue our adventure. The Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, leaving Shiki floating on the sea, his golden hair spread out, swaying with the waves. His fingers trembled slightly, anger burning in his eyes. Roger, and that kid who uses mist, you wait for me. Roger, I will definitely surpass you. Chapter 21. Pirate King stepped down on the vast and boundless sea. Sunlight poured onto the ship of the Roger pirates. With nothing to do, they decided to fight. Rhett and Roger stood facing each other, surrounded by crew members who gathered with eager eyes. The game is on. It's time to start, brothers. Now, Jabba, will introduce the participants. The contestant is the captain of the Roger Pirates, Joel D. Roger, and our challenger, known as the Scarlet Mist, is also from the Roger Pirates, Rhett. Will the king defend his throne, or will the new challenger ascend to a new one? Let us wait and see. Rhett's expression was serious, his eyes burning with fierce, fighting spirit. He knew how strong the man in front of him was. Gripping the black tide tightly, a blood mist gradually began to emerge around him, thickening and enveloping the entire deck. Captain, be careful. Hot shouts it, his feet pushing off the deck as he swung the black tide, the great sword wrapped in corrosive mist, coming down with tremendous force. Roger wore his signature smile, unfazed as he slightly sidestepped. Well done, little Rhett, Roger encouraged with a smile. However, he did not let his guard down. He quickly shattered the mist blades that followed Rhett's first attack. Rhett's black tide was meant to trap Roger in a moment of vulnerability, but Roger easily dodged it. You couldn't even land a hit, little Rhett. You're just a novice, Jabba mocked from the sidelines. Despite missing his first strike, Rhett showed no signs of discouragement. He even took the time to shout at Jabba, "Hey, as a commentator, you should stay neutral, you jerk." He immediately activated the powers of the mist fruit, manipulating the mist to change rapidly. The originally thin mist thickened, transforming into numerous dense needle-like projectiles that shot toward Roger. This was his developed technique, Mist Needle, Thousand Rain. Roger's gaze sharpened, and his body moved swiftly, nimbly weaving through the mist needles, each dodge perfectly timed. The needles struck the deck around him, leaving small dents. Humph. Watch this. Seeing the needles ineffective, Rhett gathered strength once more. He compressed the mist onto the blade of the black tide. The mist around the great sword suddenly turning crimson, as if it were burning. Rhett raised the great sword high and shouted, "Mist God style, blood tide." He then swung down fiercely, a wave of blood-red mist shooting towards Roger like a surging tide, ripping through the air with a hissing sound. Realizing the immense power of this strike, Roger's smile faded, and his expression turned serious. He firmly planted his feet on the deck, gripping his sword, ace, at his waist. As the armament Haki instantly enveloped the blade, he shouted, "Divine Avoidance." A brilliant flash of blade light erupted, colliding with Rhett's sword energy. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the two powerful forces clashed, sending shockwaves like a storm. The crew members on the deck were forced back by the force, some even losing their balance and falling to the ground. Jabba was surrounded by a layer of white mist, which allowed him to see the battle clearly, commenting, "With such powerful attacks, what will the result be?" As the mist dispersed, the figures of the two fighters were revealed. Rose pushed back by the force, his feet leaving deep marks on the deck, his arms trembling slightly, blood seeping from his palms. Yet his gaze remained resolute, showing no signs of retreat. Rhett hasn't fallen yet. It seems he's made significant progress. What are you waiting for? Keep pressing. It's not over yet. Rhett gritted his teeth and charged at Roger again. Seeing Rhett come at him once more, admiration flashed in Roger's eyes as he raised his sword again, ready to meet the attack. As Rhett reached Roger, he swung the great sword fiercely, constantly changing his attack patterns, sometimes attacking straight down, other times slashing sideways, each strike infused with all his strength. Knowing he had no hope of winning in a direct confrontation with his captain, Rhett decided to use his best strategy. Gradually, he retreated into the mist, reappearing in a sneaky manner. This is the most cunning tactic of Little Rhett, Tay, dubbed voice. Truly an excellent strategy, Jabba remarked with a disdainful expression. In the mist, Rhett's figure flickered in and out of view, now known as the Scarlet Mist, the Crimson Blood Mist. He seized the moment to suddenly appear behind Roger, swinging the black tide down with the mist. Instead of concentrating all his strength into one point for more damage, Rhett preferred to divide his power. Following the black tide strike with a mist blade, a tactic he borrowed from the fight style of others, Roger reacted swiftly, turning to block the blow with his sword. He remained vigilant, observing his surroundings, waiting for Rhett to reappear. Soon after, Rhett burst out from another direction, the mist coalescing into a long spear in his hand, thrusting it towards Roger. As the spear lunged at Roger, the black tide also swept toward him. Roger sidestepped to avoid it, and Rhett took the opportunity to vanish back into the mist. This back and forth continued as Rhett darted through the mist, attacking and quickly disappearing, making it difficult for Roger to pinpoint him. However, Roger had been in the pirate world for 16 more years than Rhett. He didn't even need to use observation hockey to outsmart him. Although Rhett's mist could obscure perception, Roger's observation hockey was among the best in the entire pirate world, and Rhett's power still fell short compared to Roger's. After yet another intense collision, Rhett's great sword was knocked away, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the deck. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a flash of unwillingness in his eyes. "Ha, little Rhett, you did very well." Roger approached with a smile, helping Rhett to his feet. Rhett wiped the blood from his mouth, looking at Roger firmly as he said, "Captain, I will become stronger." "Ha ha, is that so? I believe in you," Roger said, patting Rhett's head with a look of satisfaction. Hey, don't give that proud father look. You jerk, Captain," Rhett complained. As the sunset's afterglow bathed the deck of the Oro Jackson, Rhett slumped against the ship's railing, rubbing his sore arms, the black tide leaning beside him. Roger came over, plopped down next to him, and handed him a bottle of rum. "Want a drink?" Rhett took the bottle, gulping down a large mouthful. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, making him grimace. "Ugh, this stuff is still so terrible." Roger laughed heartily, handing him a glass of orange juice with one hand while ruffling his hair with the other. "Kid, you did great today. In a few years, you might really be able to take me down. I'm looking forward to it." Rhett rolled his eyes. "Come on, your observation hockey is like cheating." Rayleigh walked over with a glass in hand, his glasses reflecting the golden light of the sunset. "Don't be discouraged, Rhett. You're only 19 years old, and being able to fight Roger to this extent is already incredible." Jabba chimed in from the side. "Exactly. Next time, work hard to make the captain sweat a bit more." As Rhett listened to everyone's encouragement, he heard Jabba's words. "You jerk, Jabba, what are you saying? I want to challenge you to a duel." Everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere was so relaxed. Chapter 22. Rhett, am always on the front line of gossip today. While Rhett was having lunch, he scanned the newspaper and came across a piece of news. "Newgate, did you really think your destination at sea was about strength? Captain, look, Rox has recruited Newgate, Shiki, and Wang Ji into his pirate crew." The newspaper wrote, "Shocking. The king of the world, Rock's pirate crew, absorbs powerful pirates like Newgate and others, destroying 16 navy branches. Do they intend to rule the seas?" For more details, please follow the next issue of the newspaper, with a photo of Rox, Shiki, and Newgate at the end. "Looks like the little lion has been subdued. Ha." Roger laughed heartily. Rhett perked up. "If no one is spreading the news, I might as well start a rumor." The three of them are the first to focus on Shiki. Gai, you're something else. Is this what they call a response?" The Roger pirates docked at a bustling trade island to rest. The crew scattered in small groups. Some went to buy supplies, while others relaxed in taverns. Rayleigh sat at an outdoor table in a tavern, leisurely sipping coffee and appearing quite refined. Just then, a tall woman with slightly curled black hair approached. She wore a wide-brimmed hat and had a hint of a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Oh, sir, isn't it boring to drink coffee alone?" She pulled out a chair and sat down opposite Rayleigh without hesitation. Rayleigh lifted his eyes slightly, a flicker of surprise passing behind his glasses, but he quickly regained his composure. "Miss, do we know each other?" "Well, we do now," the woman said, resting her chin on one hand, her smile deepening. "I'm Shaki, an information broker." Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. "An information broker? Are you here to sell information or to buy information?" Shaki blinked playfully. "Of course, I'm here to exchange information." She deliberately elongated her tone, tapping her fingers lightly on the table. "For example, I'm very interested in Dark King Rayleigh." The scene shifted to the rooftop where Rayleigh was drinking coffee. If you looked closely, you would notice a certain spot on the rooftop that looked slightly different from the surroundings. This was the effect of Rhett's high-powered fog. Beneath the fog lay two people, Rhett and Jabba. Given the current density of the fog, Rhett confidently claimed that unless Rayleigh specifically looked in their direction, he would never find them. Rhett poked Jabba. "See, I told you there's a story." Jabba nodded vigorously. "It's worth following him to the island. We've probably followed him to about 16 islands now. We finally caught him." Rhett quickly covered Jabba's mouth. "Shoo, keep it down or we'll be discovered." Rayleigh cleared his throat, picking up his coffee to mask his unease. "Oh, what could possibly interest you about me?" "Lots." Shaki leaned in a bit, lowering her voice. "For instance, why do you always wear glasses when you're clearly a pirate? Is it to appear refined? Rayleigh nearly choked on his coffee. It's a personal habit. Oh, Shaki stretched her tone, her eyes glinting mischievously. And what about your captain, Roger? Is it true that he laughs 3 times before a fight, like the rumors say? Rayleigh sighed and rubbed his forehead. Are you here to collect information or to gossip? Both, Shaki replied cheerfully, pulling out a small notebook and seriously jotting down notes. Rayleigh appeared helpless when asked about Roger, possibly indicating he has opinions about the captain. Rayleigh interrupted. Hey, this isn't about gathering information. This is spreading rumors. Not far away, Rhett lowered his voice. Jabba, Uncle Rayleigh is blushing. Did you see that? Jabba stifled a laugh. It's rare to see Rayleigh at a loss. Who is this woman? Shaki seemed to notice their gaze, turning to wink at them, causing both to quickly retreat. Rhett hurriedly pressed Jabba's head back into the fog. Jabba, don't stick your head out. Do you want to get us both caught? To avoid drawing attention, Rhett only covered themselves with a thin layer of highly concentrated fog. It wasn't far, and one could easily peek out. Rhett couldn't help but marvel at how sharp the young Shaki was. All right, I've gathered enough information. Shaki closed her notebook and stood up, looking down at Rayleigh with a playful smile. Next time we meet, I hope you'll treat me to a drink, not coffee. Rayleigh opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Shaki had already turned to leave, leaving behind a faint scent of perfume. Come out. How long are you going to stay hidden? Rhett called out. Rhett and Jabba immediately approached, full of curiosity. Uncle Rayleigh, who is she? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, feigning calmness. A troublesome woman. Rhett grinned mischievously. But she seems very interested in you. There's definitely something going on. Rayleigh responded. Brat, have you been training enough? Rhett retorted, I'll keep quiet. A few days later, the Roger pirates prepared to set sail. Rhett was squatting on the deck counting supplies when Jabba suddenly grabbed him, lowering his voice. Hey kid, look over there. Rhett followed his gaze to the tavern door at the port, where Rayleigh was cornered by Shaki. Rhett went crazy. Why don't I have a camera right now? Quick, help me out, take a picture. I can't miss this juicy scene. Shaki leaned against the wall with one hand, holding a small note with a smile as she leaned closer to Rayleigh. Mr. Rayleigh, I have classified information. Want to hear it? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, trying to stay calm. What information? Shaki's lips curved into a slight smile. I heard there's a kid named Red on your ship who especially loves spreading gossip. Rayleigh. Hidden behind a cargo box, Rhett was shocked. Jabba was shaking with suppressed laughter. Ha, you've been sold out. Rhett gritted his teeth. How does she know about that? Shaki seemed to sense their presence and deliberately raised her voice. Especially about certain people's romantic gossip. Rayleigh's forehead twitched. What exactly do you want to say? Shaki blinked and suddenly stood on tiptoe, whispering something in his ear. Rayleigh's ears instantly turned red. Rhett and Jabba's eyes widened. Oh. Shaki stepped back, shaking the note in her hand. If you want the complete information, remember to treat me to a drink next time we meet with that. She turned and left gracefully. Rayleigh stood there for a while, taking a deep breath and rubbing his forehead. What does this woman want? Rhett and Jabba crept closer. Uncle Rayleigh, what did she say to you? Rayleigh's expression remained unchanged. Today's training is doubled. Hadi Yape? What does that have to do with us? In the distance, Shaki leaned against the alley entrance, watching the lively Roger pirates with a light smile. Chapter 23. Roger starts his second round with the little line ahead. A fleet appears. It's the ship of the Golden Lion pirates. Roger pokes his head out of the captain's cabin and grins. Oh, that guy Shiki dares to come looking for us again? Rit jumps up with a flip, squinting into the distance. 3 imposing warships are cutting through the waves, their bows flying the flag with a golden lion's head. On the flagship's deck, 3 figures stand out. Golden Lion Shiki, no need for further introduction. Old Sea, Wang Ji, a burly figure with a long knife at his waist and a sinister gaze. And Charlotte Linlin. Can't deny that young Charlotte Linlin is really beautiful, holding a piece of cake with cream on the corner of her mouth. As for her old age, let's reserve judgment for now. Ha, Roger. Long time no see. Shiki laughs heartily, his voice carried by the sea breeze. Roger, hands on his hips, replies cheerfully, What's up? Didn't get enough of a beating last time. So you brought some help this time? Shiki's forehead veins bulge, but he quickly suppresses his anger and grins maliciously. Don't get me wrong, I'm here this time to bring you a great opportunity. Captain Rox has taken a liking to you. Wang Ji coldly adds, Join us. This sea will eventually belong to us. Rit's mouth twitches, muttering under his breath, Wow, the MLM leader Rox is starting to recruit people. This MLM wind has finally reached our ship. Jabba, wielding an axe, scoffs. What kind of thing is the Rox pirates anyway? Charlotte Linlin licks the cream off her fingers and cheerfully says, Mama Roger, if you join us. I can make you cake every day, or we could even. After saying this, she throws a flirtatious glance at Roger. But who is Roger? He is so dazed that he doesn't even react. Rayleigh pushes up his glasses and calmly remarks, Captain, it seems they are even using seductive tactics. Roger laughs heartily, patting his straw hat. Haha, thanks, but I'm not interested in being someone else's underling. Shiki's eyes turn cold, revealing a hint of ambition as he says, Roger, don't be ungrateful. Captain Rocks is a man who aims to become the king of the world. Rick catches on, realizing that Shiki isn't genuinely submissive and is plotting something. He digs in his ears and deliberately asks loudly, King of the world? Has he asked the Navy headquarters, the world government, or our captain for their opinions? Wang Ji snorts coldly. Brat, you don't get to speak here. Roger's smile remains, but his gaze sharpens. Go back and tell Rocks. Ritmox, stop daydreaming, thinking you can recruit our captain. The sea breeze suddenly freezes. Both sides poise for a fight. Shiki grins menacingly. Then there's no other way. He suddenly raises his hand. Lion's might. Sea roll. The sea explodes. Towering waves transform into several roaring lions, charging towards the Oro Jackson. Roger draws his sword, Conqueror's haki enveloping the blade. Laughing, boys, it's time for battle. The sea wind howls. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, two figures stand silently facing each other. Rayleigh adjusts his glasses, the lenses reflecting a cold light. Wang Ji slowly draws his long knife, the blade glinting coldly, his voice deep. Dark King Rayleigh. I heard your observation haki can predict everything? Rayleigh smiles slightly. Why not try and see? Wang Ji's figure suddenly disappears. It's not high-speed movement, but true disappearance. No footsteps, no breath. Not even the flow of air is disturbed. Silent assassination technique, shadow strike. The blade silently thrusts towards Rayleigh's back. But Rayleigh seems to have anticipated it. Without turning his head, he counters with a sword, clang. Sparks fly as Wang Ji's knife is precisely blocked. Wang Ji's pupils constrict. You can see me? Rayleigh chuckles lightly. No, I can't hear you. Your heartbeat is too loud. Wang Ji sneers. Then let me make sure you hear enough. He suddenly accelerates, his figure flickering like a ghost, the blade creating countless afterimages. Slashing towards Rayleigh from all sides. Silent flow, 1,000 blades. Each strike is soundless, yet deadly. Rayleigh stands still, his gaze calm, as ice beneath his glasses. You don't really think Uncle Rayleigh is weak, do you? Clang, clang, clang. The rapier accurately blocks each attack, sparks flying like rain. Wang Ji grows increasingly alarmed. This guy can truly predict all my movements. Just as Wang Ji's assault slows for a moment, Rayleigh suddenly moves. Your silence is merely a disguise for impatience, much like a jumping clown. The rapier strikes out like a venomous snake, aiming for Wang Ji's wrist. Puffed. Blood splatters. Wang Ji grunts, losing his long knife. Rayleigh turns the blade, pressing it against his throat. It's over. Wang Ji grits his teeth and jumps back onto the ship. How is Rit doing? Rit has already encountered 3 people. The Golden Lion is Roger's. Rayleigh has taken down Wang Ji, leaving only Jabba and himself. Anyone who doesn't fight will be looked down upon after the battle, and that simply won't do. Saying this, he activates his domain and charges towards Charlotte Linlin. Mama, little brother, do you only know how to hide? Charlotte Linlin's eyes glimmer with a dangerous light. Rit's figure flickers in the blood mist, a hint of helplessness in his smile. What can I do? My fog can even penetrate warships. I must say your skin is really tough. Linlin suddenly punches towards the center of the mist, the air bursting. But it only scatters a shadow. Annoying. Just like a mosquito. She stomps in frustration, shaking the entire ship. Rit seizes the opportunity to flash out from another side of the mist, Fog God Flow, Blood Tide. The blood mist on the black tide, sword bursts forth, transforming into countless sharp blood blades. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rings out, and Linlin doesn't even turn around, casually swatting away the mist. TSK. Not even a weak point. Rit frowns and vanishes back into the fog. Jabba, while chopping down miscellaneous enemies, can't help but comment. Hey, Rit, how come you've gotten so weak? Can't even scratch a woman's skin? Rit's voice drifts out of the fog. If you're so capable, why don't you go for it? This woman is tougher than sea prism stone. Jabba shouts. Then let me take her on. Rit leaps into the air and switches places with Jabba. Without hesitation, Jabba steps forward, swinging his dual axes towards Linlin. Frenzied axe, mountain splitter. Boom! The axe blade strikes Linlin's arm, producing sparks of metal clashing. Linlin remains unmoved, instead laughing excitedly. Not bad. That hurt a bit. Jabba's hands go numb, cursing inwardly. Is this woman made of sea prism stone? But he doesn't show any fear. This is just the beginning. Kid, watch closely and learn. It's all knowledge. Chapter 24. Did you chop her arm off? Shiki crossed his twin swords and suddenly slashed down. Lion slice. Dozens of golden slashes tore through the sky, pouncing on Roger like a raging lion. Roger laughed loudly as he drew his sword, with Conqueror's haki wrapping around the blade, and slashed out God's avoidance. Boom! The clash of black-red and golden haki created a shockwave that forcibly carved a huge pit in the entire sea. The Oro Jackson and the Rock's fleet shook violently at the same time. Ritter, with his Conqueror's haki stabilizing himself, thought, are these two monsters trying to split the sea? Shiki stepped on the void and suddenly dove down. I can't fly. What do you have to fight me with? Roger grinned and suddenly leaped up, stepping on the moonwalk, momentarily hovering in the air. It's still possible to ascend temporarily with the moonwalk. Clang! Ace and Sakura clashed fiercely, sparks flying like rain. Now Roger was beating the Golden Lion fiercely. Let us shift our perspective back to Uncle Jabba. Jabba suddenly changed his tactic, no longer engaging in a hard fight, but instead using agile movements to circle to Ling Ling's side, swinging an axe horizontally at the back of her knee. Crazy axe, flow break. Bang! Ling Ling stumbled, kneeling on one knee, but immediately retaliated with a punch aimed at Jabba. Mama a litlitrick. Jabba hurriedly blocked with his axe, but was still sent flying 10 meters, his back crashing heavily against the mast. It must be said, Charlotte Ling Ling is really a tough opponent. Is it not dirty if you hide in the fog and sneak attack? Cough. This brute strength. Jabba's eyes lit up with excitement. Ritter shouted from the fog, Jabba, her base is unstable. Attack her ankle. Jabba grinned. Who needs your advice? He suddenly crouched and charged, sweeping his dual axes close to the ground. Crazy axe, Earth Dragon. Swish. The axe light flashed, sparks flew from Ling Ling's ankle, and she finally lost her balance and fell. Mama, Jabba seized the opportunity to leap up, raising both axes high. It's over. Just as the axe blade was about to fall. Fistbone, meteor. A cannonball accurately hit Ling Ling's chest, directly blasting her into the sea. Jabba's axe missed, nearly throwing out his back. On a distant warship, Garp laughed heartily with hands on his hips. Ha! No need to thank me. Jabba furiously shouted. Who asked for your help? Fistbone, meteor shower. Countless black cannonballs fell from the sky, indiscriminately bombarding both fleets. Ritter? Boom! 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 Roger and Shiki jumped back simultaneously, looking angrily at the sea. Garp's dog-headed warship broke through the waves, with him standing at the bow picking his nose. Ha! You guys keep fighting. I'm just here to join the fun. Shiki was furious. Garp, you're looking for death. But Roger suddenly sheathed his sword, laughing and waving his hand. Forget it. Forget it. We've had enough fighting today. He shouted to Garp. Old bastard. I'll buy you a drink next time. Garp, who wants to drink your alcohol? I'm here to arrest you guys. But the warship clearly slowed down, showing no intention of pursuit. The three parties withdrew. Shiki gritted his teeth, but glanced at the damaged fleet. All this destruction was caused by Ritter cleaning up the minions. 3 capable fighters were held up, and Ritter was killing, and the watchful Navy ultimately snorted coldly. Roger, next time we meet, I will definitely kill you myself. He waved to signal a retreat, and the Rock's fleet slowly departed. Roger waved cheerfully. Say hi to Rocks for me. Garp dug in his ear. TSK, boring. He then turned the ship around and left. He didn't want to pursue Roger now, as it would easily allow Rocks and the others to take advantage of the situation. This battle really ended with a whimper. Roger scored 1 point in a 1v1. Jabba scored nothing in a 1v1. Rayleigh scored 1 point in a 1v1. And Ritter scored full marks in a 1v100. Ritter got MV, while Roger, Jabba, and Rayleigh were just lying down winning dog-headed. The sea breeze gently blew, and the smoke dissipated. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the members of the Roger Pirates either sat or lay down, enjoying the rare post-battle leisure. Ritter collapsed on the deck, covered in red stains from evaporated blood mist, looking like a dried, salted fish. This wasn't T. Ritter's blood. The chopping and smashing soldiers could get injured. Ritter jumped directly into the sea. I'm exhausted. I killed at least hundreds of minions, and yet all the glory was snatched by that old man Garp. Jabba, while pouring alcohol into his mouth, rolled his eyes. You still have the nerve to say that? If it weren't for Garp's cannonball, I would have almost taken down Charlotte Ling Ling. Oh, I was close to taking down Charlotte Ling Ling. Ritter smirked with a V-shaped frown. Jabba, I'm not saying you, but I didn't break through her defenses with corrosion and chopping. Could your axe really break through? Ritter picked his nose, having picked up the habit of unconsciously doing it from hanging around Roger for too long. He liked to pick his nose when being sarcastic, and the damage was significant. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and calmly added, Jabba, your axe has even missed, so just stop bragging. Jabba. Rayleigh, do you want to fight? Roger laughed heartily, wrapping his arms around the two. Koo-ha-ha. Today was really enjoyable. That guy Garp is still the same, always causing trouble at the most exciting times. The deck had been blasted with a huge hole. Ritter looked at everyone, and all the members of the Roger Pirates looked at Ritter. Ritter sighed and resignedly got up. All right, who told me I was a devil fruit user? He pressed his hands on the deck, and mist slowly seeped out, filling the damaged boards. Jabba supervised nearby. Hey kid, is your mist patch reliable? Don't let the ship fall apart halfway through. Ritter rolled his eyes. Why don't you do it? How did we come over without the Oro Jackson? I'm quite professional in patching ships. Jabba. You continue. Rayleigh walked over and patted Ritter on the shoulder. You've worked hard. I'll give you an extra meal tonight. Ritter's eyes brightened. Really? I want to eat barbecue. Rayleigh smiled. Sure, but I'll deduct it from the 30,000 berries you owe me. Ritter. I choose to starve to death. This money is still from Ritter training with the Black Tide Greatsword, borrowing money to buy a ship. I've owed it for over a decade, and now you want to pay it back? I'm a confirmed deadbeat. Night fell, and a bonfire was lit on the deck, the aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air. Roger raised a bottle of wine, standing on a barrel, shouting, Cheers to today's victory. Cheers. Cheers. Everyone cheered, clinking glasses, and wine splashed everywhere. Jabba, with a flushed face from drinking, put his arm around Ritter's neck. Kid, you look pretty cool killing minions today. Ritter proudly lifted his chin. Of course. Scarlet mist. Jabba, but compared to me back in the day. Ritter, stop. Jabba, every time you get drunk, you have to brag. I'm tired of hearing it. If you bring up that useless old joke again, I'll deal with you. Jabba was furious. Stinky little brat. What I said is all true. Do you understand respecting your seniors? Rayleigh calmly drank. Like that time you challenged a Sea King and ended up being chased for 3 days and nights? Jabba. Rayleigh, shut up. Chapter 25. Before the Battle of God Valley, Carp's invitation in the year 1484 of the Sea Circle calendar. Rox had always wanted to recruit Roger, but perhaps due to the will of the world, Rox never encountered Roger's pirate crew during his expeditions. Without Rox, others couldn't take down Roger's crew. Shockingly, Charlotte Lin, a cadre of the Rox pirates, stated on Hive Island, if Roger, Jabba, and Ryder are willing, they could produce powerful offspring. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought that Ryder's first confession would actually be to Charlotte Lin? Little Ryder is just a tiny bean compared to Charlotte Lin, a giant paired with a little bean. Jabba laughed so hard his stomach hurt. This time Ryder didn't refute it because, on the matter of giants, Jabba truly had the right to speak. Days passed, and with the collection of bounty notices sent by the news seagulls, Rox had also become a master of pirate recruitment. Today, he recruited Kaido, and tomorrow he'd crush a pirate dojo, which signified that the Battle of God Valley was about to arrive. Ryder, however, felt indifferent. Whether Rox won or Carp won didn't matter to him. You might say that if Rox became the king of the world, there would be chaos. But when the target of rebellion is no longer a lofty god, but a pirate, the inviolable ideology nurtured for 800 years would collapse. Why can you be what I cannot? At least it gives the world a chance to resist. Although the Navy currently maintains justice at sea, the Navy is the Navy. And the Celestial Dragons are the Celestial Dragons. Ryder wouldn't credit the Navy's achievements to the Celestial Dragons. It would be better if the Celestial Dragons died. Just as Rox was gathering pirates, Carp also approached Roger and his crew. A crew member on the lookout shouted, Naval warship ahead. It's Carp's doghead ship. Roger grinned, his eyes sparkling with excitement beneath his straw hat. Koo-ha-ha-ha, my old rival has arrived. Ryder squinted, watching the approaching warship. Carp stood at the bow, his iconic doghead hat casting a shadow over his face, which usually wore a silly grin but was now unusually serious. Prepare for battle, Jabba shouted loudly, and the crew immediately entered a state of readiness. They weren't going to fight, but the necessary procedures couldn't be skipped. However, to everyone's surprise, Carp's warship stopped about 100 meters away from them. Strangely, all the cannons on that ship were pointed downward, clearly signaling a ceasefire. You should know that when Carp meets Roger, it would definitely start with cannon fire. Ryder thought, what the hell? He muttered under his breath, and blood mist unconsciously began to swirl around him. It seemed he guessed what Carp was coming for. Carp suddenly leaped forward, using moonwalk to create several shockwaves in the air, landing steadily on the deck of the Oro Jackson. This action made everyone tense up. and Ryder's fingers were already resting on the hilt of Black Tide. If Carp really wanted to discuss that matter, Ryder would draw his sword without hesitation, letting them go protect those beasts. What a joke. Relax, kid. Carp glanced at Ryder and then walked straight towards Roger. I have something to say. Roger laughed heartily, opening his arms. Kwaha. Carp, when did you learn to be so polite? Carp ignored Roger's teasing, lowering his voice with an unprecedented seriousness. Rox is preparing to come to God Valley. The deck instantly fell silent. Rayleigh's glasses glinted with a cold light. Jabba's axe unconsciously drooped, and even the usually playful Roger restrained his smile. So, Ryder couldn't help but interject. Navy, what are you here for? Ryder didn't even address Carp by name. Carp's sharp gaze turned to Ryder, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything. Kid, do you know what God Valley is for? Ryder's body stiffened imperceptibly, but he still nodded. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba quietly moved closer to Ryder. They knew he could foresee the future, and for Ryder to display such an unusual emotion, even if they had a good relationship with Carp, they would always stand behind Ryder. I don't know what you're talking about. Get off her ship. Ryder swung Black Tide, and Carp stepped back 2 paces, jumping out of Ryder's attack range. Don't play dumb. I trust my instincts. Carp pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and tossed it onto the deck. Look for yourself. Ryder bent down to pick up the paper and found it was a list of slaves. In the special exhibit section, it clearly stated that there were approximately 100,000 slaves, with children accounting for about 16. Ryder's hands began to tremble, the paper making a slight rustling sound in his grip. Carp. Roger's voice turned deep. What exactly are you trying to say? Carp took a deep breath. Rox want to seize the celestial dragon's treasures and devil fruits, but those beasts. He pointed towards the direction of God Valley. Carp fell silent, not knowing whether he referred to Rox or the celestial dragons as beasts. Rayleigh suddenly spoke. So you're here to rescue the slaves? I thought you should deploy 10 naval ships to prevent the slaves from escaping. Letting you have some fun with the celestial dragons. Ha ha. Bullshit. Carp slammed his fist against the ship's railing, causing a crack to form in the wood. I'm here to kill Rox. But those kids. His voice rarely showed a hint of wavering. They shouldn't die. The deck fell into silence. The sea breeze carried distant screams, like a dull knife scraping against everyone's hearts. Ryder suddenly let out a cold laugh. What a touching speech. But how can you guarantee this isn't a trap? To let us become cannon fodder while the Navy reaps the benefits? Besides, aren't those slaves also products of your protection? Carp didn't respond immediately, but walked up to Ryder, close enough to smell the blood on him. He lowered his voice to a volume only Ryder could hear. The third cave beneath the cliff on the west side. The guards are already asleep. Ryder's pupils suddenly constricted. You. Ryder's voice caught in his throat. Carp stepped back, resuming his carefree expression. So, Roger? Want to team up for a big score? Roger stroked his chin, glancing back and forth between Carp and Ryder. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Kuha-ha-ha. Interesting. Rayleigh, what do you think? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses. From a strategic standpoint, temporary cooperation is indeed the best choice. But, he shot Carp a meaningful look. We need some guarantees. Carp grinned, pulled out a map densely marked with notations, and threw it to Rayleigh. This is the Navy's deployment map for God Valley, the location of the celestial dragons, and possible hiding spots in case of danger. This was surveyed when I cleared out God Valley. Isn't that enough sincerity? Ryder stared intently at the map, his internal scales tipping back and forth. He didn't want to protect those so-called celestial dragons, but he couldn't ignore the cries of those children. What made him even more uneasy was that Carp seemed to be hinting at something. Ryder. Roger suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. What do you think? Everyone turned to look at Ryder. He slowly explained. The celestial dragons treat God Valley as a hunting arena, capturing slaves, including humans, fishmen, giants, etc., and exiling them to the island, hunting them down with weapons or beasts for amusement. Celestial dragons, who perform exceptionally well in hunting, are even rewarded by the elders, showcasing their so-called noble bloodlines and combat prowess. After finishing, Ryder closed his eyes. Roger remained silent for a long time. We can help you fight Rox. Roger finally spoke. Kapu, I trust you, but I don't trust the Navy. We need to judge the timing ourselves. Kapu laughed heartily. That's enough, Roger. He turned and walked towards the ship's rail, glancing back at Ryder before leaving. Remember, if the fog is thick enough, even God can't see the truth. I can't be bothered with how the pirates stir things up, nor do I care about the lives of the celestial dragons, but the child shouldn't die. It will be very chaotic at that time. This sentence hit Ryder's heart like a heavy hammer. Chapter 26. The celestial dragons deserve to die in the central arena of God's Valley, embedded with 12 tons of gold. A celestial dragon was poking in an iron cage with a diamond-studded whip. Hurry up and crawl, you filthy fishman. Inside the cage, a fishman girl, covered in whip marks, mechanically moved her tail, which oozed light pink blood. Father, look. Suddenly, a small celestial dragon screamed, pointing at the sky. 3 winged slaves, their wings chained, were plummeting from a height of 100 meters. This was the celestial dragon's favorite bird-falling show. The audience erupted in cheers, and the celestial dragons, wearing bubble helmets, eagerly placed bets on which slave would splatter first. Boring. Celestial dragon beyond, suddenly raising a pistol and shattering one slave's knee. Now that's interesting. On both sides of the marble corridor were living exhibits. Giant children sewn with doll limbs. A mermaid singer wearing a gemstone collar. Her vocal cords already severed. This was the highlight of the auction. The attendant respectfully lifted the red silk to reveal 3 fur-covered cubs curled up in a cage, capable of glowing on a full moon night, perfect for bedside lamps. Roger and his crew were in the 3rd cave under the cliff on the west side, using observation hockey to scan God's Valley. No one was without anger, especially Roger and Rayleigh, whose observation hockey was the best, having seen the most. Rayleigh detected weak life forces, those more fearful and desperate than adults. The jungle echoed with alternating screams. 20 slaves were thrown into a trap-filled hunting ground. Bells tied around their necks, numbers engraved on their wrists. The rules were simple. The host announced via a video snail that noble lords would use special bullets for hunting, hitting the numbered parts to win corresponding prizes. He kicked a prize box by his feet, filled with devil fruits and slave contracts. Number 7. I want to shoot number 7's left eye. The muzzle of the celestial dragon smoked. A wail came from 100 meters away as a female longhand tribe member fell, clutching her bleeding eye socket. The pupil of the video snail contracted, transmitting the scene to Mariehua's live screen. Rayleigh felt he was about to go mad. This was his first real encounter with the celestial dragons, although he had seen their cruelty in comics. Both the values of his past life and what he witnessed now gave Rayleigh one answer. They all deserve to die, toying with others' lives. How dare they? He wished he could rush out and kill them all. Rocks were cruel, but how were the celestial dragons any better? They were all bad news. Suddenly, the naval flag at the port of God's Valley ignited spontaneously, and from the blue flames emerged a figure draped in a captain's coat. Hook Dijibek. With each step he took, Cap. His roar shattered all glass along the coast. Are you bringing your toy soldiers to die? 50 warships in the harbor simultaneously turned their cannons, but the soldiers in the front row suddenly knelt. Something pinned their shadows to the ground. Wang Ji emerged from the shadows, the tip of his knife prodding a naval vice admiral's head. Our captain is asking questions. The Navy's proud steel line crumbled like paper before the Rock's pirates. The wreckage of 10 top warships burned on the sea. Is this the confidence of the world government? Rocks crushed the helmet of a candidate admiral underfoot, grinding it against the bloodied face. Cap barely managed to entangle with Rocks, and it was clear to anyone watching that Cap couldn't hold on for long. Amidst the smoke-filled battlefield, 9 celestial knights appeared in perfect formation. They wore pure white cloaks, with the celestial dragon hoof emblem embroidered on their chests. Each of their auras was as deep as the abyss. The leading knight, Gallant Saint, wielded a western sword wrapped in conqueror's hockey, pointing the tip directly at Rocks. Rocks D. Jibek, your crimes end today. Rocks grinned, revealing his white teeth. Just you bunch of watchdogs? Before he finished speaking, Whitebeard stepped forward, the power of the tremor fruit swirling with him, striking down violently. Skyquake collapse. Boom! 3 celestial knights worked together to block it, but they were all elite. Gallant Saint's pupils constricted. What? He hadn't expected the strength of Rock's captain to be so formidable. He always thought they would crush them easily. After all, they were supported by the entire world. Hey, it seems you are ignoring us. The Rock's pirates were a crew forged by Rock's absolute strength. As long as Rock stood, their cohesion was strong. But once Rocks fell, they would instantly disintegrate. Silver Axe Wang Ji also took down 2 knights. Shadow binding, execution. Crack! With the sound of stone shattering, 2 knights were sent flying, but it seemed they were not too severely injured. Charlotte Linlin stood atop Zeus the Thundercloud, laughing maniacally as she swooped down. Mama, your souls belong to me. The youngest celestial knight raised his shield just as Zeus swallowed him whole, and his screams abruptly ceased. The first casualty was the weakest Gallant Saint, but he didn't care. Gallant Saint swung his sword fiercely. The Conqueror's hockey wrap slash aimed directly at Rock's throat. Rocks did not dodge. He grabbed the blade with one hand, black-red lightning exploding in his palm. Too slow. Crack! The weapon in his hand was crushed by Rock's bare hands. Before Gallon Saint could react, Rock's other hand had grasped his throat, lifting him high. So-called Celestial Knights. Rox grinned, his fingers slowly tightening. Just dogs raised by the Celestial Dragons. Boom! Gallon Saint was smashed into the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading for 100 meters. Cap completely ignored the Celestial Knights. His only opponent was Rox. He wouldn't care if others came to seek death. The remaining veteran knights could only hold their own against the Rox Pirates officers. For a moment, the battlefield fell into a strange calm. It was impossible to expect the officers of the Rox Pirates to fight to the death. When Rox punched Cap away and turned to look towards the auction site, he saw a scene that delighted him. The pirates had broken through the Navy's defenses. Even though the knights were killing, those pirate hordes rushed toward the entire Celestial Dragon viewing platform, where those once high and mighty gods were now fleeing like headless flies. Interesting. Rox licked the blood from the corner of his mouth. Let us drag these gods down from their pedestals. Cap seized the opportunity to deliver a heavy punch to Rox's face. But Rox caught his wrist. Cap, you're distracted. Boom! Rox's knee slammed into Cap's abdomen, and the naval hero spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 27. Diligent Master Rue collects fertilizer in the underground passage. The fish girl was carrying an injured furry child on her back, followed by a dozen slaves of different races. Suddenly, at the end of the passage appeared a silver-haired boy, Don Quixote homing. Get out of the way. The fish girl bared her sharp teeth. The boy silently handed over a set of keys. There are boats at the east dock. His voice trembled. You can escape with them. The mist of Rue condensed into a finger, pointing in another direction. There's an exit over there too. As the last slave disappeared at the end of the passage, Rue turned to look at the main battlefield. Rox was choking Gallon Saint, while Carb had already stood back up, the armed color of his fist shining darkly. It needs to end. The blood mist on the black tide, swords suddenly surged, and this time Rue did not spread the mist widely, but instead condensed it around himself, refracting light to hide himself. Rue did not rush into the main battlefield, thinking that treating people like they were nothing was it. Celestial Dragon, your Rue dad is here. Captain Roger. Jabba anxiously looked at Roger, who remained still. Let him go. Roger, as straw hat covered his eyes, some battles must be chosen by him. In the center of God Valley, chaos was already rampant. Since you like hunting, his voice echoed in the air, but could not be pinpointed. Then now, the hunter is me. The Celestial Dragon Saint was frantically directing his guards. Hurry, escort me out of this damn place. The guards nervously looked around, only seeing a field of scarlet mist. Sir, we can't find the enemy. Useless. A bunch of useless. Puff. The Celestial Dragon Saint's voice suddenly stopped. A thin line of blood appeared on his throat without him noticing. The guards watched in horror as his head slowly slipped off, blood gushing out. The first one, since deciding to start killing Celestial Dragons, to the first successful kill, Rue felt suddenly unblocked. The bottleneck of his fruit ability disappeared. Rue felt his fruit ability awakening. His mist, previously called blood mist, was somewhat forced, as he had mixed that color himself. Now the blood mist was truly deserving of its name. Since you don't value life, I'll treat your lives as fertilizer. That's fine, right? Rue felt the awakening of his fruit brought an overall enhancement to the quality of the mist. Furthermore, for any being in Rue's mist, as long as Rue wished, he could extract its vitality to nourish himself. After killing the Celestial Dragons, Rue felt completely clear-headed. The golden fruit of the river god flowed, proving that the Pirate King was indeed a world of idealism. The Celestial Dragon Vegetable Saint and Grass Saint were hiding behind a golden statue, trembling all over. Damn commoners! How dare you attack us? The Celestial Dragon Vegetable Saint screamed hysterically. When the Navy arrives, I'll capture their families to be slaves. No, don't make a sound. The Celestial Dragon Grass Saint covered his mouth. That guy can hear us. Suddenly, the Celestial Dragon Vegetable Saint pushed away the Grass Saint and drew a gem-studded pistol. How dare you, slave, touch the noble? Slave, how could you be here, bang? The bullet pierced the Celestial Dragon Grass Saint's brow. The Celestial Dragon Vegetable Saint stared blankly at his hand. I didn't mean to. Bang. The Celestial Dragon Vegetable Saint. The Grass Saint's chest exploded with blood, and they looked at each other, bewildered as they pulled the trigger. They had just seen a slave. As he fell, he saw a pair of cold crimson eyes in the mist. Dog eats dog, how delightful. The Celestial Dragon was dragging his fat body toward the golden carriage. Snot and tears smeared across his ugly face. Save me. I am a descendant of the Creator. You commoners must. Mist erosion. Life siphon. Rue's finger gently curled, and the mist wrapping around the celestial dragon suddenly tightened. Ugh! The fat celestial dragon suddenly froze, his skin visibly shriveling, the essence of blood and flesh being siphoned away by the mist, transforming into streams of scarlet energy flowing back into Rue's body. In just 3 seconds, a dry corpse knelt on the ground, and with a gust of wind, it turned to ash and scattered. Rue clenched his fist, feeling the life force filling his body, stamina recovering, and even his haki becoming more solid. So this is what it feels like to plunder life. No wonder it's so addictive to crush you. Oh, you're just too weak to feel it. The remaining 5 celestial dragons gathered together, backs against each other, trembling all over. Come out, you demon. Rue's voice echoed from all directions. Don't you like hunting? Now, it's your turn to be the prey. Mist realm, life withering. The scarlet mist suddenly spread, enveloping all 5 celestial dragons. Ah, my arm. Help! My skin is melting. Where did the slaves go? Navy, save me. Their screams gradually weakened as the essence of blood and flesh was frantically extracted by the mist, transforming into 5 streams of crimson flowing into Rue's body. Thud! 5 dry corpses fell simultaneously, while Rue's aura rose to an unprecedented height. Truly, a nauseating sweetness. He looked down at his hands, a flicker of struggle in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by coldness. But dealing with you is just right. The fish girl and the fleeing slaves had reached the dock, but pursuers were hot on their heels. Stop them. Not a single one can escape. A Navy colonel charged in with dozens of soldiers, bullets raining down on the unarmed slaves. Suddenly, scarlet mist rose from the ground, forming a barrier that blocked all attacks. What is? The fish girl was stunned. From the mist came Rue's voice. Run. Don't look back. In the next moment, the mist wall suddenly expanded, engulfing all pursuers. Mist healing, life gift. The wounds of these children were healing, while the Navy's stamina gradually drained away. That's right. Give your life as a gift to others. Life gifts are very reasonable. Thank you, celestial dragons, for letting Rue test his fruit ability well. They are all sacrificing for science. Let us spit twice to show respect. 2A, 2A, 2A. Watching the gradually weakening Navy, Rue wore a face full of mockery. Aren't you, the justice-bearing Navy? Why aren't you fighting pirates on the main battlefield, but came over to block slaves? I guess the pirates don't dare to fight, but the kids can, right? Rue removed the mist from his face. You scottlech mishi, hui. Aren't you afraid of the world government's retaliation? Rue picked his nose. Well, if you die, I want to be exposed. Sayonara. Chapter 28. The arrival of the Roger pirates. Ritter wandered around God Valley recklessly. Aside from the main battlefield, he scoured every hiding place for the celestial dragons. He had nearly collected enough fertilizer. What disappointed Ritter was that some celestial dragons were heavily guarded by CP0, indicating their high status among the celestial dragons. Pirates surged toward them in waves, but it seemed that after a few attempts, they stopped trying. It's normal for pirates to be afraid of death. Ritter, who wanted to take advantage of the chaos, found no opportunity to strike. If Ritter truly wanted to kill them, he had ways, but it would be too risky and not worth exposing himself. With so many celestial dragons present, Ritter had already taken out half of them himself, which was quite exhilarating for him. Humming a little tune, Ritter returned to the cave where the Roger pirate ship was docked. At this time, Rox had been fighting with Garp and the others for more than 3 days. Roger waited, listening to the voices of all things while keeping an eye on Ritter. Wherever Ritter appeared, there was hope and fear. Seeing Ritter return, Roger didn't say anything, but the smile on his face was hard to suppress. As for the other members of the Roger pirates, it was difficult for them to notice him since Ritter was intentionally hiding himself. However, everyone tacitly refrained from asking. Ritter's return lifted everyone's spirits. With many celestial dragons dead and Garp and Rox having fought for 3 days, everyone was in high spirits. Kids, let us go meet the Rox pirates. Roger shouted. Ritter looked at his captain. The intense battle had left the Rox pirates and the Navy with heavy casualties. Now, they wouldn't be reduced to being the watchdogs of the celestial dragons, because most of them were dead. It was a joyful moment. Now that they were making their entrance, they were just passing by, here to help. The celestial dragons were all killed by Rox, and perhaps the world government would even thank them. Who said Roger only understood adventure? Rox's breathing was heavy like thunder. His black coat was tattered, revealing a chest covered in scars. Garp had left several bruises on his face with his iron fists, and his conqueror's haki was no longer as fierce as it once was. Damn Navy, damn Garp. He spat blood and grinned viciously at the similarly battered Garp. What's wrong? Your masters are all dead, and you're still here fighting? Garp grinned, his fists cracking. I don't fight for that trash. Just as the two were about to clash again, Kuahaha, how can we miss out on a fight? A hearty laugh came from the edge of the battlefield. Rox and Garp turned their heads simultaneously to see a dark red giant ship breaking through the smoke. With a man in a straw hat standing at the bow, Joel D. Roger. Roger. Rox's pupils constricted. What the hell are you doing here? Roger laughed heartily as he jumped off the ship. Ace drew his sword, pointing it directly at Rox. Of course, we're here to help. Garp's mouth twitched at Roger's sudden appearance after 3 days of fighting. Help? Help who? Roger winked. Of course, to help the side of justice. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and calmly added, we were just passing by and saw the Navy struggling, so we came to assist. Jabba, carrying an axe, grinned. That's right. We're just enthusiastic citizens. Ritter stood at the ship's railing, the black-tied great sword resting on his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. In his heart, most of the celestial dragons are dead. Now that we're making our entrance, who can say we're here to pick up the scraps? Heh. Roger and Garp battled Rox, while the Gorosei and the Holy Knights. Oh, it turns out they're mostly dead too. The scientific defense god of war, the financial god of war, the leader of the Holy Knights, and the others are gone. Ritter sighed. TSK. What a major reshuffle. Jabba and Rayleigh went to find other members of the Rox pirates. Garp, Roger, and Rox were not something they could interfere with. Hey, Garp. Roger laughed heartily. His sword pointed at Rox. Though I'm not pleased with you this time. Let's go all out. Garp snorted coldly, his fists cracking. Let's talk. After I finish him, I'll beat you. Rox stood atop the ruins, laughing maniacally. Fools from 2 eras. Come at me. Let you witness the true king of the world. Rox's conqueror's haki erupted like a tsunami, black-red lightning tearing through the sky. Roger and Garp unleashed their haki simultaneously. The 3 overwhelming pressures colliding, causing the entire island to tremble violently. Divine avoidance. Roger S/cut through space, aiming for Rox's throat. Fistball and meteor. Garp's iron fist, wrapped in top-tier haki, slammed toward Rox's chest. Rox grinned, both fists flying out. Boom! The 3 forces clashed. Shockwaves sweeping across the battlefield, the ground cracking, and seawater flooding in. Rox was pushed back several meters, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But his fighting spirit surged even more. Kuhahaha! This feels great. He tore open his shirt, a spiral tattoo on his chest spinning wildly. You are worth my all-out fight. Great maelstrom, devouring of the gods. The energy of the entire island was crazily absorbed. Rox's muscles bulged, his skin cracked. Yet he unleashed unprecedented power. Roger's eyes narrowed. Life returns. Without energy replenishment, he's burning his life. Garp grinned. Just as I like it. Roger. Garp shouted. I know. Roger laughed in response. The 2 charged toward Rox simultaneously. Fistbone, galaxy impact. Garp's fist, wrapped in Conqueror's haki, fell like a meteor. Ace, judgment. Roger's blade struck with earth-shattering force. Rox roared, meeting their blows. Dominion of the Conqueror. The end. Boom! Heaven and earth lost their color. What was Ritter doing? Oh wow, this fight is really intense. Ritter watched from the bow of the ship, blood mist enveloping the Oro Jackson, protecting it from destruction. Ritter spoke up. Even from this distance, he felt their conqueror's haki threatening to disperse his mist. This traveler is doing well. I've killed so many celestial dragons. Even if it's like butchering pigs, I should take a break, right? These might be the 3 strongest people of this era. Let's not worry about that old guy hiding in the garden for now. With Ritter's current strength, he had already qualified to watch the battle. Wow, Garp is really hitting Rox in the waist. Oh, that punch looks painful. Wow, it sent the captain flying. Oh dear, how exciting. While Ritter was savoring the commentary on the battle, Kaido, in his worm form from the fish fruit, appeared as a trainee crew member of Rox. Chapter 29. You should thank us at the edge of God Valley. Smoke filled the air. Young Kaido had just consumed the fish fruit and had not fully mastered its abilities. At this moment, he was rampaging through the ruins in a half-dragon form, roaring and spewing out chaotic hot air, while his tail swept away a few miscellaneous Navy soldiers. Rate looked on with interest from within the blood mist, resting his chin on his hand, observing this little longworm. He just ate it and can already transform into a half-dragon. Inner thoughts. Oh wow, isn't this the strongest creature of the future? But why does it look so silly right now? Hey kid. Rate's voice suddenly echoed from all directions, startling Kaido, who looked around with his dragon head. Who? Come out. Your dad. Swish. A whip made of blood mist suddenly lashed out and struck Kaido on the dragon's backside. Ow! Kaido writhed in pain, nearly falling into the sea. Rate's figure flickered in the blood mist, grinning wickedly. Little longworm, your Captain Rocks is about to be killed. Aren't you going to help? Kaido's eyes widened in anger. Of course I'm going to help. But you bastard, but you're too weak. Rate interrupted him. The blood mist suddenly transformed into a giant hand, gripping Kaido's dragon neck. You can't even use haki, and you still call yourself the strongest creature. Kaido struggled madly, clawing at the blood mist, but it felt like hitting cotton. Captain Rocks, I'm coming to help. As he shouted, he suddenly felt a restraint at his feet. Swish. A strand of scarlet mist silently wrapped around his ankle. Huh? What the? Ow! Kaido's eyes widened as he felt a burning sensation at his ankle, his skin visibly rotting at a rapid pace. Blood mist, bone corrosion. Rate's voice echoed all around, laced with malice. Kaido kicked his legs frantically, but the blood mist clung to him like a disease, corroding his flesh, and it seemed to be spreading throughout his body. Rate felt his life force absorb more than enough. The stronger the creature, the more life the mist could drain. Bastard, get the hell out here. He swung his mace in anger, but only scattered a puff of mist. TSK, is this all you've got? Rate's figure flickered in the blood mist, holding a stick formed from a mist. Oi, kid, didn't your captain teach you to always keep your observation haki active? Before he could finish, bang! A heavy blow struck Kaido's head perfectly. Ugh! Kaido's vision went dark, and before his dragon scales could harden, he face-planted into the dirt. Rate strolled over casually and kicked the unconscious Kaido. TSK, the future strongest creature. Right now, he's just a fool getting knocked out. He squatted down, casually pocketing the treasure Kaido had just stolen, and used the blood mist to carve a few words on his back. Visited here, leaving his mark a step ahead of Yutian. He chuckled. Suddenly, a gust of energy nearly knocked Rate over. He looked toward the main battlefield. Do you really think you can kill me? Rock's body slowly stood up from the ruins, blood dripping from his tattered robe, unable to hide the suffocating sense of oppression. His conqueror's haki was no longer violent, but had condensed into nearly tangible black lightning, wrapping around his body, distorting the air under his pressure. Kapu's fist trembled slightly, and Roger's blade lowered slightly. They sensed that this man's aura was reaching an unprecedented peak. I am the king who will overturn the world. You are merely stumbling blocks of the era. Rock's pupils turned completely black, and his conqueror's haki transformed from a shockwave into a domain, enveloping the entire battlefield. Conqueror's domain, endless dark realm. In an instant, all the powerful beings present, whether it was Roger, Kapu, or Rayleigh, were suppressed by an invisible force. Their movements slowed for a moment. Observation haki was interfered with. Rayleigh showed a rare look of shock. It's not interference. Roger grinned, his eyes flashing with battle intent. It's suppression. Rock's conqueror's haki had surpassed mere intimidation. It could temporarily suppress the opponent's perception and actions. On Rock's chest, the spiral tattoo began to spin wildly, resembling an endless black hole as the surrounding ruins, seawater, and even light were slowly being devoured. Great vortex, devourer of gods. The entire God Valley began to collapse, the ground splitting open into countless abysses, seawater rushing in, and the sky torn open with dark cracks. He is absorbing the entire island. Rate's blood mist was being pulled frantically. His expression changed dramatically. This guy wants to take everyone down with him. Rock's body began to disintegrate, but his laughter grew increasingly deranged. Kuahaha. Roger, Kapu, do you think you've won? The world government, the celestial dragons, the D-clan. You are all manipulated by fate. My will never disappear. His body was breaking apart, but his conqueror's haki solidified into a dark shadow, shooting up into the sky. One day, someone will inherit my ambition, overturn this world. Rate saw this scene and turned around. Hey, I'll take this treasure with me. Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others hurriedly retreated toward the Oro Jackson, as Rate's mist condensed, furiously being absorbed into the black hole. But Rate dared not stop. If he did, the Jackson might be destroyed. He compressed it into a shield outside the ship, certain that the stamina he consumed over 3 days was not as great as this return. Everyone unleashed their conqueror's haki to resist that brutal force that destroyed everything. But the ship remained firmly embedded around God Valley because their captain was still inside, and they couldn't leave. After the first wave of impact ended, Rayleigh and Rate rushed toward God Valley, while Jabba continued to resist the shock on the ship. Now, God avoid! Roger shouted, and Ace's long sword, wrapped in conqueror's haki, aimed straight at Rock's throat. Fist bone, galaxy impact. Kapu's fist roared out, compressing the air into a vacuum. King of the underworld, sword of twilight. Rayleigh's sword light sliced through the darkness. Mist god style, eternal night. Rate's blood mist transformed into countless blades, blocking Rock's escape route. Boom! In the earth-shattering explosion, Rock's figure was completely engulfed. God Valley sank. The Rock's pirates watched their captain's defeat and began to retreat from God Valley, while the Navy could only watch from afar, having no strength left to pursue the pirates. Both sides were nearly exhausted from their battle. Everyone jumped onto the floating wooden planks around them, as the unprotected Navy ships were shattered by the shockwave. Rate's gaze swept across. Oh, the scientific defense god is still alive, huh? The legendary Tortoise King is quite impressive. The scientific defense god looked at the Roger pirates. The world government owes you a favor, and they will withdraw your bounty. Thank you all for your help. Rate, in his Jerry form, pointed at the 5 elders. Look, he should thank us. He no longer considered why the Roger pirates had appeared. Without them, Rox might have truly succeeded, which no longer allowed him to theorize from any conspiracy perspective, as it didn't make sense. The Roger pirates have no need to go all out for the world government. This favor is too great. However, the old geezers of the world government would never kneel down to thank the Roger pirates. Rate felt pretty good about it. Having this big favor would make things easier in the future. Rate believed that as long as the Roger pirates didn't uncover the truth of the world, they could walk freely in this world. The ancient, non-obligated warlords of the sea have no obligation to do so. Chapter 30. Draw SSR Shanks after the Battle of God Valley. The Oro Jackson slowly sailed away from the ruins. On the deck, the Roger pirates gathered in a circle, curiously staring at Rate, returning from the battlefield with a magnificent treasure chest. Hey Rate, what good stuff did you find this time? Jabba rubbed his hands, looking forward to it. Rate shrugged, a mysterious smile on his lips. Who knows? Maybe it's a celestial dragon's treasure. No treasure can escape my eyes. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and calmly said, with your personality, it's probably something valuable. Roger burst out laughing and opened the chest. Wow! Inside the chest, there was neither gold nor jewels, but a small red-haired baby sleeping soundly with tiny fists tightly gripping a pacifier. The entire place fell silent. Roger. Rayleigh. Jabba. Rate, whistling oh boy, unexpected harvest. The baby seemed to wake up, groggily opening his eyes to reveal a pair of clear, big eyes. Then, giggling, he smiled at Roger, waving his little hands as if trying to grab his straw hat. Roger was stunned for 2 seconds before bursting into louder laughter. Kuahaha, this little guy likes my hat. Rayleigh facepalmed. Captain, that's not the point. Jabba squatted down and poked the baby-s face. Hey little guy, what's your name? Of course, the baby wouldn't answer, only babbling and reaching for Jabba's untrimmed beard. Rate stroked his chin, deep in thought. I found him in the celestial dragon's treasury. Wow, I didn't expect Shanks to be pulled into the Roger pirates by myself. I can't wait to see what will happen to this little butterfly in the future. Roger picked up the baby and raised him high above his head. From today on, you are a member of the Roger pirates. Kuahaha. Rayleigh sighed. Captain, have you ever taken care of child? Roger didn't care. What does it matter? We're not short on food on this ship. Little Rate is doing just fine. Rate, just remember what you said now, Captain. Roger was scratching his head, looking at the boiling pot of milk. The liquid inside was a strange pink color, bubbling suspiciously. Rayleigh, he shouted, are you sure the formula is mixed like this? Rayleigh frowned, flipping through a small booklet in his hands titled Sparta Parenting Manual. The recipe should be. He stopped mid-sentence as the liquid in the pot suddenly made a pop sound, releasing a cloud of black smoke. Rate, lazily peeking out from the hammock. Friendly reminder. Are you really sure hot sauce is suitable for babies? The kitchen immediately turned chaotic. Jabba frantically tried to salvage the pot. Rayleigh quickly flipped through the manual, and Roger pulled out a rum bottle from who knows where, ready to pour it in. Stop. Rayleigh quickly blocked his captain. Babies can't drink alcohol. Roger scratched his head and laughed. What does it matter? When I was young, you drank oat milk when you were young. Rate had already stood at the cooking station, skillfully taking out a new baby bottle, 45-degree warm water, first water then powder, gently shaking it. His wrist moved deftly, and the liquid in the bottle quickly turned into a uniform milky white. This formula was specially purchased by the Roger pirates on the island. Rate couldn't help but comment on the Pirate King's technology level. There were all sorts of strange things here, yet the ship was still an outdated wooden sailboat. Jabba's eyes widened. How are you so skilled? Rate handed the bottle to Shanks, and the little baby immediately held it and started drinking happily. He slightly raised his lips. I might be a genius. At that moment, Roger suddenly excitedly slapped the table. Wouldn't it be faster to heat it with my hockey? Before anyone could react, dark red hockey wrapped around his fingertips. Wait, Captain Boom! The baby bottle exploded into a magnificent firework in front of everyone's eyes. Shanks was momentarily stunned, then clapped his little hands happily, his giggles ringing out amidst the swirling milk powder smoke. Rayleigh trembled as he picked up the glass shards off the ground. That was my last limited edition rum glass. Rayleigh held back his anger. But the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Roger, you idiot. How about this? Spencer brought over a coconut from somewhere. 10 minutes later, Shanks was happily holding a drilled coconut shell, sipping the coconut juice inside. Jabba was moved to tears. We did it. Yesterday, we were fighting for our lives against the Rocks pirates, and today we're all flustered around Child. Ha ha, this is too much fun. On the Oro Jackson late at night, Shanks' cries pierced through every cabin. Shanks was sitting on Jabba's lap, his little hands tugging at his hair and stuffing it into his mouth, saliva all over his face. Ugh, Jab, B.A. The little baby mumbled in baby talk, completely unaware that he was destroying the image of a great pirate. Rate leaned against the mast, holding a transponder snail, laughing heartily. The strong-willed Jabba, you're truly something. Shut up, you bastard. Jabba roared in frustration. Why do I have to keep watch? Rayleigh calmly flipped through the duty roster. Because you cheated last time in dice. Jabba was at a loss for words. While Shanks had successfully made his hair wet, even trying to bite it. Let go. Let go, you little brat. The deck was in chaos, with Jabba wildly shaking his head, trying to escape Shanks' grasp, while the little baby thought they were playing and giggled, holding on tighter. The other crew members looked despairingly at Rayleigh. Vice Captain, can we just put in the captain's cabin for one night? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, sure. Everyone's eyes lit up. If you want to see a drunken child. Everyone immediately wilted. The least reliable person on the Roger Pirates was Roger himself. The first time he shouted to bring Shanks along, he actually brought little Shanks to drink. Rayleigh had to beat Roger up to end that situation. What should we do? Spencer was frantic. At this rate, we'll all go crazy. Rate yawned, lazily walking over and picking up Shanks from Jabba. All right, I'll keep watch tonight. Jabba looked relieved. Really? Yeah. Rate slung Shanks over his shoulder. I have strong observation hockey. I can calm him down before he cries. Everyone was moved to tears. Rate, you finally have some conscience. Rate smirked, but from today on, your alcohol belongs to me. The deck fell silent as death. 3 seconds later, you devil taking advantage of the fire. Chapter 31. A pair of rivals. Roger squatted on the deck, watching Raider skillfully change Shanks' diaper. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. Speaking of which, Raider, you weren't this much trouble when you boarded at 3 years old. Raider, without lifting his head, tied the diaper, of course. I was a sweet potato, huh? Rayleigh, who was making tea, suddenly paused, a cold glint flashing in his glasses. Now that I think about it, it is indeed suspicious. How could a 3-year-old steal my hidden liquor in the middle of the night? And always drink the most expensive ones? Jabba added through gritted teeth. I saved up for half a year to buy that rum. Raider lifted Shanks, the little baby happily tugging at his hair. He said without changing his expression, that's called tasting. Besides, when you picked me up from the deserted island, didn't you already know I wasn't an ordinary child? What kind of good child is alone on an island? Roger laughed even louder. Exactly. Shanks yawned in Raider's arms, drooling all over Raider's shoulder. Raider looked at Shanks and gently patted the baby's back. See, this is what a normal child should look like. Rayleigh leisurely took a sip of tea. So you admit you acted cute to get on the ship back then? What do you mean by acting cute? Without me, the Roger Pirates would have fallen apart sooner or later. Raider stuffed the sleeping Shanks into Roger's arms. Now it's your turn to experience the joy of having a real child, dear Captain. Roger clumsily caught Shanks, and Raider's observation hockey sensed something. Wait, there's something in a barrel. It was truly a fateful encounter. Raider fished it out, and Roger laughed heartily. Could it be another baby? The wooden barrel bumped against the ship's side, and the lid suddenly popped open. A little baby with a red nose was sitting inside, holding a half-eaten carrot and happily waving at them. Another one. Jabba's jaw almost dropped to the deck. The little baby saw everyone and excitedly began to coo, the red nose shining in the sunlight. He clumsily tried to climb out of the barrel, but ended up nose-diving into the freshly washed diaper. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Roger was already laughing as he lifted the red-nosed baby. Coo-ha-ha-ha! Look at his nose. So cute. Shanks seemed to sense something and suddenly woke up in Roger's arms. The moment the two babies locked eyes, wow. Shanks excitedly reached out to grab Buggy's red nose. Buggy unceremoniously bit Shanks' finger. Hey, what are you two doing? You should be loving each other. Raider quickly separated them, and both Shanks and Buggy started crying. Rayleigh facepalmed. Well, will I buy one, get one free? I'm starting to miss Raider's childhood. Raider, holding one baby in each hand, suddenly revealed a devilish smile. Captain, I just had a brilliant idea. Roger leaned in curiously. Little Raider, what is your good idea? Spill it. Since you love taking care of kids so much, Raider stuffed both babies into Roger's arms. These two are all yours now. Wait, I haven tea. Roger clumsily caught the two wriggling little ones. Shanks' drool and Buggy's snot instantly smeared all over his face. Rayleigh took 3 steps back. Who told you to be the captain? Some responsibilities are unavoidable. They are all your future crew members. Jabba had already climbed over the railing. I'm going to check if there are any damages under the ship. Roger watched as his crew abandoned him without sadness and turned around, lifting Buggy and Shanks high. Who cares? Kuhahaha. From today on, you two are the trainee crew members of the Roger Pirates. Shanks and Buggy seemed to understand, and Buggy's red nose twitched before he suddenly sneezed, spraying a glob of snot right onto Roger's face. Hey, this little brat is harder to handle than Shanks. Roger frantically wiped his face. Seeing this, Shanks immediately imitated him and spat out a mouthful of drool at Roger. This pair of little rivals started early. The future Yonko red-haired Shanks and the future new Yonko Buggy the Clown. I'm watching him grow up. My future prestige is beyond imagination. Ha ha. You two little rascals. Roger pretended to be angry, but couldn't hide the laughter in his eyes. It seems I need to teach you what the captain's authority is all about. Saying this, he reached out to tickle the two babies, but Buggy suddenly tugged at his nose hair, and Shanks took the opportunity to climb onto his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Let go, little brats. The deck was in chaos. Rayleigh watched this scene, shaking his head helplessly. Well, this is lively. Jabba had somehow climbed back. Holding 2 bottles of liquor, come. I bet Buggy will learn to walk first. A bottle of rum as the stake. I bet on Shanks. He is already starting to talk. He will definitely walk first. Another crew member chimed in. Raider leisurely joined the betting. I bet they will learn to steal liquor first. After all, with a captain like this, what kind of crew members would there be? Hey, you heartless bunch. Come help me. Roger's cries for help were drowned in laughter. Thus, after a while, hey, Shanks, look over there. Raider quietly pointed at the napping Rayleigh, then stuffed a bottle of ink into Shanks' hand. The little baby blinked his big eyes and wobbled toward the first mate. 5 minutes later, Rayleigh had a perfect pirate flag doodle on his face, while the culprit innocently sucked his fingers. Raider! Rayleigh's roar echoed throughout the ship. Hiding behind the mast, Raider was shaking with suppressed laughter, completely unaware that Buggy had crawled up behind him. The little baby's red nose twitched, and he suddenly burst into tears. What's wrong? What's wrong? Roger rushed over, just in time to see Raider frantically trying to soothe the baby. Kuahaha, this is karma. Roger laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. Raider gritted his teeth. This little brat is definitely faking it. He was just smiling at me. Before he finished speaking, Buggy suddenly stopped crying and made a face at Raider, causing an uproar of laughter on the deck. Even the usually serious Rayleigh couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he went to get a towel with his face covered in ink. Chapter 32, The Clash of Two Top Pirate Crews. 6 years have passed, and there are no signs of time on Rayleigh's face. This is the most practical enhancement brought by his awakening. As long as he wishes, he will not die of old age. He has consciously been taking care of Roger's health, but while supplementing Roger's life, Rayleigh does not sense any signs of a terminal illness in him. Is this really a plot twist? Rayleigh expressed his doubts. The azure sea sparkled under the sunlight as the Oro Jackson sailed leisurely. Rayleigh lay lazily on the lookout, a blade of grass in his mouth, when suddenly his observation hockey stirred slightly. Huh. He narrowed his eyes and gazed toward the distant horizon, a vague black that was slowly approaching. As the distance closed, the black dot gradually revealed its outline, a massive battleship shaped like a whale's head with the iconic Whitebeard skull flag painted on its sails. Hey, Captain! Rayleigh shouted down to the deck. We have familiar faces approaching. Roger, who was being pestered by Shanks and Buggy while telling stories, looked up. Who is it? Rayleigh smirked. Yes. Rayleigh's hockey detected something, and he adjusted his glasses. In that direction. Is it Whitebeard? Roger's eyes lit up as he jumped to his feet. Kwaha! It's that guy. Shanks and Buggy immediately got excited. Whitebeard, the legendary pirate, as powerful as the captain? Rayleigh jumped down from the lookout and landed steadily. That's right, and he paused, revealing a playful smile. It seems there are a few little ones on a ship as well. Meanwhile, on the deck of the Moby Dick, several small figures were busy. In the original plot, Shanks is 39, Bista is 47, Marco is 45, and Jozu is 42. Here, I will set Sachi's age to be the same as Bista's. 12-year-old Marco followed behind his siblings to prevent them from falling, and now Mama Bird was quite exhausted. 9-year-old Jozu shone with a faint diamond glow as he struggled to carry a wooden barrel. 14-year-old Bista and Sachi squatted in a corner, dueling with wooden swords and spatulas. Take this, Rose Sword Dance. Watch my delicious slash. Whitebeard sat in a specially made giant chair, watching the raucous little ones with a helpless yet doting smile. Old man, we VE spotted a ship ahead, a crew member reported loudly. Whitebeard looked up, his gaze piercing through the sea, landing on that familiar dark red pirate ship. Gwahaha. He chuckled deeply. It's that kid Roger. Marco immediately flew over, eyes sparkling. The Roger Pirates? The legendary pirate, who's your equal? Whitebeard ruffled his hair. That's right, and... He paused, a deeper smile forming. It seems there are also some interesting little ones on his ship. As the distance closed, the Oro Jackson and the Moby Dick slowly approached and finally docked side by side on the calm sea. Roger stood at the bow, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Kuhahaha. Whitebeard, long time no see. Whitebeard stood up, his ship slightly trembling. Gwahaha. Roger, you're still as loud as ever. The crews of both ships sized each other up, and when their gazes fell upon the little ones aboard the other ship, the atmosphere suddenly became subtle. Shanks and Buggy leaned over the railing, curiously staring at Marco and the others. Hey, Rednose, look at that blue fire guy. Shanks excitedly pointed at Marco. Don't call me Rednose, Buggy roared, but soon his attention was drawn to Jozu's diamond skin. Wow, that guy can shine. How much would that be worth in berries? On the opposite side, Marco glared back defiantly. What are you looking at? Jozu scratched his head foolishly. They have kids on their ship too. Bista and Sachi had already assumed battle stances. Beating 2 kids would be a piece of cake. They specifically switched to wooden swords and spatulas, the weapons they had practiced with since childhood, aimed at Shanks and Buggy. Do you want to fight? Roger and Whitebeard exchanged glances, both revealing mischievous smiles. Kids, they shouted in unison, take all their treasure. Oh, the 6 little ones' blood boiled, and they charged forward. Marco's blue flame wings unfurled behind him. Although he couldn't fly steadily yet, his momentum was impressive. I'm a reserve member of the Whitebeard Pirates 1st Division. Shanks pulled out a toy wooden sword, grinning. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Bang! The two collided. Marco flapped his flame wings while Shanks nimbly rolled to avoid the attack, occasionally poking Marco's backside with his wooden sword. The Pokemon battle began, and Rayleigh squatted nearby, munching on sunflower seeds. Shanks attacked his lower half. Whitebeard raised an eyebrow. Marco used claw strikes. The two launched simultaneous attacks. Wah! Shanks was sent tumbling. Ow! Marco jumped up, clutching his backside. At this moment, Rayleigh couldn't help but exclaim that it was no surprise he was the youngest of the 4 emperors. His combat talent was already showing. Drawled Jozu, shining with a faint diamond glow, although still unable to fully harden, had a solid fist. Take this punch. Buggy's red nose twitched, and suddenly he burst into tears. You're bullying me. Jozu was taken aback. I didn't use much strength. At that moment, Buggy seized the opportunity for a sliding tackle. Smack! Jozu fell face first into the ground. The entire Whitebeard Pirates. Despicable. The entire Roger Pirates. Well done, Buggy. Really gave a thumbs up. That's all deceptive tactics. I taught that. Buggy won, just as Buggy was feeling smug. Hey, you guys are cheating. How come 4 are ganging up on 2? Buggy protested with tears in his eyes, covering his reddened nose. On the opposite side, Marco, Jozu, Bista, and Sachi lined up, looking fierce. Marco put his hands on his hips. There's no fairness in the pirate world. Jozu clenched his fist. Old man said that numbers are also strength on the battlefield. Bista and Sachi nodded in sync. Exactly. Shanks wiped the dirt from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were even more excited. Buggy, it seems we need to use that move. Buggy was taken aback. Huh? What move? Shanks suddenly lowered his voice. The one Rayleigh taught us. Shanks suddenly charged at Marco, shouting, take this. Marco immediately spread his flame wings to counter, but Shanks abruptly stopped, pulling out a handful of sand. Eat my sandstorm. What? My eyes. Marco stumbled back, covering his face. Buggy took the chance to sneak behind Jozu. If I throw some chili powder, won't you explode? Achoo! Achoo! Jozu's diamond skin could withstand blows, but his nose suffered, tears and snot flowing together. In the chaos, Shanks snatched Bista's wooden sword while Buggy stole Sachi's spatula. Get it back. Bista jumped in a panic. Want it? Come and take it. Shanks held the wooden sword over the edge of the ship. Bista and Sachi immediately became hesitant. Shanks extended the sword, and Bista and Sachi looked terrified. Shanks pulled the sword back, relieved, extended it again, scared faces, pulled it back, relieved, extend, scare, pull back, relieve, extend, scare, pull back. Relieved. Hey, Bista and Sachi showed their shark teeth. You bastard, are you done playing? Now, the situation has reversed. Marco is still rubbing his eyes, Jaws is sneezing, and Vista and Sachi are still being controlled by Shanks. Shanks and Buggy exchange a glance and reveal devilish smiles. Here we go. The two of them simultaneously lunge at Marco. Shanks with a sweeping kick. Buggy charges in with his red-nosed headbutt. Bang! Marco is knocked over by their combined force and lands in Jaws' arms. The four little guys rolling into a heap, creating extreme chaos. Whitebeard pirates, too despicable. Roger pirates, well done. Rayleigh give the thumbs up from a distance. As expected of my student. You got a bit of my flair, haha. Roger laughs heartily, kuahaha. Newgate, your little one still needs some training. Whitebeard isn't angry at all. Instead, he looks at Shanks and Buggy with appreciation. Gururara, these two little brats have great potential. Chapter 33. The agreement between Whitebeard and Roger. Whitebeard watched his sons joyfully fighting, feeling a bit restless himself. He slowly raised his sword. Song Yun Chia, since we've met, it would be unreasonable not to have a battle, right? Roger drew his sword, ace, its blade shining in the sunlight. Just what I wanted. The two of them revealed wild smiles simultaneously, a unique understanding and respect shared between strong warriors. Shanks and Buggy dispersed, and, at first, Whitebeard was on the ship, unnoticed by Shanks and Buggy. Upon a closer look, his eyes widened. Is that Whitebeard? So big. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. Don't run around later. Those two monsters fighting is no joke. Ritter leaned against the mast, a smirk on his face. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on those two little troublemakers. Kids, back off. Before he finished speaking, two overwhelming waves of Conqueror's hockey collided. Boom! The entire island trembled violently. Stones on the beach floated into the air, and a massive wave surged up from the distant sea. The watching kids were knocked to the ground, their faces filled with shock. Whitebeard struck first, swinging Song Yun Chia with the destructive power of the tremor fruit towards Roger. Sky split. The space seemed to tear open, and a terrifying shockwave rushed forward. Roger laughed heartily. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, his fist enveloped in Conqueror's hockey, and punched out. God avoid! Rumbling. The two forces collided, creating a giant pit in the center of the island, and the shockwave sent trees flying within 100 meters. The watching kids were knocked off balance. Jozu exclaimed in shock. This is incredible. Bista, clenching his small wooden sword, I want to be that strong too. This is the great swordsman. Whitebeard advanced, swinging Song Yun Xia, while Roger skillfully leaped back and countered with a whip kick. Bang! Whitebeard blocked with one hand, while the other reached for Roger's collar, preparing to execute a throw. But Roger used the momentum to flip and kick towards Whitebeard's shin. Gulalala. Not bad. Whitebeard laughed heartily, taking the kick head-on, and retaliated with a punch to Roger's abdomen. Boom! Roger was sent flying several meters, but adjusted his posture in midair, landing steadily with a grin. Bring it on. Both of them unleashed their strongest Conqueror's hockey, black and red, lightning intertwining, making the entire island tremble. Roger, take this move. Whitebeard gripped his sword with both hands, the power of the tremor fruit condensing to its peak. Newgate, let me see your full strength. Roger's fist was enveloped in unprecedented might. Boom! The heavens and earth lost their color. An 100-meter-wide pit was blasted out in the center of the island, seawater rushing in to form a small lake. As the dust settled, Whitebeard and Roger stood facing each other, both laughing heartily. Sky split. Whitebeard struck first, swinging Song Yun Xia with the power to shatter space downwards towards Roger. The ground of the island instantly split open with massive chasms, and shockwaves swept everything away. Roger charged forward instead of retreating, slicing horizontally with his sword. God avoid. Boom! The two forces collided again, creating another giant pit in the center of the island, with seawater rushing in to form a whirlpool. The spectators were blown away by the shockwave, and even Ritter had to deploy a dark mist barrier to shield himself. It wasn't over yet. Whitebeard roared, the power of the tremor fruit exploding once more. He punched the ground. The entire island began to collapse, the crust torn apart, and a terrifying shockwave barreled towards Roger. Roger's eyes burned with fighting spirit. His Conqueror's hockey condensing to its peak, he leaped into the air against the shockwave. Newgate, Try my new move, Ace, Blade of the End. The blade light cut through the sky. The black-red slash pierced the shockwave, driving straight for Whitebeard's chest. Bang! Whitebeard was pushed back several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Gulalala, impressive. He wiped away the blood, his fighting spirit undiminished, though his body swayed slightly. Roger sheathed his sword, his smile still bold. Newgate, how was that? Whitebeard laughed. Don't get cocky. I'm just not at my best today. He slowly straightened up. Song Yun, Chia heavily planted. You won this battle. The crowd fell silent. Marco and the others stared wide-eyed, unable to believe their father, Whitebeard, had actually conceded. Roger stepped forward, extending his fist. Let's fight again next time. Whitebeard grinned and bumped fists with him. Gulalala. Next time won't be so easy. Whitebeard sat cross-legged, his massive body casting a long shadow in the firelight. He tilted his head back and took a swig of strong liquor, gazing out at the distant sea. Gulalala. Roger, do you remember Ox? Roger, munching on a piece of roasted meat, paused at the mention, grinning. That madman, of course I remember. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, his deep voice sounding particularly heavy in the night. Back then, we all thought power was everything. Rocks sought dominion, an ambition to overturn the world. But in the end, none of us found what we truly wanted. You've seen that the Rocks pirates were held together by Rock's iron-fisted methods. A scattered group with only interests and no trust. As long as the interests were sufficient. A brother who was friendly with you one moment could stab you in the back the next. It was then that I began to waver about my own home. Roger wiped his mouth, his gaze uncharacteristically serious. But you found it, right? Whitebeard looked at Marco, Jozu, Bista, and Sachi, who were causing a ruckus not far away. A smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. Ah, family is my home. The firelight illuminated his face, and his imposing features appeared particularly gentle at that moment. Roger laughed heartily, patting Whitebeard on the shoulder. Koha, not bad, Newgate. You're like a real dad now. Whitebeard laughed too, but then his tone changed. What about you? What are you pursuing? Roger's smile faded a bit, reflecting thoughts that arose after the God Valley battle. The truth. The truth of the world, the blank 100 years, the will of D. I want to uncover it all. Whitebeard stared at him for several seconds, slowly nodding. Gulalala. That's indeed your style. He raised his liquor jug. Then I wish you find the answer soon. Roger clinked his cup and drank it all. Ah, I definitely will. The waves gently lapped at the shore, as if witnessing this agreement. Chapter 34. Choose your weapon after the banquet. The two ships departed separately. Pirates do not stay in one place. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the entire Roger Pirates crew sat in a circle surrounded by various weapons. Long swords, short swords, axes, pistols, great swords, and even a few uniquely designed special weapons. All right, kids. Roger grinned, patting Shanks and Buggy on the shoulders. Today is a big day. It's time for you to choose your weapons. Shanks and Buggy, now 6 years old, were at the age to select their specialized weapons. This was the norm for geniuses. The first 6 years were for physical training. It was normal for a 6 or 7-year-old to be running around carrying a great sword. Right, really? Shanks' eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked around. Buggy, on the other hand, nervously swallowed, his red nose twitching slightly. The crew took turns introducing their weapons, hoping the kids could find something suitable. Rayleigh elegantly drew a slender rapier. Its blade, pirate swords and sabers are indistinguishable, noticeably narrower than a regular katana, glinting with a cold light under the sun. The essence of swordsmanship lies in precision and speed. One strike must be lethal. The downside? The damage output is low, requiring every strike to be exceptionally accurate. With a flick of his wrist, he pierced 3 falling leaves in an instant. Shanks and Buggy were mesmerized. That's so cool. Jabba drew 2 short-handled battle axes with heavy, sharp blades. A combination of strength and technique. Chopping, throwing, blocking. The axe is a man's romance. This weapon is versatile in both offense and defense, but the downside is its complex techniques. It requires good combat thinking and is hard to master. As he spoke, he swung an axe down on a wooden barrel, splitting it cleanly in 2 with a mirror-smooth cut. Shanks' eyes lit up. This is amazing. Spencer gracefully spun a long-barreled flintlock pistol in his hand, the gun adorned with exquisite engravings. 100 steps, a single shot. A marksman relies not on brute strength, but on calm judgment. He raised his gun, and a seagull's feather fell in response. We are distant hunters. Everything within our range is our prey. He finished with a cool pose, adding, however, to be a marksman, you need powerful observation hockey and armament hockey. The lethality of a marksman depends on your shooting range and power. Buggy felt tempted. That doesn't sound bad. Rayleigh lazily leaned against the ship's railing, a dark, heavy great sword slowly materializing amidst the swirling blood mist. A heavy sword has no edge, and great skill lies in simplicity. He casually swung it, the sword energy creating a wave. Once mastered, it grants you lethal power and defensive capability that other weapons lack. The downside is obvious. You need a strong physique and stamina to support it, consuming more energy in battle than other weapons. Buggy. Shanks' gaze finally landed on Roger's sword, Ace. It was a long, sharp blade, shimmering with a faint silver light, the hilt wrapped in red satin. Captain. Shanks took a deep breath. I want a sword just like yours. Rayleigh glanced at Shanks. You want to inherit it now, huh? No wonder it's you, Shanks. Roger laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Kuahaha. Good eye. But you can't handle Ace just yet. He turned and picked a similar training long sword from the pile of weapons, handing it to Shanks. Practice with this for now. When you're strong enough, go find your own Ace. Shanks solemnly accepted the long sword, nodding vigorously, yes. I will definitely get stronger. Buggy, however, was struggling with indecision. He first tried Jabba's axe. Buggy's left and right brains fought against each other. It was obvious he felt clumsy swinging it. Jabba's axe emphasized precision in attacks, and after a while, Buggy helplessly gave up, feeling a sense that he just wasn't suited for this weapon. Next, he picked up Rayleigh's rapier, which looked somewhat manageable, but Buggy clearly couldn't control his thrusts accurately, resulting in limited lethality. This is too hard. Finally, Buggy set his sights on Rayleigh's great sword, eager to try it out. Bro, I want to use that. Buggy thought. Great swords look cool. I saw Rayleigh slash a whole pirate ship in half with one strike, creating a divide in the sea, which left a huge impression on little Buggy. What Buggy didn't know was that nearly every great swordsman could slice through a pirate ship. The quality control for great swordsmen is strict. The main advantage of a great sword lies in direct confrontation, where sufficient weight provides an absolute edge. Are you saying Rayleigh is just swinging the black sword? I don't know, yes, just chopping the black sword. And using a great sword gives him a one-hit kill ability. Rayleigh raised an eyebrow. Are you sure? Buggy puffed out his chest, of course. All right then. Let us see how you handle the weight of my sword. Rayleigh was curious about how Buggy would fare with a great sword. Bang! As soon as Buggy grabbed the great sword, he was knocked to the ground, the sword pressing down on him, rendering him immobile. Help, help! Buggy's red nose turned pale. Everyone burst into laughter. But after being rescued, Buggy developed an extraordinary obsession with the great sword, training tirelessly just to lift Rayleigh's sword. Day after day. For over a month, the great sword remained immovable, even with Buggy giving it his all. Roger squatted down, watching Buggy struggle to lift the black-tied great sword, and rub his head. Kwahaha! Buggy, a heavy sword isn't suitable for you. Roger had noticed this from the moment Buggy made his first choice. Buggy's physique simply didn't allow for wielding a great sword. The reason Rayleigh could use it was due to his monstrous stamina, which solved half the difficulty of using a great sword. Additionally, his bone strength and muscle density during training had increased geometrically. It was clear Buggy didn't possess such a physical foundation. As for why Roger waited so long to say it, no one can deny a person's future before they even begin, and the month of training wasn't wasted. But now, saying it was a responsibility to a crew member, Buggy stubbornly muttered, but the great sword looks so cool. Roger blinked. A weapon doesn't have to be the biggest or heaviest. The key is to find what suits you. Besides, Rayleigh's great sword is among the best of many great swords. He turned and rummaged through the weapons pile, eventually pulling out a pair of small daggers. How about trying these? Buggy took the daggers and was pleasantly surprised by how well they felt in his hands, swinging them around with ease and agility. Oh, this feels good. He excitedly swung them around, albeit without any technique, but at least he didn't hurt himself. As he spoke, he even managed to hold 3 in each hand. Rayleigh commented from the side, as expected, short weapons suit agile people. You truly are the clown king, Buggy. Rayleigh nodded. Daggers are suitable for sneak attacks and quick combos, which fits Buggy's personality. Chapter 35. The hollow inside of the Fishman Island, the Oro Jackson, was coated in a colorful bubble film, slowly sinking into the mysterious deep sea. On the ship, Shanks and Buggy were excitedly running around. This was their first time at Fishman Island, and also the first time for the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates have been searching for the true history for 6 years, and giant sea kings, like behemoths in the deep sea, swam leisurely, their massive bodies causing waves that slightly rocked the entire ship, leaving Shanks and Buggy in awe. However, no Sea King was foolish enough to attack the Oro Jackson. Sea Kings, do I look like a big fool to you? With dozens of powerful presences on that ship, you want me to rush at them? Buggy excitedly waved his arms, shouting, wow, glowing fish. Look, Shanks. Shanks was also stunned by the beautiful sight, and after a while, he managed to say, it's so beautiful here. The Oro Jackson docked at the edge of Fishman Island, and the atmosphere was so tense it felt like water could be wrung from it. The residents of Fishman Island watched from a distance, their eyes mixed with vigilance, disgust, and fear. Several soldiers from the Ryugu kingdom stood with tridents, coldly blocking the ship's path. Human pirates, leave immediately. The leading Fishman guard shouted sternly. Fishman Island does not welcome you. Shanks and Buggy leaned over the ship's railing, curiously observing these never-before-seen Fishman species. Buggy muttered, why are they so fierce? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses and said quietly, the Fishmen have long been enslaved by humans. Their hostility is not without reason. Roger, however, was unconcerned, grinning as he stepped forward. Kuahaha, don't be nervous. We're just passing through and want to replenish some fresh water and food. The Fishman guards exchanged glances, clearly not convinced. One of them coldly replied, humans are not to be trusted. Who knows if you're slave traders? Retz released a hint of conqueror's hockey, although the Fishman guards trembled all over. They surprisingly did not retreat, but took a step forward, knowing their kin were behind them, and they could not back down. Retz's eyes showed a hint of appreciation. There was spirit in them. Meanwhile, in Ryugu Palace, the atmosphere was similarly oppressive. The elderly king, Neptune's father, sat on the throne, his face filled with fatigue and worry. Around him, ministers were fiercely debating. Minister A, agitated, shouted, Your Majesty, it's human pirates again. Recently, slave traders have been very active. We can't let them land on the island. None of these humans are good. They must have bad intentions. Minister B was relatively calmer and said tactfully, that is the Roger pirates. They did not attack first. Perhaps we can observe them before making a decision, and if they do intend to strike, we do not have enough strength to stop them. The old king pondered for a moment, his eyes revealing hesitation and struggle. Finally, he slowly spoke, his voice tinged with helplessness. I will personally welcome them. If they act improperly, I will drive them away immediately. We cannot let Fishman Island fall into danger. But it is also an opportunity. His decision, though somewhat conservative, was the safest choice under the current circumstances. At the same time, in a dark corner of Fishman Street, the 24-year-old Fisher Tiger stood there, his fists clenched. He was angry that his kin were being captured, and he felt powerless to fully protect them. Are they here to plunder our kin again? I will never let these humans succeed. Tiger's voice was deep and firm. Jinbei, following closely behind him, had a serious expression. He quietly said, Brother Tiger, should we gather the brothers? We cannot let them bully our fishmen. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, ready to battle to protect his kin. Arlong gritted his teeth. Damn humans. Let's take them down. I want to rush over right now and show them what for. His impulsiveness made him nearly charge out immediately. Tiger held back the impulsive Arlong, knowing he was now the boss of Fishman Street and had to ensure the consequences of his actions. That's the Roger Pirates, a notorious pirate crew on the seas. Go hide the children of Fishman Street immediately. You are not allowed to follow. I will go myself. Tiger knew that if the Roger Pirates were indeed here to capture Fishmen, no matter how many people went, they would die. It was better to preserve their limited fighting strength to continue protecting these children. The Roger Pirates tried to buy supplies at the port, but the vendors all refused them entry, and some even threw rotten fish at them. Buggy jumped in anger. Hey, we're not bad people. Shanks pulled at his sleeve. Buggy, don't be impulsive. Just then, a commotion arose in the distance. Help! Let me go! A young fishwoman was being dragged by several masked men, struggling desperately. The surrounding fishmen wanted to help, but none were a match for them. Retz's eyes turned cold. Have slave traders become this brazen? These fishmen are really weak. How can they protect their kin? Roger's smile instantly vanished. Hey, you guys, before he could finish, Jabba swung an axe forward. Swish! The axe whizzed through the air, and a slave trader was cleaved in half. Damn it, smash! A roar came from the direction of Fishman Street. The slave traders, sensing danger, abandoned the fishwoman and tried to flee, but Rayleigh had already blocked their escape. Want to run? With a flash of his sword, several slave traders fell to the ground. Wailing, Rayleigh had simply severed their Achilles tendons. The Roger Pirates had zero tolerance for human traffickers. They would die upon sight. However, the residents of Fishman Street did not express gratitude. Instead, they became even angrier. The conflict between slave traders and fishmen led to deep-seated prejudice among the fishmen as they sought to protect themselves. Or perhaps it was not prejudice, but a means of self-defense. Humans are indeed all in this together. A tall red fishman, young fisher tiger, rushed out alone, his eyes burning with anger. Pretending to help, then colluding, right? I initially thought the Roger Pirates were a group of honorable people, but it turns out I was blind. Tiger roared. Wait, we are not. Shanks tried to explain, but the surrounding fishmen had already picked up their weapons and surrounded them. Roger sighed and scratched his head. Looks like we'll have to let them calm down first. Just as a conflict was about to erupt between both sides, boom! Roger's conqueror's haki suddenly erupted. The air trembled, the ground cracked, and an invisible pressure swept over the scene like a tsunami. The surrounding fishmen rolled their eyes and fell to the ground. Even Tiger was pushed back several steps, kneeling on one knee. And this was under the condition that Roger did not intentionally target anyone. What? What is this power? He gritted his teeth and looked up at Roger in disbelief. Roger retracted his haki and stepped forward, extending his hand. We really are just passing through. We didn't mean to cause trouble. Tiger stared at him intently, fists clenched and then relaxed. He deeply felt a sense of powerlessness, as if he had repeatedly arrived too late after his kin were captured, and this guilt was driving him mad. Chapter 36. Fierce review. Just as the standoff continued, the royal guard of the Dragon Palace Kingdom finally arrived. Stop. The elderly merman king, Neptune's father, appeared surrounded by his guards, his gaze complex as he looked at Roger. You are the ones who repelled the slave traders? Roger nodded, laughing heartily. Kuhahaha. Just a small matter. The old king fell silent for a moment before slightly bowing and inviting. I hope you all will come to Dragon Palace City for discussion. Tiger suddenly looked up. Your Majesty, they are humans. The old king looked deeply at Roger and said, some humans, may be worth meeting. In the banquet hall of Dragon Palace City, crystal chandeliers illuminated the exquisite delicacies, but the atmosphere was far from relaxed. The Roger Pirates and the nobles of the Dragon Palace Kingdom sat at separate tables, with Shanks and Buggy seated at a corner children's table, secretly piling their plates high with desserts. Ritz sat next to Rayleigh, lightly tapping his wine glass while calmly surveying the merman nobles at the banquet. The old king raised his glass in salute. Thank you all for your assistance in repelling the slave traders. Roger boldly downed his drink. Kuhaha. Just a trivial matter. At that moment, Your Majesty, I have a question. Ritz's voice was not loud, but it instantly silenced the entire banquet hall. The old king set down his glass, his aged eyes looking at him. Please speak. Rit looked directly at him, his tone calm, yet sharp. Why was the first wave of resistance against the human traffickers not the military of Fishman Island? Why must the orphans and the poor of Fishman Street fight for their own survival? Why? He narrowed his eyes. You clearly know that the human nobles support the slave trade from behind the scenes, yet you can only hide in Dragon Palace City, watching your people being captured. Each sentence pierced the hearts of the merman nobles like a knife. A minister slammed the table and stood up, preposterous. What qualifications do you, a mere human, have to question us? Rit's blood mist spread, and the minister felt a burning pain as if his skin was corroding. Is my strength enough to matter? Rit withdrew the blood mist. Did you not see how your king had to bow when he asked us for help? You old fool who immerses himself in fantasy. Spit. The old king stared at Rit for a long time before finally letting out a deep sigh. You are right. The hall was in an uproar. The old king slowly stood up, his aged voice heavy. We, indeed, have failed. He walked to the window, looking out into the dark depths of the sea, his eyes filled with uncontainable anger. We do not wish to ignore it, but we cannot manage it. The human nobles, the celestial dragons, the slave traders, they have the tacit approval of the entire world government behind them. If we send our troops to intercept the next day, a Navy admiral will arrive with an extermination order. If we openly resist, Fishman Island will be completely blockaded, leading to the death of even more people. He turned around, his weary face etched with fatigue. Do you think I do not know the suffering of Fishman Street? Do you think I do not wish to change? But the reality is, we can barely protect ourselves. After listening, Rit suddenly laughed. It was a laugh filled with pure malice, a cold disappointment. So you choose to compromise? Allowing Fishman Street to fend for itself, letting the slave traders run rampant, just so Dragon Palace City can live in peace? The old king clenched his fists but then helplessly relaxed them. Young man, you do not understand. Some wars cannot be won with mere passion. The old king's thoughts were clearly weak. No wonder Neptune ended up with such a personality. This is akin to a robber coming to your home and telling you that as long as you do not resist, they will not harm you. Then coming back every day, what difference does it make? A race that is already weak, if they cannot even fight back, will inevitably be enslaved. Although Rit had not witnessed that painful history, the deep pain was buried in his heart. Seeing such a familiar scene inevitably sparked some anger. The old king knew that if they rose up in resistance, many people would die, and he could not bear to see the deaths of his fellow countrymen. But not resisting would only prolong the suffering, akin to being slowly cut by a dull knife. This is a qualified minister, but an unqualified king. Roger suddenly stood up, patting Rit on the shoulder, then looking at the old king. "Kuaha, Your Majesty, he may have been a bit harsh, but his reasoning is not wrong. Compromise will not earn you respect. It will only make your enemies more arrogant." Rit also picked his nose and added, "What you need is not a stronger army, but the courage to fight. You cannot expect others to fight for your race." The old king lowered his head. He had indeed considered seeking protection from the Roger pirates. Fishman Island desperately needed a chance to breathe. However, the Roger pirates did not propose to protect Fishman Island. After all, Fishman Island was still their own home. Looking at Whitebeard's protection of Fishman Island, it was relatively stable, but when Whitebeard fell, Fishman Island was thrown into chaos. This means that under Whitebeard protection, Fishman Island did not cultivate strong self-defense capabilities, but became complacent, living in a false sense of security. Not to mention that fishmen are weak. There is no distinction of race here. Did Fisher Tiger not also rule over dozens of villages in Kokoyasi for many years? This is merely a difference in ideology. After the banquet, Rit stood on the terrace of Dragon Palace City, gazing at Fishman Street in the distance. Shanks walked over, quietly asking Rit, "Were you too fierce just now?" Rit replied, nonchalantly, "Some things need to be said." Buggy scratched his head, "But they really can't beat humans." Rit scoffed. "Not being able to beat them doesn't mean they should resign themselves to fate. Fishmen are inherently stronger than ordinary people. Just look at the Fishman soldiers who stopped us at the port. They do not lack blood and vigor." The recent kings of Fishman Island seemed to have been quite incompetent. Seeing Fishman Island made Rit's teeth itch. Devil fruit users are restrained by the sea. And to come to Fishman Island, one needs to be coded. It can be said that Fishman Island's geographical position is quite critical. How could it be allowed to be in such a predicament? If you don't let me live well, then no one will. Roger walked over, handing him a bottle of wine. "Kuha, you really gave that king a hard time today." Rit took the bottle and smiled lightly. "I just spoke the truth." Rayleigh leaned against the ship's railing, pondering. "Do you think they will change?" Rit took a sip of wine. "Tiger will. That red-skinned fishman. He has fire in his eyes. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. As for who couldn't sleep, we just don't know." Chapter 37, that's more like it after the banquet. Fisher Tiger stood alone on the coral reef outside Fishman Island, lost in thought. Rhett's words were etched in his heart like a knife. What you need is not a stronger army, but desperate courage. You can't expect others to fight for your race. These words constantly struck Tiger's heart. There was no doubt that he respected the king and believed that the kind king could bring a better life to his compatriots. Brother Tiger, the young Jinbei, stepped out of the shadows, followed by Arlong and other companions from Fishman Street. "We all heard it," Jinbei said softly. "Is that human, right?" Tiger remained silent for a long time, then finally replied, "He's not wrong." But Jinbei frowned. "But can we defeat a Marine Admiral? That could cost us many compatriots." Tiger took a deep breath and slowly stood up. "If we can't fight, do we just not fight?" He gazed into the deep sea, his voice low and firm. "If we don't even have the courage to fight desperately, then we deserve to be enslaved." Meanwhile, in the conference hall of Dragon Palace, the old king sat wearily on the throne, facing the arguing ministers. "Your Majesty, that pirate went too far. But he spoke the truth. We have indeed been avoiding it. Are you asking our fishman race to die?" The old king slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Enough!" The hall fell silent in an instant. The old king's aged voice carried an unprecedented determination. From today on, the Dragon Palace army must protect every citizen. Strengthen the patrols in Fishman Street. And for all slave traders, there will be no more warnings. Kill on sight. The ministers looked at the king in shock, as if seeing him for the first time. The old king looked at his son, Neptune. "I am a failed king. Do not be like your father, causing harm to our compatriots due to weakness. I have always lacked the courage to resist." The next day, the old king led Rhett and the others through the dim blue coral forest, the surroundings so quiet that only the sound of flowing water could be heard. His observation haki spread like ripples, sensing the ancient stone tablet that had been deliberately hidden. Found it. He stopped in front of a massive coral reef, lightly touching it, as blood mist slowly eroded the surface's disguise. As the coral peeled away, a huge red stone tablet covered in ancient script was revealed, the historical text of Fishman Island. Amidst the coral of the sea forest, the red historical text stood quietly, its ancient characters glowing faintly in the dim blue seawater. Roger pressed his palm against the cold stone tablet, closed his eyes, and listened to the voice of all things. Kuaha! He suddenly laughed, but there was a hint of helplessness in his smile. As expected, I still can't understand it. Shanks and Buggy were taken aback. Huh? Isn't the captain able to understand the voice of the stone? Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. He can hear it, but that doesn't mean he can't understand it. Rhett stood with his arms crossed, his gaze deep. These characters are ancient scripts. Just listening to the voice of all things is not enough. It requires specialized scholars to interpret. The old king had a complex expression. Even a man like you cannot interpret it. Roger scratched his head and laughed heartily. Don't worry. Someone in this world will definitely be able to read it. Back on the Oro Jackson, Rayleigh spread out a nautical chart. He pointed to a location on the map, saying that there were scholars studying ancient scripts in O'Hara in the West Blue, and perhaps they could unlock the secrets of the historical text. Roger's eyes lit up. No rush. Our adventure is not over yet. Let's continue our adventure. The pirate crew of the Sea Slug, the Roger pirates, drifted aimlessly down the street. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the sea breeze gently blew as Rhett unfolded the latest newspaper, his gaze scanning the bold headline on the front page. Fishman Island declares war on slave trade. The Dragon Palace Kingdom Army fights bloodily against the Navy, forcing the world government to legislate to prohibit human trafficking. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as his fingertips gently tapped on the resolute face of the old king in the accompanying news photo. It seemed that old man finally straightened his back. Since the Roger pirates left Fishman Island, the storm that erupted in the deep sea exceeded everyone's expectations. The first order issued by the old king upon returning to Dragon Palace was to mobilize all elite soldiers to guard the port. That night, a group of human traffickers disguised as merchant ships, upon approaching the coral thicket, were pierced through the bottom of their ship by the ambushing fishman warriors wielding spears made from coral. In the blood-red sea, the king personally tore the celestial dragon's trade contract into pieces. From today on, the old king's voice spread across the island through the conch. Anyone who sells my compatriots shall be executed on the spot. The world government's reaction was more intense than anticipated. 3 Navy warships surrounded the area, their cannons aimed at the fragile bubble membrane. But this time, the soldiers in front of the Dragon Palace remained motionless. Want Fishman Island? Then come try. The old king stood at the forefront, his trident striking the ground heavily. We will destroy Fishman Island, making it so that all pirates can no longer pass through Fishman Island. This threat directly struck at the world government's soft spot. Fishman Island is the throat of the New World. This confrontation shocked the entire Grand Line. At this time, it was not yet called the Grand Line, but for convenience of distinction. The first to respond was the passing pirate cruise. Without Fishman Island's coding service, all ships would have to risk crossing the Calm Belt. The fleet of the Golden Lion Shiki directly bombarded the Navy's G-1 branch, while the Charlotte Linland pirate crew publicly declared in the newspaper, attacking Fishman Island means declaring war on all pirates. Wang Ji and various famous pirate crews came out to support Fishman Island. This was not to say that these pirates were loyal, apart from Fishman Island. The only routes to the Grand Line were through the Calm Belt or ports controlled by the Navy. For the big pirates, this had little impact, but for the small pirates, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. Pirates also could not afford to have no fresh blood flowing into the Grand Line. In the meeting room of Mariehua, the new batch of Gorosei smashed their teacups. Those filthy fishmen actually. Shut up, interrupted the bald elder with a knife. Do you want all the pirates to be blocked under the red line? When the World Government Number 712 Prohibition Order was issued, Shanks was leaning against the ship's railing practicing swordsmanship. Buggy suddenly ran over, waving the newspaper and shouting, "Look, selling fishmen is really illegal." Rayleigh chuckled while cleaning his glasses. I didn't expect that the first to pry open the iron plate of the world government would be that timid old king. Yeah, Rhett nodded. A month ago, Tiger called me via snail, saying he was going to rescue slaves to show his determination. Tiger, along with Fishman Street and the Fishman Army, sank 37 slave ships in 3 months. I heard many fishmen died. As everyone fell silent, Roger suddenly pressed his straw hat down and laughed heartily. Kuahaha, isn't this great? Yeah, their sacrifices now are for their children in the future, so they won't have to sacrifice anymore. If laws were useful, what would the celestial dragons need to do? But at least Fishman Island has taken that crucial step which is to have the right to dialogue. Chapter 38. The hot-blooded young man Akiji on the Azure Sea. A dog-headed warship cut through the waves. Rate looked at the bounty that he had regained and complained to Roger, "Captain, the world government said we were getting involved in some big secret that would disrupt the world, and now they brought us back. It seems like we're going to see Garp again, which is quite nostalgic." "Holkea." Garp stood at the bow of the ship, his fists cracking ominously. "This time you can't escape." On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Roger was picking his nose. "Kuhaha." "Garp, long time no see. We just got our bounty back, and you showed up. Aren't you tired?" Ray chimed in. "Yeah, Uncle Garp, take care of yourself, you're already on the job." Just then, a tall figure stepped out from behind Garp. "Vice Admiral Garp, please allow me to give it a try." The young and passionate Kazan, who had not yet become Akiji, had fluffy curly hair and sharp eyes like an eagle. With one hand in his pocket, he pointed directly at Roger's pirate crew, that guy surrounded by blood mist over there. "Let's have a one-on-one." Rate, leaning against the mast and drinking, raised an eyebrow. "Oh, the Navy's newcomer is so cocky?" Kazan, filled with enthusiasm, shouted at Rate. "Kazan, 19 years old, a graduate from the Navy training camp. I will uphold all the justice of the sea." Shanks and Buggy excitedly squeezed the bow. Rate beat him up. Rate sighed and handed the bottle to Buggy. "Hold this for me." He leaped into the air, blood mist coalescing into a platform beneath his feet, and crossed the sea in a few steps, landing steadily on the warship's deck. "That is quite a show-off. Can you fly over here?" "Of course I can, but I just like the feeling of walking over gradually. Haven't you seen those other villains? They could just dash in front of the protagonist and take them out, but they choose to approach step by step. After the fight, he might even call me senpai. Kid, you have guts." Rate tilted his head. "But courage and foolishness are often separated by a fine line. Let us see you act again." "Do other transmigrators get treated like this in front of the future 3 admirals?" "Shave." Kazan instantly vanished, reappearing behind Rate and delivering a sweeping kick. Bang! Rate blocked it with one hand, and the blood mist wrapped around Kazan's leg like a living creature. Within a scoop, Kazan, the Navy's 6 forms? Not bad. In his gorilla form, Rate watched as Kazan flipped backward, supporting himself with his hands. Moonwalk. Don't get too arrogant. He stepped in the air repeatedly and suddenly dove down. Ice lance. 10 strikes. Rate didn't dodge or evade, and his chest suddenly transformed into blood mist, causing all of Kazan's ice lances to miss. "What? My turn." Rate's figure suddenly vanished, and the next moment, Kazan received a solid knee strike to the abdomen. Cough. Kazan flew backward, but adjusted his posture in midair and landed steadily. "Garp?" Munching on Sunbei nearby, said Kazan, "Use haki." Kazan's arms were instantly covered with a dark coating of haki and charged again. Rate finally got serious. La. Within a scoop, Kazan, you can actually use haki? Clang. A loud metallic clash reverberated, causing the Navy to cover their ears. The two were locked in a standoff when Kazan suddenly changed tactics. Stormleg. A sharp slash wave grazed Rate's cheek, leaving a blood mark. It was an illusion. Rate's phantom disappeared. Aha. Gotcha. It's an illusion. His blood mist suddenly surged, transforming into countless spikes that rushed towards Kazan from all directions. Iron block. Kazan hardened his entire body, the spikes scraping against his skin and creating sparks. At that critical moment, Garp suddenly intervened in the battle, punching the ground between them. "Go fight on a deserted island. My warship is about to be wrecked." Rate materialized from the mist, retorting, "Hey, Uncle Garp, we've been fighting for so long. It can't compare to your punch." As a bump formed on Rate's head, "Damn, brat, speak respectfully to your elders." Our hot-blooded young man Kazan took this hit and came again, blood-tied, bind. Whoosh! In an instant, countless blood mist surged from the deck, wrapping around Kazan's limbs like living creatures. Kazan's pupils constricted. What? He attempted to break free using shave, but realized all his strength was rapidly draining away. Even his haki couldn't completely resist. Garp frowned. "Hey, this isn't good." Rate leaned against the mast, rubbing the bump on his head, and simply snapped his fingers lightly. Sink. Boom. Kazan was brutally pressed into the deck by the blood mist, causing the wooden floor of the warship to crack instantly. He struggled to get up, but found that he couldn't even move a finger. Rate tilted his head. "Still want to continue?" Kazan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, but he couldn't even make a sound. Garp finally couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. All right, is it fun to bully the newcomer?" He punched away the blood mist and lifted Kazan up. Kazan put away his rebellious demeanor. "Senior Rate, I've heard you're a great swordsman. Please teach me." Looking at the well-behaved Kazan before him, Rate thought, "I still prefer the rebellious look you had just now. Could you revert to that?" "See." Those earlier transmigrators can't even feel this seniority vibe. On Luffy's ship, they'd probably be chased all over the sea. At this moment, on the deck of the warship, Kazan held a standard-issue military sword, his gaze intensely fixed on Rate. Rate felt that the hot-blooded young man was more troublesome than the indifferent and lazy guy. Rate raised an eyebrow and slowly drew the black-tied great sword from the blood mist, letting the sword tip lazily drag on the deck. Are you sure? Kazan initiated shave first, thrusting the sword straight at Rate's throat. Clang. Rate swung the black-tied great sword with one hand, sending Kazan and his sword flying as if he were playing baseball. Get out of here. Kazan rolled through the air 3.5 times, crashing into the mast. Rate smugly touched his hair and posed a question. What kind of strength does it take to send Akiji flying 3.5 times? For Rate, time had become the least precious thing. When you were young, I'd de-snatch your baby bottle. When you were younger, I'd de-ride your face and output damage. And when you're old, I'd be dancing on your grave. Cough, cough. He spat out the wood chips in his mouth. This sword. How heavy is it? Rate slung the great sword over his shoulder. Not heavy, maybe around 2,000 pounds. While not heavy by itself, it was certainly heavyweight among weapons. Garp chuckled. Kazan, I've told you not to compare strength with monsters. Unwilling to back down, Kazan used moonwalk to rise into the air, his sword becoming a shadow. Swallow return. Rate sighed and suddenly disappeared. Where did he go? In a moment, Kazan was stunned. The back of his head was lightly tapped by the sword. Bang. He fell face first into the deck, and Rate's voice came from beside him. What about your observation hockey? Did you train at all? With a bruised face, Kazan charged again, this time being clever by covering himself with hockey. Rate's eyes lit up. Now that's more like it. Then he stuck the black-tied great sword into the deck and borrowed a dining knife from Rayleigh. Here, I'll give you 3 moves. Sorry, I don't have a smaller knife than this. Get ready and come at me. Rate looked serious, like an elder testing his junior, quietly waiting for Kazan to adjust his stance. Kazan closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to reach his best state. He knew that it was basically impossible for him to defeat Rit, so he had to use all his strength to respond to Rit. Just as he closed his eyes, bang! Rit appeared behind him with a smug smile, holding a black stick in his hand. Young man, I'm a pirate. Haven't you ever been hit by a black stick? Kazan, you have a dog. Chapter 39, Buggy. I'm willing on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson had just finished an easy battle. The deck was piled high with loot taken from the unfortunate pirate crew, gold, silver, jewels, rare wines, and a strangely shaped devil fruit covered in spiral patterns. Rate looked squinty-eyed, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Oh, isn't this the legendary splitting fruit? I wonder if Buggy will keep it hidden and try to sell it. Jabba came over, looking disdainful as he sized up the fruit. What is this? Doesn't sound very impressive. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. It can split the body, theoretically immune to slashing attacks, but... He glanced at Rate. Knowing Rate, he wouldn't just be casually introducing the devil fruit. He hadn't even looked at the previous ones. This devil fruit must have some secret. What scheme are you up to now? Rate flashed an innocent smile and shouted to a distance. Buggy, come here. I have something good for you. Buggy scampered over. What is up, Rate? Did you find treasure to share with me? It's worth mentioning that the 2 little ones on Roger's ship treated Rate like an older brother, as he had mostly taken care of them growing up. The others were rough and couldn't look after them, only responsible for practical combat training. Rate solemnly held up the devil fruit. It's even more powerful than treasure. Eat it, and you'll gain the power of a devil. Buggy's eyes instantly lit up. Really? Shanks approached skeptically. Rate, you're not trying to trick Buggy again, are you? Rate immediately put on a righteous expression. How could that be? When have I ever deceived anyone? As soon as he finished speaking, the crew on deck turned to look at him in unison, their eyes filled with doubt. Rate bared his shark-like teeth and shouted at the crew. What kind of expression is that? You bunch of idiots? Rate patted Buggy on the shoulder and began his impassioned speech. Buggy, think about it. Immune to slashing attacks, invulnerable to blades and guns. Just stand there and let Uncle Rayleigh slash at you during sword training, and it won't matter. Buggy's eyes sparkled as he excitedly asked, Really? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, casting a meaningful glance at Rate, but remained silent. Rate continued, gesticulating wildly. Split freely. Run whenever you want. Being chased by the Navy? Just split yourself apart and slip away. Buggy rubbed his hands together in excitement. So no one can catch me? Jabba chipped in. But your legs might just run away on their own, leaving your head behind. Rate lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Treasure all collected. You can reach in a treasure chest without needing to pick locks. Buggy jumped up in a frenzy. I'm going to get rich. Shanks facepalmed. Hey, have you forgotten about hockey? Everyone on the ship at least has armament and observation hockey. Don't get too carried away. Rate exaggeratedly demonstrated. Taunt. Infuriate your enemies. When they slash at you, you just split and taunt them. Can't hit me, can't hit me. Buggy was almost stuffed full by Rate's enticing words. Haha, this is awesome. Roger watched the show on the side, laughing heartily. Haha. Rate, your pancake is making me want to eat it. Buggy swallowed hard, staring at the devil fruit, hesitating. But I heard devil fruits taste terrible. Rate patted Buggy. Trust me, I've been there. When you first eat it, it's sweet. Buggy scratched his head in confusion. What if the ability isn't as powerful as you say? Rate pounded his chest in assurance. I guarantee it in the name of the Roger Pirates. If I'm lying, I'll. He thought for a second, grinning, make Shanks wear a dress. Shanks exploded. Hey, what does that have to do with me? After teasing Buggy, Rate seriously told him, it really can let you split apart and be immune to slashing, but you can still be hit by hockey or blunt objects. The splitting combat style, combined with your daggers, will make your fighting harder to predict, but gaining this ability will also mean you'll lose your ability to swim. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. I hope your choice won't make you regret it. Having satisfied his mischievous side, Rate, being responsible, didn't impose his will on Buggy to split apart. Holding the splitting fruit, Buggy asked, Rate, if I eat this devil fruit, can I catch up with you guys? Rate shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Devil fruits are a matter of will. I don't know your future, but I believe you have a strong desire to become stronger. Whether you eat the devil fruit or not, you'll still grow. All right, I'm eating it. He took a big bite, and his expression instantly twisted as he gagged. Ugh, what the hell is this? Rate stifled a laugh and handed him a drink. Quick, drink up. The ability will come soon. Buggy gulped down a few mouthfuls of alcohol and suddenly felt his body lighten, staring in horror at his hand. My hand. Why is it floating? Shanks' eyes widened in shock. Wow. Buggy, your hand can really fly. Buggy tried to control it, but his fingers flailed wildly, panicking. Wait, why can't I control it? Rate shook with suppressed laughter. It's the adaptation period. The adaptation period. It wasn't Shanks scaring Buggy into eating the fruit. Buggy willingly ate it. Who knows if this will cause any conflicts in the future, as that would take away much of the fun in life. During mealtime, Buggy's right hand suddenly flew away, and the fork jabbed directly into Shanks' face. Shanks shouted angrily, Buggy, are you doing this on purpose? Buggy, with a mournful face, explained, it's not my fault. My hand has a mind of its own. While sleeping, Buggy's head floated up to the mast while his body snored on the bed. Roger looked up during morning exercises and laughed. Buggy, how did your head get up there? Buggy shouted in terror. Captain, help me get down. During combat training, Buggy displayed extraordinary combat talent. The splitting fruit gave him the ability to fly his limbs, and combined with his thrown daggers, the range and angles became even more tricky. Rate felt that if the daggers were imbued with hockey, their lethality would increase even more. Both Shanks and Buggy were crew members of Roger, the real deal second-generation strong fighters, and with the guidance of top-tier powerhouses like Roger, Rayleigh, and Rate, if Buggy still fought like the weakling in the original plot, Rate would definitely have a few words with him. Sailing the seas was so leisurely, and with nothing much to do, Rate and the others began training Shanks and Buggy in armament and observation hockey. Since Rate had been caught in the rain, he had to tear off all their umbrellas. To the two little brothers, don't blame your big brother for being ruthless. As Rate thought about their future lives, he couldn't help but feel a deep sadness. Chapter 40. Let's train. Boys, in the early morning on the deck of the Oro Jackson, Buggy was sleeping soundly when suddenly, bang. A bucket of ice water fell from the sky, dousing his face. Buggy sprang up instantly, soaked through. Who did that? Ritter stood, grinning on a mast. Time to wake up. Buggy's starting special training today. Didn't you all beg me for it yesterday? Buggy shouted angrily. What time is it? The sun hasn't even come up yet. I'm still in the growth phase. Ritter, rubbing his wrist and looking reminiscent, said, I can help you grow a bit faster. Little Buggy. Buggy jumped up. No way. When Ritter calls me that, he's definitely up to no good. You'd better listen to him. Or who knows what kind of trouble he LL cook up for you. Ritter, look at what you're saying. I'll get up right now. On the training ground, Buggy and Shanks lined up, with Ritter holding a pitch-black stick, smiling kindly. Ritter took a deep breath. What's going on? The air feels a lot fresher today. Ritter, today, I'm going to teach you about armament hockey. It's simple. Just concentrate your strength on your skin. Buggy was eager. Haha, I'll definitely get it right away. Ritter nodded. Good. I don't want to teach you theory anyway, so let us start with some practical exercises in the next moment. Ritter swung the stick and hit Buggy on the backside. Buggy screamed, ow. Why did you hit me? Ritter innocently replied. Armament hockey is about your body's strength. I have a genius idea. I'll hit you, and you run for your lives. The more you get hit, the stronger your body will become. And you'll naturally learn armament hockey. Shanks took a step back. I just remembered I have something to do. Ritter grabbed him. Don't run. You're in this too. Slap. Slap. The deck was filled with cries of pain. Rayleigh passed by, shaking his head. Kids really have a lot of energy. Shanks shouted at Ritter. Ritter, if you keep this up, we might fight back. Ritter stared at Shanks with a half smile. Come on, do whatever you want. After a morning of chaos, Buggy and Shanks, bruised and battered, lay on the deck after lunch, feeling hopeless about life. In the afternoon, it was time for observation hockey training. Ritter came up with another brilliant idea. He grinned at the two colorful-faced boys. From now on, you'll blindfold yourselves, and I'll attack randomly. You have to predict and dodge. Buggy, full of confidence, thought the morning's beating had taught him humility. Easy peasy. However, Ritter didn't pull out a stick, but a special shell that released a fart-like gas upon impact. Puffed. Buggy staggered from the stench. Ugh. Ritter, you're cheating. In naval battles, you have to predict all dangers, including biochemical weapons. Even Ritter isn't calling out now. It makes me so sad, boo-hoo. Ritter pretended to wipe non-existent tears from his eyes. Shanks covered his nose and moved away. I want to change teachers. Roger happened to pass by. Then let him train against sea kings. That's the best way to hone your will in life and death situations. Ha ha. Shanks quietly stepped back. He suddenly felt Ritter's training wasn't so bad after all. Days passed with continuous training, and sometimes talent can really overshadow effort. Shanks's progress far outpaced Buggy's. Buggy had been secretly practicing, which, of course, didn't escape Roger and Ritter's notice. When Roger saw Ritter coming out, he went back, confident that Ritter would handle things well. At night, while Buggy was secretly practicing his abilities, Ritter suddenly appeared. Ritter casually walked by. Buggy, your abilities can actually be stronger. Buggy, alert. What do you want? Aren't you unhappy about being surpassed and even left behind by Shanks? Ritter looked at him with a smile. Buggy wanted to maintain his bravado, but tears couldn't help but well up in his eyes. After all, Buggy was just a 6 or 7-year-old kid. Ritter, do I really have no talent? We're training the same, but I'm so far behind. I'm really angry at myself. Ritter sensed the original storyline. Would Buggy always live in this world of the strong, where even his peer Shanks could be called a genius? No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't catch up to everyone else, leading him to self-destruct. A high vision can help you soar higher, but it can also cause a terrible fall. Ritter pulled out a bunch of daggers. Let us try this. Saying this, he sliced Buggy's body into several pieces, each tied with a dagger, attacking the target from different angles. Ritter felt that Buggy's chop fruit had great potential for development. He could precisely control each body part that Buggy split into, which was his foundation. Right now, it was tied with cloth strips, but if in the future, the split parts could move freely, he would become even stronger. The chop fruit could completely be used like a logia fruit. Among masters, elementalization is also a form of advanced elementalization, somewhat similar to Obito's Kamui. First becoming intangible, then using armament hockey to punch through without causing much damage. Buggy's fruit could also allow him to split to avoid damage. After trying a few times, Buggy was excited. I'm invincible. Ritter could only think. That's so Buggy. However, in the next second, whoosh, whoosh, a few daggers, perhaps due to the cloth not being tied tightly enough, flew toward Roger, who was sleeping on the deck. Roger rolled over in his sleep, and the daggers grazed his face before embedding into the wall. Zzz. Buggy broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, we're done for. Ritter patted his shoulder. Looks like you still need to practice your aim. You didn't even hit him. Ritter was just teasing Buggy. Such a move could only hurt Roger in a joke. Roger was now at a level where he was practically inhuman. After the hellish training, Buggy and Shanks finally made significant progress. Buggy could skillfully control his splits, and his body could finally hold on to things. Although he couldn't turn his body into a flexible hand, he could grip things without any problem, even developing a Buggy bomb. Split version, each split body part holding a bomb. Roger looked at them with satisfaction. Kuahaha, now that's what I call my crew. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Though the method is peculiar and the approach mild, the results are good. Ritter showed his shark-like grin. I'm just thankful I wasn't trained to death by you guys. Rayleigh laughed heartily. What can be done? You were like a monster at 3 years old, so training can't be ordinary. Chapter 41, Finding Kurokas on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson sailed through the waves. Rate stood at the stern, mist swirling around his fingertips as he healed a crew member's arm wound. His ability could heal, but each time he used it, he couldn't help but recall a troubling question. What if one day, even my mist becomes powerless? Rate boarded a pirate ship at the age of 3. And before he learned to heal, everyone simply wrapped wounds with bandages and relied on their monstrous bodies to heal themselves. After Rate's fruit awakened, the role of ship's doctor seemed to have unconsciously fallen onto him. However, Rate had no medical knowledge at all. His healing was simple and crude, somewhat similar to Tsunade's method of stimulating muscle activity to heal wounds. Rate directly infused a large amount of life energy into the body, encouraging it to heal wherever it was injured, with plenty of life energy to spare. This method was very effective for external injuries, but he couldn't explain any pharmacological aspects. As Roger's terminal illness approached, Rate wondered if bringing Kuroka's on board early would lead to a better outcome. Rate muttered to himself, "We need to prepare for the worst." During dinner, Rate suddenly tapped his wine glass, drawing everyone's attention. He said very seriously, "We need a ship's doctor." The deck fell silent for a moment before erupting into laughter. Jabba grinned. "What is up, little Rate? Is your mist running low?" Shanks raised his hand. "Rate helped me set my bones last time. It was amazing, and it didn't hurt at all, just felt a bit itchy." Buggy mumbled through a mouthful of meat. "Exactly. I was beaten black and blue, and after soaking in Rate's mist for a while, I was fine." Roger laughed heartily. "Kukuhaha. Rate, you're not trying to get out of work, are you?" Everyone understood. There was nothing but trust in Rate, as he had never let them down. Rate did not smile, because he knew that, due to everyone's trust, he had to find a professional ship's doctor. Rate spoke calmly but firmly. "My ability can only treat external injuries, and my methods are very crude. For your sake, to avoid losing your families and status as you grow old, we must find a professional ship's doctor." "What, Rate? Do you look down on someone?" Jabba couldn't sit still upon hearing this. Rate ignored Jabba, scanning the crowd, his gaze finally landing on Roger. Rate repeated, "We must find a professional ship's doctor." The deck quieted down. Roger and the others knew Rate must know something, and they chose to trust him without asking questions. Rayleigh pondered, "Who do you want to find?" "Rate, Kuroka's at Twin Cape." The Oro Jackson slowly docked beside the lighthouse at Twin Cape, the waves gently lapping against the hull. Rate stood at the bow, his black hair tousled by the sea breeze, crimson eyes gazing at the lonely lighthouse, and the cold-looking man with glasses beneath it. "Uncle Daisy?" "Dr. Kuroka's." Rate waved and shouted, his voice particularly clear in the sea breeze. Kuroka's did not lift his head, continuing to flip through his medical notes. "Pirates? Not interested." Jabba crossed his arms and grinned. "Hey, old man, we came with sincerity." Kuroka scoffed. "The sincerity of a pirate? The last guy who said that almost blew up my lighthouse. Now who knows where he is fertilizing the seabed." Roger laughed heartily, his straw hat blown askew by the wind. "Kukuhaha. He must have been an ignorant guy." Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, speaking calmly. "We need a ship's doctor, and your medical skills are unmatched." Kuroka finally lifted his head, his gaze landing on Rate. "Even if I agree." Before he could finish, the sea suddenly roiled violently, and a massive shadow burst from the waves. Boom! A gigantic island whale, Laboon, surfaced, its eyes fixed firmly on the Oro Jackson, letting out a deep rumble from its throat, as if warning the uninvited guests. Buggy, terrified, jumped onto the mast. "Wow, why is this whale so big?" Shanks gripped his sword tightly, eyes shining. "So impressive." Kuroka stood on the shore. "Calm, I will not board the ship. If you want to fight, come and try." But Rate smiled. Little Laboon from the Rumbar Pirates. Rate was quite fond of this Laboon. The Rumbar Pirates had perished 50 years ago in the original storyline, and with Luffy arriving here, Laboon had remembered the promise made with the Rumbar Pirates for 70 or 80 years. "Brook, Laboon, this is a mutual journey." Oh, he gently leaped, mist gathering under his feet, safely landing on Laboon's nose. Laboon was stunned, blinking its enormous eyes, seemingly surprised that someone dared to jump up. Rate crouched down, gently placing his palm on Laboon's rough skin, blood mist flowing slowly without any aggression. "Hey, big guy, we are not enemies." Rate's voice was soft, carrying a gentle tone as if soothing a child. Although Laboon was much larger than him, its heart was still that of a child. Laboon let out a low moan, its tail anxiously slapping the water's surface, creating huge splashes. Rate smiled, suddenly pulling out a small tone dial, something he had casually bought on an island. The song of the Rumbar Pirates still echoed across the sea after so many years. Wasn't that a kind of success? He pressed the play button, and a melodious tune floated out. Laboon's body suddenly stiffened. That was the song of the Rumbar Pirates. Kuroka's pupils constricted. "How do you know?" Rate put away the tone dial and looked at Laboon, delivering the most important news for Laboon. "The Rumbar Pirates have perished, but Brook is still alive." Laboon's breathing became rapid, its huge eyes glistening with tears. Rate continued. He is trapped in the Devil's Triangle, but he has not forgotten the promise to you, always waiting for you. Laboon let out a mournful long cry, its voice mixed with sorrow and hope. Kuroka's quickly walked to the shore, his voice slightly trembling. Are you sure? I've been searching for them. How can you guarantee you're not lying to us? Rate nodded. I guarantee in the name of the Roger Pirates. Laboon remained silent for a long time, finally slowly sinking into the sea, only half of its head showing. Eyes, what as it looked at Rate, as if asking, really? Of course it's true. Rate jumped back onto the ship, shaking off the water droplets and grinning at Kuroka's. Now, are you willing to board the ship? Kuroka stared at him for a long time before finally sighing. We'll set sail in 3 days. Kuroka's boarded the Oro Jackson, and Laboon no longer rammed into the red Earth continent, but quietly floated on the surface of the sea, watching them leave. However, Rate did not rush to board the Oro Jackson. He had wanted to help this little guy for a long time. He had also prepared a devil fruit suitable for Laboon, the human fruit, fighter form. This fruit was quite useless for humans, only providing some basic fighting knowledge and reflexes. But for a large island whale like Laboon, strength was not the main concern. However, Laboon also lost the opportunity to swim freely in the ocean. But Rate thought a makeshift remedy, wrapping Laboon in his blood mist, allowing him to swim in the sea for a few days would be no problem. As the concentration and quality of Rate's mist were no longer easily dispersed by seawater. Of course, all of this depends on Lab's own choice. The young author thanks A Midsummer Night for the Youth, Kei Ching-lan, for the two of them. This is the young author's first time receiving a gift. I hadn't paid attention before, and I thought no one would be willing to give the young author anything. I am truly moved to the point of tears. Chapter 42. Labu wants to become a fighting master. Rooter stood at the stern of the ship, holding the human fruit of the fighting form in his hand, calmly gazing at Labu. Labu, the choice is yours. His voice was still soft, but it clearly reached Labu's ears. Rooter was quite professional when it came to coaxing children. After all, Shanks and Buggy had been raised plump and chubby by him. Labu's huge eyes stared at the fruit, seemingly deep in thought. Rooter had told him that by eating it, he would gain new powers but would lose the ability to swim freely in the sea. However, if he could act in human form, perhaps he could find Brook faster. It was quite a dilemma for the whale. Kuroka stood by, looking complicated. Reiter, are you really sure you want to do this? Rooter smiled slightly. I'm just giving him a choice. Labu let out a low murmur, suddenly opening his huge mouth, and a strong suction pulled the devil fruit into his mouth. The small devil fruit was far too tiny for Labu. The moment the fruit entered his stomach, Labu's body suddenly burst into dazzling light. His size began to shrink rapidly, his blue skin became smoother, and his muscle lines became more compact. Woo! Labu emitted a high-pitched cry, no longer the deep sound of a whale, but carrying a hint of human tone. As the light faded, a blue small whale appeared on the deck, slightly smaller than Shanks, with a more flexible tail that could even stand like a human. This form resembled a kung fu manatee, but Rooter felt the small whale was cuter. Labu was still adjusting to his new body when his expression suddenly twisted, causing everyone to panic. Rooter hadn't heard it would be like this. Seeing everyone so anxious, Labu unexpectedly uttered a syllable. Fruit difficult. Rooter, with his advanced baby talk skills, instantly realized what was happening. Labu, you mean this devil fruit is hard to swallow, right? Labu nodded, his watery big eyes filled with tears, staring at Rooter as if accusing him of tricking a child. Wow, Labu has turned into a small whale person. Buggy's eyes widened, his jaw almost dropping to the ground. Shanks excitedly ran over. Awesome. Labu, can you understand us? Labu blinked and nodded vigorously, producing a vague but clear sound from his throat. Boo. Brook. Rooter smiled. It seems the fruit has taken effect. Although he can't fully speak yet, he can already express his meaning. Kuroka's pushed up his glasses, rarely showing a hint of a smile. Truly incredible. Labu tried to take a few steps. Although still a bit clumsy, he could stand steadily. He looked down at his new body, then raised his head to look at Rooter, his eyes full of gratitude. Woo! He suddenly lunged at Rooter, rubbing his head against his chest as if expressing thanks. With a bang, Rooter was sent flying, completely unprepared. Although Labu was still quite young according to whale standards. As the saying goes, concentrated essence is the best. Rooter felt as if he had been hit by a large truck. Just based on his strength, he was already close to the level of a rear admiral. Roger laughed heartily. It seems we have gained another interesting companion on our ship. Rayleigh nodded with a smile. Now Labu can sail with us as well. However, Rooter got up from the wood chips, looking at Labu with a serious tone. You can't swim now, but my blood mist can help you resist the erosion of seawater, allowing you to move in the sea for a short time. But remember, until you have enough resistance to seawater, once you are completely soaked, you will lose your strength. Labu nodded vigorously, indicating understanding, but his eyes were still full of guilt. Then, Rooter extended his hand, and the blood mist slowly gathered, forming a faint red halo around Labu. Welcome to the Roger Pirates, Labu. Labu excitedly waved his little fist fin, letting out a cheerful cry, and high-fived Rooter. Rooter flew out again, and everyone. Labu was stunned, tears welling up in his big eyes. Woo. I didn't mean to. Shanks and Buggy rushed over, trying to pry Rooter out of the wall. Buggy poked Rooter. Hey, are you still alive? Rooter calmly shook his head. If he could withstand Old Man Carp's fists, how could he not handle Labu? Pure strength alone couldn't he break his defense. I'm alive, but it may take a little time to get myself out. Labu, feeling guilty, ran over to help. But as soon as he flapped his fin, crack, a whole plank was ripped off, and Rooter fell to the ground with a thud. Little Labu became even more flustered, running around Rooter, but not daring to extend his fin. Roger laughed heartily. Little Labu, it seems you need to learn to control your strength. On the Roger Pirates ship, Shanks and Buggy rarely encountered someone younger than themselves, but with the sudden arrival of Little Labu, they both immediately felt a sense of responsibility as older brothers. Hey Shanks, Labu clearly prefers to play with me. Buggy stood proudly with his hands on his hips on the deck. Behind him was Labu, who he had carefully dressed up, wearing an exaggerated captain's hat and a string of shiny glass beads around his neck, which Buggy insisted were priceless gems. And Labu had the same red nose as him. Huh? What are you talking about, Buggy? Shanks sat cross-legged on the mast, grinning and shaking the wooden sword in his hand. Labu practiced swinging the sword with me yesterday. He clearly admires me more. And that red nose of Buggy's looked so conspicuous on the blue Little Labu. Bastard. Are you looking down on your Lord Buggy? Woo. Labu tilted his head, looking around at the two, completely confused about what they were arguing about. Rayleigh sat calmly nearby, sipping coffee, and glanced over. Here we go again. Labu, you should try to talk as much as possible. Roger laughed heartily. Huh? Young people are really full of energy. Rooter teased the three little ones. Hey, by the way, among you three, who has a better relationship with Little Labu? Look at our Captain Roger. There's so many crew members. Don't you want to have your own pirate ship in the future? Labu's combat power is quite strong. Just imagine Labu becoming Raylab, or Jababu, or even Rutlab ISN T. Impossible. Buggy and Shanks knew. When facing pirates who caused trouble, Captain Roger wouldn't T even lift a finger. Rayleigh, Jabba, and Rooter were the three mountains for the pirates. Just imagine having a pirate ship sailing on the sea, and when a pirate ship came to challenge, Labu stood in front of you, his voice deep and cold. You scum are not qualified to stand before my captain. Shanks and Buggy began to laugh maniacally, their expressions gradually twisting. Chapter 43. Who is Labu's boss? Buggy, full of confidence. Labu, come here. Labu obediently walked over, and Buggy immediately pulled out a piece of meat. Look, this is my special grilled meat. Only I can make something this delicious in the whole world. Labu's eyes lit up as he reached out his fin to grab it. Unable to control his strength, the fin didn't stop and slap. The meat flew out and landed right on Spencer's face as he walked by. Spencer wiped the meat off his face expressionlessly. Should I be thankful it wasn't Labu who flew over? Buggy's allowance was cut in half. Spencer manages all the expenses on the pirate ship. So without his financial management, the Roger Pirates would spend half their time going hungry because aside from rate, they never save money. This is the reality of pirates at sea, as no one knows if their treasure will last until the next island. Anyway, back to the point. Buggy awkwardly scratched his head. Ahem. It was an accident. Just an accident. Shanks took the opportunity to wave at Labu. Labu, come over here. Labu turned and scampered over, and Shanks raised a wooden sword. Here, try swinging this sword. This wooden sword is a gift for you, Labu. Labu excitedly took the wooden sword and mimicked Shanks' motion to swing it. Crack! The wooden sword instantly broke in two, with the tip spinning off and accurately embedding itself in Buggy's butt. Buggy, Shanks, you did that on purpose. Shanks stifled a laugh. It's not my fault. Labu swung at himself. Labu looked down at his fin. Seeing Labu's aggrieved look, Buggy softened, turned to glare at Shanks, who naturally knew what Buggy wanted to say, and pulled out 100 berries. Buggy snatched it away, instantly returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. This is so typical of Buggy. Ding, ding, ding. The result of the first round of the Labu competition, a tie, but Buggy is more injured. Buggy not satisfied. What is the use of just swinging a sword? I'm going to teach Labu a real skill. Buggy ball, special edition. He pulled out a round ball, shaking it proudly. Watch closely. This is my unique invention. Labu curiously leaned in, and just as Buggy was about to demonstrate, bang, the buggy ball exploded instantly. And when the smoke cleared, Buggy's face was blackened, and his hair was standing on end. Buggy exhaled a puff of black smoke. Why is it always me getting hurt? Labu wiped his own dirty face. This little explosion wouldn't harm the island whale at all. Labu watched Buggy, expecting him to demonstrate what he would do next. Buggy panicked. The thing he was about to demonstrate just exploded. What to do? But looking at Labu's eager little eyes. Think fast, what should he do? Shanks watched the comical Buggy, trying not to laugh. Buggy, is your special edition too easy to explode? Buggy, showing his shark teeth, shut up. Shanks turned to Labu. Labu, I'll teach you something more useful. Observation hockey. He closed his eyes and said seriously, try to feel the atmosphere around you. Labu followed his example, also closing his eyes and trying to sense, whoosh. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, as if sensing something, and with a fin slapped the deck. Boom! A large hole was smashed into the deck, and Kuroka's, who was below, was directly blown out, still holding a half-finished bottle of wine. Kuroka's looked bewildered. Why is it so bright all of a sudden? Everyone hurried to chase after the flying Kuroka's. The result of the second round, a tie, but the ship is damaged one. Buggy, not giving up, Labu, Gome, give me a hug, to prove you like me the most. Labu happily ran over, knowing his strength was great. He was very careful not to bump into anything unless asked. But this was Buggy's request for a hug. Labu opened his arms and gave Buggy a big bear hug, bang. Buggy was nearly suffocated, his face turning red, and his feet kicked wildly off the ground. Although his face was beginning to turn purple, Buggy stubbornly said, "No, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt." Shanks laughed heartily. "Ha. Buggy, your face is all purple." Labu, startled, released his grip, realizing he had used a bit too much strength in the excitement. Ugh. Buggy fell to the ground, gasping for air. But didn't he forget to give Labu a thumbs up? Phew. Very enthusiastic Labu. Shanks confidently stepped forward, believing it was just Buggy being too weak. Labu, come hug me and try. But he seemed to forget that their brother raid had been blown away. Labu carefully hugged Shanks, this time deliberately being gentle. Crack. Shanks' ribs made an ominous sound. Shanks' smile froze. A little. Lighter, please? Labu quickly released his grip, and Shanks braced himself, barely standing. No, I'm fine. I'm good. Rate, having witnessed the blood mist, stared at the three little ones for a long time. He could treat all these injuries with just a pinch. It only hurts a bit. And everyone knew the story of Labu and the Rumbar pirates, which was quite touching. They all felt a deep admiration and affection for Labu, so everyone was very tolerant of him. After all, with Raid around, there would be no pain and no scars left. The result of the third round, a tie, but both were injured. Just as the two were arguing, Rate walked over after chatting with them, holding a small hat. It was a blue little top hat. Rate wanted to cosplay as Roger with Shanks. Hith. Labu's eyes lit up when he saw the little hats. But Rate didn't give him one. I'll give this to you when you can control your strength. That's a promise between us. Labu nodded. His eyes filled with anticipation. Did you forget something? He squatted down and patted Labu's head. Labu is much older than you according to age. You have to call Labu boss. Labu blinked, suddenly puffed out his chest. Ugh. Labu boss, yes. I am a boss. Labu is the boss. Buggy Shanks were stunned. The two reacted, realizing their mischievous brother Rate was teasing them again. You bastard Rate. Roger burst into laughter. Kurohaha. Well said. Labu is the boss. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the corners of his mouth curling up. It seems you two are competing for the position of little brother. Buggy shouted defiantly, wait. How can I be the little brother? Shanks grinned. Then I'll be Labu's vice captain. Labu happily hugged both of them. Ugh. We are all partners. Everyone should get along well. Labu cherished this bond immensely. Crack. The bones of Buggy and Shanks simultaneously let out a mournful cry. The crowd fell silent. Rate sighed, the blood mist enveloping the three. Tomorrow's strength control training is urgent. Chapter 44. Rab. Take it easy. The Oro Jackson swayed gently with the waves. On the deck, an unprecedented special training session was about to begin. Rab, with his arms crossed, was surrounded by a blood mist. From today on, you need to learn to control your strength, said Rit. Rab blinked his big eyes, his small fins nervously rubbing together. Ever since he ate the devil fruit, he had always broken things. Yesterday, he smashed the dining table, the day before he broke the mast. and the day before that he almost knocked Buggy into the sea to feed the fish. Just yesterday, he even hugged Shanks so hard that he got a fracture. First, Rit magically pulled out a delicate teacup and tried to lift it. The teacup glimmered with a pearly sheen in the sunlight, thin enough to let light through. Rab nervously swallowed, extending his trembling fingers. Crack! The teacup shattered into 8 pieces. Oh! Rab drooped his head. It's okay. Shanks patted his fin. When I first started using a sword, I tore Uncle Rayleigh's shirt. Don't bring that up, you little brat. Rayleigh's voice came from below deck. Rit handed breakfast to Rab and turned to find his secret weapon. Rab turned his head, with half a struggling fish still hanging from his mouth. He whined pitifully. The silver fork pinched between his fins, already bent into a strange arc. The deck fell silent. The sound of the waves could be heard. Rit stifled a laugh as he walked over. Looks like we need sturdier utensils. He brought over several forks made from sea prism stone. This was the loot borrowed from the Navy last time, which he had shaped into forks after a night of work. Let's try this. Rit handed the fork to Rab. The sea prism stone was hard enough to withstand your strength. Rab carefully grasped the fork. This time he learned to be smart. Rab suddenly felt his physical strength diminish, but perhaps due to being a giant whale, he didn't completely lose his ability. Instead, it simply reduced his strength. He gently poked at the fish pieces. The fish in the bucket swam lazily, completely unaware of the impending danger. Yes, just like that. Rit softly guided. Imagine your fin tip is a feather. Puff. The fork precisely pierced the fish's gills, and Rab excitedly raised his prize. No. See. Rit thought of himself as a genius. The sea prism stone suppressed part of the fruit's power, allowing Rab to precisely control the remaining strength output. Rab got so excited that he used too much force, splashing water onto Shanks, who was watching the fun. Hey! Shanks wiped the fishy smell off his face. What can I do about that? Of course, I choose to forgive. At least this time, you didn't fling the fork away. Good job, Rab, Rit said. Since the sea prism stone was reliable, he pulled out a feather he had accidentally obtained. Seagull, listen to me. Thank you. Little Rab, what you need to do now is use your little arms to fan this feather and keep it floating in the air, but don't let it fly away or touch the ground. Rab curled up cautiously in the center, holding a feather with both hands, his tail raised, showing that he was using all his strength. Remember, Rit sat cross-legged in front of him. Your strength should be as even as your breathing. Rab nodded, took a deep breath, and gently waved his fin tip. Whoosh. The feather instantly transformed into a white light, and with a snap, it pinned to the main mast. The tail feathers still slightly trembling. Buggy stared wide-eyed in shock. What the? Quiet. Rit glared at him and walked over to pull out the feather. Let's do it again. Sweat beads formed on Rab's forehead. He changed to using the tiniest part of his fingertip, carefully supporting the feather. Very good now. Little Rab stared intently, and suddenly his eyes crossed. The feather was lifted by the airflow, swaying unsteadily toward the ship's railing. Rab panicked and reached out to grab it. Wait, don't boom. Rit wrapped the feather in blood mist, mixing in a trace of sea prism stone powder. The feather suddenly glimmered with a faint metallic sheen. This way, at least it won't fly around wildly. Even if it does, I can pull it back, he explained. This will suppress your strength, but won't make you completely powerless. Rab curiously took the specially made feather, and this time he immediately felt the difference. It was like trying to grab something while wearing heavy gloves. His strength was limited to a controllable range. Ooh, this is good. He gently flapped his fin tip, and the feather slowly rose. Although it wavered, at least it was suspended in the air. Success. Shanks cheered. Rit gradually withdrew the mist outside, and the feather flew away. Just as everyone was about to express their encouragement, the words got stuck in their throats, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Days passed like this, and the 3 little ones were also undergoing their respective training. Kuroka's meticulously checked the physical data of the Roger pirates from top to bottom and found that they were all very healthy, with hidden injuries basically recovering, thanks to Rit's vitality supply. But for Rit, this didn't seem like good news. He believed that all terminal illnesses had traces to follow. Could this be a plot twist? The original story didn't explain how Roger became ill, which made Rit a bit anxious. He found Kuroka's, hoping he could carefully check the captain. Little Rit, they told me you know some things about the future, and it was you who invited me on board. I guess Roger will probably develop some illness in the future that even you can't cure, Kuroka said. Rit nodded. He wanted to describe Roger's symptoms after falling ill, but he suddenly realized that the plot didn't specify anything. He only knew that Roger would get a terminal illness. Kuroka's patted Rit on the shoulder. I've been practicing medicine for so many years and have seen too many life and death separations. I assure you I will do my best to treat the captain. It's also a way to repay you for helping me find the Rumbar pirates. Healing is a doctor's duty, not something a fighter like you should be concerned about. However, if you want to learn medicine with me, I'd be very willing to teach you. Rit deeply bowed to him. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 45. The first experience of battle. I don't know if it was influenced by Buggy, but the moonlight spilled onto the deck of the Oro Jackson. The sound of waves gentle, and the whole ship was immersed in a dream. Reedy pushed open the cabin door and found Laboon and Buggy. Buggy was practicing with a dagger in the distance, while Laboon sat in the middle of the deck, a pure white feather floating in front of him. He cautiously reached out with the tip of his fin and gently touched it. The feather was flipped by the airflow, spinning as it fell to the ground. Laboon did not get discouraged. He picked up the feather and tried again. Still not asleep? Reedy leaned against the ship's railing, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Laboon turned his head, letting out a low murmur, his eyes firm. Reedy smiled. Then let us practice some more. Help me get the rum bottle. He took a bottle of rum from his pocket and gently placed it on the deck. Laboon took a deep breath, slowly extending his fin, the tip gently encircling the bottle. Steady, not a drop spilled. Wow. Laboon excitedly shook the rum bottle, his eyes shining like stars. Reedy rubbed his head. Well done. Roger and the others walked out of the cabin. Reedy looked at them. Surely they weren't all still awake. Ridiculous. The tranquility under the moonlight was suddenly shattered. Many weak pirate crews wanted to ride on the fame of the Roger pirates, and Buggy's scream pierced the night sky. Enemy attack. They're getting closer. This was why Roger and the others had come out, and the deck of the Oro Jackson was instantly illuminated. Laboon, get back. Shanks drew his weapon, his gaze sharp. Buggy hid behind the mast, poking out his red nose. How dare they sneak attack us? I'll make them understand how powerful I am. Retequipped, Buggy. It would be more convincing if you came out from behind there. Buggy should be able to handle these pirates now, but maybe due to his personality, his first reaction was always to run away, which made Reedy quite headachy. Reedy did not move, just quietly watched Laboon. Laboon, are you ready? Laboon lowered his head, looking at his fin, then raised his head to gaze at the approaching enemy ship. A pirate ship flying the Iron Hook flag, filled with fierce-looking pirates. The captain at the front grinned menacingly, waving a massive iron hook. Roger pirates? Tonight is your end. But Reedy found it ridiculous. No, buddy. You're here to sneak attack. Why shout so loudly? Laboon's expression changed from confusion to determination. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. Roar. I can do it. Reedy laughed. Then go for it. You can go all out. The battle was about to begin. The crew of the Iron Hook pirates jumped onto the Oro Jackson, brandishing their weapons and charging forward. Laboon stood at the forefront, instinctively raising his fin to face the first enemy coming at him. Bang. The pirate flew out like a cannonball, crashing straight through the enemy ship's mast. The whole place fell silent. Laboon stared blankly at his fin, seemingly surprised by the power of this strike. Monster, monster! The Iron Hook captain turned pale, but soon his expression twisted with rage. Everyone, attack. Take down that whale. The pirates rushed forward. Laboon felt a bit flustered, but quickly calmed down. He closed his eyes, feeling the power within him, blending in with the fighting techniques. Whoosh. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, reappearing in front of a pirate. The tip of his fin flicking lightly. Thud. The pirate directly knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach and fainting. Laboon's movements became increasingly fluid. He no longer relied on brute force, but precisely controlled every bit of strength as Reedy had taught him. He moved between enemies, each strike perfectly timed, neither taking lives nor allowing his opponents the ability to fight back. Buggy watched in awe. This Laboon is amazing, so cool. Shanks excitedly waved his iron sword. Awesome. Laboon. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, the Iron Hook captain roared, swinging his iron hook toward Laboon. Die, monster. Laboon did not dodge, but stood firmly in place. At the moment the iron hook was about to hit him, he raised his fin, gently blocking. Crack. The iron hook shattered. The captain's attack abruptly halted. Laboon's gaze sharpened. For the first time, he felt the rhythm of battle. He did not continue to attack, but instead held the tip of his fin against the captain's throat. A deep voice emerging. Leave. Now. The Iron Hook captain's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. We will leave right now. The battle ended faster than expected. The Iron Hook pirates fled in embarrassment, and everyone did not try to stop them. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, Laboon stood still, looking down at his fin, seemingly still in disbelief. Reedy walked over and patted his shoulder. Well done, Laboon. Laboon turned his head, his eyes sparkling, letting out a joyful cry. Roar. I did it. Roger laughed heartily and walked over to rub Laboon's head. Kawahaha. It seems our little Laboon is already a qualified warrior. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, the corners of his mouth lifting. Not bad. Your control is much stronger than before. Shanks and Buggy rushed over, hugging Laboon from both sides. So cool. Laboon, from now on, you are our ace. Laboon felt a bit shy from the praise, but his eyes were filled with confidence. Reedy stepped forward, taking out his blue little top hat and gently placing it on Laboon's head. Very good. Laboon, trainee crew member of the Roger Pirates. You have successfully completed your training. Congratulations, congratulations. Reedy's mist in the air mimicked the appearance of fireworks. And what was even more touching was the colorful red mist from the distant Iron Hook pirates, as if they were also happy for Laboon, making it look festive. Under the moonlight, the Oro Jackson continued to sail, and Laboon's first battle became the most dazzling moment on his path of growth. The morning sun shone on the deck, and Laboon was carefully using a sea stone fork to eat breakfast. Shanks leaned over. Laboon, teach me that move next time. The ha-ha-ha-hey move. It looks so cool. Buggy immediately shoved him aside. Get lost. If Laboon is going to teach, he'll teach me first. Shanks bumped heads with Buggy. Want to fight, you jerk? Come on. Who's afraid? Laboon looked at the two, suddenly grinned, and stretched out his fin, slap. One on each side, pressed lightly against their faces. Roar. You're both my little brothers. Chapter 46. The Advancing Shanks and Buggy Roger Side. They had found several historical text rubbings, but they couldn't understand them at all. Rhett thought about how Odin had interpreted the historical text for the Roger Pirates before. Lazily lying on the deck, Rhett said to Roger, there's a samurai from Wano, Kazuki Odin, on Whitebeard's ship. He can interpret the historical texts. Upon hearing this news, Roger's eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Captain, what are you planning now? Rayleigh pushed his glasses up, a smile on his face. Since Rhett told me, he must be our ally. Roger laughed heartily. That guy's on Whitebeard's ship right now. We need to borrow him. Rhett raised an eyebrow. Whitebeard is not an easy person to deal with, Captain. How do you plan to convince him? Roger clenched his fists, his fighting spirit boiling. What else can we do? We'll just have to fight first. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. It's going to cause a commotion again. Shanks and Buggy excitedly leaned in. Captain, are we going to fight the Whitebeard pirates again? Last time, they were despicable, using their numbers to bully us, which made Shanks and Buggy angry for days. If we can't win, we'll gang up on them. The little brother doesn't have the strength, Roger said, ruffling their hair and laughing. Koo-ah, that's right. Don't let that bunch of kids scare you. Shanks clenched his fists, his fighting spirit ignited. I won't lose. Buggy was also quite confident. I won't either. Rhett stood up and stretched. Buggy, you better fight well this time. If you dare to run away, I'll turn you into a top. Then let's set off. I also want to see how strong the Whitebeard pirates are now. Under the Roger Pirate Special Search, the Oro Jackson sailed through the Azure Sea, heading swiftly towards the Whitebeard pirates. Meanwhile, on a Moby Dick, old man, we've spotted the Roger pirates ahead. The lookout shouted. Newgate sat in a specially designed chair, a slight smile on his lips. Gwaha, I didn't expect to run into them here. The two legendary pirate ships gradually approached and finally docked on a small island simultaneously. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, hands on his hips, laughing. Newgate. Long time no see. Newgate chuckled deeply. Gwa. Roger, what do you want this time? Roger's fighting spirit ignited. Nothing much. Just want to have another fight with you. We can talk about other things afterward. Newgate snorted. Gwaha. Then let's do it. Before his words fell, two terrifying conquerors hockey clashed violently, dark clouds instantly enveloping the sky, and the sea surged with monstrous waves. Marco and Jozu directly approached Shanks and Buggy. This time we won't let you use sand to sneak attack again. Marco spread his blue flame wings and hovered in midair, his tone provocative. Shanks grinned. Don't worry this time. I'll chop you down fairly. Before his words fell, Shanks suddenly lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air towards Marco's chest. Marco flared his flames, dodging to the side, while his right wing whipped out, forcing Shanks back with a scorching gust. Shanks' swordsmanship had matured. Every strike was sharp and precise. His emerging observation hockey could vaguely predict Marco's evasion trajectory. However, Marco ultimately had rich combat experience, using the Phoenix's mobility to weave between Shanks' lashes. Suddenly, Shanks changed tactics, and his blade was suddenly covered in a layer of black sheen. Swish! With a single slash, Marco's flames were forcibly split apart, leaving a bloody mark on his shoulder. Marco's pupils constricted. Armament hockey? You little punk. Shanks panted, but his smile grew more wild. Rhett said, only hockey can inflict the most damage on a mythical Zoan. Marco became completely serious. The speed at which this kid's strength had increased was indeed terrifying. His flames surged, Then let me show you the true power of the Phoenix. Phoenix Stamp. He spread his wings wide, transforming into a fiery blast aimed at Shanks. Shanks did not dodge. He gripped his sword tightly, concentrating all his haki at the tip. God Avoidance. Of course, this was a simplified version of Roger's God Avoidance, but it looked impressive. Boom! The flames were severed in two, and, at the last moment, Marco's claw strike pushed Shanks back. The two pulled back, staring at each other. Shanks was obviously exhausted. That God Avoidance took a toll on him. Marco's flames gradually healed the previous scratch, and the physical strength of a mythical Zoan was basically monstrous, but his eyes no longer held contempt. Sansubiese. Marco. Although Shanks lost, the two might become good friends in the future. Now let's shift our perspective to Buggy. Buggy stood in front of Jozu, carrying a package on his back. If one looked closely, they would find it full of daggers. His eyes no longer held the fear from the original plot, but were filled with confidence as he stared at Jozu, who was shining with a diamond sheen, and grinned. Hey, diamond bastard, don't let me knock you down again this time. Jozu clashed his fists, sparking fire, and snorted coldly. Don't get too proud, Red Nose. You're just a guy who likes to use tricks. Who needs low-level tricks? Buggy placed his hands on his hips. Come on, stop talking nonsense. Jozu's expression darkened, and he stopped talking nonsense. He stepped forward, his diamond-covered giant fist smashing down towards Buggy. Boom! The ground was smashed into a pit, dust flying everywhere. However, Buggy's body had already scattered, and Jozu's punch only hit air. Can't hit. Buggy's head floated above Jozu, grinning mischievously, while his split right hand made a face. Buggy, Rhett, I really enjoyed your feast, haha. Jozu roared, his arms suddenly swelling, the diamond sheen becoming even more dazzling. He spun around, his fists pounding out in a storm. Diamond Meteor Fist. The dense shadows of fists enveloped the surroundings, and Buggy's fragments nimbly darted between the punches. Using the paper drawing technique from 6 powers, fluttering like pieces of paper blown away by the wind. While dodging, he didn't forget a taunt. Put in more effort. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Jozu's forehead bulged with veins. Suddenly changing tactics, he slammed a punch into the ground. Boom! The surrounding stones splintered outward, forcing Buggy's scattered body to regroup. Jozu seized the opportunity, his diamond arm sweeping towards Buggy. This time you can't dodge. In a critical moment, Buggy's mouth curled into a sly arc. His body suddenly scattered, and every piece of his split limbs held a dagger, stabbing towards Jozu from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The sharp blades sliced across Jozu's diamond skin, leaving fine cracks on the surface. Jozu winced, his assault stalling, while Buggy's right hand had already snuck around behind him and pushed hard. Get out of here! Jozu stumbled a few steps, almost falling. He steadied himself and turned back in disbelief. You actually managed to hurt me? Buggy's head floated in midair, triumphant. How about that? Every dagger is covered in armament haki. Do you know how many months I practiced for this, Buggy-sama? Jozu's expression became completely serious. He took a deep breath, his diamond sheen surging dramatically, and growled. Then let's try this. He charged at Buggy fiercely. This time his fists no longer swung blindly, but charged at Buggy like a tank. Now, Buggy could split apart anytime and anywhere, making him feel completely at ease against such a power-type opponent. Blunt strikes were no longer a problem. In a low voice, Buggy, split however you want. However, Buggy wanted to test the new fruit ability he developed with Raider. He suddenly reached out and touched Jaw's diamond arm. Split. An eerie scene occurred. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of Jaw's diamond fist, as if being forcibly disassembled by an invisible force. Although it only lasted for a moment, it was enough for Buggy's dagger to pierce into the gap. Splat. Blood splattered. Jaws let out a muffled groan and quickly retreated, staring in shock at the wound on his arm. Can even affect my abilities? Buggy retracted his dagger and wiped the blood off with a handkerchief, grinning. How about that? Want to try again? Rada had thought back then. Since Buggy can split himself, is it possible to split someone else's attacks? Could the future fruit awakening decompose their conqueror's haki, just like Law as Slaughterhouse, where everything that couldn't withstand his fruit ability would be directly split apart? This was highly feasible. The split fruit never said it could only split itself. Jaws gritted his teeth, about to fight again, when suddenly, boom, a bomb exploded between the two. In the thick smoke, Buggy's split left hand was holding a Buggy bomb, shaking it mockingly. Damn it, just a little bit more. Next time, I need to make a quieter Buggy bomb. Buggy's fighting style was truly sneaky. Splitting into so many pieces, who would care if there were 1 or 2 pieces missing during the fight? As the smoke cleared, Jaws was half kneeling on the ground. his diamond skin covered in scorch marks. However, the explosion didn't cause him any real damage, but it was indeed a fact that he couldn't do anything to Buggy. He looked up at Buggy, only to see that the latter had already restored his complete body and was laughing with his hands on his hips. The outcome was clear. A complete victory for me. Jaws was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Interesting. Next time I won't lose again. Buggy waved his hand and turned to walk towards his companions. I'm always ready. Buggy was overjoyed inside. Family, it worked, it worked. Chapter 47. Rate never accepts Roger's kneeling. Rate immediately sought out Odin. The Whitebeard pirates were still in their developmental phase, with only a few fighters available. Unable to find an opponent, they could only watch idly, and it was truly boring to just stand there watching fights that were determined by fate. Odin drew his twin swords, stepped forward, and instantly closed the distance to Rate, crossing his blades to strike. Two-sword style, Peach Blossom 10 fists. Rate did not dodge, instead. He blocked with his black-tied greatsword clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing shook the deck, and the wooden planks beneath Rate's feet slightly dented. Odin's strike was powerful, but Rate's black-tide remained unmoved. Not bad. Rate chuckled lightly. Do you really think I'm one of those weaklings from another world? Suddenly, mist began to spread, enveloping the two. Within the mist, Odin's vision was completely obscured, but he remained calm, activating his observation haki to sense Rate's location. However, it was intermittent. His usually infallible observation haki seemed to have suddenly failed. Mist-hidden mirage. Rate's voice echoed from all directions as 7 phantoms attacked Odin at the same time. Odin snorted coldly and spun his twin swords. Two-sword style. Odin's two-sword style. Return to heaven. Rate? Return to heaven? Big brother? The blade lights swept through like a hurricane, and the 7 phantoms were instantly shattered. But the real Rate had already circled around to Odin's back. The black-tide, great sword enveloped in blood mist, and struck down fiercely. Mist sword blood-tide. Odin reacted quickly, blocking with a reverse strike. But the impact of the black tide still pushed him back several steps, cracking the deck beneath him. Interesting. Odin laughed heartily, his conqueror's haki suddenly erupting. Black-red, lightning wrapping around his twin swords. Rate raised an eyebrow. Conqueror's haki wrapped around? It looks more like Conqueror's haki flowing cherry. Let's see who is stronger. Boom. The two Conquerors' haki clashed. Dark clouds brewed in the sky, and the sea surged with giant waves. The crew on the deck retreated in alarm, and even Roger and Whitebeard showed surprised expressions. These kids' haki, not bad. Roger grinned. Odin, with his swords entangled in haki, suddenly leaped, two-sword style, Peach Blossom, White Dragon. Rate was equally unafraid, his black-tide great sword covered in armament haki, slashing head-on. Black-tide. Break the sea. Rumble. The shockwave from the clash of swords exploded, tearing the deck apart and sending surrounding seawater soaring into the sky. After landing, Odin suddenly sheathed his sword and assumed a Iaido stance, two-sword style, draw technique. Odin only has a few moves, so I borrowed a bit. Rate's eyes narrowed, the black-tide great sword glowing dark red. Mist God Flow, Ghost Attack. The two struck simultaneously. Swish. The lights of the blades and the sword energy intertwined. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Crack. Odin was sent flying, barely managing to stop himself, while Rate had a shallow cut on his shoulder. The two stood back to back, and the entire area fell silent. A draw? Rate didn't actually win. Shanks' eyes widened. No. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. Although Rate was injured, it was clear he had held back. Otherwise, the blood mist would have already entered Odin's body. Odin turned around and laughed heartily. That was exhilarating. Your mist and swordsmanship are impressive. Rate sheathed the black tide, a slight smile on his lips. You're not bad either. The samurai of Wano truly live up to their reputation. Buggy and Shanks ran over, their eyes sparkling. Rate bro, you guys fought for over 3 days. Rate was taken aback. Oh, we fought for over 3 days? Time flies, huh? Ha. I hate blood cows, understand blood cows. Become a blood cow. Roger's battle with Whitebeard was also nearing its end. Gururara, that was refreshing. You brats prepare for the banquet. Whitebeard shouted. During the banquet, Whitebeard sat in a chair, his Naginata beside him, and curiously asked, Roger, what are you here for? Roger grinned. Newgate. I came to borrow someone. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates was immediately in an uproar. What kind of joke is this? Marco frowned. How could our family be borrowed by you? Exactly. Jozu clenched his fist. Do you want to fight? Rate stood next to Roger, his gaze sweeping over the Whitebeard pirates, finally settling on Odin. The man in a kimono with 2 swords at his waist was watching them with great interest. Whitebeard snorted. Roger, why don't you tell me who you want to borrow? Roger pointed at Odin. Him. Kazuki Odin. The area fell silent. Odin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Interesting. What do you want me for? Roger's gaze was intense. I heard you can read the poneglyphs, and I want to go to the final island. I need your help. Do you want to uncover the secrets of the world? Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Roger, you should know my answer. Do you intend to declare war on the Whitebeard pirates? Roger stood up, serious, his eyes filled with determination to seek the truth of the world. He looked at Whitebeard and slowly said, Edward, I ask for nothing in my life. On this journey, I need someone like Odin to accompany me, to know the truth of the world. To unravel the hidden secrets is my final wish and the meaning of my lifelong adventure. I know this request is excessive, but it is truly crucial to me. As he spoke, he actually began to kneel. Rate slapped himself. He had been so focused on Odin that he forgot how he boarded Roger's ship. Captain, Rayleigh's pupils shrank. Jabba shouted angrily. Roger, how can you kneel to Newgate, you bastard? However, before Roger's knee could touch the ground, a pair of hands firmly held his arms. It was Rate. The blood mist surged, and Rate's crimson eyes burned brightly. He could tell that Roger's emotions were not calm. Roger, don't kneel. While watching the original plot, Rate admired Roger for being willing to kneel for his dreams. But Rate had boarded Roger's ship at the age of 3, and Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba were his 3 most beloved older brothers. He could not allow his brother to lower his dignity, no matter who he knelt to or for what reason. It was an insult to Roger. Roger looked up in shock. He could feel the strength in Rate's grip. After confirming that Roger would not kneel again, Rate turned to face Whitebeard. For the truth of the world was worth seeing. Rate stepped forward slowly, blood mist swirling around him, his crimson eyes locking onto Whitebeard without retreating. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes. Kid, are you teaching me how to treat family? No. Rate's voice was soft, yet clear enough for everyone to hear. I'm telling you that Odin has the right to choose his own path. If he can interpret the poneglyphs, he must want to see the secrets of this world. Just then, Odin suddenly stepped forward. He gripped his twin swords tightly, a complex light flickering in his eyes. Captain. Whitebeard silently watched him. I want to see. Odin's voice trembled, but was exceptionally firm. I am the one who can read the poneglyphs. When I was studying them, I hoped to truly see the secrets of this world, so Marco couldn't help but shout. Odin, do you know what you're saying? Marco knew how difficult it was for Odin to board the ship. Odin turned to face his former companions, suddenly bowing deeply. I'm sorry, everyone, but I must take this journey. Whitebeard's expression finally showed signs of change. He stared at Odin for a long time, then suddenly laughed heartily. Gurara. Good. Very good. The Naginata slammed down heavily, shaking the deck. Since this is your choice, then go. Rhett secretly breathed a sigh of relief as the blood mist quietly dissipated. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Utien's determination and Whitebeard's magnanimity exceeded his expectations. I really owe you one, Whitebeard. Roger laughed as he stepped forward. Newgate thanks. I promise to return him in one piece. Whitebeard snorted coldly. If he loses even a hair, I'll dismantle your ship. Utien's eyes were slightly red, but he smiled brightly. When I come back, I'll definitely bring the best wine. This was also the first time the Roger pirates and the Whitebeard pirates had left a banquet unfinished after meeting, directly departing instead. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed away, Marco walked up to Whitebeard's side. Dad, brother Utien. Whitebeard gazed at the receding silhouette of the ship, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Red is right. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, and because we are family, we must support him. The sea breeze carried Utien's final shout. I will definitely come back. Under the sunset, the 2 legendary pirate ships sailed in opposite directions, heading toward their respective destinies. Chapter 48. If you can fight, why steal? The Oro Jackson sailed across the vast sea, with Odin deeply engrossed in deciphering the historical text's rubbings. Suddenly, he looked up excitedly and shouted, I found it. The historical text is right here. He unfolded an old nautical chart and pointed to a certain sea area. Here. Roger leaned in for a closer look and raised an eyebrow. It seems this area has recently been occupied by Charlotte Linlin. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his tone calm, but with a hint of seriousness. If the intel is correct, this is indeed Charlotte Linlin's territory now. The deck fell silent for a moment. Charlotte Linlin, Jabba whistled. That crazy woman is not to be trifled with. Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances and muttered. Who is Big Mom? Ritter lounged against the ship's railing, blood mist swirling at his fingertips. A monster who loves sweets. Her abilities are quite troublesome. Jabba perked up and said to the 3 younger ones, back when you hadn't boarded yet, your brother Ritter was the one who could take on the world. At that time, Charlotte Linlin was still a crew member of Rocks, and he came to recruit us. How could your brother Ritter let that happen? He charged in with a big sword. It was an earth-shattering display of might. Shanks and Buggy's eyes lit up. Really? After fighting for so long, we didn't even break her skin. I mean, even if we did, it should have come off eventually. In the end, didn't I have to step in? I descended like a deity to rescue Ritter from danger. Ritter threw a cup of water at Jabba. Shut up. You didn't break her defense either. What are you barking about? Jabba wiggled like seaweed. Oh, looks like someone is getting flustered. Let us duel, you bastard. Ritter charged at Jabba, and after the commotion ended, all members of the Roger Pirates sat around on the deck, starting to discuss strategies. Uncle Rayleigh was as reliable as ever. Charlotte Linlin's territory is heavily defended, but if we sneak in, we might be able to blend in, find the stone tablet quickly, and leave with the rubbings, minimizing unnecessary trouble. Jabba was skeptical. The problem is she is a powerhouse too. Her observation hockey is no joke. If we're discovered, we'll be surrounded by all the pirates of Tato Land. Ritter lazily remarked, plus, her homies are everywhere. Sneaking in is difficult. Spencer thought for a moment and proposed, we also have some rare navigational materials and treasures. Perhaps we could trade with her? Roger shook his head. Kwaha. We just made an enemy at God Valley. That crazy woman wouldn't easily give anything up. Odin raised his hand to speak, then let us just steal it. A samurai's dictionary has no room for cowardice. Roger felt a surge of excitement. Thanks to Ritter's intervention, he hadn't contracted the terminal illness yet, and he was still at his peak strength. He was fearless, ready to charge in and grab what they needed. How thrilling, right? Rayleigh shook his head helplessly. Captain, her influence is expanding, and she has many strong subordinates. Charging in poses too great a risk. Roger showed some signs of agitation upon hearing Rayleigh's explanation. Ritter observed Roger's reaction and realized, so this is how they were planning to steal it. It seemed that in the original storyline, when facing Big Mom, Roger had already been afflicted by the illness, his strength declining. But with Ritter's intervention, Roger hadn't contracted the illness, and it seemed Big Mom's storyline would also be expedited. However, Ritter felt it was really unnecessary. With Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and him, and Odin, who would join later, taking on a not yet developed Tato Land, should be a piece of cake. Just like at God Valley. As long as Charlotte Linlin didn't stop any of them, it would be a massacre. Her few sons probably wouldn't be enough to handle them. Ritter casually proposed, I think we can just go in and subdue her, slowly taking the rubbings. Jabba grinned. Besides, when has the Roger Pirates ever feared a tough battle? Roger made up his mind. Kuhaha. It's settled. We'll charge in, grab the historical text, and run. In this cheerful atmosphere, they decided that Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba would directly confront Charlotte Linlin and her main officers, while Odin would take advantage of the chaos to find the historical text and make the rubbings. As for Ritter, he would use blood mist to control the battlefield, while Shanks, Buggy, and the other crew members stayed on the ship to prevent any pirates from boarding. After all, sending too many people wouldn't help. Numbers meant nothing in front of Ritter. Those who couldn't even get past Ritter's blood mist didn't deserve to set foot on the battlefield. Rayleigh finally confirmed, remember, our goal is the historical text, not a fight to the death. Get the items and withdraw immediately. This would surely infuriate Charlotte Linlin. Ritter had been brooding over the fact that he couldn't break through Charlotte Linlin's defenses. Roger laughed loudly. Got it. Everyone, prepare for battle. All members shouted, oh. The Oro Jackson sailed towards Cake Island, cutting through the waves and heading into Charlotte Linlin's territory. Shanks and Buggy leaned over the bow, both nervous and excited. Buggy swallowed hard and asked, Hey Shanks, do you think we can win this time? I heard that Charlotte Linlin is a great pirate, just like our captain. Shanks shrugged, holding his head nonchalantly, of course. With the captain here, and Brother Ritter, plus Uncle Rayleigh and Uncle Jabba, there's no way we could lose. Ritter stood at the stern, blood mist slowly spreading, his gaze sharp. Charlotte Linlin, let me see if your Tato Land can withstand my mist. Damn, why can't I break through her defenses? So frustrating. The Oro Jackson tore through the sea mist, the bow slicing through the calm waters. On the lookout tower, Shanks excitedly waved a straw hat. I see the island. Full speed ahead. Roger stood at the ship's bow, his red coat fluttering, ready to show Charlotte's little ones what a real pirate is like. Enemy attack. The lookout soldier on the coastal tower of Cake Island's shoreline changed his tone. It's the Roger Pirates. All hands on deck. The alarm bells rang throughout the island. Charlotte Linlin, who had been napping, was startled awake. Creamy frosting sliding down from the corner of her mouth. Mama, that madman Roger? Proceed as planned. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses and leaped into the air with Moonwalk. Ritter was the last to disembark, dragging the black blade through the sand, leaving deep grooves. Odin, the historical text is in your hands. Leave it to me. Odin drew his twin swords, the Amit Sukitsun gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Blood prison of the mist. Ritter formed seals with both hands. Crimson mist surged over the beach like a tide. The Machi soldiers gathering suddenly screamed, My eyes hurt so much. I can't breathe. It's poisonous mist. Retreat. Actually, using Conqueror's Haki could achieve the same effect, but Conqueror's Haki is a one-time use, while Ritter's mist could linger. The younger ones watched the impressive scene with shining eyes, while Ritter casually tidied his clothes. Basic moves, don't mess up. Chapter 49. The Plan in Motion. Roger. You dare to trespass into my territory. Charlotte Lingling's roar echoed through the sky as Zeus carried her out of the crumbling castle gates. Napoleon's giant sword entwined with violent purple lightning. Kuhaha. Long time no see, Lingling. Don't be so angry. You'll get wrinkles. Roger slowly drew his famous sword ace and said, I'll just take a copy of the historical text and be on my way. How about that? Go to hell. You bastard, Roger. Lingling raised her giant sword high. Elbaf spear, Wagwa. Divine avoidance. Lingling's giant sword suddenly slashed down, delivering a blow powerful enough to tear islands apart directly at Roger. At the moment of collision between the two forces, boom! Cake Island shook violently. The ground cracked like a spider web, and the sky was torn into a massive, swirling cloud. In the clash, Roger stood his ground, while Lingling was forced back 3 steps, the ground beneath her collapsing. She grinned menacingly. Roger, you still make me so mad, but if you're willing to have a child with me, we could consider it. Sorry, but I'm not thinking about settling down right now. And amidst this earth-shattering battle, hey, taking advantage of the chaos is the true romance of a man. Mitsuda crouched low and slipped into the castle. He wore his signature orange kimono, the cool Mr. Pants from Roger's ship, his wooden clogs tapping on the lavish floor. I mean, is it really necessary to crouch like this? Left turn, then right turn. He muttered as he ran, his observation haki fully activated. A clear map of the historical text location appearing in his mind. If it weren't for the tight schedule, I would really like to tour this castle properly. Mitsuda pouted and casually swiped a piece of chocolate cake from the dessert table in the hallway, stuffing it into his mouth. 5-star. No wonder it's a treat from the world. This is so good. Suddenly, intruder alert. A furious roar came from around the corner. Charlotte oven burst out. Radiating hot steam like a human steamer, a wave of heat crashing down. Wow, so hot. Mitsuda exaggeratedly jumped up, but his hands moved quickly. Dual sword style, peach blossom, 10 fists. Swish, swish, swish. The blade light blossomed like cherry blossoms, and Oven's chest armor instantly shattered. 2 intersecting blood streaks appearing on his muscular chest. Why do I suddenly feel a bit cooler? Oven looked down and found his upper body completely bare, left only with his shorts. Hey, where's my armor? Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Mitsuda waved cheerfully, not wanting to fight a kid, and continued sprinting. Oven stood frozen for a moment, then finally reacted. Wait, how could this? However, Mitsuda had already run far away, leaving behind a string of cheerful laughter. Thanks, Oven. You got a nice body. Oven, internally collapsing, trespassasti. Smokey raised his 10-meter-long giant sword, fiercely swinging it down. The sword energy lifting the floor. Wow, what a huge sword. Mitsuda's eyes widened, but he remained unfazed, crossing his swords into a cross. Move aside. I'm in a hurry. Boom. The clash of forces shattered the tiles beneath Mitsuda's feet, causing him to sink half a meter. Not bad. He grinned and suddenly had a bright idea. Now's my chance. He abruptly pulled back, using the inertia of Smokey's sword strike to roll into the room, casually patting Smokey's shoulder. Thanks, Smokey. As Smokey rushed into the room, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him and collapsed, not knowing when Mitsuda appeared behind him, raising his black fist. Being young is great. I could just sleep. No need to thank me. The historical text stone tablet stood in the center of the room, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Wow, finally found it. Mitsuda excitedly rubbed his hands together, took out the rubbing paper from his pocket, and click, 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 perfect imprint. Done. He nodded in satisfaction. But before the ink could dry, Smokey's giant sword came crashing down in fury. Die. You woke up so quickly. Oh dear, don't be so irritable. Mitsuda didn't look back, performing a backflip, the rubbing paper tracing a graceful arc in the air, which he caught steadily. Got it. Smokey stomped his foot in anger. Damn it. Stop. See you later. Treat me to a drink next time. Mitsuda laughed heartily and vanished in a flash. On the coastline, Rhett's black-tied greatsword was chopping cookies. Rhett originally thought he could absorb all their vitality, but the vitality of these things was pitifully low. The cookie soldier army of Cracker cracked with a crunch as soon as they entered the blood mist range. I thought it would be a good job, but so boring. Damn it, my observation hockey has failed. Cracker's main body was horrified to discover that his proud observation hockey was completely ineffective in the blood mist. Mist erosion, thousand needle. Rhett spread his fingers. Countless fine needles formed from the blood mist poured down like a torrential rain. The cookie soldiers were instantly turned into sieves, and although Cracker's main body defended with armament hockey in time, he was still pierced by 3 blood needles in the shoulder. Grunting and kneeling on the ground, this stuff is poisonous. Kid, your mom couldn't even beat me. What are you doing here? So boring. Future Sight told me to attack here. Katakuri's machi fist suddenly surged from the mist, wrapped in advanced armament hockey, aiming straight for Rhett's temple. Got it, then what? Rhett's voice came from behind, and the black-tied great sword slashed down with a whoosh. Katakuri, relying on years of battle instinct, barely turned around and took the hit with his hardened back. Bang! He was sent flying like a cannonball for dozens of meters, crashing through 3 buildings before stopping. In the blood mist, Rhett's figure flickered, his long black hair dancing in the mist, feeling no pressure at all. This future vice admiral is just SOSO. He could take on any vice admiral now, wouldn't you agree, Marco? Rhett brazenly scanned Big Mom's territory with his observation hockey, truly quite arrogant. He was directly showing his face now. He suddenly noticed an interesting person. How did he end up here? Could be the butterfly effect caused by my little butterfly? Oh hey, this is going to be fun. A massive azure dragon coiled in the clouds. Kaido, once a small insect, now vaguely holding the title of the world's strongest creature. He transformed back into human form, looking down below, the kanabo of the 8 precepts resting on his shoulder. A proud curve forming at the corner of his mouth. That crazy woman Lingling dares to set her sights on me? Today, I'll turn her territory into ruins. Chapter 50, Eat the Black Stick. However, just as the Beast Pirates fleet was about to land on Cake Island, a familiar ship slowly emerged on the distant horizon, the Oro Jackson. Huh? Kaido's pupils suddenly contracted, and his conqueror's hockey erupted uncontrollably, scattering the thunderclouds in the sky for a moment. Rit appeared at the bow of the fleet, laughing heartily and waving. Yo, Kaido, long time no see. You've gotten stronger. Rit lazily leaned against the mast, blood mist swirling around his fingertips. Teasing. The little brat has grown up, but I wonder if you've improved your ability to take a hit. By the way, is the inscription I left for you still there? Kaido's dragon beard flared in anger, his dragon eyes turning crimson. Rit, you're asking for death. The humiliation of God Valley, being toyed with by Rit, the memories of treasure hunting and inscriptions surged to his mind. He suddenly transformed into his hybrid form. The Wolf Fawn Club wrapped in black-red lightning, his conqueror's hockey condensed to the extreme. Thunder, bagua! Boom! A devastating shockwave surged straight at Rit. Ah, don't be so fierce, little longworm. Rit drew his black-tied greatsword, Mist God style, Demon Slash. It was clear that the current Thunder Bagua was still lacking some seasoning. Rit instantly flashed to Kaido's side, his long sword wrapped in advanced Busashoku. Mist God style, Instant Slash. Kaido grinned menacingly, turning around, the Wolf Fawn Club clashing hard against the sword's edge. Do you think I'm still that useless guy for God Valley? Clang! The explosive sound of metal clashing shattered the clouds, and Rit slightly raised an eyebrow. You've indeed become much stronger. Rit's figure appeared ghost-like behind Kaido, the blood mist coalescing into a giant hand, aiming to strike Kaido's black hand, suddenly slamming towards his nape. Your Kinbunchaku training is not bad. But unfortunately, Kaido suddenly turned around, his dragon mouth wide open. Heat breath? The scorching dragon flames erupted, instantly evaporating Rit's blood mist. TSK, your temper has improved. Rit clicked his tongue. Kaido laughed maniacally. Rit, the debt from God Valley is due today. Rit's figure slowly emerged from the blood mist. A mocking smile on his lips. Yo, little longworm, isn't last time's lesson enough? Stop looking down on people. Kaido was furious, his dragon tail swinging violently. The ground exploding, his entire body charging at Rit like a cannonball. Thunderbagua. The Wolf Fawn Club wrapped in pitch-black conqueror's lightning slammed down on Rit. However, whoosh. Rit's figure suddenly vanished, dispersing into blood mist. Your Kinbunchaku is too weak. Rit's voice came from all directions, carrying unabashed ridicule. My mist naturally has the function of shielding Kinbunchaku, but it seems you haven't even noticed that. How dare you compete with me in my territory? Boom! Kaido's attack missed, creating a massive pit in the ground, dust rising. Damn it! Kaido gritted his teeth, his dragon eyes scanning wildly around, but he couldn't catch Rit's breath. I'm right here. Bang! A giant fist made of blood mist suddenly slammed into Kaido's abdomen. Goof! Kaido spat out a mouthful of blood, his dragon scales shattering, his entire body flying backward, crashing through several ruins before barely stopping. Not done yet. Rit chuckled lightly, his hands coming together, the blood mist suddenly coalescing into countless scarlet blades. Blood mist, 1,000 blades slaughter. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with blood blades, raining down like a storm. Kaido roared angrily, swinging the wolf fawn club to block, but still, several blood blades pierced through his defenses, leaving deep wounds visible to the bone. Ack! Kaido howled in pain, his dragon scales corroded, flesh rotting. Yet he still refused to fall, his conqueror's haki exploding wildly. I am Kaido. He leapt suddenly, dragon claws wrapped in conqueror's haki, viciously tearing at Rit. Dragon claw, conqueror's bind. Rit's eyes slightly narrowed, the blood mist instantly coalescing into a shield. Boom! The two forces collided, shockwaves sweeping the surroundings. However, Kaido's attack only pushed Rit back half a step, the blood mist shield not even cracking. TSK. A bit of progress. Rit tilted his head, revealing a wicked smile, but unfortunately, it's still not enough. What a blood cow. The Pirate King is a blood cow per capita. Damn. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. Blood mist. Bind wormlock. This was Rit's move from God Valley that bound Kaido. Why change the name? No other reason than to purely annoy Kaido. Hee hee. Whoosh. Countless scarlet chains sprang up from the ground, instantly wrapping around Kaido's limbs, dragon tail, and even his neck. What? Kaido struggled, but found the chains tightening more and more, even starting to corrode his haki. Don't bother. Rit slowly walked closer, lightly tapping Kaido's forehead. Your haki is too rough. In front of me, it's no different from being made of paper. Bastard. Let me go. Kaido roared, his dragon eyes bloodshot. Sure, I'll satisfy you. Rit grinned, suddenly kicking Kaido in the face. Bang! Kaido's massive dragon body was kicked hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily into the ground, plowing a deep trench. As the dust settled, Kaido was covered in blood, dragon scales shattered, consciousness hazy, but he still unwillingly growled. Haven't T lost yet? Rit walked in front of him, crouched down, and patted his face. Future strongest creature, and yet you're still being pressed down by me? Oh dear, you still need more practice. He stood up, the blood mist once again coalescing into a stick, weighing it in his hand. Want to take another hit? So you can sleep even better? Kaido's eyes widened in anger, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. Kaido stared fiercely at Rit's figure, his dragon claws digging deep into the ground, internally roaring one day. I will definitely kill you. Forget it, it's boring. Rit shrugged, turned to leave. The blood mist spreading beneath his feet. When you get a bit stronger, come find me for a beating, little longworm. Bang! Kaido fell back into a baby-like sleep. Ding! Successfully clocked in on Kaido today. As for why he didn't kill Kaido, Kaido didn't pose any threat to him anymore. This is also the experience package for the future pirate crew. When he doesn't face any threats, he doesn't want to alter the plot, as it would make him lose his prophetic awareness ability. Moreover, this is the main instructor for the future pirate crew, with teaching efficiency unmatched. Kaido-S Haki Crash Course. First stick, Advanced Busashoku. Second stick, Conqueror's Haki Wrap. Third stick, Devil Fruit Awakening. You have to know Rit got the Devil Fruit at 3 years old, and God Valley only awakened later. I watched the teacher take 3 sticks. You can say my Kaido teacher is weak, but you can't say my Kai teacher's teaching lacks strength. As Rit hurried back, he heard his captain, Kuha! The things are in hand. Retreat. Roger laughed as he jumped back onto the ship. Charlotte Linlin was furious. Stop them. But the blood mist had completely sealed the sea. The Oro Jackson riding the winds and waves, sailing away. Mama Roger. I've noted this grudge. Charlotte Linlin's roar echoed over Cake Island. And on Roger's ship, Eton raised the rubbings high. Now we have everything. We are one step closer to the truth. Roderlaft, kuhahaha. Thanks for your hard work. Let us hold a banquet to celebrate. Chapter 51. Showing off will make you fly. Battle of Itver in the year 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar. The sky was a clear blue with no clouds, and the sea was as calm as a mirror. The Oro Jackson was sailing slowly, and on the deck, the members of the Roger Pirates were busy with their own tasks, Shanks and Buggy were bickering in a corner. Laboon was carefully polishing his little hat. And Rayleigh was leaning against the ship's railing, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a crew member in the lookout tower stood up abruptly, his voice tinged with tension. "Captain, there's something in the sky." Everyone looked up to see 5 massive pirate ships hovering in the distance, their golden lion head flags flapping in the wind. "Another golden lion?" Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, his brow furrowing. Roger grinned, but his expression turned serious. "Kuahaha, this guy really is persistent. As an ancient time traveler, how could he not experience this battle of Itver?" Ray was truly curious. With Roger not being sick and the current strength of the Roger Pirates, how would they deal with the Golden Lion? "Roger, let us join forces to rule this new world." The maniacal laughter of the Golden Lion echoed from the sky. After the defeat of the Rocks pirates fell apart, and his power was naturally divided among others. Whitebeard and Charlotte, one looking for family and the other wanting to have children. Kaido had ambitions, but what kind of influence could the rookie fighters on Rock's ship have? Thus, Rock's power was divided among the likes of the Golden Lion. Over the past few years, the Golden Lion pirates had grown stronger, with the ability to fly and the Golden Lion's inclusive nature leading to an increasing number of crew members. The Golden Lion's fleet had already commenced action. The 5 warships swooped down like a swarm of locusts, their cannons aimed directly at the Oro Jackson. Roger laughed heartily. "Sorry, Shiki, I just want to sail freely. World domination sounds so boring. How about this? You come down for a drink and let us go." Jabba tightened his grip on his axe, snorting coldly. "Isn't it enough to have been beaten last time? You dare to fly directly this time? Fire!" The maniacal laughter of the Golden Lion rang out from above. Boom, boom, boom. Cannonballs rained down like a torrential storm, instantly creating numerous water columns on the sea. The deck of the Oro Jackson shook violently, with splintering everywhere. "All hands on defense," Roger shouted, and the crew quickly sprang into action. But they found themselves in an unprecedented passive position. Rhett unleashed his blood mist domain. Damn it, these cannonballs were mixed with sea prism stone powder. Is the Golden Lion wealthy enough to burn this stuff? Sea prism stone powder is not cheap. One shot costs a fortune. Although these cannonballs were corroded by Rhett's mist and would not explode, the hardness of the sea prism powder alone was enough to create a hole in the Oro Jackson. And considering the sheer volume of cannonballs, while the keel of the Oro Jackson wouldn't break, it could definitely be riddled with holes, risking sinking. "Damn it, I'll jump up, and their pirate ship will rise into the sky." Jabba roared as he cleaved a falling cannonball in half with his axe. Rayleigh swung his sword to block, his face serious. "We can't counterattack recklessly. If the hull gets damaged, we won't even be able to sail." The strongest weapon of the Roger pirates was close combat, but the Golden Lion was not giving them any chances. The Golden Lion was truly a formidable villain, willing to use any means to achieve his goals. If he couldn't beat you, he would resort to underhanded tactics. Since Rhett's presence, the Golden Lion had caused trouble for the Roger pirates twice, and he had returned alone each time, with none of his men surviving. These sea prism cannonballs were clearly prepared for Rhett. They were willing to spend a fortune to remove the obstacle in his and Roger's sweet path. Rhett. His fleet struck and quickly retreated back into the sky, rendering all of Roger Pirate's counterattacks futile. Then, they dove down from another angle and continued firing. "Damn it!" Buggy yelled angrily. "This guy is so despicable. If he has the guts, he should come down and fight." Shanks gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly. His eyes filled with unwillingness. "If only we could fly up there." Laboon grew larger, using his massive body to shield Buggy and Shanks on the deck. But his strength was useless against the long-range bombardment. Rhett narrowed his eyes, watching the arrogant Golden Lion in the sky, rapidly brainstorming countermeasures. "Captain, we can't keep being passive," he said in a deep voice. Roger rarely furrowed his brow. Rhett squinted at the Golden Lion in the sky, suddenly revealing a meaningful smile. "Since he likes to fly in the sky, let us make sure he can't." He turned to Roger. "Captain, I need some time to prepare." Roger understood, laughing heartily. "Kuahaha, it's all yours, Rhett." In the ensuing battle, the Roger pirates took a defensive stance. They cut through the cannon fire while waiting for Rhett's plan to unfold. Seeing this, the Golden Lion grew even more arrogant. "Join us, Roger. Your strength shouldn't be wasted on this little ship. As long as you agree, we can rule this world together." The Golden Lion said this, but his attacks became increasingly reckless. However, he didn't notice that Rhett hadn't made a move since then. Now, at the moment the Golden Lion pirates dove down, Rhett suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of sharpness flashing in his crimson pupils. He clapped his hands together, and the blood mist erupted, spreading toward the sky at an astonishing speed. Blood mist, skylock. The mist rapidly expanded, although its concentration couldn't compare to Rhett's own. It was enough to envelop the Golden Lion pirates and the entire sea. The mist transformed into countless scarlet chains, shooting straight up from the sea, instantly ensnaring all the ships of the Golden Lion fleet. The corrosive power attached to the chains began to dismantle the structure of the ships, while the abilities of the float fruit were gradually suppressed. What? The Golden Lion was taken aback, attempting to control his ship to break free, only to find his ability severely disrupted. Sheik, you like to fly, huh? Did you really think you were the only one who got stronger? Rhett's voice came from below. Laced with mockery, now it's time to land. As the chains tightened, the warships began to sway violently, ultimately losing balance and plummeting from the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The ships crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. The crew of the Golden Lion fell into the water, the scene descending into chaos. The Golden Lion steadied himself, floating in the air, his face dark with anger. Rhett's strike seemed grand, but it only affected the Golden Lion's control over his ships, and coupled with the pull of the mist, it hurled the ships directly into the sea. He looked down at the Oro Jackson, roaring, "Roger! Rhett, you bastards!" Rhett collapsed onto the ground, knowing that in an instant he had spread the mist over dozens, even hundreds of nautical miles, and yanked the Golden Lion's locust-like ships from the grasp of the float fruit ability. He had barely managed to avoid being drained dry, thanks to his monstrous stamina, and during this highlight moment, he had received a significant boost. Now, even moving felt difficult for Rhett. Watching the crew of the Golden Lion pirates climbing out of the sea, the real battle was just beginning. Chapter 52, the first encounter with a large-scale battle. As soon as Rhett saw the fierce battle, he slumped on the deck of the Oro Jackson, suddenly feeling himself being lifted up. The three little ones carried Rhett to a corner. "Just watch us, Rhett." Shanks and Buggy gave Rhett a thumbs up, while Lab adjusted his little hat. The three turned and rushed into the battlefield. "Hey, Red Nose, why are you hiding behind me?" Shanks' sword, enveloped in a faint layer of hockey, accurately blocked the incoming long knife. "Who is hiding? I'm looking for the best moment to attack." Buggy retorted defiantly, but the dagger in his hand trembled uncontrollably. He ducked just in time to avoid a sweeping mace. "Damn it, am I being cowardly now? You don't think I'm really weak, do you?" The two boys stood back to back on the floating wreckage of a ship, surrounded by dozens of minions from the Gold Lion pirates. The salty smell of the sea mixed with the stench of blood made both of them, experiencing such a large-scale battle for the first time, breathe rapidly, even when battling with Carp or Whitebeard. The ordinary small pirates wouldn't cause the sea to turn red like this. Everyone usually held back. "Huh, just these two brats?" A scar-faced brute grinned as he approached. "Lord Gold Lion is too cautious. I can handle this lot all by myself." Swish. Shanks suddenly vanished, appearing behind the brute in the next second. His sword, accompanied by a whooshing sound, struck hard at the back of the man's neck. "Bang! What are you barking for?" Shanks often heard Ritz say this catchphrase, and it felt great to say it himself. The iron-blooded brute fell to the ground. So much nonsense. Shanks flicked his sword and raised an eyebrow at Buggy. "See? This is what we call fighting. Don't get too smug." Buggy shouted defiantly. Suddenly his eyes shifted. "Look at this." He handed Shanks and Lab a gas mask, then pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket and smashed it to the ground. This fighting style seemed familiar. Indeed, he learned it from Rit before a fight. "Rit, you're really leading us astray." With a bang, thick smoke instantly enveloped the entire area. "Cough, cough, despicable brat. There's pepper in there, damn it." Taking advantage of the chaos, Buggy activated his ability, splitting his hands into dozens of palms, each holding a throwing knife. Special Buggy Barrage. The knives rained down on the enemies shrouded in smoke, screams echoing. Shanks stared wide-eyed at the scene. "When did you prepare all this?" "Ha ha ha." Buggy proudly placed his hands on his hips. "I'm a genius." However, his pride lasted only 3 seconds before a sharp sword aura suddenly sliced through the smoke. A swordsman wearing an eye patch stepped forward slowly, the long knife in his hand gleaming with cold light. "Brats, the game is over. I don't have time to waste with you." Shanks and Buggy swallowed nervously. This enemy felt completely different. Genius needs time to grow, right? "Hey, should we run to it?" "Hey, Shanks." Buggy's voice trembled. Fight? I thought you would say run. Then let us fight." Shanks tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes igniting with fighting spirit. Rit's still exhausted. "We're also members of the Roger Pirates. Who do you look down on?" Buggy anxiously jumped up and down, but still gritted his teeth to stand beside Shanks. "Damn it, If I die here today, I won't let you off as a ghost. Buggy, influenced by Rit, had already diverged significantly from his original character in the original story. He would have run away by now. The swordsman sneered, and the long knife suddenly transformed into dozens of afterimages attacking. A flurry of flowers. Clang, clang, clang. Shanks desperately blocked, but the gap in strength was too great. One sword strike, and Shanks' sword was not even his griffin. An ordinary sword paired with Shanks' current strength could not withstand that move. The sword was soon severed, and he received several cuts on his body. Shanks! Buggy exclaimed in alarm, grabbing a piece of wood and throwing it over. The female swordsman casually slashed the wood in half, but suddenly realized Buggy was gone. Up here, Buggy descended from above, his legs splitting into dozens of flying kicks. Special Buggy storm. Trivial skill. The female swordsman easily dodged, then countered with a slash towards Buggy. Buggy watched as the knife blade grew larger, feeling no panic inside because he fundamentally looked down on them and did not attach hockey. He thought, I'll act separately and prepare for a surprise attack. Everything is under control. Bang! At that critical moment, a huge shadow suddenly charged in, directly knocking the swordsman away. Lab! Shanks exclaimed joyfully. The little whale caught Buggy steadily, still wearing that blue little hat. It let out an angry roar, its fins pointed at the fallen swordsman. Ugh! Don't bully them. The swordsman scrambled up, shocked at the sudden appearance of this monster. What the hell is this? Lab wouldn't give him time to think. It took a deep breath, and then boom! A precise water cannon blasted the female swordsman straight into the sea. Wow! Buggy stared wide-eyed. Lab, when did you learn that move? Lab proudly raised its head, the little hat tilted to one side. Shanks laughed as he climbed onto its back. Well done. Let us go help the others. Lab set Shanks down, then sprayed a mist from its hat onto itself, which Rit had prepared in advance. Saying this, it jumped into the sea. After this period of training, ugh! The deafening whale cry echoed across the battlefield. Lab's massive body suddenly leaped from the sea, creating towering waves dozens of meters high. The blue little hat on its head remained perfectly still in the sea breeze, and its round eyes burned with unprecedented fighting spirit. Hey, is that Lab? Buggy hung on the mast, his red nose trembling in fear. When did it become so fierce? Shanks gripped the railing tightly, his eyes shining with excitement. Rit's special training is showing results. On the sea, Lab charged like a moving fortress. It precisely controlled every bit of its strength. Not the indiscriminate destruction of the past, but a calculated assault after Rit's devilish training. Bang! With a sweep of its tail fin, 3 enemy ships were sent flying like toys. Strangely, the hulls remained intact. Only the enemies on the deck were knocked out. Rit, that's right, what I taught only injures people, not ships. Because Rit told Lab that if people died, it was no big deal, but there might be money or berries on the ship that shouldn't be damaged, as berries could be used to buy small fish snacks. Ugh. Next, Lab excitedly spun around, mist clinging to its head under the little hat. The cadres of the Gold Lion Pirates panicked. Fire! Quickly fire! A burly little leader shouted hysterically. Dozens of remaining cannons fired simultaneously, cannonballs raining down on Lab. Lab, be careful. Those cannonballs are made of sea prism stone. You can't take them head on. Shanks shouted anxiously. However, Lab remained unfazed, taking a deep breath. Boom! A super high-pressure water cannon more than 20 meters in diameter shot out from its mouth, shattering all the cannonballs in midair. The water cannon continued unabated, directly launching that warship hundreds of meters into the sky. Ugh, where Lab wants to go, it goes. Lab happily flapped its fins. Rit watched the 3 little ones in battle, and he seemed to experience the feeling Roger had when training him, filled with a sense of pride. Chapter 53. The Golden Lion lost in vain. The 2 men's conquerors' hockey clashed in the air, black and red, lightning tearing through the clouds. Keka, Roger, you think this will let you win against me? The Golden Lion crossed his dual swords, the blades entwined with terrifying hockey. Roger grinned. Ace, there's no need to get caught up with me. I'm not stopping you from ruling the seas. Before the words finished, both of them struck simultaneously. Divine avoidance. Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. In the instant the sword light and blade energy collided, a shockwave expanded outward from the 2. Then boom! With a deafening explosion, the sea was cleaved open, creating a chasm hundreds of meters long, the waters on either side standing like cliffs. Ritter leaned against the wall, watching the battle on his ship. Ghost, the Golden Lion has grown quite fast. Is he really able to match the captain like this? Those old-timers from the old era are no pushovers. Shockingly, Shiki was actually able to hold his ground against Roger. although he was still at a disadvantage. He would be defeated in an instant. When Ritter watched the special edition, those old-timers displayed such power. Oda gave them tension that none lacked the strength of a marine admiral. Hey, to maintain the calm of the sea under such conditions. Steelbone Air Combat Nation is quite a character too. Ritter felt that if it weren't for the fact that the Golden Lion's buffs were maxed out in the later stages, Luffy would really struggle to win. Jabba wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hey, this power is too exaggerated, right? In the center of the battlefield, Roger and the Golden Lion were already in a heated battle. Their figures flickered in the air, each collision causing thunderous roars. Roger, join me. The Golden Lion swung his swords like a storm. We can rule this sea together. Keka. Roger laughed heartily. The sea is not meant for ruling. Suddenly, a glint of malice flashed in the Golden Lion's eyes. He abruptly retreated. The sword Sakura in his left hand suddenly flew out. Lion's might, Lion's snowstorm. Roger's pupils constricted as he hurriedly dodged to the side. The blade grazed his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. Got him. The Golden Lion grinned wickedly, his right sword stabbing straight for Roger's chest. In a critical moment, Roger's blade suddenly changed direction. Clang! The Golden Lion's eyes widened. His fatal strike was actually blocked by Roger's sword hilt. What? Keka. Roger laughed. Did you think I wasn't prepared for that? As he spoke, Roger's left fist, wrapped in dark haki, slammed fiercely into the Golden Lion's abdomen. Boom! The Golden Lion was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing through 3 damaged warships before barely stopping. He knelt on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! The Golden Lion wiped the blood away, his eyes burning with frenzied anger. Roger! He leapt up violently. This time, the energy entwined on his blade was no longer ordinary haki, but the fully condensed Conqueror's haki. D. Lion's double Heaven Thousand Cuts Valley. Roger's gaze sharpened, similarly wrapping Conqueror's haki around his blade. Bring it on. Divine Avoidance, haki entwinement. Just at that critical moment, the sea suddenly roiled violently. 100-meter-high super tidal wave rose without warning, forcefully separating the two. Ritter had just regained some stamina and was about to join the battle when he saw, feeling inexplicably moved tidal wave. I've been waiting for you, it's been tough. Even with Ritter's addition, the battle was not easy. Though they hadn't lost, the Oro Jackson's hull had sustained serious damage, and the bottom of the cabin was already beginning to leak water, more than Ritter could block. If not for this natural disaster, this might have been the closest Shiki ever came to genuinely defeating Roger's pirates. Note that this is about defeating Roger's pirates, not Roger himself. What? The Golden Lion looked in shock at the suddenly appearing chasm. A strange silence fell between the sea and sky. Roger retreated to the bow of the ship, his eyes slightly squinting beneath the straw hat. Years of sailing had made his instincts tingle, and almost simultaneously, the calm sea suddenly swelled up into a massive water bulge. The seawater seemed to be pulled by some invisible force, gathering towards the center at an astonishing speed. Woo! Labu let out a long warning cry, instinctively shrinking down to protect Shanks and Buggy with his body. Labu, go high! Roaring, the Golden Lion floated in the air, his golden hair billowing without wind. He stared intently at the super tidal wave that was forming, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally. Captain Shiki, his subordinate shouted from the battered flagship, we must retreat. The Golden Lion paid no heed. Victory was within his grasp. How could he give up? His gaze locked tightly on the Oro Jackson. Roger. His voice was hoarse and terrifying. What a joke. The sea began to tilt violently. The seawater was dragged by a hurricane, and a rampaging tornado was cleansing everything on the sea. The Oro Jackson had already begun to ascend along the water wall. However, the ship remained unusually stable. Ritter marveled. Is this the child of destiny? Rayleigh gripped the ship's railing tightly, the lenses of his glasses reflecting the increasingly close wave peaks. It's coming. Just at that critical moment. Ritter, please. Roger suddenly shouted. Ritter, who had been slumped on the deck, abruptly opened his eyes. He bit his tongue, forcibly squeezing out the last bit of his strength. Even if he returned quickly, he couldn't withstand such usage. Crimson mist seeped from every pore of his body, and Ritter utilized all the residual blood mist around him, forming a gigantic blood-colored sail at the stern of the ship. Ritter struggled to say, I told you, this ship would capsize without me. Blood mist, wings of tidal fury. Boom! The super tidal wave finally fully formed. The Oro Jackson surged upward along the water wall, empowered by the blood mist sail. The hull groaned under the strain, but the keel remained steadfast, a highlight moment for Adam the treasure tree. The golden lion finally moved. He charged madly towards the ascending Oro Jackson, his dual swords entwined with the last of his haki. Don't even think about escaping. Roger, Sayonara, Shiki, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba combined their strength to send the golden lion flying. The supreme large rudder accurately pierced the golden lion's head. The golden lion's classic outfit won. Sorry, Shiki. Ritter smiled weakly. This time, we won. Ritter admired the original plot's Roger and his crew even more. They could still escape like this. Truly impressive. Censored. No. In a hoarse roar of fury, the golden lion was violently thrown backward. The next second, the tidal wave roared, completely isolating the two parties. Using the force of the tidal wave, the Oro Jackson finally landed steadily on the distant sea surface. Behind the ship was the raging super tidal wave. In front was an endless expanse of free sea, dividing the entire ocean into clearly defined two parts. They really didn't even pretend anymore. What accursed weather. On the deck, Labu cautiously poked the unconscious Ritter with his fin tip, letting out a worried low growl. Kuralakas. Check on Ritter. He is just exhausted. Nothing serious. Roger took off his straw hat and gently covered Ritter's face. He turned to look at the worried crew members, suddenly grinning. Keka keka huh? It's time for a feast. The gears of fate continued to turn silently. Do not underestimate the bond between Roger and Shiki. Chapter 54. The comatose raider participated in a 3-day banquet on the deck of the Oro Jackson. The crew lay scattered all over the place, swaying drunkenly, with barrels of alcohol rolling everywhere. Labu had an empty barrel on his head, wobbling around the deck and occasionally letting out cheerful cries. Woo, another drink. Kalokas chased after Labu from behind. Hey Labu, drink a little less. By the way, can island whales get drunk? Buggy, with a flushed face, hung from the mast, clutching half a bottle of rum. I can still drink. Hick. Rayleigh adjusted his crooked glasses, looking at the mess on the ship, shaking his head helplessly. These guys. Roger laughed heartily, putting his arm around Kalokas, who was chasing Labu. Doctor. Another song. Seeing Labu so joyful, he shook his head, and then Kalokas revealed his shark teeth. I'm the ship's doctor. You bastard. How can you sing so casually? To toast a fine wine to all guests. Yo ho ho ho, yo ho ho ho. In the corner, Raider finally woke up from his coma. He struggled to push the straw hat off his face, and what came into view was Labu's enlarged round face. Whoa, you're awake. Labu excitedly patted Raider's back with his fins, nearly knocking him unconscious again. Labu, be gentle. Raider weakly waved his hand. How long have I been asleep? 3 days. Rayleigh walked over, handing him a cup of water. You overexerted yourself. Thanks to you this time. But you still can't handle such a large-scale double explosion. It's like working hard and being mentally and physically exhausted, just like a sage time of rest. If you don't rest well, you'll wear yourself out. Raider took the cup of water, suddenly noticing the unusually cheerful atmosphere on the ship. What are we celebrating? Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting a glint, celebrating our survival, and also, he magically produced a stack of brand new bounty notices. The Navy has raised our salaries. Raider looked around, suddenly revealing his shark teeth. So, you guys just started the banquet right after we escaped, leaving me here to lie down for 3 days? Rayleigh nonchalantly picked his nose. Kaloka said you just exhausted yourself and needed a good sleep. Leaving you here was so you could also feel the atmosphere of this banquet. Bastard, you know I'm an injured person. I need rest. Roger ran over to catch the straw hat that Raider handed him, pulling Raider up. You're awake, Raider. Come join the banquet. Roger and Rayleigh knew that Raider's exhaustion was not a problem for him, and that he might very well break through his limits from it, so they appeared unperturbed. Marine Headquarters, Marine Admiral's office. Steelbone Kong slammed his fist on the desk, and a crack immediately appeared on the solid wooden surface. It's that Roger Pirates again. Slamming the desk was a basic operation for the Marine Admiral. The desk is too noble. Sengoku stood beside him, holding a bounty notice, clearly just printed. This time they fought the Golden Lion in the Ivory Sea, because the Crimson Mist was deployed over a wide area. Our intelligence personnel didn't dare to get too close and could only confirm that the Golden Lion was defeated. The most troublesome part, Admiral Crane added, is that this battle has once again shaken the New World's landscape. The Golden Lion lost over half his forces, while the Roger Pirates seem to have become even harder to deal with. Steelbone Kong grimly flipped through the bounty notices. Roger. 3. 5 billion berries. Rayleigh. 2. 8 billion berries. Jabba. 2. 2 billion berries. Raider. 1. 8 billion berries. When he flipped to the last page, his brows suddenly furrowed. What is this? On the bounty notice, a cute photo of Labu wearing a blue top hat was next to the words. Bounty, 50 berries, alive? 50 berries? Steelbone Kong roared. Is this a joke? Admiral Crane helplessly shrugged. The Gorosei, I believe. Giving a whale a high bounty would affect the Navy's dignity. On the Oro Jackson, Labu was hiding in a corner drawing circles. Ha ha. 50 berries. Buggy rolled on the deck, holding his stomach. Labu, you have a bounty now. Buggy and Shanks were sulking because they hadn't seen their bounty notices, but upon seeing Labu's 50 berries bounty, they suddenly felt less anxious. Labu, feeling wronged, poked at the 50 berries bounty notice with his fin, his little top hat tilted to one side. Whoa, I clearly worked hard. Rada held back a laugh to comfort him. Don't be sad. This means the Navy is afraid of you, so they gave you a bounty. Labu looked at Raider with expectation. Woo, really? Roger suddenly raised his glass. To our little hero, Labu. Cheers! Cheers! Amid the laughter, Labu finally perked up again. It shot out a jet of water, accurately hitting Buggy, who was mocking Labu. Hey, who allowed you to attack me? Buggy angrily chased Labu around the ship. Rayleigh watched this comical scene, his lips unconsciously curling up. He turned to gaze at the gradually calming sea in the distance, softly saying, Looks like we're about to start a new adventure. Raider walked over to him, also looking at the sea. But before that, he pointed at the crew who were causing another ruckus. We need to figure out how to fix this broken ship first. The Oro Jackson gently swayed under the sunset, the scars on the ship witnessing this thrilling battle. Master Tom's children are truly excellent. This is the Oro Jackson. On any other ship, it would have sunk by now. Raider couldn't help but marvel at Uncle Tom's invincibility. The crew busied themselves repairing the damaged parts of the ship. Hey, Raider, we're running low on fog. Get some more out. Roger shouted at Raider. Raider threw a plank at him. Bastard, you need planks to repair the ship. Do you even know how to fix a ship? Hey, Buggy, pass that plank over. Shanks shouted from the mast. Why should I listen to you? Buggy complained, but still obediently handed over the plank. Labu swam around in the sea, using his head to move the wood back and forth, having tucked away his top hat, making sure not to get it dirty. He wanted to wear a top hat like his captain every day. Raider took a moment to buy a newspaper, leaning against a tree by the shore, looking at the newspaper in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed. The Navy is making significant moves lately. Rayleigh walked over, handing him a cup of coffee. What's wrong? The Navy has set up 3 new G branches in the New World, wanting to enter the New World. Raider pointed to the newspaper. They've also dispatched more warships for patrols. It seems our battle with the Golden Lion has made the world government restless. The Navy's large-scale entry into the New World will be difficult. I wonder how long these branches can hold out. It seems we need to trouble Master Tom once again. Let us set off from Water 7, boys. Meanwhile, in a corner of the New World, the Golden Lion, with bandages wrapped around his head, was looking at the latest bounty notice. Keek. Roger. We will meet again soon. Chapter 55. Uncle Tom's second check-in the docks of Water 7. The clanging sound suddenly stopped. Tom put down the hammer in his hand and squinted towards the harbor. There it was, the familiar red battleship slowly approaching with a battered body. Master? The young iceberg looked up in confusion. That was... Tom's cigar fell to the ground with a thud, veins bulging on his forehead. Grr! This roar startled Frankie, who was drinking cola, causing him to spray it out. Soon, Master's angry. There were no weaklings in the Roger Pirates. Hearing this clearly, Rit turned and walked into the house, joking that he had been warned by Uncle Tom when he was a child. Now Uncle Tom. Rit felt it was truly a matter of life and death. Let go of me, you bastard captain. Roger held onto Rit's leg, refusing to let him go back inside. Little Rit, help me out here. Can you bear to let me face the wrath alone? Rit thought about Uncle Tom's fist and shivered. Get off me. I have to go back inside. Not a chance, unless you knock me down. As the Oro Jackson docked, Tom had already grabbed a thick wooden stick, waiting at the pier. The moment Roger's head popped up, the stick whistled through the air. Ouch! Uncle Tom. Roger covered his head. Uncle, your head. Tom's roar startled the seagulls. My masterpiece. My hard work. And you just let it get ruined like this. Hiding behind Rayleigh, Rit quietly defended. Well, we went through quite a serious battle. You've heard of the Golden Lion, right? We had a shootout. Shootout! Tom grabbed Rit by the collar and lifted him up. A shootout can leave a ship this damaged? Look at these scars. Look at these dents. Not far away in the dock, Iceberg and Frankie were dumbfounded watching this scene. Is that the legendary Roger Pirates? Iceberg adjusted his glasses. To have turned Master's proudest work into this, they're finished. An enraged Master is quite terrifying. Frankie's eyes sparkled. Sooner cool. That guy in the red cape is the legendary pirate, right? During the repair process, Tom's anger gradually subsided, replaced by undeniable pride. See this? He pointed to a gruesome scar on the ship's body. This is a direct hit from the Golden Lion's Thousand Cuts Valley. Ordinary ships would have split in two, but my ship only lost a layer of paint. This is a ship that can carry the Roger pirates anywhere. Frankie excitedly leaned in for a closer look. Master, the scars here are especially sooner. Iceberg noticed the dense bullet holes on the ship's side. These are sea stone cannonballs? That's right. Tom proudly stroked his beard. Little Rit told me. The Golden Lions specially prepared sea stone cannonballs to deal with them. And what happened? My ship is still afloat. I can't imagine what kind of battle they went through to get this damaged. Frankie looked at the scarred yet still magnificent Oro Jackson, his eyes shining with longing. At that moment, Frankie vowed to build the greatest ship, surpassing his master. Late at night, Tom was hammering away alone in the dock. Rit quietly approached and found him repairing the Oro Jackson. This is woven from sea stone fibers. Tom and T look up. Although the keel of the Oro Jackson is made of Adam tree, and I also chose relatively sturdy wood for the ship, it's still not as strong as sea stone. Rit was taken aback. Are you planning to? Spencer gave me a lot of berries, enough for the Oro Jackson's upgrade. Tom lit a new cigar. Let's talk. If my ship gets damaged like this again, he pointed to an unfinished figurehead sculpture in the corner. I'll turn you into this. Rit then noticed it and laughed. Uncle, that dark joke is so cold. Next time, let Roger be the captain. I'm just a little soldier, hee. After some time, the repaired Oro Jackson was as good as new. Before departing, Tom called Roger aside. Listen, next time you encounter the Golden Lion, he lowered his voice. Ram him with the bow. I've wrapped a layer of special alloy around the bow and covered it with sea stone on the outside, ensuring that bastard knows the price of damaging my ship. Roger laughed heartily. Kuaha, will do. Under the watchful eyes of the residents of Water 7, the Oro Jackson set sail once more. Frankie waved desperately at the dock. Sooner. You must become the Pirate King. Go, pirates worthy of my masterpiece. Rit and Laboon did not board the Oro Jackson, but stayed in Water 7. Today, Rit was leaving. He had to fulfill his promise to Laboon and head to the Devil's Triangle to find Brooke. Of course, he had also told Laboon this was just an attempt, as no one knew where Brooke was drifting in the Devil's Triangle. Taking Laboon along, they boarded the small boat that Uncle Tom had prepared. Originally, they planned to bring Kuroka's too, but Kuroka said he had to fulfill his duties as a ship's doctor and declined. Rick could clearly sense that Kuroka's must have discovered something, but there was no choice now but to trust Kuroka's. The Roger pirates initially wanted to go together, but Rit refused. Kuroka's didn't say it outright, but Rit trusted his instincts. Forget about the unhappy things. Let them continue their search. Rit and Laboon sat by the dock, watching the direction in which the Oro Jackson had disappeared. Do you miss them? Rit rubbed Laboon's big head. Laboon nodded and shook his head, using his fin tip to draw a note in the sand. Don't worry, Rit said softly, we will definitely find Brooke. Even if we can't find him this time, someday. Laboon suddenly nudged Rit's hand with his nose and pointed towards the sea. Are we setting off now? Rit was a bit surprised. The Devil's Triangle was quite eerie. Woof. Not afraid. Laboon donned a top hat, his eyes firm. Rit smiled. All right, then let us set off now. The small boat slowly left Water 7, heading towards their next destination. The Devil's Triangle. Woof woof. Little Laboon. Why have you been barking so much lately? Try to talk. Rit originally wanted to say a whole sentence, but ended up just saying one word. Ha ha. This is the result of not talking often. Charge, charge, charge. Chapter 56. Searching for Brooke. The thick fog in the Devil's Triangle Sea limited visibility to less than 10 meters. However, for Rhett, arriving here felt like coming home. It was known that when Rhett set up a scene, he would first generate a large amount of fog, which was also the most exhausting task. It is no exaggeration to say that during this period, paired with monster stamina, given enough time, he could basically assimilate the entire Devil's Triangle region. Labu emitted an uneasy low whine, his small top hat getting damp from the fog and drooping down on his head. Don't be afraid. Rhett gently stroked Labu's head as the blood mist gradually assimilated the fog of the Devil's Triangle Sea. We'll find it slowly. Since Rhett couldn't accurately determine Brooke's location, he could only rely on the blood mist to perceive things gradually. After searching for a few days, Rhett was considering taking Labu back when suddenly, a strange melody floated out from the fog. Labu immediately perked up his ears and excitedly whimpered. Brooke? Rhett stood up alertly, gripping the black tide greatsword in his hand. Gradually, a decaying ghost ship emerged from the thick fog, its sails riddled with holes, and the deck was empty. Yet the music grew clearer. Yo-ho-ho-ho, welcome aboard my ship. Although I am a skeleton. Yo-ho-ho-ho, a skeleton dressed in a suit and wearing a top hat suddenly appeared at the bow of the ship. with hollow eye sockets that flickered with hollow emptiness. Labu was so frightened that he shrank directly behind Rhett. His small top hat askew. "Brook?" Rhett asked tentatively. The skeleton musician seemed taken aback. You know me?" Rhett breathed a sigh of relief and sheathed the black tide. "We came to find you. To be precise, it's Labu who wants to see you." Labu timidly peeked out from behind Rhett, curiously looking at the skeleton. Seeing Labu, Brook suddenly trembled all over. "Labu? Ugh, Brook!" Labu excitedly jumped up, almost capsizing the small boat. Brook knelt down on the deck, his voice choking with emotion. "Labu, you must not have taken good care of yourself. How come you've gotten so thin? You become so small." "Rhett?" "Labu." On the deck of the ghost ship, Brook played a familiar melody on his old violin, the Wine of Guests. Labu swayed gently to the music, occasionally letting out joyful cries. "I see. It's a devil fruit." After hearing Rhett's explanation, Brook said, "You specifically came to find me. Thank you so much. I really don't know how long I would have drifted here without you. I got lost. I ate the yomi no mi and became a yomi person, but my soul returned too late, and my body has already turned to bones. Yo-ho-ho-ho." Rhett shook his head. "It's Labu who has always remembered you. He waits every day for your reunion." Brook gently patted Labu's head. "I'm sorry, Labu, for making you wait so long." Labu affectionately rubbed against Brook, his small top hat shining in the moonlight. The cheerful sea shanty resounded across the sea, and Labu excitedly circled around Brook. When Brook reached the climax of the piece, Labu suddenly opened his mouth. "Be Brook. Welcome." Brook was utterly shocked. "You can talk?" "Rhett taught me." Labu proudly raised his head, the water droplets on his top hat sparkling in the moonlight. He struggled to organize his words. "Waited a long time, no regrets. The hat Rhett gave me. I really like it." Brook's bony body trembled slightly. He set down his violin and solemnly knelt on one knee at the edge of the ship, removing his tattered top hat and gently placing it beside Labu's blue top hat. "Look, double hats." Rhett turned his face away, pretending to study the fog's density. "Brook, you've really got it. Old Rhett, how come you've got crocodile in your eyes?" As Brook finished playing the last note on his violin, there was a brief silence in the sea fog. Labu affectionately rubbed against Brook's bony palm, emitting a satisfied whine. It was a feeling of having found family again. "Yo-ho-ho-ho, just now I felt an incredibly strong aura. I thought I was going to die, although I'm a skeleton and don't know if I can die." Brook looked at Rhett. "This beautiful lady, you're really amazing. The entire fog is red. I mean, I've been lonely here for too long. It's been so long since I talked to someone. I hope you don't mind." Labu is also very cute. "Oh, and how did you know I was here?" Brook didn't wait for Rhett to answer. Labu responded, "Yes, although Brook is a skeleton, he is indeed a person. He hasn't gone mad all these years. Thanks to Brook's optimistic personality. Rhett, foresee the future, tell Labu. Bastard, I'm a pure man." "Oh, sorry, I didn't see you clearly. Even though I don't have eyes, yo-ho-ho-ho." Rhett watched this reunion scene that spanned half a century and suddenly spoke. "Brook, do you know? In the distant future, even if I don't appear, you will meet another group of special companions." Brook raised his head, hope showing in his eye sockets. "Yo-ho-ho, this young man speaks so interestingly. Can a skeleton like me really meet new companions? Really? Really? Can you tell me about them?" Brook was almost glued to Rhett. Rhett couldn't take it anymore and kicked Brook over, fearing he would ask, "Can I see you? Not only will you meet them." Rhett's voice carried an undeniable certainty. "They will become your most cherished family. You will experience great adventures in your future." Brook's bony fingers gently stroked the strings of his violin. "Sounds like great companions. But I already have wonderful family now." Saying this, he hugged Labu tightly, of course, and nudged his two hats. "But before that," Rhett stepped forward. "Why not sail with us first? I want to take any members from the main character group. This is temporary, and I think this is the most reasonable arrangement." The little author is madly stacking armor. The Roger Pirates are uncovering history. Rhett's voice echoed in the thick fog. "Witnessing this era with your own eyes will help you in your future adventures." Moreover, he looked at Labu. "This way you'll have more time to be with Labu." Labu immediately looked at Brook with expectant eyes, a silent plea. Brook looked at Rhett, who was extending the invitation, and performed a gentlemanly bow. "I am honored to be part of the journey ahead. Ugh, long live. Then let us return to the Oro Jackson and leave the Devil's Triangle Sea." Rhett took out the life paper, and Rhett was stunned. Flying toward the sky. They really exist. They actually went to the Sky Island. Chapter 57. Brook boards a ship, seeing that the life paper was still floating in the sky. Rhett sighed. "Looks like they won't be coming down anytime soon." Brook was elegantly polishing his violin with his bony fingers. Yo-ho-ho-ho, shouldn't we find some fun then? Labu immediately nudged a crumpled flyer with his nose. Water, 7 Carnival Annual Celebration, woo. Let's go play. Brook looked at Rate with sparkling eyes, not knowing how a skeleton could make such an expression. Is this the anime world? The streets of Water 7 were decorated with lights, and fountains danced to the music. Labu wore 2 top hats, attracting countless amazed gazes. Look, a talking little whale. It has 2 hats on its head. So cute. Brook gracefully bowed. Ladies, may I see your panties? The next second, he was shouted at by a patrolling Navy officer. There's a pervert here. Come quick. Run. Rate grabbed Brook, and Labu wrapped his tail around the two. Rate regretted it. In some ways, Brook was not inferior to Sanji. Look, it's that 50-berry whale. A child pointed at Labu and shouted. Labu immediately lowered his head in grievance. Woo. Rate rubbed its head. Don't mind them. Those Navy guys have no taste. Yo-ho-ho-ho, it turns out our Labu has become a great pirate too. Labu looked at Rate as if asking if it was true, and Rate nodded seriously. There's no helping it. You spoil your own child. In front of a fruit stall, the owner warmly greeted. Little whale, would you like some apples? Labu's eyes lit up. Carefully taking an apple with its fin, Labu took a deep breath and gently accepted the apple, happily balancing it on its nose while spinning around. Hey, don't block the road. A rude voice came from behind. A few thugs pushed through the crowd. Don't bring your pets, and get in the way. Rate's expression turned cold. He couldn't recognize these people, and he knew his past was plastered all over the streets. Now, which pirate would dare disrespect him? Even if Roger had a good reputation, they were still pirates, and they were really asking for trouble. Just as he was about to explode, Labu acted first. Well, bad guys. It puffed out its cheeks and suddenly sprayed a fine jet of water, which could destroy a warship. The spray accurately hit the lead thug in the groin. Wah! The thug jumped up, holding his pants. Rate and Brook both felt a chill. Rate didn't remember teaching Labu those things. It seemed he needed to give Buggy and Shanks a good beating when they got back. The crowd erupted in laughter. The vendors gave a thumbs up. Well done. Little whale. Those guys come every day to collect protection fees. 50 berries is too low for you. Labu proudly raised its head, and Rate stifled a laugh, quickly pulling it away from the trouble spot. Thus, Rate, along with a skeleton and a little whale, roamed the island, eating and drinking. When a life paper finally pointed to the sea, the 3 were sitting at the highest point of Water 7, sharing ice cream. Brook watched the melting ice cream trickling down his ribs. Yo-ho-ho-ho, what a wonderful experience. Labu suddenly pointed into the distance. Ship. Oro. Jackson. Rate stood up. It's time to go home, guys. Rate jumped onto the Oro Jackson with Labu and Brook. Kuaha. Rate. Labu. He laughed and waved, then suddenly froze. Wait. That's a skeleton? All the crew gathered at the ship's railing, staring in shock at this talking skeleton who could play the violin. Brook gracefully bowed. Nice to meet you. I am Brook, invited by Mr. Rate and Labu. I have come to pay a visit. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses. This is unexpected. Kuroka's curiously stepped forward to examine. Mr. Brook, how amazing. No muscle tissue. And yet you can still move and speak. Incredible. Long time no see, Mr. Kuroka's. You look quite spirited now, Brook replied. Kuroka's, with tears streaming down his noodle-like face, proudly said to Brook, I kept my promise. Look how well Labu turned out. Here, it's worth mentioning that after Labu shrank, the scar on its head was gone too. Yo-ho-ho, Mr. Kuroka's. You're almost turning into a little old man. Labu eagerly pulled Brook into the crowd, pointing at him with his fin, proudly declaring, Friend. Labu wasn't just making noises anymore. It was speaking now. Buggy and Shanks exclaimed simultaneously. Roger jumped down from the ship with a hearty laugh. Embracing Brook. Welcome to the Roger Pirates. Kuhaha. We're just missing a musician. Brook's eyes sparkled with blue light. It is my honor, Captain. But, he suddenly lowered his voice. Could I borrow a look at your underwear? Bang. Rayleigh punched Brook away. This perverted skeleton should just be thrown back into the sea. Wait. Roger stopped Rayleigh. Every pirate crew needs some uniqueness. Kuahaha. Rate was bewildered. What's wrong with you, Brook? Is the legendary charm of Roger at work? And so, Brook officially became a member of the Roger Pirates. At the evening feast, his violin played for the first time on this legendary pirate ship. Labu nestled beside Brook, occasionally humming the new words he had learned to the music. Rate watched this scene, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. What are you thinking about? Rayleigh asked as he walked over. I was thinking, Rate whispered, some encounters are destined. Brook will meet another group of partners in the future, but for now. Now he is our partner. Roger appeared behind the two at some point, raising his wine glass to toast to new adventures. Cheers! The entire crew cheered in unison. Shanks and Buggy ran over, hugging Labu and taking him to drink fruit wine, while Brooke's eyes sparkled warmly and brightly. Watching the three little ones together in harmony, Labu had also found his new friends. He knew a brand new journey was unfolding, and this time, he was no longer alone. Just as Shanks and Buggy were boasting in front of Labu about how much they could drink, a chill spread from their heels to the top of their heads. The two turned stiffly to see their brother Rate smiling at them. This smile seemed so warm, but the two could only see a strong malice. I want to ask you too, who taught Labu to fight like that? Shanks and Buggy exchanged glances. Knowing they had been exposed, they pointed at each other simultaneously. It was Shanks, Buggy, who taught him. Coo, coo, Rate, we were wrong. Snap, Rate, we won't dare again. Snap, snap, snap. They saw Shanks and Buggy at the stern of the ship, bound by fog and suspended over the sea, while some small sea kings jumped out of the water to taste their saltiness. However, their positions were quite clever. They just needed to make an effort to avoid it. And as the sea kings kept jumping, Shanks and Buggy had to keep dodging. Rate watched the two training hard, smiling with satisfaction. Chapter 58. So it's Little Bisai on the Azure Sea. The Oro Jackson was sailing at high speed. Suddenly, the lookout, Buggy, shouted, "Captain, there's a warship ahead." "No, it's the wreck of a warship." Hearing this, everyone got up to look into the distance. They saw a shattered warship floating on the surface, its hull covered in dents and cracks. In the center of the wreckage, a tall figure stood with crossed arms, his golden short hair particularly striking in the sunlight, and his eyes radiating a beast-like battle intent. It was Douglas Barrett. Ritter squinted and recognized the identity of the person. Shouldn't he have been picked up by Roger? Why'd he come here himself? The young Barrett stood on the wreckage, his gaze locked onto Roger, his voice deep and provocative. "Roger, let's have a fight." Roger dug in his ear and grinned. "Coo ha ha. The young man has quite a temper." However, before Roger could respond, Ritter had already leaped into the air amidst a mist of blood, looking down at Barrett from above, a playful smile on his lips. "Hey, you want to challenge our captain?" "Hee hee, even Jabba could take a shot." Barrett frowned and coldly replied, "Who are you?" "I'm not interested in wasting time with a little minion." Upon hearing this, Ritter not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled even brighter. The three little ones watched Ritter smile, feeling a chill run down their spines. They knew this was Ritter was angry. The blood mist beneath his feet condensed into a crimson throne, and he lazily leaned back on it, resting his chin on one hand. "Little minion? Interesting. How about this?" Before he finished speaking, the blood mist spread, and the next moment, Barrett felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Bang! Barrett was sent flying, crashing heavily into the wreckage of the warship. He quickly flipped over and got up, his pupils constricting as he stared at the unmoving Ritter. "Now are you interested?" Ritter tilted his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Barrett wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a frenzied smile spreading across his face. "Very well. You're strong, combined giant god soldier." In an instant, the surrounding wreckage of the warship began to wriggle like a living creature, metals, wood, and cannons all attaching to Barrett. In the blink of an eye, a towering steel giant rose up, its crimson eyes locking onto Ritter, and it punched down. Boom! The sea was lifted by this punch, and the Oro Jackson shook violently. Shanks and Buggy nonchalantly picked their noses, unaware of what it meant to be a strong second generation. Do they think this tin can withstand a few hits from Ritter? Damn, Ritter's combat style is so cool. I want to learn it. Buggy stared enviously at Ritter, who sat at the top in the sky. As the smoke cleared, Ritter remained in place, not even ruffled. He looked up at the steel giant and sighed. Flashy. Is it useful? Fog erosion, life extraction. The crimson mist instantly enveloped the steel giant. Barrett suddenly felt weak. The metals that had fused with him began to decay and peel away, as if their life force was being forcibly extracted. What? He looked at his hands in shock. The once indestructible combined form was collapsing. Ritter quietly watched as pieces fell off, softly saying, "Hey, can you give me a bit of excitement?" Bang! The blood mist condensed again into another punch, and Barrett was sent flying once more, crashing heavily into the sea. Ritter found himself in a rather awkward position. Fighting the future, aside from Kaido, was a bit difficult, while ordinary commanders were easy to deal with. There was a gap in strength. Moments later, he struggled to climb onto the deck's wreckage, his eyes no longer filled with the initial arrogance, replaced instead with a complex emotion, unwillingness, shock, and excitement. "What's your name?" Barrett gasped. Ritter put away the blood mist, lazily digging in his ear. "Ritter." The members of the Roger Pirates watched this scene, bursting into laughter. Rayleigh teased Ritter from above. You really found yourself a problem again. How'd he steal Roger's sea? This crazy little fanboy has become his own. He just didn't like Barrett calling him a minion and wanted to beat him up. Roger stood in front of him, grinning widely as he patted Barrett on the shoulder. Coo-ha-ha. So, kid, want to join us? Barrett suddenly looked up, blood still at the corner of his mouth. But he sneered. Join you? Heh, only if you can beat me. Get ready, I'm about to strike. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly surged forward, his armed hockey-wrapped fist smashing toward Roger's face. Bang! Roger easily tilted his head to dodge, countering with a knife-hand strike to Barrett's neck, sending him flying again. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Roger scratched his head, looking helpless. Barrett struggled to get up, his battle intent stronger, again. However, just as he posed for battle, a crimson mist suddenly spread beneath his feet. Hey, did you forget who just beat you? Ritter's lazy voice came from behind. Barrett turned around sharply, and Ritter was already back on the Oro Jackson's deck, tossing an apple in his hand, a teasing look in his eyes. Barrett's pupils constricted, but he soon grinned. Perfect. That last fight wasn't finished. Combine, super giant god soldier. What kind of super little Basai is this? He slammed a punch down onto the deck, and the ship's wood and metal instantly adhered to him. In the blink of an eye, a massive figure rose, its crimson eyes looking down at Ritter. What's going on? Why is it evolving into something so tall and big now? There's a theorem in one piece. Using dirty tricks weakens you by 70%. If the Golden Lion could beat Roger to that extent, what will happen when he gets old? Go play with pets? Barrett is also studying Gundams. All of them have been wiped out by the main character group. If they continue to refine their armed color and develop their physical skills and fruit abilities, they might not necessarily lose. The crew of the Oro Jackson retreated, and Shanks and Buggy hugged each other, shouting, "The ship is going to fall apart." Ritter sighed, took a bite of the apple, and mumbled, "You really don't learn." He drew out his black tide sword, using the fog god flow, ghost attack. A flash of sword light split Barrett's giant Gundam in half, and parts began to fall off. What? He looked at his hands in shock. Ritter's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost, kicking him in the chest. Down you go. Boom. Barrett was sent flying again, crashing heavily into the wreckage, splashing up a huge wave. Ritter was in a good mood. This was the kind of person he should be fighting. He was a good guy who went to sea and started off fighting 2 emperors and a pirate king. It's normal not to win. I'm still growing. Look at Little Basai. TSK. Little Basai is just fishing. A few seconds later, he crawled out, disheveled, but his eyes were even more fervent than before. Roger squatted at the edge of the ship, smiling as he asked, "Are you willing to come aboard now?" Barrett gritted his teeth, but ultimately he took a deep breath, grasped Roger's outstretched hand, and jumped onto the deck using the leverage. For now, following you is fine. But one day, I will defeat Ritter. Ritter walked over, casually tossing the apple core he had finished into the sea, patting Barrett on the shoulder. All right, I'll wait for you. Barrett glared at him, but didn't make a move. Barrett stared fiercely at Ritter. I'll put it this way, if I lose to you, I'll get off the ship without hesitation. Ah, now that's interesting. Welcome aboard, Barrett. And so, the Oro Jackson gained another unruly new member. Meanwhile, on the distant horizon, the setting sun painted the sky red, as if foreshadowing that the future voyage would be even more lively. Chapter 59, The Completely Insane Roger Pirates. To all the readers who love my book, I'm writing this at dawn. Damn it, I hope the Oda fruit awakens quickly. I'm really happy. Here's an extra chapter for our readers. In the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar, the sunset stretched the shadow of the Oro Jackson, and the sea breeze gently brushed by, but a heavy atmosphere lingered on the deck. Kurokas took off his stethoscope and silently shook his head. Rhett stood at the cabin door, his fists clenched so tightly that they turned white, crimson mist uncontrollably seeping from his fingertips, only to be forcibly pushed back into his body. Is it still not possible? His voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Rhett had been supplying Roger with life force since the Valley of God, and had specifically invited Kurokas on board early to adjust everyone's bodies. In 1494, Roger showed no signs of illness, and Rhett thought he had changed history. But in 1497, Roger was diagnosed, and his condition reacted even more strongly. Damn this pirate world. This was something Rhett couldn't accept at all. Kurokas sighed. We've done our best. This illness is very special. Your life force can only delay it, not cure it. Inside the cabin, Roger leaned against the bed, his face pale, but still smiling brightly. He looked at Rhett and waved. What's wrong? Why the sour face? Come over and have a drink with me. Weren't you so arrogant before? Rhett walked over and snatched the wine bottle from his hand. What the hell? You should be lying down right now. Maybe you could live for another 2 years. Roger laughed heartily, but then coughed violently, blood spitting out. Rayleigh silently handed him a cup of warm water, but Roger waved his hand and directly took a swig of rum from the table. Kurohaha. What is a little illness compared to this? He wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the cabin. Rayleigh, Jabba, Barrett, Shanks, Buggy, Utian. Finally landing on Red's face. I've already earned enough in my life, and our dream is right in front of us. How can we stop now? Red's face turned pale, his throat tightening. Over the years, he had tried everything. Using blood mist to replenish life force, scouring the world for rare herbs. But Roger's illness was like a curse of fate, impossible to reverse no matter what. Red had never felt so powerless, the kind of powerlessness that made him feel suffocated. As if he had exhausted everything, but couldn't change a thing. Hey, Ada. Roger suddenly placed a hand on his shoulder. Do you remember when we first met? I was dressed in rags and asked if I would become the Pirate King. Red scoffed. Wasn't it you being arrogant? Whatever I said, you believed it. Wasn't it you shouting about becoming the Pirate King? Roger laughed even louder, but quickly started coughing again. He paused and said softly, but I really heard it. At the end of the world, there's an answer waiting for us. We really might become the Pirate King we speak of. The cabin fell silent. Barrett crossed his arms against the wall and suddenly spoke. So, are you going to give up? This Barrett had not, like in the original plot, withdrawn from the pirate crew upon learning of Roger's terminal illness. His current goal was to defeat Red, and as long as Red's strength stayed ahead of his, the possibility of Barrett leaving the ship was nearly zero. His tone remained rebellious, but his clenched fists revealed his true emotions. He couldn't understand why Red would support such a sick captain. Roger shook his head, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. No, I want to complete the final voyage to the final island. This is where Roger would arrive and obtain Raftel. Rayleigh suddenly raised his head. Your body. Enough, Roger interrupted him. Kuroka said that I still have some time to live. That is enough time. Rhett stared at him fiercely. Are you out of your mind? Going to the final island now. The world government will chase us like rabid dogs. If you just lay low and did nothing, you might. Rhett looked at Roger's determined gaze, unable to say the words to let him rest. After all, Roger was the Pirate King who sparked the Great Pirate Era. He wouldn't stop in the original plot, and he wouldn't stop now. Roger grinned. Isn't that even better? Let those bastards see how the Pirate King takes his bow, he said, standing up, staggering slightly. Red instinctively reached out to support him, but Roger caught his wrist in return. Red. Roger's voice was soft, but carried undeniable strength. The road ahead. Need you to help me finish it. Red's pupils contracted. He suddenly understood what Roger was trying to do. You. Roger didn't let him finish, but turned and pushed open the cabin door. The sea breeze rushed in, dispersing a bit of the heaviness. He stood in the sunset, the shadow of his straw hat obscuring his expression, but his laughter remained loud. Let's set sail, mates. Let this world remember our names. On the deck, Shanks and Buggy raised their arms with red eyes. Brooke's violin unexpectedly played Binksake. Barrett snorted coldly, but was the first to walk toward the helm. Red stood in place, watching that back. After a long time, he raised his hand to wipe his face. Damn it, always causing me trouble. But as he stepped out of the cabin, the corner of his mouth lifted into a long-lost arc. In the time that followed, the Roger pirates went completely insane. On the deck, Roger grasped the ship's railing with one hand, the other holding a piece of crimson historical text. The strong wind made his coat flap. His complexion was even paler than 3 months ago, but the fire in his eyes burned even more fiercely. Just 2 more pieces. His voice was hoarse yet excited. Rayleigh, steer left. To Totland. Rayleigh bit his cigar, fiercely turning the wheel, but his words were unrelenting. Are you crazy? Charlotte Linlin deliberately released the news of the second piece just to wait for us. We don't even know if this news is true. This is a private setting. I will slightly modify the timing of some events without affecting the main plot. After all, this is a fan work of One Piece, and following the plot strictly would be quite boring for you. Roger laughed heartily, his laughter mixed with coughs. Kuroha, then let us go see it. Inside the cabin, Rhett slammed a sea chart down on the table, crimson mist uncontrollably spilling from his body. After Totland is Zoe. Can we shorten the time even a bit? Damn it. Can't Oda write in more detail? Rhett looked at the medicine on the table that was almost ready. This was the symptom-relieving medicine he and Kuroka's had researched together. Rhett took a bottle of medicine and walked out, drinking it down. He directly shoved the medicine bottle to Roger's mouth. Roger blinked. Wow, so fierce. Stop talking nonsense. Rhett bared his shark-like teeth. Do you want to die halfway? The sea breeze suddenly became quiet. Roger looked at this partner he had known for over 20 years, slowly retracting his smile. He took the medicine bottle and drank it in one go, then tightly hugged Rhett's shoulders. Don't worry, he whispered in Rhett's ear. I will definitely bring you to see that answer. Chapter 60. The final island you really have in the year 1497 of the Sea Circle calendar. Rhett had tried more than once to find the lanternfish, but no matter what he did, he couldn't locate it. His mood grew increasingly worse. One day, after destroying a large pirate crew to ask if they had seen a lanternfish, Roger's den mushy rang. Kua, Rhett, come back. We are preparing to go to the final island. Roger's voice floated out from the den mushy. I haven't found that dead fish yet. You guys go ahead. I'm not interested, Rhett replied, thinking about Roger's current condition. Damn it. Where could it be hiding? Kuahaha. This voyage must include you. As the captain of the Roger Pirates, I request you to come back. Damn, Captain. Shouldn't that be a command? What is this request nonsense? Don't you know your own condition? Rhett shouted into the den mushy. The voice on the other end did not hesitate. Come back, Rhett. Roger understood that Rhett was looking for a way to treat himself. As captain, he knew that Rhett was also his crew member, and it wouldn't be fair to have this last voyage without him. Rhett returned to the Oro Jackson and began sailing towards the final island. He remembered that Buggy and Shanks had not gone ashore because Buggy had fallen ill. Suddenly, Rhett leaned against the ship's railing, his observation hockey spreading like a tide. In his perception, the sea ahead seemed to be distorted by some invisible force. Even the sounds were completely swallowed. Roger stood at the bow of the ship, his straw hat flapping wildly in the wind, smiling brighter than ever. This is it. I can hear it. A bolt of bluish-white lightning struck down. Rhett suddenly fell to his knees on the deck, his vision exploding into countless blood-red spots, and he heard a sharp buzzing in his ears. Rhett, bro. Shanks's voice sounded as if it were coming through frosted glass. Buggy had collapsed earlier under the main mast, curled up like a shrimp, his skin turning a bright red. When Kuroka's tore open his sleeve, he found nothing wrong, but both of them were clearly burning with fever. Buggy's condition causing him to faint was understandable. But how could a fever take down Rhett? Damn you, Oda. Rhett struggled to lift his head, looking at the final island gradually coming into view. What a joke. Do you know how torturous it was for me to return? Rhett, disregarding his image, stepped forward and frantically charged towards the final island. However, the closer he got, the more his strength drained away. His vision became blurrier, and the buzzing grew more piercing. The wild wind pushed Rhett back. Fog god flow, open sky. The crimson tide, great sword slashed out a scarlet sword energy, and Rhett followed behind it, resisting the impact. With all his hockey unleashed outward, Rhett roared, today, the Heavenly King is here. I'm going to the island, get out of my way. The moment he set foot on the final island, Rhett's strength was completely drained. He bit his tongue to try to stay awake, reaching forward, wanting to crawl a little further. Damn, Rhett, until the voice completely disappeared. The Oro Jackson quietly anchored beside the shallows of the final island. Inside the cabin, Rhett suddenly opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his shirt. His vision was blurry for a few seconds before focusing. A wooden ceiling and a swaying chandelier. Huh. Lab's voice came from the corner, and Brooke was grinding some bitter-smelling herbs. Mr. Rhett, you're awake. You've been unconscious for 3 days. Rhett tried to prop himself up, but found even his fingers trembling uncontrollably. That feeling of weakness seeping from the marrow felt like someone had drained all his strength. Brooke, why don't you go take a look? After all, the opportunity is rare. His voice was terrifyingly hoarse. Now that he no longer had the thought of going to the final island, his strength was slowly recovering, albeit slowly, but enough to avoid further suffering. Brooke paused for a moment. Yahoro, didn't you say I would meet a great family? I'm not in a hurry. Your health is more important. By the way, are you two really okay? In the next room, Buggy's bed suddenly made a loud bang, followed by Shanks's furious roar. Can you stop being so willful? You said you wanted to become the Pirate King. Hurry up and catch up with the captain. Maybe you can still catch up? Buggy's scream was tearful. Were you pretending to be good for now? Rhett yanked the four from his arm and staggered to burst open the cabin door. The glaring sunlight made him squint. Shanks and Buggy were wrestling in the infirmary, and Brooke hurriedly stepped forward, flustered, trying to pull them apart. Lab was holding Buggy, but he wasn't using much strength. Buggy was swaying. He must still have a fever, after such a long time under Rhett's supervision. Both Shanks and Buggy's abilities were no longer comparable to the original plot. Everyone stopped their movements. Rhett, bro. Shanks had Buggy's hand still on his face, but he was smiling more sadly than crying. Look at this idiot. Shut up. Buggy weakly kicked him in the calf. You were the one who, enough. Rhett's voice was very soft. He was also extremely weak, but the two boys immediately paused, as if someone had pressed the pause button. He looked at Brook. Captain, when did they leave? Brook scratched his head. Explosion head. Yesterday morning. Everyone waited for you for 3 days, and seeing you didn't wake up, they went ashore. They said they would come back to tell you. By the way, Mr. Rhett's condition was truly terrifying. It's really amazing. Did the final island really choose who could go ashore? They woke up just as the captain left. Then why am I so weak? What did Mr. Kuroka say? Because you almost died, Brook replied. Little Lab looked at Rhett with tearful eyes, holding a dark green medicinal liquid. When we found you on the shore of the final island, you suddenly bled all over. Brook gently placed his fingers on the violin. At that time, you were lying on the ground, blood mist uncontrollably bursting forth, dyeing the sky red over a whole sea area. Lab nudged Rhett's hand with his wet nose. I stayed with Lab to take care of you. Shanks insisted on staying too. Brook suddenly said his body is fine. The red-haired boy abruptly turned his face away. But Buggy jumped up and shouted. Before coming to the final island, he told me he wanted to see the secrets of the world. Now he says he doesn't want to go. This liar clearly. We promised to go together. Shanks slammed his fist down on the deck. Why? Why we have to separate? Rhett looked towards the horizon. There, unnatural white fog swirled, and even with his observation hockey, he couldn't perceive anything, as if the world had been cut in half right there. Hey, Rhett called Buggy over, placing one hand on Buggy's head and the other pressing down on Shanks's head, taking a breath and softly saying, listen carefully. The two boys looked up in confusion. When you, Rhett's Adam's apple rolled, when you find your crew, come back together. Buggy's tears and snot smeared his face, but Captain Roger. The captain's voyage is the captain's own. Rhett released his hand and turned to walk towards the cabin. You are still young. In the future, you will have your own pirate crew and your own ship. At that time, let's come back here and see. I hope that by then, you will be free pirates, righteous pirates. It's unclear whether these words were meant for the two little ones or for himself. He looked at Buggy and said, it's true that pirates pursue treasure, but don't harm civilians indiscriminately. The strong should draw their swords against the stronger, while the weak should not draw their swords against the weaker. Understand? Buggy, you are strong. Believe in yourself, okay? He knew that the original Buggy in the plot didn't seem to be a good person, although later on, Buggy mainly took on a comedic role. Buggy was an ordinary genius among a group of top talents, always being surpassed and suppressed by others. One day, when he suddenly realized there were those weaker than himself, it was inevitable that he would bully the weak. Rhett didn't blame him. After all, they were compatriots. With Rhett's encouragement, Buggy became very confident and would no longer attribute all his mistakes to Shanks. Rhett hoped that in this life, Buggy would become a strong person, a truly strong person. Initially, Rhett trained Shanks and Buggy to become the greatest user of the Mera Mera known me in the story. But gradually, he began to see them both as little brothers. The Oro Jackson was a family forged by bonds. Chapter 61. The Pinnacle of Pirates, Pirate King. 3 days later, when the first rays of morning light pierced the thick fog of the final island, Rhett's fingers tightened suddenly against the ship's railing. He heard that familiar laughter penetrating the sea mist. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Brook shouted excitedly, they're back. The sea surface began to distort. The white mist that enveloped the island stirred, as if by an invisible hand, gradually revealing 23 shadows of various depths. The figure at the front, wearing a straw hat, became clearer. All aboard. Roger's voice carried an unprecedented confidence. We came early. Roger laughed, patting Rhett's shoulder. We are the first, so I named it Raftel. How about that? Pretty cool, right? On a small island near Raftel, Roger and the others were preparing to return. The campfire crackled. Sparks danced in the wind, illuminating everyone's faces. The crew of the Oro Jackson sat around on the beach, barrels of alcohol piled high, laughter and singing intertwined, but could not mask the sadness before parting. In this atmosphere, Rhett and Roger erupted into an argument. Why not go for the pure gold? I didn't call you. I'm going alone. Rhett's emotions were somewhat out of control. Roger sat cross-legged by the campfire, his straw hat pulled low, casting a shadow over his expression. Rhett, I have an idea. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. What we saw is my choice. Will you support me? Rhett. Roger looked at Rhett seriously. Rhett sat down. Since Roger had said this much, even if pure gold was found, he knew Roger wouldn't use it. The three kids were not playing around either. They could feel the deep sadness of this feast. Hey, Captain. Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, breaking the brief silence. What's next? Roger raised his head, the firelight reflecting his smile, but it was deeper than before. He reached out to ruffle Shanks' red hair, then patted Buggy's head, and finally took off his straw hat and gently placed it on Shanks' head. Shanks, his voice was low and firm, this hat is for you. Shanks suddenly looked up, his eyes slightly red. Captain, don't rush to refuse, Roger grinned. It carries my will, but the future will be yours. Give his hat to someone you recognize in the future. Buggy widened his eyes, his lips trembling, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just clenched his fists. Rhett sat a little farther away, quietly watching this scene. He knew that Roger's choice was not just about passing on a straw hat, but a handover of an era. Shanks would become one of the future emperors of the sea, while Buggy might take a different path. Captain, Buggy suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. What about me? Aren't you going to give me something? Buggy was no longer the clown living in Shanks' shadow. Roger laughed heartily, pulled out a dagger from his pocket, which looked high-end, and casually tossed it to Buggy. Here, this is for you, so I won't be accused of favoritism. Buggy clumsily caught it, looking down to see it had clearly been imbued with hockey for some time. What is this? Buggy's lips curled slightly. Captain, you're really biased. Shanks couldn't help but laugh, only to be shot a fierce glare by Buggy. Roger stood up, brushed off the sand from his body, and scanned each crew member. We have fulfilled our dream and found Raftel. His voice echoed in the night wind, but the adventures of pirates will never end. Rayleigh, what are you going to do? Jabba asked with a smile. Me? Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his gaze distant. I might find a place to open a bar, gamble occasionally, and see how the new generation of kids stir things up. And Kuroka's? I'll return to Twin Cape. The old ship's doctor patted Laboon's head. The crew members took turns sharing their plans. Some wanted to live in seclusion. Some wanted to continue sailing. Others wanted to form their own pirate crews. Shanks tightened his grip on the straw hat and asked softly, Captain, what about you? Roger was silent for a moment, then revealed a relieved smile. Me? I want to live a few days as an ordinary person. But Rhett knew. He had indeed lived a year of ordinary life. But Captain Roger had ultimately prepared himself for a grand exit. The campfire gradually extinguished, and starlight fell. Buggy and Shanks sat side by side, unusually not bickering. Shanks looked down at the straw hat, his gaze firm. Rhett stood up and walked toward the sea. Roger walked over to Rhett, grinning at him. Hey. I gave Shanks and Buggy gifts. Are you feeling jealous, little Rhett? Rhett shot a disdainful glance at Roger. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? The night wind blew, and he gazed at the dark sea, as if seeing the future storm. The Marineford War, the rise of a new era, the will of D. The Oro Jackson. Take it. Go find Uncle Tom to transform it into what you want. After all, it was built by Adam the Treasure Tree. I feel it's quite valuable. Roger looked at Rhett very seriously. Rhett turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Oh, you're so generous. What do you want me to do? Inherit your ridiculous prophecy? Roger shook his head. You kid, clearly you can foresee the future, yet you still ask these questions. You don't believe in fate, otherwise. You wouldn't have worked so hard to treat me and then live well, brother. Rhett tilted his head to the side. Although he agreed to Roger's request, he still couldn't understand Roger's choice. There was clearly an opportunity if one just tried a bit harder. The restraint Rhett was exercising now was purely out of respect for Roger. Rhett knew that truly caring for someone is not about saying, doing it my way is better, but about respecting their choices. Let us go. The feast is starting. On the way back, people gradually disembarked, the first being our Captain Roger, while the 3 kids cried their eyes out. Captain Rayleigh was on the ship at Sabaody, and when Shanks and Buggy disembarked, they didn't quarrel. Shanks and Buggy found Rhett. Rhett, bro? Aye, we. Rhett reached out to straighten his straw hat and patted the 2 kids' heads. Go ahead. Go form your own pirate crew. When we meet again, you'll have to protect me. Remember what I said about having our bottom line and the belief to not fear powerful enemies. Shanks and Buggy left the ship with their arms around each other, thinking that since the captain disembarked so generously, they couldn't embarrass him either. Jabba was on a nameless small island. Rhett thought he would disembark at Elbaf, and Kuroka's reached Twin Cape, saying he wanted to retire there. As for Odin, he returned to Wano, and Rhett couldn't help but remind, don't trust pirates. Their words are not worth believing. Author, I have to find a way to deal with his son. As the crew gradually left, the sailing of the Oro Jackson also became a problem, and Rhett had to casually grab some pirates. Chapter 62. Moria boards the ship, about the small author writing until 5 a.m. I will post Moria's picture later. First sleep to maintain some vital signs. Now, the remaining members of the Roger Pirates on the Oro Jackson are only Rate, Laboon, and Brooke. Rate asks Brooke and Laboon, what are you planning to do? Brooke bows to Rate. Please, Mr. Rate, tell me when the companions you mentioned will find me. Rate thinks for a moment. Luffy probably set sail after he became an adult, probably around the year 1522 in the Sea Circle calendar, which isn't too long ago. There are two versions. One is 1522 and the other is 1520. Here, we take 1522. Brook nudges Laboon towards Rate. Mr. Rate, I hope you take care of Laboon. Your strength can make Laboon even better, and your character makes me feel very reassured. Rate is a bit shocked. He thought Brook would take Laboon back to the Devil's Triangle Sea. I plan to sail around the sea and enhance my own strength. The companions you spoke of are indeed wonderful, and I also want to improve my ability to protect my companions. However, with my poor talents, I cannot guarantee Laboon's safety, and Laboon should have a broader platform. These are things I cannot teach. Of course, following you, I will always be safe, but I cannot break through myself. A comfortable life will make me weak. Laboon looks at Rate, then at Brook. How can Laboon choose like this? The little whale is filled with big doubts. Thus, Rate sends Brook back to the Devil's Triangle Sea. In Brook's words, starting from the starting point will feel more rewarding. Laboon, with tearful eyes, hugs Rate and waves to Brook. Laboon is also very close to Rate. He likes everyone in the Roger crew, and if he had to choose a favorite, Rate would definitely hold a place. Rate takes Laboon and a group of labor pirates and drifts randomly to the Devil's Triangle Sea. On the fog-shrouded sea, Moria's giant pirate ship, the terrifying three-masted ship, slowly appears, its hull entwined with ghostly green flames. Rate stands at the bow of the Oro Jackson, but he just calmly stands there. Moria stands at the bow, his massive figure casting a shadow, his bat-like collar fluttering in the wind. He grins, hiss. Scarlet Mist, the sharp blade of the Roger pirates, actually dares to come to my territory alone? Rate doesn't answer, only slowly raises his head, his crimson pupils gleaming coldly in the moonlight. The sadness of parting, Rate is troubled with nowhere to vent. The black-tied great sword rests on his shoulder. When did this place become your territory? Moria's smile gradually fades. It seems you've come looking for trouble. Rate finally speaks, his voice deep and hoarse. Cut the crap. Let's fight. At this moment, Moria is still a strong young man, not yet the fat man in the original plot. Moria suddenly waves his hand, and the shadow beneath him instantly splits, transforming into dozens of pitch-black bats that screech as they rush towards Rate. Shadow horn gun. Rate's eyes sharpen. He swings his left hand violently, and blood mist instantly condenses into a barrier. Those pitch-black bats are instantly corroded. Hiss. Interesting. Moria laughs loudly, his figure suddenly vanishing. The next second, his shadow emerges from behind Rate, and his gigantic scissor-like hand strikes down fiercely. Shadow Warrior, beheading. Rate does not turn around, only slightly shifts his body, and his long knife instantly unsheathes, Fog God style. Instant flash. Swish. The blade light cuts through like a blood moon, and Moria's shadow is cleaved in half. But the next second, more shadows surge in from all directions, engulfing Rate like a tide. Shadow box. Moria clasps his hands together, and the shadows instantly form a closed cage, trapping Rate inside. Hiss. It's over. Moria laughs triumphantly, but the next second, Fog God style, deathly silence. Boom. The inside of the shadow box explodes with crimson mist, and Rate's figure bursts out like a ghost, the blade aimed directly at Moria's throat. Moria's pupils constrict, quickly retreating. But Rate's speed is even faster. Fog God style, instant slash. Swish. 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 3 streaks of blood light crisscross. Moria's cloak is shredded into pieces, and 3 blood marks appear on his chest. Damn, this is terrifyingly strong. Moria is furious, slamming both hands onto the deck, Shadow Mage. His shadow instantly expands, transforming into a giant black figure, swinging a fist towards Rate. Rate does not retreat, but charges forward, blood mist enveloping his entire body, transforming into a stream of crimson light, Fog God style, annihilation. Boom! The blood mist collides with the black shadow, shaking the entire ship violently. Waves are lifted to dozens of meters high by the shockwave. As the smoke clears, Rate coldly stares at him. Meanwhile, Moria half kneels at the bow, his chest heaving violently. The Shadow Mage has already dissipated. Hiss. Moria gasps for breath, but his eyes sparkle with excitement. Roger's crew truly are monsters. Rate slowly stands up, shakes the blood mist off his blade, and coldly says, "You lost." Moria remains silent for a moment, then suddenly bursts into laughter. Hiss. Yes, I lost, but this battle was truly exhilarating. Rate sheathes his sword and turns to walk towards the side of the ship. I don't feel that way. Perhaps we will meet again. Moria finds Rate quite to his liking and invites. Would you like to come aboard my ship for a while? Rate thinks, since he has nothing to do, he might as well take a look. Laboon also jumps down from the ship. Moria's fleet doesn't seem as eerie and terrifying as rumored. The deck is piled high with barrels from a banquet. As Rate's small boat approaches, it's a group of cheerful zombie squirrels. They are busy carrying a basket of fresh oranges. It seems that no matter when, Moria has a habit of creating zombies. One can only say that after being defeated by Kaido, Moria has developed the idea of creating undead companions. As if previously making zombies was a side business to improve his life, but after being defeated, it became his main business. This is how the author set it up. If necessary, just call Moria over. This is what he told the author. I am Moria, and I agree to a 2-day weekend. Is this Rate from Roger's ship? Moria's massive figure emerges from the shadows, but his face carries an unexpectedly gentle expression. I heard your crew disbanded? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Rate gives no face at all. Moria doesn't team mind, waves his hand, and a zombie chef immediately brings steaming red tea, brewed by that girl Perona, with ghost flower powder that can be quite depressing. Note, here, Perona would be a bit older. The author feels a disconnect if there's no Perona where Moria is. If you're quite particular, you can choose a book that aligns more with your preferences. Because in the following story, the author intends to make changes in minor details to make the story structure of this book more reasonable. This is the author's responsibility to you, as I want the plot to follow Rate, that is us, and all plots need to serve us. Reading this book should be like reading the original. Having a timetable means you already know what stories are coming next, which is no different from grading homework, and you would also feel bored. I can assure you that I won't make you lose the advantage of foresight. I will only make minor adjustments in time and other details. Don't worry, these word counts do not count in the original text. I filled in the word count in Chapter 60, absolutely a large amount. Enough to satisfy. Chapter 63, Discovering Wild Moria, bring it on. Ritter stared at the swirling, skull-shaped steam rising from his teacup and suddenly recalled the bonfire party at Raftel, where Buggy had secretly poured hot sauce into Shanks' drink. This bizarre aesthetic reminded Ritter of Perona. He took the teacup. Life seems pretty good. Moonlight spilled onto Moria's shoulders, illuminating the little girl sleeping in his arms. A girl about 4 or 5 years old, Perona, curled up in his cloak, clutching a worn-out teddy bear. Moria gently wiped the crumbs off her face. I found this girl in the ruins on an island. His gaze swept over the crew on deck. I will take my crew to challenge Kaido and achieve our strongest. Little bug, you could die fighting that thing. This sentence was like a key, suddenly unlocking the floodgates of memory. Ritter remembered how he had desperately sought Rayleigh for practice before Roger disbanded the pirate crew. The first mate had told him, "You brat. Do you think getting stronger means you can hold on to anything?" Moonlight filtered through the porthole, casting light on Roger's trembling hands. The rough, big-hearted captain was carefully mending the bags that each crew member would take away the next day. "Hey, Moria." Ritter suddenly stood up. "How about joining me?" The Conqueror's hockey was released, sending Perona's teddy bear flying. Moria hurried to catch it, and Ritter continued, "Join me, disband your pirate crew." In the original story, all of Moria's companions died in the battle against Kaido, which led to Moria saying to Luffy that if he had companions like them, the outcome against Kaido would be uncertain. I won't quote the original dialogue here due to past plagiarism accusations. Ritter appreciated such loyal crew members. He felt that in the original story, Moria indeed had the potential to confront Kaido when he was younger, and his strength was adequate. If Moria hadn't fallen, he believed he wouldn't be so weak. "Gold Lion, Barrett, you two want to mess with me, huh?" What a joke. Moria exploded in anger, but Perona, who had been rubbing her eyes awake in his arms, immediately quieted him. "Why should I?" "Because you're afraid." Ritter pointed at himself. "Because you lack the ability to protect your crew. As long as I want, I can kill every one of your crew. It's to protect my companions. But true strength has never come from external forces. You know very well the gap between us." Moria listened, confused by Ritter's words. What external forces? Right now, I only believe in my own strength. He also knew Ritter was right. He had seen Ritter's strength, and he knew Ritter could one-shot Kaido. The news articles had written about it. Ritter could easily defeat him. So how big was the gap between him and Kaido? Could he really defeat Kaido? "Hey, Ritter, if I fight Kaido now, can I win?" Ritter answered without hesitation. "Everyone will die, and you'll be the only one left." Moria was clearly stunned for a moment after hearing Ritter's words. "I will not give up on challenging Kaido." "No problem. My crew doesn't need to fear anything. You can even go now. I'll follow behind to support you." You can ride Kaido's face directly, no problem. As dawn broke through the clouds, Moria's fleet was holding a disbandment ceremony. Moria valued his companions, and he was also influenced by Ritter. These were all crew he had recently gathered, and aside from Perona, he didn't have deep feelings for them yet. He distributed all the treasure to everyone and did not ask Ritter to let them stay. He could see that Ritter was leading an elite pirate crew, not a group that ordinary pirates could join. Moria officially boarded the Oro Jackson, looking at the motley crew of pirates on the ship. Hey, Captain, are these all our crew? Oh, these are the pirates who robbed me. I caught them to make them work as laborers. Ritter waved his hand indifferently. I see, Shadow Azura. The tired pirates working hard seemed to have fallen asleep, and Ritter did not stop them. He wanted to see what Moria was planning. The moonlight disappeared for a while, and a group of zombie sailors lined up to board the Oro Jackson, tossing one sleeping crew member after another into the embrace of Mother Sea. Their movements stiff but remarkably efficient. Ha ha ha. Moria wiped his sweat. These are my treasured zombie sailors. All famous in the New World when they were alive. Ritter kicked him aside. Stop talking nonsense. Get to work. Curiously, Ritter walked up to one of the zombies. These zombies were clearly more refined than those in the storyline, showing that they were Moria's treasures. He touched one and suddenly thought of something. Wow, this zombie is so cold. Shaking his head, he cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The zombie revealed a terrifying smile. Captain, would you like to hear my sailing stories from when I was alive? Just then, a gray ghost floated by in the air. Wow, is this the legendary Oro Jackson? So amazing. Perona floated above the deck, her big eyes sparkling. Ritter is so amazing. He found such a great ship all by himself. Ritter, this is something my captain left for me. Although my captain's journey has ended, the Oro Jackson's journey has not ended. Perona scratched her head. Clearly, she didn't quite understand what Ritter was saying. Looking at the little girl's expectant eyes, Ritter sighed. Forget it. Let the little girl admire me. His expression softened. Cough, cough. It's all right. Moria squatted in the corner drawing circles. Clearly, it's my zombies doing the work, and no one cares about me. Perona suddenly floated in front of Ritter. Ritter, I heard you were the third in command under the Pirate King. That's so impressive. Ritter? That's such a terrible title. Does World News want to get shut down? How dare they write that about him? I'm definitely the first mate under Roger. Without me, the amount of wood needed to repair the ship would have to be doubled. Am I not proud? Can Perona do anything for you? She asked, cupping her face with her hands. Ritter, do you want me to help you carry your luggage? Or make you some black tea? Or, she suddenly pulled out a sewing kit. Your clothes seem a bit torn. Perona can help you mend them. Ritter's old face turned red. No need. Being taken care of by a little girl, Ritter couldn't bring himself to accept it. Ha, Perona. Moria jumped up. I raised you. Why do you never help me mend my clothes? Perona made a face. Because Moria is too messy. Ritter is so handsome. Moria fell to his knees, spitting blood. Traitor. My little Perona. Ritter had saved up about 300 million berries over the years of adventures and decided to sail directly to Water 7 to see Tom about improvements. Ritter wanted to make significant changes. If he didn't have enough money, there was always Sky Island, the time traveler's ATM. He had to take down Sky Island. The money he had saved up over the years finally came in handy. Ritter grinned. He didn't regret being a deadbeat for so many years. Perona floated beside him, curiously peering in. Ritter, are we going to build a ship? Yeah, upgrading this old buddy. Ritter patted the ship. After all, they were about to turn the world upside down, and it couldn't lose out on hardware. Chapter 64. Uncle Tom, I think I'm doing pretty well with my sponsorship. Perona floated nearby, curiously flipping through the pages of Rhett. Lord Rhett, is this Mr. Tom really impressive? Rhett's lips curled slightly. The ship he built carried the Pirate King, my Captain Roger, around the world. So, how can he not be impressive? It's just that this uncle has a bit of a temper. Rhett thought of that fisherman uncle who swung a wooden stick at Roger's head and felt a bit anxious. But then he thought, hey, that's not right. The Oro Jackson has been well maintained by me. It doesn't leak at all. So why should I be afraid of a banana club? Moria squatted in the shadows, biting his nails. Hiss, my terrifying three-masted ship isn't bad either. Lord Moria, Perona mercilessly exposed. Your ship leaked last time. It was supposed to be a small hole, but after you fixed it, it became a big hole. And in the end, you stuffed a zombie in to block it. Uffed. Rhett almost choked on his drink. He was very familiar with the job of blocking holes. He thought of his mist patching up gaps. Oh my. His mist is definitely better than a zombie. It can patch any kind of hole. It's simply a must-have item for traveling. A slipper was thrown at Rhett's head. What are you so proud of? When the Oro Jackson sailed into the port of Water 7, the entire dock erupted in excitement. The shipwrights put down their tools and stared in shock at this legendary ship. Hey, That figurehead looks like. Is that the Oro Jackson? Hurry and inform Mr. Tom. As soon as Rhett stepped onto the dock, he was surrounded by a group of excited ship workers. The crowd suddenly parted, and a burly fisherman strode forward, cigar smoke swirling above his head. Rhett, tell me why you came back again. Where's Roger? He must be over the moon now that he's become the pirate king. How could you come alone? Tom's voice was booming like a bell, and he reached out to stroke the ship's hull, his face full of complaints, but his words revealed concern. Rhett's mood sank a bit. The Roger pirates have disbanded. The captain handed the Oro Jackson over to me, and I want to use it to continue sailing. Uncle Tom, please see how we can modify it. Disbanded? Tom was stunned, but he didn't ask further. Some things, even if they were friends, it wasn't appropriate to inquire about. Oh, let me take a look. Just as Rhett was immersed in a sad atmosphere, Tom suddenly physically grabbed Rhett by the collar. Soul Egg, how long has the ship not been maintained? What the hell have you done? Iceberg and Frankie. At that time, he should have been called Carter Flam, but calling him, that would confuse everyone. So I still used Frankie, frantically pulled their master back. Master, calm down, calm down. Tom. Uncle Tom, I think it's still all right. Oh, my ass. Look at these scratches. What's this wet spot? Water? That should be mist, condensed water. Otherwise, it would leak. Rhett scratched his head, his confidence a bit lacking. Tom knew that scratching and bumping was inevitable when sailing, just like handing over a clean, beautiful daughter to a black-haired guy. When the daughter comes back to look at herself, the old man won't shout, "Oi, old ding, is it okay if I put my ghost fire downstairs at your place?" Rhett let Tom grip his collar. Seeing his two apprentices frantically pulling him, Tom gradually loosened his grip. Rhett took a deep breath. He knew that Uncle Tom wasn't really mad at him. He was just encouraging him in his own way. "I'm really sorry, but I want to ask Mr. Tom to modify it again, to give this ship a new life, please." Suddenly, Tom let out a deafening laugh. "Ha, good, very good." He patted Rhett's shoulder vigorously. "At least you know to come find me." Perona floated nearby and whispered to Moria, "This old man is scary." In Tom's shipyard workshop, Rhett slammed 300 million berries on the table. 300 million berries, let it be reborn. If the money isn't enough, I'll think of another way. Tom didn't even look and pushed the berries back. What money is needed to modify the Oro Jackson? He turned and shouted at the apprentices, "Bring out that batch of atom wood from the warehouse." Perona curiously floated to the workbench. "Old man, did you really make this?" "Little girl, what is this?" Tom proudly stroked his beard. "I've been researching a new navigation technology recently. It can sail on the sea and connect islands, so in the future, there won't just be ships anymore." Rhett's ears perked up. Sea train? Rhett remembered that after Tom finished the sea train, which was also the time of his death, he thought he might save it, but Rhett felt it shouldn't be a problem. After all, when Roger was alive, he was so famous, and Tom lived well. It was only after Roger died that the world government started to settle scores, and the world government is just a bunch of bullies who fear the strong. There is no reason that what the captain can intimidate, Rhett can't do, or else how will he survive? Tom mysteriously winked. "You'll know once the modification is complete." In the following days, the Tom shipyard became the craziest construction site. Rhett experienced what it meant to see a genius shipbuilder's madness for the first time. Rhett felt shivers run down his spine. "Bring me the hydraulic pliers number 3. Tom's roar shook the dock. "No, the one that's painted red." Frankie rushed by pushing a cart of oddly shaped tools. "Sooner. Master is getting serious now." Iceberg was trailing behind with a stack of design drawings. "Master, you can't change the main mast to a retractable one. This violates the basic principles of shipbuilding. Stop talking nonsense. You've only learned for a few years. Just listen to me." Tom snatched the drawings away. "I build ships. I can modify it however I want." Perona floated in midair, curiously watching the workers install some glowing shells at the bottom of the ship. "Lord Rhett, what are those shiny things?" "Sky Island wind shells. Hot Skeendil. This old man even got these." He patted Perona's head. "Once our ship is built, I'll take you to play on the Sky Island." Because Rhett requested it to be done as quickly as possible, all of Moria's zombies were drafted as labor. "What are our laborers doing?" Moria was squatting in a corner, watching his zombie workers being ordered around. "Hiss, my subordinates." The sounds of hammering echoed in the shipyard, and Tom was shouting instructions at the workers. Rhett leaned against the door frame, looking at the Oro Jackson that was being taken apart piece by piece, when suddenly he felt a gentle tug on his clothing. Lord Rhett Perona floated behind him, blinking her big eyes. "Can we go out to play? I heard there are many interesting places in Water 7. Rhett glanced at Tom, who was furiously dismantling the deck, and wisely nodded. "Good idea." Chapter 65. The Life Mentor of the Dragon Lord Rate. "Look," she suddenly pointed at a dessert shop. "That cotton candy is bigger than my ghost." Rate raised the corner of his mouth. "Do you want to eat it?" Perona nodded vigorously, her pink twin tails swaying. Rate casually took out a stack of berries and bought the entire cotton candy. Lord Rate is the best. Perona hugged the cotton candy, which was taller than herself, and happily spun around. Passers-by stared in disbelief at this combination. A long-haired man carrying a black sword and a ghost girl floating in the air, munching on cotton candy. What? You ask why I don't keep a low profile, even though I'm wanted by the world government? Rate spoke. The skin of a human is like a tree's bark. I worked hard to raise the bounty so high to reduce the trouble of being recognized. In the world of One Piece, strength is paramount. If I upset Rate, I'll just go and take out a few Navy bases. This is not a wanted notice. It's clearly a pass. This way, there won't be any brainless villains popping out to cause trouble. Although this would make the little author lose a lot of word count. As they walked, a mask shop caught Perona's attention. She floated into the store, marveling at the rows of exquisite 1 yuan masks. This one suits Lord Rate perfectly. She picked up a silver wolf mask. The shopkeeper was a wrinkled old lady who squinted at Rate. Young man, your daughter has good taste. Rate nearly choked on his saliva. He was a pure-hearted virgin. The Roger ship was full of big men. He had never been in a relationship. Granny Perona had already floated to the counter. Do you have something suitable for me? 10 minutes later, Perona, wearing a skull mask, and Rate in a wolf mask, walked down the street. Perona's aesthetic was always unconventional, attracting countless glances from passers-by. The sunset turned the canals of water 7 golden as Rate and Perona strolled along the water's edge. Perona was holding a pile of newly bought dolls when she suddenly stopped. Lord Rate, that person. She pointed to a shadow at the bridge's edge. A tall man in a deep brown cloak stood there, his youthful face bearing an age-inappropriate heaviness. Rate squinted his eyes. In a low voice, Monkey D, Dragon, Carp's son, the future leader of the Revolutionary Army, the legendary Sandal, king among pirates. Shall we talk? Dragon's voice was deep. In the open-air CAF, Dragon got straight to the point. Mr. Rate, don't you think this world is sick? The celestial dragons are born noble. They can arbitrarily plunder any life simply because of their good birth. I want to establish an organization to overthrow the world government and heal this decayed world. Rate leisurely took a sip of tea. How do you plan to overthrow it? To be honest, the current Sandal King was just a step away from shouting, do nobles have any power? By inciting the people of various countries to revolt and overthrow the aristocracy. And then, Rate interrupted him. After overthrowing the celestial dragons, who will be the new god? You, Mr. Dragon? Rate felt that although Sandal King had good character and could lead by example, he did not understand the structure of the pirate world. In the original work, the countries he overthrew merely changed the monarchy system without any real change. The kings might be diligent for a generation or two, but gradually they would become the next celestial dragons. The decayed individuals were not the main issue. It was this decayed social class structure. It was clear that Dragon did not see this. Dragon frowned. We will establish a beautiful democratic country where people coexist peacefully. Democracy? Dragon. It's impressive that you can think of democracy in such a society. Rate sneered. Do you know why the Goa Kingdom is called the most beautiful country in the East Blue? Dragon was taken aback. Because they burned all the slums and exterminated the poor. Rate stared into Dragon's eyes. Although it sounded harsh, he should also know that what he was protecting was precisely this kind of justice. Dragon's fingers unconsciously tapped the table. Then what do you suggest we do? Rate put down his teacup. First, revolution is not a dinner invitation. How many people are you prepared to sacrifice? Necessary sacrifices. Although I don't know how many people will be sacrificed, I will definitely be at the forefront. Second, Rate continued. Do you understand the lifeblood of the world's economy? Do you know who controls food trade? Dragon's forehead was beaded with fine sweat. Third, and most importantly, Rate suddenly leaned in. Dragon, you are too proud. You were born into a family of Navy heroes. You are an elite of the Navy yourself, you know? Your former rank could control the lives and deaths of many people. In the eyes of commoners, you are no different from the nobles. Do you know what the common people need most? They don't need the democracy you speak of or a beautiful country. What they need now is simply to survive and have enough to eat. They don't care how nice your words sound. Dragon had just left the Navy, and after some time of traveling, he would eventually understand this for himself. Rate was merely telling him in advance. To be honest, when speaking to Dragon, Rate was filled with confidence. He was a boy raised under the red flag. He did not have Dragon's broad mind. He still couldn't move things around. He couldn't even copy homework properly. Perona's doll fell to the ground. She seemed to have heard something incredible. The sound of the canal water suddenly became very loud. Dragon was silent for a long time before finally raising his head. You are right. I was too idealistic. Ray leaned back in his chair. Listen, kid. To change the world, you first need to understand the world. He pointed towards the dock. Do you know how many hours the workers in Water 7 work every day? Do you know what they hate the most? Dragon shook his head. Go take a look at this world first. When you can answer these questions, come find me. Before Dragon left, he suddenly asked, why do you know so much? Rate gazed at the petals floating on the canal. Because I have truly seen a better world. Perona blinked in confusion. Lord Rate. Let's go. Rate, pick her up. We should go back and see what Tom has done to our ship. Seriously, it's his masterpiece, and I don't feel a bit sorry for taking it apart. Rate stood up, tossing a few bills on the table. I'll assign you some homework. He counted on his fingers. First, go to any slum and hide your strength for a month. Second, figure out how the world government controls trade. Third, he pointed at Dragon's chest. Understand who you are really fighting for. Perona, holding her dolls, timidly added, don't forget to eat on time. Behind them, Dragon stood at the bridge's edge, his notebook already filled with dense handwriting. That night, the seeds of changing the world were quietly sown. Rate felt delighted. His family was doing well, and he had assigned homework to Dragon. The little author has something to say. The book's rating has come out. I clearly had nearly a 5-star rating. So why is it so low? The little author is really a bit hit. I hope the readers who see this will give the little author a 5-star rating if you think it's not bad. Your encouragement is really important to the little author. I hope you like it. There will be an update tomorrow. Everyone has been so gentle today. The little author feels warm in their heart. Tomorrow we'll have an update to repay everyone. Chapter 66. Roger's request. Perona flew into the sky. Lord Rit. Uncle Tom said the ship will take at least 6 months. What should we do now? Rit patted Perona's head, holding Labu, who was eating ice cream, with his right hand. Then let's experience retirement life, Rit said. Just like that, Rit really experienced the life of a college student again. No early morning classes. Eat and then sleep. And when he had enough sleep, he would go out for a stroll. It's a pity there were no computers or phones. So he couldn't stay up all night. Sometimes, Morio would ask himself what to eat, and he would answer, anything is fine. Days passed one by one, and while Rit was just waiting for death, he suddenly received a call from his ship's captain, asking him to go to Barbecue Island, a fictional location, probably next to Chambord. When Rit landed on the island, he found Uncle Rayleigh was also there. Uncle Rayleigh looked very emotional, the sunset dyeing the coast blood red. The aroma of barbecued meat mixed with the salty sea breeze. As Rit stepped onto the beach, Labu grabbed Rit's pants, looking worriedly into the distance. Woo, brother Rit. Uncle Rayleigh is crying fiercely. On the rocks by the coast, Rayleigh was grabbing Roger by the collar, his usually calm right hand showing bulging veins on his forehead. Roger's shirt was pulled askew, yet he still smiled carefreely. Are you crazy? Rayleigh's roar startled a flock of seabirds. Come back to Chambord with me right now, even if I have to tie you up. Rayleigh lifted Roger with one hand, pressing him against the rocky hill. Rayleigh, Roger gently pressed down on his old friend's wrist. You knew this day would come. Rit stopped in his tracks. He saw Rayleigh's fist suspended in midair, ultimately smashing down hard onto the rock behind Roger. Chunks of stone flew, blood dripped between his fingers. Rit could tell that Uncle Rayleigh was not using hockey. It was simply an outburst. Rit. Roger suddenly turned his head and waved vigorously at him. Come here. The meat is going to get cold. It was as if the earlier argument had never happened. Labu was gnawing on grilled fish by the fire, occasionally stealing glances at Roger, who was pouring wine for Rit. This legendary pirate king was now chatting like a big brother. That kid Shanks is causing quite a stir in the new world. Buggy actually went to become a bounty hunter, telling me he wants to save up to form a pirate crew. Huh. That is so typical of him. The foam in the wine glass gradually settled. Rit suddenly spoke up when Roger's smile faded a bit. Next month on the full moon. He tilted his head back and took a swig of wine. I will go visit the Marines. Rayleigh suddenly crushed the wine bottle. Don't make that face. Roger laughed as he hooked his arms around both of their shoulders. I saved you guys special seats. Shut up. Rayleigh pushed him away, his golden hair shaking violently in the moonlight. Do you think this is a joke? The sea breeze suddenly turned biting cold. Roger slowly sat up straight, his eyes under the straw hat shining brilliantly. Listen, Rayleigh. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the entire beach. We found Raftel, but that answer doesn't belong to this era. He pointed to his temple. I will not accept a quiet end for myself. I want the whole world to hear my voice. Rit stared at the bonfire, blood mist uncontrollably seeping out. When he came, he thought about taking Roger away. But when he truly sat in this position and saw this man's determination, Rit's heart wavered. This was not the world's correction. It was just how this man would be. I can save you. He heard himself asking without thinking. Roger burst into laughter, ruffling his hair. Silly boy, wouldn't that be meaningless? Suddenly, Roger lowered his voice, but there's something I need to ask of you. He pulled out a bronze pocket watch with a photo inside. It was the family photo taken from Raftel years ago. This is for you, and you're going to be an uncle. Roger shoved the compass into Rit's hand. I hope after I'm gone, you can hand over Lugio to Garp. I will also ask him to help take care of her. She is on Batarila Island in the South Sea. Lugio is my wife. Garp will find a way to protect them. Here, this is Lugio's photo. Rit suddenly looked up. Are you afraid I won't be able to teach your child properly? You bastard. Do you know what your identity is? Ha. After all, you are our most reliable younger brother. But with you, he can only be a pirate. With Garp, he can choose to become a marine, an ordinary person, or become a pirate like you. This is the only thing this incompetent father can do for them. Roger jumped up and stretched. All right, I've said everything I needed to say. He turned and walked toward the waves, his back stretching long in the moonlight. Oh, by the way, Roger suddenly turned back and winked at Labu. Labu, remember take good care of our little Rit. Labu's grilled fish fell to the ground. Huh. Labu came to Rit's side, noticing his fists clenched tightly. His nails had already pierced his palms. In the distance, Roger's final singing voice could be heard. Off-key, yet full of bravado. Rit knew that just after Roger died, the Marines quickly found Lugio. This great mother actually delayed Ace's birth time through medication. The death of Lugio and Ace's birthday were truly hard to imagine. Rit cursed. Bastard, couldn't you just bring her here directly? Why make me run a trip? Rit knew Roger was protecting Lugio. Being with Roger was too risky. Rit contacted Moria through the transponder snail, saying he was going to the South Sea. Labu was now strong enough to return to Water 7 on his own. Rit directly took the small boat to find Lugio, regardless of being captured later. He was determined to go now. After Roger's death, how did the Marines learn that Roger had a child? It must have been leaked by someone in that town. The sooner he got her, the better. In the South Sea, Batarila Island, based on Roger's description, Rit quickly determined Lugio's location. Rit stood in front of Lugio's small house, adjusted his collar, cleared his throat. He didn't want to face Lugio with a sad expression. And then, Lugio, sister-in-law. I'm Rit. The scarlet mist from Roger's ship. The sharp knife from Roger's ship. Open the door. Inside the house, there was dead silence. Rit scratched his head. Could it be that my voice is too soft? The Conqueror's hockey enveloped the entire town, making the townsfolk sleep like babies, confirming no one was awake. He took a deep breath, focused his energy, and shouted again, Lugio, sister-in-law. I'm here to protect you. I'm super strong. The Marines would have to detour when they see me. This was not Rit bragging. He had now reached the level of the 4 emperors and was among the top combat powers in the world. Bang! The window suddenly flew open, and Lugio poked her head out, holding a kitchen knife, but her eyes were filled with unshakable fear. Shut up. Do you want to attract the entire Marine here? Rit immediately covered his mouth, scratched his head, and grinned. Sorry, ha. Lugio narrowed her eyes. You said you were Roger's crew? Chapter 67. Finding Spicy, that's right. Rit raised his chest proudly. I am a warrior of the Roger Pirates, known as Scarlet Mist, with a bounty of 2 billion berries. The Navy headquarters would. We'll want to capture you to claim the reward. Lucio coldly interrupted him. Roger is already preparing to surrender. He didn't tell me anyone would come to pick me up, and besides, Rit is an old man and wouldn't look this young. I won't give you another chance to threaten my husband. As she spoke, Lucio brought a kitchen knife to her neck. How much she wished for her child to see the outside world, but after feeling the immense gap in strength, she thought, I'm sorry, I'm a useless mother. Rit exclaimed, What the hell, Roger? Who's coming to pick you up? Lucio doesn't even know. Rait's appearance had remained that of a man in his 20s since the God Valley incident. By normal calculations, he should also be considered an old man. Rit looked at the kitchen knife in Lucio's hand, his pupils dilating sharply, and he instantly disappeared from his spot. Clang! Lucio only felt her wrist go numb as Rit snatched the knife away, and his other hand firmly rested on her shoulder. Sister-in-law, calm down. Rit rarely put away his arrogant expression, his voice low and serious. I'm not a Navy officer, nor am I here to threaten you. You have to believe me. I just look a bit younger. Lucio's eyes were red, staring intently at him. Then who are you? Roger told me you boarded the ship at age 3. How could you look so young? Rit took a deep breath and slowly pulled out a pocket watch from his chest, which had a family portrait engraved on it, something Roger had given him. Lucio's pupils trembled slightly, and tears finally fell. Roger, Rit smiled broadly. So, sister-in-law, don't be in a hurry to give up. Captain Roger must hope you live well. At least let me, this 2 billion old world villain, be of some use, right? This is because of my devil fruit ability. Captain Roger should have told you I can replenish life force, right? I'm young, You can understand that. Lucio was silent for a moment, finally slowly lowering her guard. Come in. Lucio began to pack her things, and Rate looked at her two large bundles. Sister-in-law, do we really need to bring so much? I can understand the teacup used by the captain, but do we really need to bring his unwashed underwear? Lucio gently shook her head. I want you to help me bury these. I'm only taking these two. Lucio held a knife and a gun in her arms, recalling with some sadness. My husband once told me that if it's a boy, he would be named Ace, and if it's a girl, she would be named Anne. Rate recognized that those were the weapons of Captain Roger, Ace, and Anne. Now, his task was to take them to the Seven Seas City. Rate had prepared a speedboat that could accommodate 3 people. After all, it was better to keep a low profile, and the fewer people noticed Lucio, the better. This was his responsibility to her. But there were always those who couldn't see clearly. Captain, there's a small boat. Little ones, fire cannonballs and blow them up. Let them experience the terror of the sea. Ha! Rate frowned, looking in the direction of the voice, and saw a pirate ship with a skull flag slowly approaching. At the bow stood a man with a brutish face, greedily staring at them. TSK, what a perfect timing. Rate clicked his tongue, turned to Lucio, and gave her a reassuring smile. Sister-in-law, please go into the cabin and rest. I'll take care of this right away. But Lucio shook her head. Little Rate, let me see how you kill the enemies. This surprised Rate, but he quickly understood. After all, someone who had been pregnant and evaded the Navy's pursuit for over a year couldn't possibly be a fragile vase. Rate chuckled, drew out the black-tied great sword, and said, let this 2 billion old world villain show you. Rate twisted his neck, hoisted the black-tied great sword, stood at the stern and grinned. Hey, you scum over there, die. Little ones, fire. With Captain Barton's command, several cannons fired simultaneously, and the dark cannonballs whistled through the air. Rate didn't even raise an eyelid. He simply lifted the black-tied great sword, turning the blade. Fa God flow, one flash. Swish! A crimson blade light sliced across the sea like lightning. All cannonballs were neatly cut in half mid-air, and then exploded with a rumble, yet not even a splash reached the speedboat. The pirates were dumbfounded. What? Cold sweat dripped from Barton's forehead, but he still forced himself to act calm. Don't be afraid. He asked just one person. Keep firing. Captain, look at that sword. Isn't that Scarlet Mist Rate, a crew member of the Pirate King? Rate sighed. Seriously, even the audience can't get it right. He slowly raised the great sword. Dark red hockey coiling around the blade, and the air over the sea seemed to solidify. Fa God flow, demon slash. Boom! With one slash, the sea was directly split open, creating a chasm hundreds of meters wide, and the violent sword energy instantly tore that pirate ship to pieces. Crash! The wreckage and seawater fell like rain, and Rate had already sheathed his sword, turning to Lucio with a bright smile. How's that, sister-in-law? Are you satisfied? Lucio gently clapped her hands, her eyes filled with joy. Stop calling me sister-in-law. Do you want them to know I'm Roger's wife? Just call me sister. But you look very handsome. Rate felt the warmth of Roger's familiarity. She truly regarded him as family. Is this what it means for people to group together, Captain? At that moment, Rate didn't seem like a 2 billion villain. His youthful appearance kept him full of energy and vitality, and being the brother of Roger's wife was enough. He grinned. All right, sister. After this little episode, Rate used fog to change Lucio's appearance and accompanied her to a nearby island for supplies. Rate looked at himself in the mirror, his mouth twitching. After spending this time together, Lucio truly treated Rate like a younger brother, and Rate naturally accepted it. Sister, is this outfit a bit too flashy? He tugged at the deep blue robe embroidered with golden wave patterns, with a white sash tied around his waist, and his long black hair added to the elegance. Lucio stood beside him, nodding in satisfaction. Nice, it suits you well. Rate helplessly said, but I'm a pirate. How can I fight dressed like this? Lucio smiled, pinching his cheek. You can change back when it's time to fight, good little brother. Rate felt quite helpless. He was only a little over 2 meters tall now, and Lucio was nearly 2 meters tall herself. Rate seriously suspected that he had been cursed by Buggy's luck when mocking his height, as he had only grown this much in these decades. Chapter 68. I'm waiting for you. Lying back on the ship, Lucio began to organize the things she had bought, while Rooter sat nearby, curiously fiddling with a rattle. Sister, what's the use of this thing? Lucio smiled and replied, when the baby is born, it can be used to entertain him. Rooter nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly became serious and said, Sister, don't worry. When the baby grows up, I will definitely teach him the strongest swordsmanship. Lucio raised an eyebrow. Oh, how do you plan to teach him? Rooter clenched his fist, filled with enthusiasm. First, swing the sword 10,000 times every day. Then go with me to challenge various strong opponents and break through the limits at the edge of life and death. That's how I was trained. You should know Shanks and Buggy. I train like this too. It definitely works. This was another way for Rooter to repay Roger indirectly. He also knew a bit of Roger's swordsmanship, but his fighting style was different, and just because he didn't like to use it didn't mean he couldn't. Lucio. She silently picked up a baby bottle and shoved it into Rooter's hand. Learn to prepare mill powder first. Rooter? After spending some time in Water 7, Rooter was shocked. The Navy had arrested the pirate King Roger, and in a month, he would be executed in Logtown. The justice of a Navy cannot be violated. Rooter sat in a small boat near Marineford, looking at the newspaper in his hand. He knew the Navy would definitely use this incident to enhance their reputation. Since the news broke that Roger had been arrested, he had been waiting around Marineford. Indeed, he was waiting for the Golden Lion, wanting to ride on his captain's reputation to establish the Navy's authority. It wouldn't be that easy. If he didn't fight Marineford today, it wouldn't feel right. It was as if the Navy was stepping on his brother's reputation to show how strong they were. If Rooter could endure this, he might as well become a Ninja Turtle. However, even if Rooter had the strength of a Yonko, he couldn't single-handedly escape from Marineford. If the Navy headquarters could really be taken on by Rooter alone, they might as well quit. He needed Golden Lion to help him share some of the strong combat power. He believed the Golden Lion would come. He trusted the strength of his demon captain. And sure enough, he waited for him. "Ha, you're here." The Golden Lion Shiki approached Marineford with a small island, like a dark cloud pressing down on the city, and the entire Navy headquarters went into alarm. Steelbone Kong and Carp exchanged glances and immediately prepared for battle. The Golden Lion shouted at Marineford, "I don't believe you caught Roger with strength. He is my recognized opponent. This isn't a place for you to run wild." Steelbone Kong roared. Carp directly cracked his knuckles. "Since you're here, then stay." Just as a great battle was about to break out, Rooter stood on a rooftop near Marineford, holding the black-tied greatsword, coldly observing everything. Rooter didn't hide himself at all. The Golden Lion quickly spotted him. The Golden Lion laughed, "Haha, I knew you wouldn't swallow this anger. Come on, let us have some fun." Rooter hoisted the black-tied greatsword. "You just need to hold those three off. Buy some time and don't get killed. The rest is up to me." Saying this, he aimed the black-tied greatsword at Sengoku and the young three admirals, showing his dominant presence from above. "Hey, you three," Rooter grinned. "Want to play with me?" This was probably Rooter's first encounter with Borsellino and Sakazuki. Sakazuki frowned. "Kid, don't get in the way." Borsellino tilted his head, lazily saying, "Oh, so scary, daring to provoke three admiral candidates at such a young age." Kazan, with a serious face, said, "Step aside. We don't have time to play with you." Rooter scoffed. "Kid, I'm even older than you." Before he could finish, his figure suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Sakazuki. Fog God Flow. Ghost Slash. The blade light was like fog, incredibly sharp. Sakazuki's pupils constricted, quickly elementalizing, but still got grazed on the shoulder, magma-like blood splattering. Not bad speed, but Sakazuki's eyes turned cold. His right fist instantly turning to lava. Great eruption. "Rooter, what's wrong with you guys? You start with your big moves the moment we meet. But what good does that do?" The scorching lava giant fist smashed down, but Rooter had long since anticipated this, using Kinbunchika Haki to dodge and advance, while simultaneously swinging his sword. Fog God Flow. Ghost Attack. The pitch-black Haki wrapped around the blade, aiming directly for Sakazuki's throat. Boom! Kazan's ice wall suddenly rose, blocking the strike, but Rooter's blade momentum did not diminish, and the ice wall instantly shattered. Borsellino gathered golden light at his fingertips. Yada no Kagami. Countless light bullets rained down, but Rooter grinned, his figure ghosting through the barrage, with not a single bullet hitting him. Going head-on? That's done. Rooter wanted to set the stage. "Hey, Rooter, did you forget about your old rival?" Kazan squinted. The fog turned into ice crystals, gradually falling to the ground. Rooter pouted. Kazan, who ate the ice fruit, was harder to deal with, but the gap in strength was evident. It just made the fog thinner. That fruit restraint feeling is a bit there. Rooter shook his sword, fighting spirit boiling. "Is that all three admiral candidates have? Come again." Sakazuki furiously shouted, "Arrogant little brat." Kazan clasped his hands together. Ice Age. A chill swept through, instantly freezing the entire battlefield. But Rooter had already leaped into the air, unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. The Conqueror's Haki wrapped around the black-tied greatsword. Fog God Flow. Annihilation. At the moment of contact, Rooter vaporized and disappeared, arriving behind Kazan. The pitch-black Haki coiled around the blade like thunder, he slashed down, actually cutting through Kazan's layer of ice. Borsalino revealed a serious expression. They had heard Kazan say Ruder was very strong, but they had underestimated him since they had never seen him fight. Looks like we have to get serious. With a flash of golden light, he instantaneously appeared behind Ruder and kicked out. Lightspeed kick. Ruder had long been prepared, blocking with the black tide greatsword. Clang! Ruder's body faintly dissipated in the fog, suddenly appearing behind Borsalino. Folk guide full. Folk concealment slash. You thought I wouldn't slash him and just go for you, right? The blade light fell, but Ruder felt that the cut wasn't solid. TSK. Borsalino's speed was indeed troublesome. Ruder's fighting spirit surged even more. But this was what made it interesting. The three looked at each other, deciding to fight with all their might. Sakazuki. Suppress with all our strength. Evil will be eradicated. Borsalino. What a hassle. Ruder laughed heartily. Come on. Let me see how strong the so-called three geniuses of the Navy really are. The forums say that when the three admirals come out together, no Yonko can withstand it. But for these three young admirals, Ruder spat. I can take on 6 of you. But first, he needed to clear the field. The blood-red conqueror's haki surged towards Marineford, causing weak Navy soldiers to fall in droves. The four on the battlefield also saw this scene. Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, and Carp all released their own conqueror's haki to weaken the impact of Ruder's conqueror's haki. I think these leaders should all have conqueror's haki. Even if the manga didn't show it, here we can reference Luffy clashing with Barrett. The Golden Lion laughed. As expected of the person I have my eye on, this demeanor is rare even in the New World. Just look at my demeanor. A wave of black-red conqueror's haki surged towards Marineford again. The ice in the sea raised its middle finger. I've already fallen, and you're still sweeping the area. Everyone knew that the battle had only just begun. Chapter 69. The Meat Grain Navy for all the gentle readers who encourage the author. Here is an update. Ritter amplified his conqueror's haki, sweeping through Marineford like a blood-red storm. Ha ha ha. Kid, well done. The Golden Lion laughed maniacally, controlling floating islands to smash into Carp and Steelbone Kong. Don't get distracted, you too. Sengoku roared. Golden Lion, don't get too arrogant. Carp clenched his fists, his armament haki wrapping around his arms. I'll deal with you first, then take care of that kid Ritter. Sakazuki, Kazan, and Borsalino stood firm, their gazes locked on Ritter. Your conqueror's haki is indeed impressive, Sakazuki said coldly, but relying solely on haki won't win us this fight. Ritter grinned, his black tide greatsword slanted towards the ground. Is that so? Then let us try this. Fog Realm. Withering Life. Crimson fog suddenly spread, enveloping the three. Don't underestimate them just because they're currently acting as vice admirals. They only need one opportunity to be promoted to admiral. And their current strength is already at the admiral level, though there are still differences among them. If you don't let me properly unfold my domain, how can I play my cards? No, how can I fight? I'll just avoid it. Kazan found that when he tried to freeze them into ice shards, he couldn't completely do it. He knew Ritter was serious now. Earlier, he could freeze Ritter's fog, but that was just Ritter playing with him. Remember, when he was chasing after the Roger Pirates with Carp, he was always the one getting beaten up. In the blood mist, ice crystals sparkled, making Ritter seem both sacred and eerie. Ritter, I'm so sorry for adding special effects. In an instant, thick fog enveloped the entire battlefield. Ritter's figure barely visible within it. Is the observation haki being disturbed? Sakazuki frowned. TSK, troublesome ability. Borsalino's fingertips glimmered with golden light, attempting to disperse the fog with lasers, but Ritter's voice came from all directions. Fog God flow. No blade. A silent slash suddenly approached. Sakazuki instinctively dodged, but his shoulder was still grazed, leaving a blood mark. This guy is faster in the fog. Don't give him a chance. Kazan pressed his hands to the ground. Ice Age. The icy chill erupted, freezing the fog into ice crystals that fell, but it didn't seem to matter much. The moment Ritter's domain weakened, it was replenished. Kazan's major move traded a hit with Ritter for a basic attack. Kazan's fruit is really troublesome. Ritter clicked his tongue, then suddenly stomped the ground, his conqueror's haki wrapping around his sword. Black lightning flashing on the black tide greatsword. Conqueror's haki. Entwine. Fog God flow. Fog hidden slash. Super invincible 3 styles. Sponsored by the 4th generation, with a single slash. The space seemed to tear apart. Sakazuki roared as he countered. Hellhound. Lava clashed with haki, creating explosive shockwaves. Kazan seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from the side, his ice blade stabbing directly at Ritter's back. Ice blade. Violent Kazan. Ritter had anticipated this. His form instantly dissipating into mist, the ice blade piercing through the illusion. What? Kazan's pupils contracted. Fog God Flow, go strike. Ritter's true form appeared behind Kazan, slashing down. At the critical moment, Borsalino flashed in, delivering a light-speed kick, immediately followed by Heavenly Amaterasu's sword. Golden light coalesced into a sword, violently clashing with Ritter's black-tide greatsword. Clang! Sparks flew, and Ritter was also pushed back a few steps by this sudden attack. But the corner of his mouth curled into an excited arc. Now, this is more like it. The three admirals working together. This is interesting. Sakazuki wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze icy. Arrogant pirate. You must be suppressed today? No wonder you're known as the infamous blood cow in One Piece, Laka. Kazan exhaled a breath of cold air. This time, I won T back down. Battles in One Piece can drag on for 3 to 4 days. And indeed, Sakazuki had already been slashed twice. Both hits armed hockey, as if it were nothing. Kazan could handle Ritter on his own, and the two could manage together. But with 3 of them combined, they could fight. Yet Ritter, now, definitely couldn't win. Don't be fooled by Ritter's casual words. His pressure was immense. He had to allocate part of his observation hockey to the battlefield with Shiki. If Shiki showed any signs of defeat, he would turn and run. In this situation, don't underestimate the 3 admirals. Sengoku relied on just a few people to maintain the entire chaotic sea. Ha ha ha. Sengoku, Carp, is this all you two can do together? The golden lion laughed maniacally. The lioness might swirling. The great Buddha impact. Sengoku transformed into a golden giant Buddha, the shockwave shattering giant rocks. Carp charged directly at the golden lion. His armament hockey, iron fist roaring. Fistbone, meteorite. The golden lion swung his sword to block, but still got pushed back several meters, blood spilling from his mouth. TSK? Carp's fists are still so hard. Sengoku said solemnly, Golden Lion, you can't escape. The golden lion sneered. Escape? I'm the golden lion. The battle between Ritter and the 3 admirals intensified, each clash causing violent explosions. The buildings of Marineford continued to collapse, and the Navy's soldiers fled in terror. We can't delay any longer. Sakazuki gritted his teeth, his body boiling with lava. Meteor volcano. Countless massive lava fists descended from the sky, bombarding indiscriminately. Kazan joined his hands. Freezing moment. The icy chill froze the ground, limiting Ritter's movement. Borsalino raised the heavenly Amaterasu, sword high. Shaku, jewel. Dense light bullets rained down like a storm. Facing the ultimate combined attack of the 3 admirals, Ritter took a deep breath, his conqueror's hockey erupting completely. Come on. The final blow. Fog God Flow, in slash. The pitch-black slash tore through space, colliding head-on with the 3 admirals' attacks. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across Marineford, even knocking back the distant Golden Lion, Sengoku, and Carp. As the smoke cleared, Ritter stood in place, the black tide, great sword stabbed into the ground to support his body. Half kneeling, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The 3 admirals opposite him were equally in disarray. Only one of them fell, but it wasn't enough, brothers. This was just bravado, and the 3 of them quickly got back up. Sakazuki had a gruesome knife wound on his chest. Kazan's ice armor was shattered, and Borsalino's sunglasses also bore cracks. This 5-day battle had drained them all, panting. Ritter gasped but smiled with satisfaction, exhilarating. This is what fighting is all about. He glanced up at the golden lion, being pressed and beaten. Ritter knew it was time to leave. Carp's punches hurt too much. He slipped away, and just at the moment the golden lion was defeated, Ritter fully activated his fruit ability, pulling out a bag. I have a bag of sea prism stone powder mixed in. It's impossible for devil fruit users to withstand it. Even letting it float for a while consumes a lot of stamina. This is why Ritter was holding onto his last bit of strength. He fought well, vented his anger, and it was time to run. The next time we meet might be in Lowtown. Haji Lion, I will remember your contribution, even though you won TC Roger and Impel down. This is the feeling of love, unrequited. It hurts too much. Days after the great battle of Marineford, Ritter returned to Water 7. In the days following his chaotic fight with the Golden Lion at Marineford, the news had exploded, almost overwhelming Ritter. Shock. The Fog Phantom Ritter single-handedly faced the future 3 admirals, and the Navy headquarters was brutally ravaged. Is there no hope left for the Navy? The king of a new era has arrived. Tremble World Government. Exclusive revelation. The secret relationship between Ritter and Shanks that must be discussed. Ritter looked at the thick stack of world economic news in his hands, his mouth twitching wildly. Damn. Inside, there's a scene with Ritter pointing the black tide at Kazan and the others. To be honest, in journalism, it made him understand things clearly. Although what was said was all true, the newspaper only featured a photo of Ritter cutting down the three admirals and not a single image of him getting beaten up. The newspaper even ended the battle introduction with a photo of Ritter just appearing, standing there with a big sword, although it was labeled as Ritter's appearance. Isn't it misleading to use this photo at the end? Ritter knows his own capabilities. When he encounters Garp, he just turns and runs. What does trampling the Navy headquarters mean? What does the ruler of New Era mean? Has Morgans been drinking fake alcohol? Morgans? Is the Golden Lion that top pirate? Oh, he got captured. Who is the Golden Lion? I'm really not familiar with him. Originally, very few people should believe such exaggerations. But guess what? You know the Golden Lion, right? The former captain of Rock's crew, he got captured, but Ritter escaped. Both of them attacked Marineford together, and the result speaks for itself. Ritter. A new bounty notice was delivered to Ritter. Scarlet Mist Ritter, bounty of 5 billion berries. Ritter smirked, feeling stingy. The guy next door who cut down a celestial dragon got a bounty increase of 1 billion, and I've almost wiped out the Navy's home base. Yet my bounty only increased by 500 million. The Navy has no face. Chapter 70 Departure from Rogetown with just 2 days left until Roger's execution. Uncle Tom finally finished modifying the Oro Jackson. He took Rate to the depths of the shipyard and lifted a huge waterproof tarp. It's the power system I've been working on, originally intended for mobile trains. The pride in Tom's eyes was unmistakable, and Rate instantly understood Tom's plan. You're going to install it on the ship. Smart. Tom patted the machine's casing, and with the wind turbine, this ship could reach 3 times the speed of a warship in the calmest of winds. Kid, do you know how valuable this is? Frankie was so excited he was dancing, raising his hands above his head in his signature pose. Sooner. This will definitely be the fastest ship in the world. Ice Mountain looked worried. Master, this hasn't been safety tested yet. Testing? Tom pulled Ice Mountain into a hug, telling him what level am I at? Top-tier shipwright. Good apprentice. Uncle Tom released his hand from Ice Mountain's head, truly a master-student bond. Rate thought to himself, if it takes any longer, I'm really afraid Uncle Tom will crush Ice Mountain's head. This legendary pirate ship was no longer just an ordinary wooden sailing ship, but a steel behemoth. Its hull made of deep dark red mithril alloy, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen in the sunlight. At the bow stood a roaring dragon head statue, with a cannon in its mouth. Rate instantly fell in love with it. With a large caliber and long range, no man would refuse it, bigger, thicker, and farther. It can store lightning energy, any energy source, and when necessary. A man-made lightning bolt strikes down, accurately absorbed by the device. The entire ship was instantly enveloped in blue electric light, energy gathering in the dragon's mouth, and with a loud bang, it could destroy everything. Tom proudly stroked his beard. I call this the wrath of the dragon god. How about that? Rate looked at the smoking cannon mouth, drooling. So cool. As the energy gathered, the entire ship was cloaked in lightning, looking incredibly impressive, nearly making Rate lose his mind. No young man could resist the roar of a dragon. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The newly refurbished Oro Jackson was docked at the harbor, and it was hard to believe. Ice Mountain touched the hull, realizing it was completely a different ship now. Frankie was adjusting the final equipment. Super, sooner. Look at my genius design. Even the toilet has been converted to fully automatic. Ice Mountain showed a shark-like grin. Frankie, don't make any weird inventions on the guest ship. Perona excitedly twirled on the newly decorated pink lookout. Rate San, there's a dressing table and a doll rack. I love it here. Tom stood at the bow, his eyes shining. Roger, your old buddy can now take this kid anywhere. Rate gripped the helm tightly. Thanks, old man. Cut that out. Tom suddenly changed his expression, grabbing Rate by the collar. You better take good care of this ship. If you let it fall into disrepair again, you're done for, kid. Yes. Rate helplessly raised his hands in surrender. But this time, Tom didn't let go. Let me tell you, the Oro Jackson was my greatest creation at the time. It carried Roger to become the Pirate King, and this one is my most perfect work now. You must not let it be forgotten, understood, kid? Old man, Rate suddenly spoke, his voice deep and serious. This ship is no longer the original Oro Jackson. It deserves a new name. As the shipbuilder, Tom naturally had the right to name it. Tom fell silent for a moment, slowly walking to the front of the ship and stroking the roaring dragon head statue. His gaze became distant, as if he were crossing time and space back to the days when he set sail with Roger. Uncle Tom. Wait for me to make the Oro Jackson famous across the seas. Roger's ship was called Oro Jackson, Tom said softly. It is a ship that carries dreams and freedom. He raised his head, looking at Rate, his eyes shining with determination. This ship is a modified version of the Oro Jackson. Tom took a deep breath. The cigar smoke swirling in the sunset. Let's call it Bruma Jackson. Explanation here. Tom took out a bottle of long-preserved fine wine from his pocket and smashed it against the ship's bow. The amber liquid flowed down the dragon head statue, looking like burning blood in the sunset. As shipwright Tom, I bestow upon you the name Bruma Jackson. May you gallop through the blood mist, roar in the storms, and become a legend of the new era. As his words fell, the dragon statue's eyes suddenly lit up with crimson light, and the entire ship seemed to be infused with life, emitting a deep hum. Rate shouted, "Everyone prepare to set sail. Are you ready?" "Ready, Captain." "Very good," I announce. Bruma Jackson is departing. Perona cheered as she floated to the lookout, and Moria zombie sailors quickly took their positions. Frankie and Ice Mountain stood on the dock, waving farewell to this ship destined to shake the world. They had a part in it too. Just as the ship was about to set sail, Tom suddenly called out to Rate, "Kid." Rate turned back to see the old fishman standing in the sunset. This ship. It is both a continuation of the Oro Jackson and a brand new beginning. Tom's voice was particularly clear in the sea breeze. Don't let it down. And don't disappoint Roger's expectations. If Roger could do it, you can too. Rate turned back and gave Tom a big smile. Irate. Promise again that I will make the whole world remember the name Bruma Jackson. Ha ha ha. Uncle Tom, just wait to become the greatest shipbuilder in the world. Tom smiled with satisfaction. Waving his hand, go. Let this world hear what the true roar of the dragon is. With the roar of the engine, the Bruma Jackson slowly departed the harbor. The ship's tail shot out blue flames, and it surged through the waves like an arrow. Rate San. Perona poked her head from the lookout. Want to try the main cannon? Rate grinned, revealing his bright white teeth. Just what I wanted. He pressed the red button on the control panel, and blood mist surged into the slot, enveloping the entire ship in blood-colored lightning. The dragon head cannon let out a deafening roar. A scarlet beam sliced through the sea surface, exploding into a giant blood-colored mushroom cloud in the distance. The residents of Water 7 stared in disbelief at this scene. Ski. Roger, did you see that? The old fishman murmured, a new legend has begun. Chapter 71. The Crimson Dawn appears. The dawn of Nirvana was sailing towards Rogue Town. On the deck of the Bruma Jackson, Rhett sat on the dragon head, touching the cannon barrel. He chuckled. Hee, it's really a bit too cool, huh? Who's the coolest warship? Hey. Suddenly, wait. Did we forget something important? Perona, floating in the air while combing her newly acquired doll's hair, was so startled she almost fell. Lord Rhett, don't shout like that all of a sudden. Rhett looked around at everyone, pointing his finger at Perona, Moonlight Moria, and the zombies in turn. We still don't have an official name. The deck fell silent instantly. Moria's scissor hand froze in midair. The ship is built. It's already sailing towards the sea, and we still don't have a name? Moonlight Moria, Shark Tooth, even his bat-shaped shadow on the ground twisted. And the captain only just remembered? Super neglect. Perona puffed out her cheeks, and the doll bear followed suit with a gesture of accusation. Even my Kuma has a name. Rhett scratched his head. It's not too late to think now. Everyone come over for a meeting. All the crew gathered. Moria commented. It's just the three of us alive, Captain. There's no need for this formality, right? Rhett pouted. You don't understand. Our process needs to be complete. Missing a piece feels weird. Everyone sat around a wooden barrel in the center of the deck. Moonlight Moria's tall figure cast a shadow, while Perona floated above Rhett's head. Let us first collect proposals. Rhett tapped the wooden barrel. Perona, you go first. The Ghost Princess. Perona's eyes sparkled, with pink sails, lace flags, and rejected. Rhett cut her off decisively, but was afraid to hurt her feelings. Little Perona, that proposal is very good, but I think it's not quite suitable. Perona's eyes instantly turned teary, and the ghosts turned to crying expressions. Lord Rhett is bullying us. Moria let out a low chuckle. How about calling it the Devil Zombie Legion? Let the enemies tremble when they hear it. Moria's name is too cheesy. Perona couldn't help but laugh. What did you say? Moria's shadow swelled. Little Perona, you really hurt my heart. The whole ship is pink. It's very weird, okay? He looked at the pocket watch Roger had passed to him and suddenly stood up, blood mist swirling behind him. I'm a man who will stand at the top in the future. We all want to be the freest people. Let us see who dares to show their teeth at me. So, Rhett paused, the black tide, great sword pointing to the sky. Our pirate crew will be called the Crimson Dawn. We are our own future. We are our own dawn. Perona hugged her doll tightly. Lord Rhett is so cool. Then, Perona suddenly turned her head and pointed to the flag sketch I had just drawn, a skull with a rising sun tearing through the darkness behind it. Rhett suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter so carefree. Damn, Captain, what do you mean by not entrusting anything? The values from my past life and the experiences on Roger's ship have shaped my values. You already saw what kind of person I am, Captain. You know you don't need to entrust anything at all. Ha 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 ha. I announced that the Crimson Dawn is officially established today. Seconded. Perona reluctantly agreed. Moria shrugged, but his shadow honestly gave a thumbs up. Perona floated in front of Rhett, blinking. Can my lookout be decorated in pink? Sure. Long live the captain. That night, a naming banquet was held on the deck of the Bruma Jackson. Everyone was drinking happily, except Perona, who was a bit moody because Rhett and Moria Wunti let her drink alcohol. Perona, sulking, showed off her fruit juice. Rhett raised his glass and shouted, "Listen, this sea. From today on, Crimson Dawn Pirate Crew." Everyone shouted in unison. "We will carve our name into the door of a new era." Rhett looked at everyone, laughing heartily. Really, even though we've been in the top pirate crews, I'm still so excited when forming my own crew. Rhett looked up at the sky, trying to cover the piercing pain in his heart with this feeling. This feels really good. Roger, if you saw the current pirate ship, you would be very happy, right? I believe we will see each other again soon. On the day of Roger's execution, the port of Rogue Town was crowded with pirates, navy, reporters, and curious civilians from all over the world. The air was thick with tension and excitement, as if the whole world was waiting for the end of an era or the beginning of a new one. Shanks lowered the brim of his straw hat, his eyes sharp as a knife beneath his red hair. He stood on the rooftop at the edge of the crowd, with Buggy next to him, anxiously looking around. "Hey, Shanks, where's Rhett? If we can't find him, the execution is about to start." Buggy stomped his feet, gritting his teeth. Shanks didn't answer, just stared intently at the sea, feeling that Rhett was right there. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "He's coming." In the distance on the horizon, a scarlet light cut through the waves, followed by a deafening roar of engines. "What is that?" Someone pointed in terror at the sea. A blood-red giant ship was breaking through the waves. The dragon head statue at the bow had red eyes, and the ship was entwined with crimson lightning, as if it were a fierce beast rushing out of hell. The Oro Jackson is so cool. Shanks faintly saw the appearance of the Oro Jackson. He knew that the captain had entrusted the Oro Jackson to Rhett, and a flash of nostalgia and fighting spirit crossed his eyes. Roger was imprisoned in a cage made of sea prism stone, guarded by the future 3 admirals of the Navy. His expression remained calm, even carrying a hint of a smile. Roger slightly raised his head, his gaze crossing the crowd, looking towards the port. Full speed ahead. Rhett stood at the bow of the ship. Perona floated on the lookout, excitedly waving her doll bear. "Lord Rhett, up ahead is Rogue Town." So many people. Moria's shadow twisted on the ground, laughing lowly. "Hey, what a grand stage." "Captain." Rhett's observation hockey had already covered the entire square, sensing the emotions of every person: anger, sadness, excitement, fear, and certain powerful auras hidden among the crowd. As expected, they have come too. Those who can see here are true readers who really love this book. Only you can point out the names I've come up with. This vote will last from today until the end of the month, and the beginning of the next month will be changed. Ghostly Mist, Waste Mist, People in a Mist, Ghost Mist, Blood Mist, Scarlet Mist, Pale Smoke, Little Mist God. These are some that have appeared frequently. You can vote for one. Be sure to start a new post for it. If you have better ideas, start a new post here. We will take the one with the most likes or comments. Please write down what you think is a better idea. Chapter 72, Some People Need to Match Their Strength with Corresponding Relationships. His gaze swept through the crowd. And in an inconspicuous corner, a tall man draped in a cloak was quietly standing there. Machi DeLong, the Slipper King. On the opposite rooftop, Don Quixote da Flamingo was watching the execution platform with a smile that seemed to mock. Little Eagle and Little Crocodile were also present. Even the future warlords and the leader of the Revolutionary Army are here. "Captain, you really prepared a grand farewell for yourself." Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. "He's here. It's GOLD, Roger." Navy soldiers pushed Roger onto the execution platform, his hands shackled with sea prism stone, but his back remained straight, and a familiar smile was on his lips. "That's the Pirate King? He doesn't look special at all. Damn it. He's the one who caused all this chaos at sea." Shouts of curses and laughter rose and fell, but Roger simply scanned the crowd calmly, his gaze ultimately resting in the direction of Rhett. "Captain." Rhett grinned, revealing his white teeth. "Get ready, everyone." He suddenly raised his hand, and a blood-red mist gathered in his palm. "Let us give this world a greeting. Dragon God's Fury launch." Boom! A crimson beam erupted from the ship's bow, tearing through the air and soaring toward the execution platform, destroying all buildings from the port to the Roadtown execution platform. The beam only being shattered by Carp, yet leaving deep ravines. Through this destroyed trajectory, Roger could clearly see Rhett and his former Oro Jackson ship. An enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The Navy soldiers shouted in panic. What a joke. That ship is. Sengoku stood beside the execution platform, his expression grim. Steelbone Kong immediately ordered, execute. He didn't care what Rhett's shot meant. Roger had to die now because this was being broadcast live to the whole world. If this failed, the Navy's authority would completely collapse. Buggy trembled, almost rushing out. No, we can't just... Shanks pressed his hand on his shoulder, whispering, Buggy, don't move. But this is the captain's will. Shanks growled, his voice filled with suppressed pain. Buggy froze, and finally he lowered his head, his fists pounding on the rooftop. At the peak of the tension, someone finally asked the question, Hey, Pirate King, where did you hide your treasure? On the execution platform. Roger suddenly burst out laughing. You want my treasure? The crowd fell silent. If you want it, go find it. I put everything in the world there. Rhett stood at the bow, his blood-red cloak flapping in the shockwave. Behind him, Moria and the zombie army collectively bowed, Perona with her negative ghosts. And Labu with his little hat deeply bowed alongside Rhett. Roger glanced at Rhett now, and in that moment, it seemed he saw Rhett transform from a 3-year-old child into a towering man, his eyes filled with laughter. Swish! The executing Navy was stunned by Roger's momentum, just regaining their senses when the long knife swung down. Blood dripped. The world stood still at that moment. Then boom! Thunder roared in the sky, and torrential rain fell, as if the sea was roaring. The world boiled. Roger's voice spread around the world through the Den Mushi. One Piece. It really exists. The treasure of the Pirate King. Set sail. I want to set sail. The frenzied shouts drowned out all of Roadtown, igniting the flames of ambition in countless eyes. In the downpour, Shanks and Buggy stood silently on the rooftop, letting the rain soak them. Buggy's tears mixed with the rain. Bastard. That bastard captain. Rhett jumped off the Bruma Jackson, quietly walking towards Roger, everyone holding their breath. Rhett, what is he going to do? The Navy surrounded Rhett tightly, knowing that at this moment, Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Carp Tsuru, and the 3 admirals were all present. And there was no room for error for the Navy at this time. Carp shouted, Rhett, don't forget your promise. Roger told him that Rhett wouldn't stop the execution. Rhett expressionlessly glanced at Carp. I've already fulfilled what I promised the captain. Carp fell silent. Rhett indeed did not stop the execution. 5 elders, you can watch. I believe you should know me. I am Rhett, a former crew member of the Roger Pirates. And I am here to take our captain away. So let this group of Navy step aside. Roadtown fell into dead silence. The Navy soldiers tightened their grips on their weapons, cold sweat running down their foreheads. Sengoku's expression was grim. Carp appeared indifferent. Tsuru squinted. And Akainu, Kizu, and Akiji stepped forward simultaneously, an invisible pressure enveloping the entire area. On the other end of the Den Mushi, in Mariehua's power dynamics, the 5 elders' gazes were cold. Rhett, the blonde 5 elder, slowly spoke. Are you threatening the world government? Rhett grinned. The black tide, great sword heavily planted into the ground. Splashing water. It's not a threat, it's a deal. A deal? Sengoku frowned. Rhett's gaze crossed the Navy generals, staring directly at the Den Mushi. Change one promise. The 5 elders fell silent for a moment, and finally, the bald elder with a sword spoke. Speak. I want to take the captain away. He drew the black tide, great sword, the blade gleaming coldly in the rain, and the crowd was in an uproar. Rhett sneered. You all know very well. He slowly raised his great sword, pointing to the sky. If you disagree. A 5 billion bounty criminal, specifically hunting celestial dragons. Can you play this game? Oh, by the way, have you forgotten about God Valley? Akainu roared, insolent. But on the other end of the Den Mushi, the 5 elders fell into silence. They knew better than anyone how terrifying a 5 billion bounty monster was, and this monster had not yet reached its peak. They saw the shadow of Rocks, and they didn't want to force out another Rocks, but they wouldn't allow someone like Rocks to live either. Rhett was making a blatant threat, and he was also reminding the 5 elders that the Roger Pirates had contributed greatly at God Valley, and this was a debt the world government owed the Roger Pirates, and it was time to repay it. On the other end of the Den Mushi, the 5 elders' voices were cold and authoritative. Rhett, are you not afraid of the world government's pursuit? Rhett grinned. If inducement doesn't work, then it's the old routine of threats. With the world watching, they can't possibly entice him, leaving only threats. Rainwater slid down his face. It's not that I want to do this. It's that you must do this. Sengoku shouted angrily. Arrogant. Do you think you can leave here unscathed? Ret did not answer, only slowly raised his hand, palm facing the sky. You could try. But I guarantee that from today on, for every celestial dragon that steps out of Mariewa, I will take a head. Chapter 73. Writers break down the entire scene, fell into silence. Ryder knew that no matter what the five elders said next, whether it was a temptation or a threat, the enmity between them was already established. The world government would not allow someone who threatened the celestial dragons to live. Did they really think that a favor would make the world government relent? Ryder's strength was evident. He was merely giving the five elders a way out. After a long silence, the five elders finally spoke. Shichibukai. Accept the first Shichibukai position, and you can take Roger's corpse. Ryder laughed. He understood that the five elders did not care about the Navy's reputation. They only cared about the safety of the celestial dragons. The system of the Shichibukai might be something the Navy was completely unaware of. It's a deal. Ryder knew the five elders would not let him go, and they knew he would not obey their orders, but that was enough. The world government's face was saved. Who cared about the Navy's reputation? For Ryder, this Shichibukai title was merely an experience card. Ryder turned and walked toward the execution platform. The Navy soldiers instinctively stepped back, no one daring to stop him. He reached out, gently picked up Roger's head, and placed it back in position with a mist, lifting the already cold body. Roger's head hung low, as if merely sleeping on his shoulder. Then boom! Ryder smashed the execution platform with a kick. The entire high platform collapsed, with chips flying everywhere. He swung the black-tide great sword with one hand, and the sword wind swept up the splintered wood, shooting towards the port of Roadtown like a torrential rain. Bang! 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 The broken wood accurately nailed into the ground of the port, stacking into a simple yet solemn pile of wood. Walking on moon steps, Ryder strolled above Roadtown, shaking Roger. Captain, you're so light. However, Ryder was destined not to receive a response. Arriving at the port of Roadtown, he gently placed Roger's body on it. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and lightning flickered. Ryder looked up at the sky. Captain, this weather is not suitable for adventures. In the fog domain, the rebirth flower bloomed as the rainwater evaporated upon touching the crimson mist. The rebirth flower, formed from the gathered mist, blossomed, each petal flowing with a blood-colored halo. Gently lifting Roger's body, Ryder stood in front of the wood pile, the black-tide great sword inserted at his side. He reached into his pocket and took out a bottle of rum. The last cup. Old bastard, drink however you want up there. The liquor dripped onto the wood pile, the strong smell of alcohol mixing with the salty sea breeze. Ryder snapped his fingers, and a rebirth flower fell, touching the rum at that moment. Boom. A ghostly blue flame shot up into the sky. This was not an ordinary flame, but the rebirth flame, woven from blood mist and conqueror's hockey. From the flames emerged the phantom of the Oro Jackson. Roger looked at Ryder and smiled, giving him a thumbs up. Ryder's mind echoed. Pirate King? Ha ha ha, interesting. Roger wiped away tears of laughter, then it settled. We're going to be Pirate Kings. Ha ha, little Ryder, you're already doing great. Ryder looked at Roger and said firmly, Captain, I will become stronger. Ha, is that so? I believe in you. Saying this, he patted Ryder's head with a look of satisfaction. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, and sunlight fell through the gaps, shining on Roger's body. The flames ignited. The wood pile transformed into a towering pillar of fire, and Roger's body gradually dissipated in the flames. The sea breeze howled, and the ashes floated towards the ocean. Ryder stood at the port, his long hair dancing wildly in the heat wave, witnessing the new era that the captain created. Doflamingo's sunglasses reflected the ghostly blue flames, his mouth grinning from ear to ear. Hey, what an interesting funeral method. Shanks held onto his straw hat, tears mixing with the rain. Buggy bit his lip hard, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Ryder drew the black-tide great sword, pointing the blade to the sky. Blood Dawn pirate crew, set sail. Ryder had long noticed Shanks and Buggy, but he did not greet them. They were still not capable of swaggering away from the Navy's heavy encirclement. Ryder walked past the burning flames, softly murmuring, "Have a good journey, old brother." The five elders ordered that the admirals could not pursue Ryder. When the Navy fleet finally broke through the blood mist blockade, the port was left with nothing but a nearly burned-out platform of ashes. As the Oro Jackson slowly sailed into the port of Water 7, the sunset stretched the ship's shadow long. The fresh plating on the ship reflected an orange-red light, polished from scraps of Adam's tree that Tom used. The old shipwright said it would make the old buddy look more respectable. How childish. At the port of Water 7, Ryder stood at the bow of the ship, the blood mist slowly flowing around him. He gazed at the figure on the shore, draped in a plain cloak, and his throat suddenly tightened. He didn't know how to face Lucci. He didn't even know what emotions to use to face her. Poor Gasti, Lucci stood there, holding a bouquet of sunflowers. The sea breeze lifted her long hair, revealing a gentle yet determined smile, but her eyes held an inescapable sadness. It was clear she had cried a lot. As soon as Ryder jumped off the ship, Lucci quickly walked over. Ryder opened his mouth, but the prepared words stuck in his throat. I've seen it all. That's enough. You've worked hard. Ryder. Lucci gently embraced him, the scent of sunflowers enveloping them both. You must be in a lot of pain too, right? Ryder froze. He was supposed to comfort Sister Lucci, but now she saw through him first. I'm Fine. He turned his face away, his voice hoarse, the captain he. Lucci suddenly hugged him tighter. Ryder's forehead did not rest on her shoulder, but he could still smell the scent of sun-dried cotton mixed with a faint medicinal aroma. It was the one-year potion he prepared for Roger after he left the ship. It smelled like this after boiling. Let it out. She patted his back, as if soothing a child. Here, there are no navy, no enemies, only family. When the first tear hit the sand, Ryder heard the sound of his heart shattering. Ryder's body suddenly trembled violently. He gripped Lucci's cloak tightly. That bastard. His voice was broken, tears streaming down on Lucci's shoulder, clearly saying, we would watch the new era together. Lucci gently stroked the back of his head, feeling Ryder's intense trembling from the emotional outburst. Ryder's cries grew louder, finally turning into heart-wrenching wails. This was the first time he had ever cried so painfully in many years. The emotions accumulated over 20 years burst forth at that moment. The feeling of knowing the outcome, yet being powerless. He clearly felt very reluctant, but to honor the captain's wishes, he had to act indifferent. Ryder had come to the world of the Pirate King, but he had always been Roger's crew. How could he just leave like this? Ryder's voice was hoarse beyond recognition, and blood mist uncontrollably overflowed from his body, forming a scarlet domain around him. Lucci's cloak was soaked with tears, but she only held this much taller man tighter. In the end, he was still smiling. Ryder murmured, that idiot must be feeling proud for opening a new era for himself. I know I should be strong, crying at my age is childish, but the tears just won't stop. I am Shanks and Buggy's big brother, so I acted nonchalant in Rogue Town, but at that moment, I wished I could kill all the Navy, kill the world government, kill the celestial dragons. What a sinful era. I only knew that my big brother was to be executed in front of me, but I could do nothing. Luccio felt the damp heat on her shoulder expanding, and Ruder's cries gradually transformed from initial howls to low sobs. She gently hummed an old lullaby from the East Sea, one that Roger had once sung to them. Did he say anything in the end? Ruder finally lifted his head, his eyes red, his voice still choked with sobs. Luccio tenderly wiped away the tears on his face and softly said, he said, if you have the chance, take care of my stubborn little brother for me. Ruder was stunned for a moment, then cried out in anger, damn it, old brother. Chapter 74. Rut, it's time for you to set sail after this release of emotions. Rut felt a sense of clarity, and the gloom in his heart was swept away by the gentle elder sister, Luccio. Despite her own sadness, she truly cared for him. Rut called Moria, Perona, and lapped to his side and scratched his head. You all need to wait for me in Water 7 for a while. Moria interrupted. Captain, you're just being redundant. We know that if we go together, the target is too big, and it would be too easy to expose ourselves, putting Sister Luccio in danger. Yeah, we all understand. Perona floated around Rut. Rout! Lab also patted Rut's hand, his small eyes filled with affirmation. Then you all should take this time to train hard. When I return, we will set off. I will share my insights on hockey with you. So you all need to work hard. Rut settled down in Windmill Village with Sister Luccio. Makino had already become the owner of the tavern in Windmill Village. Just like in the original work, a warm and gentle girl. He wondered if that red-hair guy had really been taken down. He pushed the gossip out of his mind. In Windmill Village, under the village chief's guidance, Rut temporarily rented a 2-story small building. He remembered that when Carp brought Ace back, he handed him over to the mountain bandits. Although those bandits were a very competent and kind group, it wouldn't work now. Roger and Luccio sincerely regarded Rut as their brother, so he naturally wanted to provide Luccio with a more peaceful and stable life, which the mountain bandits could not offer. 3 days later, a dog-headed warship appeared at the port of Windmill Village. Rut had been waiting at the port, revealing his original appearance. Ha, Rut kid, you're ignoring me. Carp shouted. Rut rolled his eyes. Let's go talk in my room about what to do. The two returned to the front of the house where they were staying. Luccio prepared tea and snacks for the two of them. Rit learned from Lugio that although Carp was a Navy officer, he was friends with Roger, and they would need to rely on Uncle Carp for help in the future. Rit stared at Carp. What do you plan to do? Carp made a fist and slapped it into his other palm, a light bulb going off in his head. Rit smirked. You're just thinking of this now, you idiot. Carp laughed heartily. Then I'll just say Lugio is my goddaughter. Problem solved. Rit looked at Carp's smug expression. Uncle Carp, while I'm touched that you're sacrificing your reputation, I need to ask you a question. Carp was pleased with his brilliant idea. Go ahead, what is the question? It might be a bit harsh, but are you sure you can handle the world government's shamelessness? Carp's smile gradually faded. As a vice admiral, it was destined that he couldn't stay in Windmill Village forever. The sudden appearance of a daughter would surely attract the attention of the C0. Could his reputation really protect them? With Rit around, Lugio would no longer have to take delayed medication to evade pursuit. This was the most important question before Rit and Carp. Carp silently crushed the teacup in his hand, tea dripping through his fingers, his eyes filled with self-reproach. Seeing this, Lugio gently set down the teapot and softly patted his shoulder. Mr. Carp, please don't blame yourself. Rit fixed his sharp gaze on Carp. I have a plan. Carp took a deep breath and slowly raised his head. What is your plan? Rit pulled out a sea chart from his pocket and spread it on the table. The World Government's Intelligence Network mainly focuses on the Grand Line and naval bases. The East Blue is actually the safest because it's the homeland of naval heroes. He pointed to a solitary island near Windmill Village. Here, Herbal Mountain. It's not far from the village, but it's hidden enough. Carp frowned. You want Lugio to live in the mountains? No, Rit shook his head. I'll build a small cabin on the mountain as a smokescreen. Sister Lugio will live in Windmill Village. Under the identity of Makino's distant cousin, Lugio widened her eyes slightly, but that way. The most dangerous place is the safest place, Rit sneered. Even if C0 investigates, they will only find false leads about Herbal Mountain and won't suspect a tavern relative in an ordinary village. Uncle Carp would need to discover that Herbal Mountain, take some photos of Sister Lugio's traces living on the mountain, and then, with Uncle Carp's status as a naval hero as a guarantee, sink half an island and claim to have killed the widow of the Pirate King. The evidence would be handed back, and C0 would find only the traces I left behind on the island, making it impossible to fully investigate the destruction. As for why to destroy half an island, just say that the massacre of women and children disgusted you and was an outlet for your anger. After all, the world government needs to save face. As for whether you live or die, they don't care. They just need to confirm that everyone is dead. If someone suddenly claims to be Roger's uncle's son, who would believe it? Rit looked at Carp. Old man, your brothers are reliable, right? Carp stroked his chin, not directly answering Rit. Suddenly, he grinned. You little brat, your mind works pretty fast. Rit rolled his eyes. Much more reliable than your impromptu goddaughter plan. That night, Makino was invited to Rit's home. After hearing the plan, she nodded without hesitation. Sister Lugio can stay in the tavern's backyard. There's an empty room there, and no one will disturb her. Lugio gratefully took her hand. Thank you, Makino. Makino smiled gently. Sister Lugio is such a warm person. I wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Rit secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With Makino, who had a great reputation in the village, covering for her, it would be easier to hide Lugio's identity. 3 days later, a Navy warship docked again at Windmill Village. Carp deliberately led a team of Navy soldiers to search the village for suspicious characters, then made a big show of circling Herbal Mountain before leaving with a full harvest. Herbal Mountain, after being ravaged by Carp, sank half into the sea. Remember, from now on, Lugio is Maria, Makino's cousin. Uncle Carp will adjust your timeline. You arrived a year ago. Before leaving, Carp patted Rit's shoulder heavily. Kid, I'm leaving now. You could trust me with Lugio and that child. Rit rarely refrained from retorting him, simply nodding lightly. Yeah, I believe you. Days passed. Lugio, under the identity of Maria, integrated into life in Windmill Village, helping Makino manage the tavern, and gradually became a familiar, gentle woman to the villagers. One evening, Lugio gazed at the sunset, lost in thought. Rit leaned against the doorframe and handed her a cup of hot milk. What are you thinking about? Lugio smiled. I was wondering if this child will love the sea like his father in the future. Rit thought of Ace from the original plot, now that Lugio was still around. He wondered if he would still recognize Whitebeard as his father. It seemed he would have to teach more in the future. If he dared to recognize someone as his father, he would be demoted. Rit fell silent for a moment. Feeling the atmosphere was too heavy. The captain's child will definitely have great talent. Lugio chuckled. Then Mr. Carp will definitely want to be the instructor. The two exchanged smiles. Rit, it's time for you to go. Rit frowned. Sister Lugio, now's not the time to talk about this. Rit planned to leave only after Lujo gave birth. After all, Moria and the others were training hockey, and mastering it wouldn't be accomplished in a short time. Lujo shook her head, gently stroking her slightly rounded belly, and whispered, "Child, I will protect you well. But your destiny is not here." Rit fell silent. Lujo smiled, but her eyes held a resolute insistence that could not be refused. "My husband is a man who chases freedom. He belongs to the sea. And you are the same." She stepped closer, gently straightening Ret's collar, as if a sister were sending off her brother. "You have your own adventures and your own companions. You shouldn't waste time here." Ret clenched his fists, his voice low. "But if I leave, Mr. Cap will visit regularly, and Marquino will take care of me." Lujo interrupted him, and she suddenly smiled mischievously, pulling out a small golden pocket watch from her bosom and handing it to Ret. "This is the watch Roger left for you. I made a few modifications. The bronze case was too old and ugly, and my husband is very careful with photographs. But the case was rather casual." Lujo blinked, revealing a life card hidden inside, which belonged to her. Lugio's smile was gentle yet firm. "So, no matter where you are, as long as you want to come back, you'll definitely be able to find your sister." As night deepened, Ret stood at the edge of the shore, gazing at the calm sea. Now, Lugio had given him the same answer. She did not wish to be his burden, just as Roger did not wish to be the shackles of the world. "Ha!" Ret chuckled softly, gripping the pocket watch tightly. "Really, both of them are so willful." Chapter 75. The hero appears after setting sail. Rit felt that gathering a crew should be put on the agenda. To reach the pinnacle of the world, Moria had inadvertently accepted it. Who knew who he would encounter? Yesterday, during a call with the snail, Moria mentioned that his observation hockey was nearing its critical point and needed some time to settle. So Rit didn't need to rush back. After all, he wouldn't be able to leave anyway. Speaking of crew members, Rit's second thought was to wear 9 rings on his 10 fingers, with the left ring finger left bare for the Golden Emperor, Tetsolo. Money could indeed solve most problems, provided that one's strength could protect that money. The exact year when Guild Tesoro's lover, Stella, was kidnapped by the Celestial Dragons is not specified, so the author took some creative liberties. Rit arrived at Sabaody, truly a paradise for criminals, where neon lights intermingled with the searchlights of slave auction houses to create a decadent spectacle. Standing on the clock tower opposite the auction house, his blood-red cape billowed in the night wind. His gaze pierced through the noise. Locking onto the back door of the auction house, Tetsolo was staggering forward, clutching a pile of goods, his sweat-soaked shirt clinging to him, yet his eyes remained fixed on a window on the second floor. Inside, Stella was performing for the audience. Dressed in a thin dance skirt, her bare feet stood on the cold marble floor, shackles on her ankles, yet her movements were still as light as a butterfly. That was the freedom that Tetsolo desperately wanted to buy back. Rit did not plan to act just yet. He could wait until the Celestial Dragons bought Stella, and in that moment of inner collapse, he would become the only light in her heart. This ISNT taking advantage of a crisis. ISNT this just another form of beauty trap? Just like ancient kings, her beauty trap wasn't merely offering you a beautiful woman, but rather lending you a hand when you were in despair. At this moment, someone might ask, "Oh dear, Rit, you are one of the 7 warlords. How can you have such thoughts? Do you think the Gorosei don't want to kill me? Answer me. Angrily look in my eyes." "Oh yes. Killing a celestial dragon is. I'm a pirate. If I, the 7 warlords, say I want to do it, then I want to." Days passed, and Tetsolo finally saved enough money. Trembling, he hid the bag filled with berries in his clothes and rushed into the backstage of the auction house, only to be kicked down by a guard. "Get lost, filthy commoner. Please, I'm here to redeem Stella." He knelt on the ground, his forehead pressed against the dirty floor, hands raised high with the money bag. "This is 30 million berries, the price written on the contract." The guard scoffed, kicked the money bag away, and coins scattered everywhere. Too late. Tetsolo's eyes widened. The guard grinned, revealing his gold teeth. The Celestial Dragon just bought her, as one of his birthday presents for his son. What stroke of luck to be taken as a slave by a Celestial Dragon. Tetsolo's pupils constricted. In the distance, Stella's scream echoed. Tetsolo rushed into the main hall of the auction house, the guards behind him falling silently, and the scene before him froze his blood. Stella was chained to the display stand. A snotty Celestial Dragon child was branding her arm with a hot iron, giggling. Slaves must have a mark. The nobles in the audience knelt on the ground, their eyes filled with excitement and madness. The auctioneer fawned as he knelt. "Honorable Lord Roseward Aster, do you wish to take her now?" "No." The Celestial Dragon leisurely sipped red wine, Let the tamer teach her the rules first. Heard this woman can sing? Stella trembled, suddenly looking towards the door, locking eyes with Tetsolo. Her gaze said, "Run." Tetsolo's sanity shattered. "Let her go." He rushed onto the stage, empty-handed, only to be pinned down by a C0 agent in the next moment, his face pressed into the blood-soaked ground. A mere commoner dares to offend a celestial dragon? The agent sneered. Stella struggled to reach him. "No, please," he just smack. The celestial dragon shot through her knee. Noisy slaves should shut up. Tetsolo's face was held firmly in the blood pool, his nostrils filled with the taste of rust. The C0 agent's polished shoes ground against the back of his neck, his spine groaning under the weight. Just a slave of the celestial dragon. The agent sneered, raising his gun to Tetsolo's temple. "Remember this in your next life." Tetsolo stared desperately at the C0, his eyes filled with despair. He hated that he had no power now. Desperate, Tetsolo shouted, "True God, please help me." The venue fell into silence. Only the C0's gunshot rang out. Bang! At the moment the gun went off, Tetsolo was filled with despair, but the pain did not come. Warm liquid splattered on his face. Tetsolo trembled and opened his eyes, seeing the C0 agent standing stiffly in place, his head already flying into the air. Thud! The body collapsed. "Were you just praying to God?" A figure walked in under the moonlight, long hair cascading down, a mocking smile on his lips, the cape billowing. With each step he took, spiderweb-like blood patterns spread across the ground, and the surrounding guards suddenly clutched their throats and knelt. They were being corroded by the scarlet mist. Tetsolo's pupils reflected the man's condescending face. What a pity. Rit crushed the agent's skull underfoot. "The god you prayed to? ISNT working today." He bent down and grabbed Tetsolo by the hair, forcing him to look towards the auction house. Stella was being dragged towards the gilded cabin of the C0. "But I'm open for business." The entire Sabati archipelago suddenly went dark. People looked up in terror, discovering the moon had turned blood red. And, standing at the center of the moon, was Rit's figure, holding the black-tied great sword. The blade emanated waves of blood mist, enveloping all the ships of the celestial dragons. Enemy attack. Protect Lord Aster. The naval officers had just drawn their swords when their throats opened to bleed. They didn't even see the trajectory of the attack. Rit was already among them. Ha! Truly strong, Rit. In the shadows, Doflamingo's sunglasses glinted. He had coincidentally arrived at Sabati, planning to build his own force, only to stumble upon such an interesting event. His grin stretching from ear to ear. Roger's remnants are getting more interesting. Rit held Tetsolo by the back of his neck like a dead dog thrown to the ground. Watch closely, the black-tied greatsword resting on his shoulder. Fog God style, open heaven. Chapter 76. The red-haired admiral strikes boom. A flash of red sword energy swept across. And even though the celestial dragon's guards were quite powerful, could they surpass the combined might of the three admirals? Only the ship where Stella was located remained intact, while all other ships of the celestial dragons exploded simultaneously. Amid the blazing flames, Rate stood leisurely on the deck, holding Tetsolo, humming a spontaneous tune. With a gentle swing of the black-tied greatsword, Stella's shackles snapped apart. Aster lay slumped on the deck, the bubble helmet reflecting Rate's approaching figure. You know I am. Shoo. Rate continued without pause. "I'm very familiar with your lineage. No need to gross me out again." Puffed. The head of the celestial dragon burst like a watermelon, and the blood mist condensed into a miniature golden city model, landing steadily in Tetsolo's palm. "Let me give you some mental suggestion. The plan is working." The news of the celestial dragon's murder swept through the world government like a storm, igniting fury in Mariehua. The five elders slammed their hands on the table, angrily rebuking the Navy's incompetence, ordering the Navy headquarters to immediately dispatch admirals to suppress the rioters. Rate, as a warlord, dared to openly kill a celestial dragon in Sabati archipelago. This is a slap in the Navy's face. Sengoku's expression darkened, his fist cracking. Akainu Sakazuki burned with rage, suddenly standing up. "I knew pirates can't be trusted." However, Admiral Kong raised a hand to stop him, turning his gaze to the leisurely Kizaru, who was sitting with his legs crossed and casually trimming his nails. "Borsellino, you go. Zifa, Sengoku, and Garp are out on missions. You're the only one who can arrive quickly." Kong paused and added, "Take care of your safety, and you're allowed to retreat." Kizaru slowly lifted his head, revealing a lazy expression. "Kawai na." Kizaru shrugged and transformed into a beam of golden light, disappearing from the office. The night wind of Sabati archipelago carried a bloody scent. Rate stood atop the burning ruins of the auction house, the black tide, greatsword resting on his shoulder, his crimson pupils gazing down at the kneeling Tezzalo. How does it feel? Rate smiled at Tezzalo. Tezzalo trembled all over, cradling the pierced Stella in his arms, her blood staining her dance dress. His gaze shifted from despair to confusion, then to fervent adoration, finally locking onto Rate, this man who descended from the heavens, who shattered the celestial dragons with a single strike and carved out his own rebirth, my king. Tezzalo knelt on one knee, holding Stella. Rate grinned. Aren't you going to ask who I am? From the moment I rescued Stella, Tezzalo, will forever be loyal to you. Though I am weak now, I will repay your kindness for a lifetime. Rate squatted down, staring at Tezzalo, asking a few seemingly unrelated questions. Do you hate the celestial dragons? Hate this world? Hate your own powerlessness? Tezzalo's pupils contracted, a hoarse voice forced from his throat. Yes. Good. Rate released his hand and stood up. But hatred alone cannot kill. Power can. He turned toward the port, his cloak billowing in the wind like a wave of blood. Take that small boat and leave. Take your woman and escape. Accumulate your wealth, power, and strength, and prove to me that you are worthy to board my future ship. Tezzalo looked down at Stella in his arms. Her fingers gently grasped his collar, weak yet resolute, nodding slightly. Rate felt like a genius. He thought Tezzalo's growth was quite good. Following him now would only limit Tezzalo's talents. Rate had previously complained about the fanfiction he read, how upon crossing over, he had to kill a few celestial dragons in Sabaody. Now Rate understood. These celestial dragons deserve to die. With strength, why not kill them? Should he keep them alive to disgust himself? Seniors, I haven't disgraced us crossers. Not long after, yo. Boom. The golden light exploded, and Kizaru casually landed in front of Rate, tilting his head. Oh, how terrifying, Rate shone, daring to kill a celestial dragon. Rate hoisted the black tide, great sword, and grinned. Admiral Kizaru, long time no see. It's quite a spectacle. Kizaru floated in midair, observing the blood mist spreading across the sea. Is it worth killing a celestial dragon for 2 slaves? Rate grinned. What are you? A civil servant who clocks in for work. Note about satisfying vengeance. Admiral Kizaru. That's too much. Kizaru exaggeratedly clutched his chest. I'm seriously executing my mission. Yada no Kagami. Countless light bullets rained down, but upon touching the blood mist, they strangely slowed down, ultimately disappearing as if trapped in a quagmire. Rate raised an eyebrow. How about letting me leave? Kizaru adjusted his sunglasses. That won't do. After all, I'm a Navy. Before he finished speaking, golden light gathered at his fingertips. Another round of Yada no Kagami. Countless light bullets poured down like a torrential rain. Rate laughed heartily, swinging the black tide greatsword, causing the blood mist to surge and devour all the light bullets. Fog God Flow, Ghost Flash. Kizaru squinted. Oh, Kawaii. Rate Chan. He instantly flashed to Rate's back, kicking sideways. Have you ever been kicked at light speed? Rate did not dodge. Fog God Flow. Fog Hidden Slash. Clang. Rate disappeared at the moment and reappeared behind Kizaru, slashing with a backward strike, the crimson sword energy tearing through the air. Kizaru transformed into golden light to evade, but the corner of his clothing was still sliced away. He looked down, clicking his tongue. Isn't this against the rules? Truly dangerous, the two battled fiercely above the Sabaody archipelago, golden light and blood mist intertwining, dyeing the entire sky red and yellow. The Navy fleet observed from a distance, no one daring to approach. The battle continued for half an hour, and Kizaru suddenly stopped, scratching his head. Oh, it seems I can't win. Rate mockingly laughed. Your acting is terrible. Kizaru shrugged. There's nothing I can do. Admiral Kong wants me to capture you alive. After saying that, he was knocked away by Rate's sword, crashing into the distant Navy fleet, causing a massive splash of water. Navy soldiers stared in disbelief. Admiral Kizaru. Defeated? Rate, what are you all surprised about? You can't keep me here. One wants to go to heaven. Kizaru popped his head out from the ship, lazily waving. Oh, how terrifying. I'm injured. I need to go back and heal. Kong calmly spoke into the phone. Borsellino, come back. Kong knew that relying solely on Borsellino wouldn't be enough to capture Rate. It was impossible for all 3 admirals to join forces. The Navy only needed to show their attitude. Rate stood at the top of the ruined auction house, gazing at the distant horizon. This wasn't an act of depth. Rather, Rate had just given the ship to Tezzalo. However, the recent battle had left most of the ships at the port destroyed, meaning Rate couldn't leave. He should have kept one. Rate rubbed his temples, then chuckled. Forget it. That kid needs it more than I do. He hoisted the black tide greatsword and leaped down onto the debris-strewn street. In the distance, the Navy was still gathering. But no one dared to approach this area shrouded in blood mist. Since there were no ships, he would go find Uncle Rayleigh. At this moment, Tesalo, holding Stella, sailed toward an unknown future in a small boat. In his eyes burned a desire for wealth and power. King, one day, I will showcase my own value in my own way. Chapter 77. Since you're here, let's see Rayleigh. After killing the celestial dragons and still staying in Sabaody, Ray might be quite insane. How could the Navy send so many people to arrest him? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent just one Borsalino. Rate hasn't come into contact with ancient weapons, nor has he moved for 100 years. Him isn't interested, and the five elders can't do anything about him. To capture him, the military strength they would have to expend might not guarantee success, but it could lead to another area falling into chaos. Rate, I just love the look on your faces when you want to kill me, but can't. Hee. Rate pushed open the wooden door of Shaki's bar, and the wind chimes rang out crisply. Under the dim light of the tavern, Shaki was leaning against the bar, flipping through the account books. Welcome. Shaki adjusted her sunglasses, her red lips curling into a playful arc. Oh my, isn't this Rate from Roger's ship? What brings you to my place? Don't tease me, Shaki. With all that commotion earlier, don't tell me you didn't know, Rate said as he walked straight to the bar, slamming his black-tied sword against the table. Where's that old man, Rayleigh? He's in the back, coating the ship, Shaki replied, elegantly blowing out a smoke ring. You've got some guts, daring to kill a celestial dragon. Suddenly, the curtain to the back room was lifted, and Rayleigh, wiping the coating solution from his hands, scolded with a smile. Did I hear a little brat calling me an old man? Rate smirked. Uncle Rayleigh, your ears have gotten sharper since you retired. What are you doing in Shaki's bar? Shaki's face turned slightly red. Ray continued. There's something going on, Shaki poured each of them a glass of rum. So, with such a big commotion this time, are you really not going to be a warlord anymore? Is this going to lead to a falling out with the world government? Rate swirled his glass. Those celestial pigs really tick me off. Besides, after sending off the captain, we already tore our faces. You're still clear-headed. The world government absolutely won't allow threats to the celestial dragons, Rayleigh laughed. You seem to have gone a bit crazy, little Rate. Nothing to worry about. Rate stared directly at Rayleigh. I've been thinking about what Captain Roger said when he disbanded the crew. The tavern suddenly fell silent. Shaki's movements of cleaning the glass paused imperceptibly. Did I come too early? Rayleigh took a sip of his drink, his gaze deep. No. Rate shook his head, focusing on the swirling liquid in his glass. Is the prophecy Captain believed in true? If the prophecy is true, then... Rayleigh waved his hand to interrupt Rate. Shaki suddenly put down her glass. If you're considering forming a pirate crew... She pulled out a stack of bounty notices from under the counter. Recently, there have been several interesting young people. Rate glanced over, the top notices featuring Mihawk, Crocodile, and a luxurious Flamingo, Doflamingo's latest bounty. This is just Shaki's perspective. Further explanations will be in subsequent chapters. Shaki's vision remains exceptional as always. These are all future warlords. And this one, Shaki drew another notice, Monkey D. Dragon, who recently rebelled against the Navy and has been active in the East Blue. I'm not interested in him, Rate interrupted. I'm looking for madmen to topple the world together. If I'm strong enough, with a wave of my hand, a group will open the era of great pirates for me. When I become strong enough, right and wrong will have people to argue for me. Shaki and Rayleigh exchanged a meaningful glance. Although Rate still acted carefree, he had grown more mature when it came to major issues since Roger's departure. Meanwhile, in Mary Geos, the five elders were gathered around a world map, candlelight casting their shadows on the wall. The environmental warlord slammed a teacup to the ground. That Roger's remnant Rate actually killed a celestial dragon in Sabaody. Is he trying to rebel against the warlords? The legal warlord's fingers dug deeply into the armrest. What's worse is that the murderer is still frolicking in Sabaody. This is the most blatant provocation to the world government. The financial warlord suddenly slammed his fist on the table. Immediately mobilize all Navy admirals. The dignity of the world government cannot be infringed upon. Calm down, the scientific defense warlord adjusted his glasses. Right now, the Navy headquarters only has Steel Bone sitting idle. Kizaru has just been severely injured. Then let Kong lead the team personally. The agricultural warlord roared. We must see that madman's head before dawn. Agreed, 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 agreed. Admiral Kong's face darkened as he hung up the transponder snail. The five elders have ordered us to immediately mobilize all forces to encircle and suppress. With deep shadows under his eyes, he said, now to mobilize all combat power, the pirates of the world will lose control in a short time. And Roger's era of great pirates has made more people turn to piracy. Our military strength is already stretched thin. Steelbone Kong called the five elders again. Say that again? The financial warlord stared at Kong in disbelief. Steelbone Kong replied expressionlessly. Currently, Admiral Kazuru is on duty and severely injured. Akainu and Akiji, if Rate wants to run, we simply can't stop him. If we force an attack. Impudent. The environmental warlord smashed the coffee table. Are you Navy trying to rebel? Under the lights, Steelbone Kong's shadow remained unmoving. I'm merely stating the facts. Roger has just died, and the four seas are shaken. At this moment, dispersing our forces. The arguments in the power hall finally ceased. Release a special bounty order. The legal warlord tiredly rubbed his temples, raising Rate's bounty to 35 billion berries. That's quite high. You know that future Yonko are only around 40 to 50 billion, the scientific defense warlord added. Also notify C0 to act immediately, ensuring before dawn. Report. Report. A messenger rushed in. There's news from Sabaody. Rate has already left by ship. Is Rate feeling unwell? Are you feeling unwell? The five elders fell into silence. Outside, the eastern sky had already begun to turn pale. The agricultural warlord slumped back into his chair. Let C0 continue to investigate. I feel that Steelbone Kong is no longer suitable to lead the Navy. I've heard that Sengoku is good. I hope he's a smart man. The world government controls the Navy's military budget, and what they need is a docile dog. Today, this dog is evolving into a wolf, which the world government certainly won't allow. Sengoku, being Steelbone Kong's disciple, would not lead the Navy to a large-scale rebellion. And Sengoku's prestige is clearly not as high as Kong's, making him easier to control. Just let him go. The aide looked at Steelbone Kong in disbelief. Steelbone Kong's silhouette was cast in the morning light. Remember, we searched all night last night. It's just that the murderer is too cunning. As he turned, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Let Sengoku prepare to take my position. The five elders should take action. Submit the recommendation for admiral to the world government tomorrow. Steelbone Kong murmured to the window. You should be replacing my admiral to suppress the Navy, but I will not fulfill your wishes. It's just about time for me to retire. The world government wanting Steelbone Kong to step down is a warning. But Steelbone Kong voluntarily stepping down to Sengoku is a legacy. The cohesion of the Navy will only become stronger. Rate remarked, these political people have dirty hearts. The next day, the five elders met once again. Rate thought they couldn't really be doing nothing all day, just hanging out together. In the five elders conference room, Steelbone Kong is threatening us. The financial warlord slammed his teacup heavily on the table. Voluntarily resign? The Navy is about to turn upside down. The scientific defense warlord reject his resignation. Let a disobedient marshal remain in power. It is better than making the Navy feel that they're being forced back by us. Forcing the Navy back will make them more united. If we arrange a few C0s into their ranks, the Navy will absolutely not be allowed to operate outside our control. The legal martial god sneered. Issue the order that Steelbone Kong, due to his unsuccessful pursuit of Rate, will be reprimanded once, but considering his many years of service, he will temporarily retain his martial position. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As for warring states, let him go to the New World to suppress the pirates. Whitebeard has been very active lately, so let him handle that. Chapter 78. Blood Dawn departure. The next morning, news spread across the world. A shocking event. Former warlord Red Mist Ritter has slaughtered the Celestial Dragons. The king of the new era. Have you heard? Lord Ritter killed the Celestial Dragons. You must be crazy to say that. Now that's a man. I want to set sail. It is well known that when a bunch of men gather, a leader will emerge. One man dropped his hoe and shouted to his working brothers, Brothers, do you want to live a mundane life here? Exploited by those so-called nobles for a lifetime? Do lords and ministers have any real power? This ignited a new wave of piracy. Admiral Steelbone Kong is severely punished. It seemed like no one cared. In a tavern in the New World, Shanks trembled slightly as he held the newspaper. Brother Ritter, are you starting your adventure too? As expected, you're still so crazy. Let's wait together for the arrival of hope. If Ritter heard this, he would surely scoff and think, You wait all you want. I'll give him some time. If he doesn't meet my expectations, I'll handle it myself. Don't give me any prophecies or missions. As a young man from the New World, only the party and the people can test me. Whitebeard tossed the newspaper aside. Gururara, Roger's crew is more interesting than the last. Boys, let's throw a feast. What is our protagonist doing? Ritter looked at his photo, shrouded in blood mist under the blood moon, and complained while carefully rolling up his bounty notice and putting it in his pocket. What is Ritter going to do? The main goal is to head to Water 7. It's time to set sail. Let the Bruma Jackson continue to sail the seas and become the world's strongest. The world government arrived faster than expected. The Gorosei would rather die now. 3C0 warships sealed off the sea, everyone staring blankly at Ritter. Ritter, dressed in white suits with little sunglasses, you're more pretentious than I am. Target spotted. The leading C0 agent raised a snail phone, immediately reporting to Mariewa. His voice cut off abruptly. Who told you to act more pretentious than me? You die. Don't act in front of me. The blood mist climbed the ship like a living thing, swallowing all sounds. Ritter stepped on the head of the last struggling agent. The black tide, great sword lightly touching his Adam's apple. Ritter looked down at them and seized the snail phone from their hands. No strength, Gorosei. Can you give me some intensity? Without waiting for the Gorosei to respond, he crushed the snail phone. After mocking the Gorosei, Ritter returned to Water 7. Hey, Captain. You're back. Moria grinned, his tall figure leaning against the mast, his fingers entwined with dark hockey. Perona floated in midair, twirling her little parasol, surrounded by ghosts. Cheerfully saying, if you didn't come back, Perona would be bored to death. Labu let out a low growl, his little top hat askew, but his gaze sharper than ever. It seemed everyone had been training effectively. Ritter scanned the three of them, a smile curling on his lips. Looks like you guys didn't slack off. Slack off? Moria spread his palms, shadows spreading like a tide, instantly covering the entire deck. Now, I can take on a Marine Vice Admiral. Ritter countered. Good. Then go take down Vice Admiral Karp. Moria was momentarily speechless. Perona floated to Ritter's side, mysteriously lowering her voice. Lord Moria is really amazing now. A few days ago, a bounty hunter tried to ambush us, but he was dragged into the shadows and beaten up. Labu let out a sound, his tail swishing, causing a water column to erupt from the sea. Before the water splashed down, it was scattered into mist by a sonic wave. Ritter raised an eyebrow. Not bad. He patted Labu's head. Very good, Labu. In Ritter's view, although Moria had previously not relied on a zombie army, his own combat power was not outstanding, still strong compared to other warlords. But now, he had completely changed his fighting style. Ritter fully felt the growth of his crew during their recent voyage. One night, a world government reconnaissance ship quietly approached Water 7, attempting to monitor the movements of the Bruma Jackson. Moria stood at the bow, grinning. Just in time to try out my new move. He leaped, and shadows clawed at the sea, instantly attaching themselves to the warship. C0 was horrified to find that its shadow was being forcibly extracted, its body stiff and unable to move. Shadow bind, strangle. Moria clenched his fingers, and the shadow turned into sharp blades, cutting off the warship's mast. He himself darted across the deck like a ghost, his hockey-covered fists smashing the cannons. The battle ended extremely quickly. C0 didn't even have time to send a distress signal. Moria stepped on the last fallen C0 officer, sneering, tell the world government to send someone decent next time. The next morning, Ritter patted Labu's head and decided to make up for his regrets. Ritter pulled out the permanent pointer to Gaia Island. The clever little partner had already figured out where to go. That's right. Gaia Island is located in the first half of the Grand Line, Paradise, and is a necessary stop on the way to Sky Island. Set sail, partners. Oh. Ritter and the others slept well, but the Marines couldn't sleep. Steelbone Kong had intentionally made Sengoku take over the position of Admiral, and now Sengoku handled all matters big and small for the Marines. The Bruma Jackson, a broad palm, slammed the newspaper onto the desk, shattering it. A half-wooden door lay nearby, which Karp had kicked down when he came to find Sengoku. Sengoku, look, that kid Ritter has officially set sail, and he's using the modified Oro Jackson. Haha, that kid is something. However, Sengoku was very serious. He snatched the sunbae from Karp's hand and poured it into his mouth, shouting at Karp. Karp, be serious. Damn it. That cannon hit us hard. Advisor Crane gently pressed down on her old friend's trembling arm, her glasses reflecting the intelligence documents showing Ritter and Moria's bounty notices. What's more troublesome is this combination. The user of the shadow fruit combined with a swordsman who can control blood mist now also has the fastest ship in the world. Suddenly, the temperature in the office rose sharply. Akainu's lava fist turned the newspaper to ash. Pirates are still pirates. No name can change their essence. We should just capture Tom. How scary. Kizura leaned against the window, golden light flickering at his fingertips. No, Sakazuki, that would really provoke Ritter. He.S. a madman. A frost flower formed on Akiji's iced coffee on the table. Admiral, let me go. I can definitely bring Ritter to justice and defend the dignity of our Marines. This is my burning youth. Karp laughed heartily. Very spirited, Kazan. Yes, Mr. Karp. Zhangwa thought for a long time. Although Wraith's bounty is very high, Compared to Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the danger level is much higher. Kazan, you should go. Admiral Kong has already submitted the application for the admiral position to the world government, and you will soon be promoted to admiral as well. The Gorosei will definitely agree. The sea is not peaceful, and the Navy needs more strength to maintain the balance of the ocean. Sending an admiral-level Kazan is mainly to silence the world government. They need a capture rate, but to be honest, Zhang Guo is not sure if deploying 3 admirals will be able to capture him. Here, it's about capturing, not defeating. Everyone knows that for the strong in One Piece, if they want to run away, it's basically easy. There's no helping it. After all, it's a passionate manga. And once it ignites, they have to fight to the end. The Navy F3, Zhang Guo, Carp, and Crane do not have much animosity towards Rate. Compared to those pirates who burn, kill, and plunder, Rate is much better. The Tenryubito and the Navy do not care much, of course, except for those Tenryubito's dogs. It's clear that the Navy F3 is not included in that category. Chapter 79. The Sky Island. Let me see how to get up there. It's been a week, and I've added a chapter to the lore of the domain. Today's tomato has been stabbed in the back. 4 updates, nearly 10,000 words. Perona's ghost floated into the cabin, dragging the latest newspaper. Lord Rit, the whole world is discussing us. Rit stood on the dragon head statue. No wonder Luffy liked to sit at the bow. That feeling of riding the wind and waves is truly amazing. The most important thing is that this is a dragon head, you know? The headlines from various places are really diverse. The new emperor set sail. The world is experiencing a major reshuffle, and the world government issues a warning. Along with the newspaper gull, there are also the bounties of Rit and his crew. The captain of the Blood Dawn, Rit, has a bounty of 3.5 billion, dead or alive. Moonlight Moria, a combatant, has a bounty of 500 million berries. Moonlight Moria had a bounty of 320 million before becoming a warlord. Perona, the suspected adopted little girl on the ship, has a bounty of 500 berries, which made her so angry that she shook Labu vigorously. As for Labru, nothing has changed. What the heck? Why is it only 500? This princess will definitely make the Navy pay for this. Moria, little Perona, I have 500 million. You're the one who's at a loss. Wrong, don't hit me. Perona took her negative ghost and started hammering Moria, but the gap in their strength was too great. After all, Perona was still too small now, and the negative ghost S effect had almost no impact on Moria. New World Moby Dick. Whitebeard's laughter shook the barrels on the deck slightly. Gururara, Dawn, that guy Roger's ship is now carrying Little Rit to continue sailing? Marco took the falling newspaper. I'm not surprised Rit can do these things. Just looking at the member list is troublesome enough. Moonlight Moria is the one who was shouting about challenging Kaido not long ago, right? Being noticed by Rit must mean he is quite strong too. In a tavern, Shanks had already found his sword griffin and looked at the newspaper. Beckman, we can't be left behind either. Rayleigh's hand tilted the bottle suddenly, and the amber liquid spilled onto the newspaper. Bruma Jackson, Blood Dawn Pirates. Rayleigh's fingers traced the familiar ship's lines on the newspaper. Shocky blew out smoke rings while wiping a wine glass. I heard they used wind-boosting shells and the latest power system. Their speed is 3 times that of a warship. Rayleigh suddenly burst into laughter, watching his captain being executed. No one's sadness could surpass that of Roger's right-hand man. Rayleigh naturally knew this was Roger's choice. But human emotions could not be easily smoothed over by reason. Not bad, ha 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 ha. He raised his bottle to toast the void. To the fools of the new era. After sailing for a while, on the Grand Line, Magic Valley Townport, Rit stood at the helm. Perona confirmed the position. Yes, Lord Rit, the pink-haired girl, floated on the lookout, holding a telescope. Northwest. I can already see the outline of the island. Hey, that ship. A drunken pirate dropped his bottle on the ground. His companions followed his gaze, suddenly unable to make a sound, as if their throats were being choked. The silver alloy ship glinted coldly, and the menacing dragon head statue at the bow glowed red. Blood Dawn Pirates. It's that madman who kills celestial dragons. Run. The dock was instantly cleared. The tavern's wooden door was slammed by panicking pirates, and several pirates with bounties over 100 million shrank into the corners like scared rabbits. Rit walked down the gangway amidst the blood mist. The black tide, great sword humming on his back. He scanned the empty port and sneered. So boring. Rit was truly enjoying himself. Making villagers flee was nothing, but making pirates run was a real skill. Dingling, when the tavern's doorbell rang, the originally noisy hall fell silent. The pirates froze in place, holding their cups, cold sweat sliding down their foreheads. The boss behind the bar trembled, and as he fumbled, a bottle of rum fell. Bang! The blood mist caught the bottle and slowly delivered it to Rit's hand. Find a person named Mont Blanc Kulik by information. Rit tossed a bag of berries on the bar. Or, I might just kill you all. In a corner, a man wearing a black headscarf suddenly stood up. I know. Mont Blanc Kulik. He lives in. Oh, here, the berries for you. Take me there. Rit left coolly, while Perona's eyes sparkled with stars. Lord Rit is so cool. Meanwhile, at the gorilla zoo, they also noticed them. Boss, a super strange ship has docked. A subordinate from the United Army of Monkey Mountain rushed into the wooden house. The bow has a dragon head that glows red. So cool, boss. Kulik, who was drawing a nautical chart, waved his hand dismissively. Another idiot here to mock the Sky Island legend? What are we betting on this time? My underwear or your dentures? No, boss. The subordinate's face turned pale. That pirate flag. Is Captain Rit a blood dawn? 3 minutes later, Kulik's hand holding the telescope trembled slightly as he consoled himself. Haha, it's fine. It's fine. They shoot TB here for us. Just as Kulik was self-deceiving, his subordinate reported, Boss, they're indeed here for you, and they even paid for the information. They're rushing this way. Should we run, boss? Run my ass. Kulik slapped his subordinate on the head. My measuring instruments are still set up in the sea. P.S. coming. Who hung my octopus underwear outside? Bananas. Move the bananas in quickly. When Rit's black-tied, great sword cleaved the wooden house door open, he saw this scene. 3 burly men stacked like a tower blocking the bookshelf, greeting him, while someone's octopus underwear swayed from the chandelier. Great. I can't unsee this. Rit desperately needed a pair of eyes that hadn't seen this scene. Just as Perona was about to peek, Rit pressed her back down. You have 3 minutes to make this place presentable, or I'll kill you all. After a flurry of chaos, Rit saw a book and raised an eyebrow. Reading aloud, Nolan cried and said, I really saw the land of gold? This is academic material. Kulik's face turned red as he tried to snatch it back. Wait, how can you just look at someone else's stuff? Perona's ghost emerged from the floor. Lord Rit, they just hit a lot of picture books. Do you want me to read them to you? No, I don't. Rit said slowly, his crimson pupils locking onto Kulik. Now, can we talk about the rising sea currents?